Chapter 35-24. It seems like I've really found a treasure. Lord Tathagata, or Yahiko, stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. He was looking forward to his body in the future. At this moment, it was not only Tathagata, but even Su Konghai was staring at Duan Lingtian. What an outstanding talent! How good would it be if he was a member of the Tidal Temple? If he was a member of the Tidal Temple, it would not be impossible for him to replace Tang Sanpao as the young temple master of the Tidal Temple. In this world, the strong were respected. As the oldest force in this world, the Tidal Temple also valued the strong. Not only were the positions of the older generation determined by their strength, but it was the same for the younger generation as well. Under such circumstances, cultivation was the norm in the Tidal Temple. Basically, everyone was a cultivation maniac. Su Konghai was one of them. Step by step, Su Konghai had become the vice-temple master of the Tidal Temple. Only he knew how many hardships he had gone through during this period. It was difficult. It was too difficult. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of Lord Tathagata's and Su Konghai's thoughts. At this moment, he was facing off against Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. Duan Lingtian. Tang Sanpao looked at Duan Lingtian. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. Although you're fighting 1 against 2, and Ling Jueyun and I have the upper hand, don't expect me to hold back. I believe Ling Jueyun is the same. Tang Sanpao said. Hold back. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. There's no need for that. Now you can make your move. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian's expression was calm as he spoke nonchalantly. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, swoosh, swoosh, a series of piercing sounds rang out. Tang Sanpao's body was burning with white flames. The flames roared out like a prairie fire that could not be stopped once it started. On the other hand, Ling Jueyun's body was shrouded in black qi. Bolts of lightning could be seen flashing around the black qi, emitting a suffocating aura. At the same time, the young geniuses in the spectator seats were in an uproar as well. It's starting. No matter who wins or loses this battle, it's going to be recorded in the history books. It's worth it to be able to witness this battle. The young geniuses were not the only ones who were watching the battle. Most of the heavenly emperors and the high-ranking officials of the Tidal Temple's branch palaces were also watching the battle attentively. Senior Duan Senior, Ding Tian Di Tian's like He Shi Senior, Feng Yu Senior Senior, Heavenly Yu. Senior Senior? Feng Qingyang smiled faintly. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, old brother Ding. Although he did not know how strong his only true disciple, Duan Lingtian, was, before the battle, he had asked for Duan Lingtian's opinion. Duan Lingtian's reply was confident. Since his disciple was so strong, how could he not trust him? Soon after, Duan Lingtian remained motionless under everyone's watchful eyes. His expression was as calm as ever. On the other hand, Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun's expressions were solemn. They did not dare to underestimate Duan Lingtian at all. Both of them knew Duan Lingtian very well. Since Duan Lingtian was so calm at this moment, it meant he was not afraid of them making the first move. However, even with that being the case, they still decided to attack together after accumulating their power. Without any discussion, both of them made their moves at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. Tang Sanpao leaped into the air. Due to his fast speed, the white flames on his body were dragged out by him. He looked like a divine dragon formed by the white flames as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Ling Jueyun's celestial origin energy condensed into a sword in his hand. His death avatar had also snuck up behind Duan Lingtian and formed a sword in his hand as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Whoosh, whoosh. Blazing white flames filled the air, seemingly causing the temperature of the entire world to rise a little. Some of the young geniuses who were closer and had lower cultivations had their faces slightly flushed, clearly feeling a certain amount of pressure. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Ling Jueyun's sword and the sword of his death avatar carried the profundity of the law of death as they charged toward Duan Lingtian like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Duan Lingtian was surrounded and attacked from all sides in just a blink of an eye. Why isn't Duan Lingtian making his move? Isn't he afraid he won't have a chance to make his move? It seems like the teleportation profundity from the law of space has given Duan Lingtian enough confidence. Even if he teleports away, Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao can immediately switch positions and charge at him. He won't have time to recharge his energy. Sometimes, teleportation isn't necessarily an advantage. It can be a disadvantage as well. That's true. While many people were expressing their opinions about the scene before them, whether it was Ling Jueyun or Tang Sanpao, their attacks were getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. In fact, it would only take a moment for their attacks to land on Duan Lingtian. Just as most people thought, Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from his original spot. Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao did not care about this. They immediately turned around and charged at Duan Lingtian again. This time, the speed of their attacks was faster than before. It seems that both Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao held back earlier. They're obviously waiting for Duan Lingtian to teleport before they attack with all their might. I just don't know how Duan Lingtian will neutralize their attack. Judging from their speed, it's obviously impossible for Duan Lingtian to teleport again. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, after Duan Lingtian teleported, Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao, who were extremely fast, arrived near Duan Lingtian again in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Whoosh! Blazing white flames filled the sky. It was like a white sunset that covered the sky and the sun. It was dazzling. Whoosh! 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 Sword lights shot out from Ling Jueyun's and his death doppelganger swords. Each of the sword lights was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, sharp and bloodthirsty. Just as the crowd had expected, Duan Lingtian did not use the teleportation profundity again. In the face of Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's swift attacks, Duan Lingtian's expression was as calm as ever. There was no change in his expression. Why aren't you attacking? Now, even the group of heavenly emperors and the higher-ups of the titled God Emperor branch halls could not help but feel anxious. On the other hand, a few people, including Su Konghai and Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Yellow, the Arch 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 of the However, they did not know where his confidence came from. Su Konghai glanced at Feng Qingyang and saw that Feng Qingyang's expression was calm as if nothing had happened. From this, he knew that he would not be able to find the answer from Feng Qingyang. In the end, he could only look at Duan Lingtian. Just as Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's powers were infinitely close to Duan Lingtian finally made a move. Duan Lingtian stretched out his right hand and suddenly clenched his fist. In the next instant, cracks in space appeared around his body and swallowed Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks. However, there were too many attacks, and they were like raging waves. Duan Lingtian's annihilation Dao of control was like a drop in the ocean in front of Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks. More and more attacks were directed at Duan Lingtian. Bang, 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 bang. Earth-shattering sounds reverberated in the air. Every sound was so loud that it made one's heart tremble. At the same time, a blazing white light burst out like a dazzling sun. Everyone, including the group of heavenly emperors and the higher-ups of the titled temple's branch halls, instinctively squinted their eyes. However, when the shockwaves gradually dissipated and everyone opened their eyes, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Under the watchful eyes of the group of people, the area in front of Duan Lingtian that was shrouded in blazing white flames and strange black energy appeared. However, although the black and white energy surged, they were unable to charge out of that area. It's the confinement profundity from the law of space. Many people could see this. Naturally, some people soon discovered how terrifying the confinement profundity from the law of space that Duan Lingtian had cast was. The confinement profundity seems to have merged the distortion profundity and the territory profundity. That's not all. The confinement profundity has also merged the magnetic storm profundity and the creation profundity. Look, there's the magnetic storm profundity and the creation profundity around him. When the scene unfolded in front of everyone's eyes, coupled with some people's casual introduction, the group of young geniuses was stunned. The fusion of 3 profundities from the law of space? Moreover, it's the fusion of 2 profundities? Even a 6-star god of war usually refers to someone who has mastered the fusion of 2 profundities. Even the top 6-star gods of war rarely master the fusion of 3 profundities. The fusion of 3 profundities is the symbol of a 7-star god of war. This is especially true for someone who has mastered the fusion of 2 profundities. He's 100% a 7-star god of war. A 7-star god of war. After the commotion, the scene fell into a dead silence again. Almost everyone, including Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao, looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that this was real. A person who was not even 700 years old had mastered the fusion of 2 profundities from the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws. Chapter 35-25. Boom. Boom boom boom. Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's expressions were extremely solemn. At the same time, they no longer held back and unleashed all of their techniques. The vast and unparalleled power of flames and the unpredictable power of death were unleashed. However, under Duan Lingtian's power of imprisonment, although the 2 of them were strong and their combined attacks were so strong that even a top 6-star war god would not dare to face them head-on, they were unable to truly shake Duan Lingtian's imprisonment space. They only managed to cause the imprisonment space to tremble slightly. Change to another place to attack. Just as Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's expressions changed drastically, Su Konghai's timely reminder rang in Tang Sanpao's ears. After Su Konghai's reminder, Tang Sanpao's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. How could he have forgotten? Now, he and Ling Jueyun were directly facing Duan Lingtian. Not only were they attacking Duan Lingtian's imprisonment space, but they were also directly resisting Duan Lingtian's Tao of control of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth that he had just mastered. The area around Duan Lingtian's body was completely under his control. Within the range of his control, the imprisonment space was naturally extremely strong. It was not something that he and Ling Jueyun could break through. However, if it was in other areas of the imprisonment space, he and Ling Jueyun might be able to break through. Ling Jueyun. Without any hesitation, Tang Sanpao called out to Ling Jueyun. Then, under his reminder, Ling Jueyun also restrained his attacks. At the same time, his gaze swept to other areas of the imprisonment space. The 2 of them were actually relatively calm people. However, because this battle had shocked them greatly from the very beginning, they could no longer maintain their usual calmness. If it was a one-on-one battle, they could remain calm. However, 2 against 1 was a kind of blasphemy to their strength. After all, their opponent was not older than them. In fact, he was even younger than their average age. Under such circumstances, they could not maintain a good mentality. However, with Su Konghai's reminder, the 2 of them quickly changed their attack plan. As long as it was a place that was not covered by Duan Lingtian's Tao of control, with the 2 of them working together, they might be able to break through the imprisonment space. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao instantly retreated. Then, they attacked in the opposite direction. They wanted to break through Duan Lingtian's imprisonment space from the other side. This scene caused the eyes of many people who saw through their plan to light up. Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao are indeed peerless existences who became 6-star gods of war before the age of 1000. Under such circumstances, they can still calmly deal with Duan Lingtian's attack. This is really rare. Duan Lingtian's strength lies not only in his comprehension of the law of space, but also in his mastery of the Tao of control, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. He's the master of space in the area around him. Unless one's strength is far stronger than him, it's difficult to break through his control of the area. If Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao joined forces, even a top 6-star god of war wouldn't dare to face them head-on. If they join forces and change their direction to avoid Duan Lingtian's Tao of Control, they should be able to break through Duan Lingtian's Tao of Control. Even if they break through, I'm afraid they're no match for Duan Lingtian. At this moment, we're certain Duan Lingtian is a 7-star god of war. A 7-star god of war who's not even 700 years old. In the history of the Devata realms, whether it's the natives of the Devata realms or the Ascenders, I don't think there's anyone like this before, right? Even Duan Lingtian's master, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, didn't have such an achievement at such a young age. When Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao turned around and launched their attacks, the originally silent spectators' seats became lively again. Although they had regained their senses, they were still shocked by the news that Duan Lingtian was a 7-star god of war. It would take them a long time to calm down, and they might not be able to calm down until today. I have some ideas. When Duan Lingtian saw Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks, he smiled faintly. With just a thought, he waved his right hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. When Duan Lingtian made a grabbing motion in the air, Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao launched their attacks again. However, before they could even touch the Tao of Control, they were swept away by a surge of energy and disappeared into thin air. In the next instant, bang! An earth-shattering sound came from above everyone's heads. Only then did the crowd realize that Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks had reached the horizon and collided with each other. Gusts of strong wind swept across the sky, causing everyone's robes to flutter noisily. However, at this moment, the group of young geniuses present did not care about their own sorry state. Instead, they looked at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief. Oh my god! Duan Lingtian sent Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao's attacks out? If he wants to send their attacks out, unless he has merged the transportation profundity of the law of space with the other 2 profundities of the law of space. I'm also an expert in the law of space. If I'm not mistaken, the law of space that Duan Lingtian used is the fusion of the transportation profundity, the teleportation profundity, and the distortion profundity. It's a new combination of 3 profundities. The fusion of 3 profundities of the law of space? Heavens! With such strength, even if he's not a 10 Directions celestial emperor, he's at least a top 7-star god of war, right? That's right. With such comprehension of the law, coupled with his mastery of the sword Tao and the control Tao, once he becomes a 10 Directions celestial emperor, he'll be as strong as an 8-star god of war. He's definitely going to win the battle of geniuses this time. His goal must be the exploding element celestial fruit. As long as he has the exploding element celestial fruit, he'll be able to become a 10 Directions celestial emperor in a short time. The title temple has produced an 8-star god of war who's not even 700 years old. While the crowd was in an uproar over Duan Lingtian's new technique, Duan Lingtian made his move again. He used the space shackles to bind Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun respectively. Although Duan Lingtian did not make a move, he was still able to toy with the 2 profundities of the law of space. No matter how hard the 2 profundities tried, they could not break the space shackles at all. Upon seeing this, the onlookers were speechless. They're not on the same level at all. This is bullying. That's right. It's like an adult beating up a 3-year-old child. It's too much. They're not on the same level at all. Is there a need to continue this duel? Both Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao felt powerless. In the end, they decided not to make a move. Ling Jueyun's cold expression darkened slightly. It was not because Duan Lingtian had defeated him, but because of himself. He was a lineal disciple of the Ling clan in a realm of gods, and yet he was left in the dust by a mere transcender. In the past, his strength was on par with Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, after a few hundred years, Duan Lingtian had already left him in the dust, and it was impossible for him to catch up. It would be a lie if he said this did not affect him. I thought my improvement over the past few hundred years was already good enough. I didn't expect him to improve so much. Ling Jueyun looked at the purple figure who was the center of attention and sighed inwardly. He knew that after today, almost everyone in the Devata realms would know about Duan Lingtian. When the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms was opened, there would definitely be forces from the realms of gods trying to recruit Duan Lingtian. For someone like Duan Lingtian to achieve so much in the Devata realms, it meant he had great potential. Even the major forces in the realms of gods would want to recruit him. Nobody could say for sure if such a person would become a supreme powerhouse in the future. Although the realms of gods were created by supreme powerhouses, and most of the gods were the descendants of the supreme powerhouses who created the realms of gods, the competition in the realms of gods was fierce. Every powerful force in the realms of gods hoped to have a new supreme powerhouse in their sect or clan. At that time, they would be able to obtain more benefits and privileges. They would also be able to obtain more resources in the realms of gods that were coveted by others. Duanling, you're the freak. At this moment, Tang Sanpao was no longer as aloof as he was when he fought with Duan Lingtian. It was as though he had returned to his original self. He let out a long sigh before he said, "Initially, I wanted to defeat you and show off to the old man. I didn't expect I would be defeated by you just like how the old man was defeated by your master. Now, I don't have the chance to show off anymore." Tang Sanpao sighed. Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Sanpao intently. He did not suspect that Tang Sanpao was the Tidal Temple's trump card. As it turned out, the Tidal Temple's trump card that he had been looking forward to was right next to him. Vice Temple Master Su. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Feng Qingyang flew into the air again. He looked at Su Konghai and said with a faint smile on his face, "Now, my disciple should be ranked first in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, right?" Su Konghai nodded. Naturally, he could not lie to Duan Lingtian at this moment. Otherwise, not only would it affect his reputation, but it would also affect the reputation of the Tidal Temple. "If I'm not mistaken, the exploding element celestial fruit is with you, right?" Feng Qingyang asked again, "Can you give it to my disciple now?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Su Konghai hesitated for a moment before he took the exploding element celestial fruit out of his spatial ring. As soon as the red celestial fruit appeared, it emitted a refreshing fragrance. Immediately, the gazes of the group of young geniuses became incomparably fiery. Chapter 35-26. The explosive element celestial fruit was one of the most precious rewards in the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses. It could allow a 9 palaces celestial emperor to become a 10 directions celestial emperor in a short time. It should be known that the difficulty of breaking through the last cultivation realm of an immortal, even if it was only a small realm, was not inferior to breaking through a large realm. It was even more difficult to break through multiple small realms added together. Some people took longer to break through from a 9 palaces celestial emperor to a 10 directions celestial emperor than he did when he was a 1 basic celestial emperor. Those who were more talented usually took longer than him to break through to the 9 palaces celestial emperor from the 3 talents celestial emperor and the 4 stars celestial emperor. Even the most talented celestial emperors would take longer to become a 9 palaces celestial emperor than he did when he was a 6 combination celestial emperor or 7 stars celestial emperor. An exploding element immortal fruit could save a lot of cultivation time for a 9 palaces immortal emperor. Consuming an exploding element immortal fruit would give one a huge advantage over ordinary people on the path of cultivation. For this reason, everyone was shocked when the Tidal Temple gave out the exploding element celestial fruit as a reward for the winner of the Devata realm's Battle of the Geniuses. In their opinion, shouldn't such things be digested internally? So this is the exploding element immortal fruit. This is the first time I've seen it. Just by smelling its fragrance, I feel like I'm bathing in the spring breeze. What a miraculous spiritual fruit! Many people exclaimed as they stared at the exploding element immortal fruit in Su Konghai's hand. Before Tang Sanpao's identity was exposed during the Battle of the Geniuses, I was wondering why the Tidal Temple would be so generous as to reward him with the explosive element celestial fruit. However, when Tang Sanpao revealed his strength as a 6-star god of war, I finally realized the Tidal Temple was confident in young Master Tang Sanpao. They were confident that Tang Sanpao would be able to obtain the explosive element celestial fruit. At the same time, someone else said, Unfortunately, in the end, it still ended up being a wedding dress for someone else. It was clear the Tidal Temple's plan had failed. The exploding element celestial fruit no longer belonged to the Tidal Temple. Instead, it belonged to Duan Lingtian. In other words, it belonged to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I'm sure the Tidal Temple didn't expect peerless geniuses like Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian to participate in the battle of the geniuses. Ling Jueyun is still fine. After all, he only tied with Tang Sanpao. Didn't you hear what Tang Sanpao said? If Ling Jueyun is still the champion, will the exploding Yuan immortal fruit be decided by drawing lots? In that case, Tang Sanpao would have a 50% chance of obtaining the exploding element immortal fruit. Now, you don't even have the slightest chance. That's right. Duan Lingtian's strength is too terrifying. He's not even a 10 Directions celestial emperor, but his strength is already comparable to a top 7-star god of war. If he becomes a 10 Directions celestial emperor, his strength will be comparable to a top 8-star god of war. Many young geniuses and heavenly emperors from various Devata realms discussed among themselves. They felt the Tidal Temple had gone for wool and come home shorn. It seemed like they had shot themselves in the foot and gone overboard with their plan. Duan Lingtian, this is one of the rewards for winning first place in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. As for the reward for entering the secret room in the Tidal Temple, you'll have to come to the Tidal Temple yourself. Su Konghai looked at Duan Lingtian and handed the exploding element immortal fruit to him. Although he was reluctant to give the exploding element immortal fruit away, he knew he had no choice but to do so. If he did not give it to Duan Lingtian, the Tidal Temple would become a laughingstock and lose its credibility. Perhaps, not many geniuses would participate in the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. After all, the exploding element immortal fruit was nothing compared to the glory of the Tidal Temple. Thank you, Vice Hall Master Su. Duan Lingtian thanked Su Konghai as he took the exploding element immortal fruit. You don't have to thank me. You earned it with your own strength. Su Konghai smiled and nodded at Duan Lingtian. His smile was as gentle as a spring breeze. He did not seem reluctant to give away the exploding element immortal fruit at all. However, Duan Lingtian became even more wary when he saw Su Konghai acting like this. Most of the time, people who appeared kind on the surface but were vicious on the inside were the most terrifying. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to dodge a stab in the dark. Apart from that, if you want to enter the Tidal Temple's secret chamber, you can go to the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven and look for Hall Master Yi. He'll bring you to the main hall of the Tidal Temple to cultivate there. Su Konghai looked at a small floating island in the distance as he spoke. On the small floating island, a figure appeared in the air. It was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He wore a black robe and had a gloomy expression on his face, making him appear somewhat sinister. Duan Lingtian, I'm Tia, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven. When the middle-aged man introduced himself, he forced a smile on his face. However, his smile was uglier than crying. Whenever you want to go to the Tidal Temple's main hall, you can look for me in the Tidal Temple's solitary destructive heaven sub-hall, the middle-aged man said coldly. All you have to do is report your name when you arrive at the branch. Yi said. All right. Duan Lingtian replied. I'll have to trouble Hall Master Yi in the future. It's no trouble at all. Yi shook his head and flew back to the branch. Let's go. A rare smile appeared on Feng Qingyang's face when he saw his disciple, Duan Lingtian, had obtained the exploding element celestial fruit. Then he beckoned to Duan Lingtian before he left with Duan Lingtian. The two of them floated away. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared behind the clouds in the sky and disappeared before everyone's eyes. However, even after both of them had left, the scene of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses fell silent. After a few moments, the atmosphere finally became lively again. Most of the people were discussing the earlier battle. Duan Lingtian is too strong. He didn't even make a move from the beginning until the end. All he did was attack from afar, and he was able to toy with Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. They're not on the same level at all. Whether it was Ling Jueyun or Tang Sanpao, there was no lack of similar discussions when they returned to their seats. Ling Jueyun was indifferent to the discussions. Tang Sanpao, on the other hand, felt awkward and helpless. In the end, he could not take it anymore and returned to Su Li, Ling Jueyun, and the others. He sat on the other side of Ling Jueyun. At this moment, the seat between Su Li and Ling Jueyun, which was previously occupied by Duan Lingtian, was now empty. Tang Sanpao was tactful enough to not sit there. Ling Jueyun, how long have you known Duan Lingtian? Has he always been so freakish? Tang Sanpao could not help but ask. He knew almost nothing about Duan Lingtian's past. The only thing he knew was that Duan Lingtian had obtained the inheritance from Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, when he was still in the mundane realm. He had officially become Feng Qingyang's only true disciple 100 years ago. A few hundred years ago, our strength was on par with each other. Ling Jueyun's tone was indifferent and emotionless. However, if one listened carefully, one would be able to hear a hint of disappointment in his voice. A few hundred years ago, your strength was on par with each other? A few hundred years later, you've been left in the dust? Tang Sanpao was stunned. You're a disciple of a powerful clan in a realm of gods. How could you be surpassed by a celestial from a Devata realm? To be more precise, you've been surpassed by an ascender from the mundane realm. Likewise, Ling Jueyun turned to look at Tang Sanpao and said indifferently. Tang Sanpao was so angry that his face turned red. He did not say anything else. But although the top 3 of the Devata realm's battle of geniuses have been decided, all of you still have a chance to be ranked later. Su Konghai's voice rang in the air again, pulling everyone back from their thoughts. Now, I announce that the battle of geniuses will continue. When Duan Lingtian left with Feng Qingyang, both of them left together. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, did not follow them. Master, where's the Azura Hell? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. He discovered his master did not bring him to the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. After leaving the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven, his master led him in a certain direction. It's in an independent realm. Feng Qingyang replied. An independent realm? How do we get there? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. All Devata realms have to head east. When you reach the realm barrier, a transporting formation will appear and send you to the Azura Hell. Feng Qingyang said, if you want to return, you'll have to use the transportation point in the independent realm of the Azura Hell to return to the eastern realm of the Devata realm. However, it's not certain which Devata realm you'll end up in. For this reason, most people don't go to the same Devata realm after returning from the Azura Hell. It's very unlikely that all 81 Devata realms will be the same. Duan Lingtian was enlightened by Feng Qingyang's words. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recalled something. Master, if that's the case, you could have returned to the Devata realm from the independent realm where the Azura Hell is located. Even if that person was chasing you, it's impossible for him to appear in the same Devata realm as you, right? Duan Lingtian asked. That's right. Feng Qingyang nodded. Then he shook his head and sighed. However, he was too fast at that time. After I arrived at the independent realm where the Azura Hell is located, I didn't have a chance to return. I could only enter the Azura Hell without looking back. Now that I think about it, it's fortunate that he was in such a hurry. Otherwise, I would have missed out on a great opportunity. Feng Qingyang chuckled when he reached the end of his sentence. It could be said that he had profited from a disaster. Chapter 35-27. The Azura Hell was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Due to Feng Qingyang's narrow escape in the Azura Hell, Duan Lingtian had heard about the Azura Hell before he ascended to the Devata realms. Master, the Azura Hell is one of the top 3 deadliest places in the Devata realms. It's said that it's difficult for those below the level of gods to escape from there. Apart from the deadliest place in the Devata realms, the other deadliest place should be similar to the Azura Hell, right? Duan Lingtian asked as they traveled. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. One of the other two deadliest places is similar to the Azura Hell, but the other one is even stranger than the Azura Hell. Many gods have been trapped there before. For this reason, it's called the Graveyard of the Gods. Feng Qingyang replied. The Graveyard of the Gods was the strongest of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian had heard about this before. He knew many gods had died there before, and that was how it got its name. Master, you must have narrowly escaped death in the Azura Hell, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Indeed, narrowly escaped death. Feng Qingyang nodded. A hint of fear that Duan Lingtian did not notice could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he said, speaking of which, I'm only alive because I was lucky enough to enter that place. In the chaos, there are tens of thousands of doors of life and death, but there are only a few doors of life. It's already a great fortune for me to be able to enter a door of life. Duan Lingtian was unaware of Feng Qingyang's encounter in the Azura Hell. However, he knew he would find out soon enough. Master, you said earlier that your true body is trapped inside? Can you come out now? Duan Lingtian asked again. He had heard from Hua Lao that his master Feng Qingyang's true body was trapped in the Azura Hell. That was why he asked this question. I was able to come out after I went in with Meng Luo. Feng Qingyang said, however, after my true body was freed, I asked my true body to stay there for 2 reasons. First, I wanted to explore the place. Second, I wanted my true body to break through and become a God King. God King. Duan Lingtian had learned about the cultivation bases of gods in the realms of gods from Huang, the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Huang. Even if Huang did not tell him, the 5 divine spirits would have told him about it. In the realms of gods, gods were divided into 5 major realms. God, God King, God, Emperor, God, and Divine of Gods. Of the 3 stages of the God, lesser deities, intermediate deities, and higher deities. Among them, lesser deities were the weakest. They would be at this cultivation level upon becoming a deity, while higher deities were the most powerful among the deities. After the higher deities were the lesser deities, followed by the intermediate deities and then the higher deities. It was the same for the rest of the realms. This time, my original body made another discovery. However, even though I discovered the secret chamber, I'm not sure if you'll be able to stay there. Feng Qingyang said, previously, when I brought Meng Luo in, he was suppressed by the formation left behind in the secret chamber. I had no choice but to send him out. It's as though one needs to be acknowledged by the secret chamber to be able to stay there. Feng Qingyang explained everything in one breath. Acknowledged? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. I suspect that the secret chamber I discovered was left behind by someone. I was able to enter because I mastered the destruction technique and was acknowledged by the secret chamber. To be more precise, it was the acknowledgement of the person who left the secret chamber. I'm certain that the person who left the secret chamber is no ordinary person. Even if he or she isn't a supreme expert, he or she must be someone who stands at the peak of the gods. I've gained a lot from entering the secret chamber. Back then, I relied on the destruction sword Dao to gain the secret chamber's acknowledgement and was guided into the gate of life. Now I can bring you into the gate of life. However, it's not up to me to decide if you'll gain the secret chamber's acknowledgement. However, it shouldn't be a problem since you've already mastered the space sword Dao and control Dao. When Feng Qingyang reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a gratified expression. I hope I can gain its acknowledgement. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly. Soon after, Feng Qingyang did not let Duan Lingtian travel on his own. Instead, he brought Duan Lingtian with him at the speed of a godly spirit. It did not take long before they arrived at the eastern edge of the primeval heaven. This place was close to the easternmost part of the Devata realms in the primeval heaven. In this place, the teleportation point to enter the Azura Hell isn't fixed. However, it's easy to find. As long as you extend your divine sense, you'll be able to find the teleportation point. You can try. Feng Qingyang said to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian hovered in the air as he looked at the vast desert beneath his feet. There were no signs of life in the desert. Occasionally, he could see sandstorms and tornadoes raging in the desert. Upon hearing his master Feng Qingyang's words, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately extended his divine consciousness and swept it across the area. Swoosh, swoosh. After Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness, he quickly learned about his surroundings. At the same time, he discovered a moving transportation formation in a sandstorm. It was moving with the sandstorm. Did you discover it? Feng Qingyang asked with a smile on his face. When Feng Qingyang asked this question, he scanned the area with his divine consciousness and discovered 2 more portable teleportation formations. One of them was still inside the sandstorm, and the other was inside the sandstorm. As for the other one, it was within a tornado. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Feng Qingyang did not say anything else. He brought Duan Lingtian to the nearest transportation formation in the sandstorm. The transportation formation in the sandstorm was the closest to them. How did you set up this transportation formation? Why does it feel like it appeared out of thin air? Before stepping into the transportation formation, Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. It did not appear out of thin air. There is a huge formation in this area. The various moving transportation formations here are only a small part of the huge formation. Feng Qingyang said as he led Duan Lingtian into the transportation formation. The moment Duan Lingtian stepped into the transportation formation, he felt his vision darken. What appeared in front of him was a blood-red world. There were also some demonic beasts fighting in the surroundings. Roar! The demonic beasts roared and screamed in a loud and sharp voice. Bang, 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 bang. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell these demonic beasts were as strong as celestial emperors. However, they did not seem intelligent. Moreover, their eyes were blood-red. These demonic beasts are born from the Azura Hell's blood. The quality of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Azura Hell is similar to the realms of gods, but it's not as pure as the realms of gods. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the Azura Hell is filled with blood and violence. We humans have to refine the heaven and earth spirit energy before we can absorb it. If it weren't for this, my true body would have become a celestial king a long time ago. Feng Qingyang said as he led Duan Lingtian into the Azura Hell. Along the way, a gigantic creature that did not have eyes charged over. It looked like a tiger, but it had a pair of wings on its back and a mouth full of fangs. Its target was Duan Lingtian. It was as though between Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian was the easiest to bully. Swoosh! Feng Qingyang ignored the demonic beasts that pounced toward them. He knew his disciple would be able to deal with them. When Duan Lingtian made his move, he killed the demonic beasts with just a strike of his sword. The Azura Hell is just up ahead. Soon after, under Feng Qingyang's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at the entrance of the Azura Hell. It was shrouded in a bloody mist. Black lightning could be seen flashing in the mist. The outer regions of the Azura Hell aren't too bad. Powerful titled celestial emperors such as quasi-gods can survive there. As long as they don't stay there for too long, they'll be able to leave safely. However, once they enter the Azura Hell, they'll be in a life-or-death situation. Even an ordinary god would be in a sorry state in that battle of life and death. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. However, with me around, we can enter the place where my true body is without any harm. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's grim expression, Feng Qingyang comforted him. Let's go. With Feng Qingyang leading the way, Duan Lingtian passed through the bloody mist and entered the Azura Hell. After entering the Azura Hell, Duan Lingtian felt the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings had changed. Indeed, the quality of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Azura Hell was much better than the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Divine Offering Land. In fact, Duan Lingtian was certain the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Azura Hell was different. It seemed like the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods came from the same source. However, just as his master, Feng Qingyang, had said, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Azura Hell was not pure heaven and earth spirit energy. It was filled with a bloodthirsty and ruthless aura. Moreover, every time his master brought him to a place, he could feel the killing intent in the surroundings. It felt as though every blade of grass, tree, bird, and beast could easily kill him. This feeling was suffocating. However, when his master, Feng Qingyang, led him past the flowers, trees, insects, fishes, birds, and beasts, he seemed to have the help of a deity as he dodged every single one of the traps. It was as though he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. Don't release your divine consciousness anymore. Feng Qingyang's voice rang in the air. His tone was solemn. At this moment, his figure had already come to a halt as he brought Duan Ling Tian to a deep ravine. Within the canyon was a boundless blood mist. Furthermore, the blood mist here was like blood that constantly flowed in the air above the canyon, emitting an even more terrifying killing intent. It was extremely strange. Chapter 35-28. Hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian's nerves instantly tensed up. At the same time, he completely retracted his consciousness. In the next moment, he relaxed and allowed his master, Feng Qingyang, to take him and jump into the blood water of the summer valley. The moment he entered the blood water, Duan Lingtian only felt that he was about to suffocate. All sorts of terrifying murderous intents surged in from all directions until they were just inches away from him. Only then did they detour and leave. At the same time, Duan Lingtian subconsciously glanced at his master, Feng Qingyang, only to see that his master had a grave expression on his face. Beads of sweat even seeped out of his forehead. Ever since he had met his master, this was the first time he had seen his master in such a sorry state. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he was led by his master into a cave on the side of the canyon's mountain wall. When he neared the cave, he could feel countless auras of death emanating from the surroundings. There were only a few weak auras of life circulating. One of the weak auras of life came from the cave he was currently in. Come, let's go in. After entering the cave, Feng Qingyang gave Duan Lingtian his freedom. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also began to size up the surrounding cave walls. At first, the cave walls were a mess, but as they went deeper and deeper, they could see some traces of carvings. When they went deeper, they could see some complicated and ancient patterns and lines, giving off an incomparably vicissitude feeling. You can use your consciousness here. Feng Qingyang spoke at the right time. Duan Lingtian, who had not dared to use his consciousness recklessly for a long time, extended his consciousness and touched the complicated and ancient patterns and lines on the cave walls. A vicissitude and ancient aura made him feel as if he was in ancient times. There was a roar in his mind, accompanied by waves of heart-wrenching screams that shook his heart. What is this place? Amidst his shock, Duan Lingtian withdrew his divine sense. This was because he discovered that this place was too strange. Just a few diagrams and lines on the cavern wall made contact with his divine sense, and it was as if his mind was completely lost. Master, did you survive after entering this place? Duan Lingtian asked Feng Qingyang. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. But the path leading to this canyon is filled with killing intent. I'm afraid no one below the level of God can successfully pass through. How did you pass through? Duan Lingtian asked. In his opinion, even if his master, Feng Qingyang, had only managed to escape from the canyon because of the destruction swordway, the path to the canyon was filled with killing intent. Back then, Feng Qingyang would definitely not be able to stroll leisurely like he was now. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, Feng Qingyang was silent for a moment. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, "It's Kuang Ling, my previous divine weapon, the sword soul of the solitary extinguishing flaming heavenly sword, Kuang Ling, temporarily resided in my body after its main body was destroyed. After entering the Azura Hell, I should have died outside the canyon, but it was Kuang Ling who, at the cost of burning itself, showed me the way out. It died, and I followed the path of life all the way to the outside of the canyon." Feng Qingyang's expression did not look too good. I don't know. I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian felt a little embarrassed. Only now did he realize that he had mentioned something unbearable for his master. Kuang Ling was the sword soul of Feng Qingyang's divine artifact. He had never seen Kuang Ling before, but he had heard about it from Hua Lao. He also knew that it was Kuang Ling who had taken Hua Lao away. Although he had never seen Kuang Ling before, he had learned from Hua Lao that Kuang Ling was loyal to his master. Of course, as someone who also possessed a divine artifact's soul, he naturally knew how loyal a divine artifact's soul was to its master. If Huang ended up like Kuang Ling because of him, he would not be able to accept it. Putting himself in his master's shoes, he understood his master's current mood. It's okay. It's all in the past. Feng Qingyang sighed and shook his head. He did not continue to linger on this topic and changed the topic. Instead, he changed the topic and said, "Back then, when I extended my divine sense into this canyon, I suffered a backlash from the murderous aura in the canyon. At that time, I used the destruction sword principle to counterattack. In the end, I sensed the summons of this place. When you came in just now, you should have sensed countless auras of death and a few auras of life, right?" At this point, Feng Qingyang asked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. "I sensed it. One of the auras of life came from here. However, although I sensed the other auras of life, I didn't know where they came from. If they didn't lead you there, you would never know where they are." Feng Qingyang said, "Back then, I was able to avoid the dangers that even deities would have a slim chance of surviving because I sensed the guidance of this place. That's why I was able to enter this place unhindered. I'll take you in to have a look." Under Feng Qingyang's lead, Duan Lingtian passed through the cave passageway and soon entered a spacious cave abode. This cave abode was very spacious but also very simple. The walls were cut neatly and looked very bright. There were some tables, chairs, and a bed in the cave abode. It looked very simple. There were several other passageways around the cave abode. Those passageways lead to places that I didn't know before. Back then, I focused on cultivating in this cave abode for a period of time. It was only after I had completely recovered to my peak that I ventured into those passageways. Before that, the injured me was excluded from those passageways. Later on, I passed through one of those passageways and found a secret cultivation chamber. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth there was not as noisy as outside. Although there were still some impurities, they were very easy to remove. It was there that I successfully stepped into the level of a god and became a lesser god. After I became a lesser god, I created 2 clones of the Law of Earth and the Law of Destruction. Usually, the Law of Destruction clone would be with my main body. After I became a lesser god, I returned here to explore the remaining passageways. As Feng Qingyang spoke, he told Duan Lingtian about the passageway he had entered the secret cultivation chamber to cultivate and become a god. At the same time, he pointed at another passageway. Although I managed to enter this passageway after I became a god, I was trapped inside. Moreover, I was trapped for many years. Fortunately, I was able to cultivate quickly in there. My main body cultivated all the way until I became a higher god before I was able to break free and escape. Of course, before that, my Law of Earth clone left this place and the Azura Hell and returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to reclaim the position of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I only returned here when I learned that my main body needed the help of my Law of Earth clone to escape. It was also the last time I brought Meng Luo here. Previously, my main body could have left together with Meng Luo. However, I was curious about where the other 2 passageways led to. Therefore, my main body stayed behind to figure out how to enter the other 2 passageways and pass through them to reach the other end. The first 2 passages gave me great benefits. Although I was trapped after that, it was also a way for me to temper myself. Had it not been for the tempering there, I wouldn't have been able to become a higher deity in such a short period of time. It was not until some time ago that my main body finally entered the 3rd passageway and discovered the secret cultivation chamber that contained the Law of Time. I've already told you about this. Feng Qingyang finished speaking in one breath. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood why his master's main body had not left this place for so long. As it turned out, There were still secrets worth exploring in this place. Master, do you plan to let your main body stay here until you crack the last passageway? The last passageway is not that simple. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, I'm thinking of trying to crack the last passageway after my main body becomes a god king. However, I have a feeling that even if my main body becomes a god king, I won't be able to crack the last passageway. That passageway is too sturdy. Even if my main body, Law of Destruction clone, and Law of Time clone all attack together, they still couldn't shake it. They couldn't shake it at all. When my main body becomes a god king, I'll leave. In the future, when I become a god emperor, I'll come back and try to crack the last passageway. Feng Qingyang's words naturally frightened Duan Lingtian. Which passageway is it? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the other two passageways. The one on the left. Feng Qingyang gave Duan Lingtian timely guidance. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew past. Duan Lingtian saw a flash in front of his eyes, and then a person appeared out of thin air in front of him as though he had teleported. However, Duan Lingtian knew this was not teleportation. The other person's speed was so fast that it was difficult for him to catch sight of him with the naked eye. The person who had appeared in front of Duan Lingtian was another Feng Qingyang. They looked exactly the same, but their temperament was even colder. Master, is this your main body? Duan Lingtian had barely spoken when he saw Feng Qingyang's Law of Earth clone merge with the other Feng Qingyang. That's right. Now, all three of my Law avatars are in my true body. Now, I'll bring you into the secret chamber to comprehend the Law of Time inside. Of course, you can try to share it with your friends and family. If they can't take it, you can put them back into your little world. Back then, Meng Luo didn't enter the secret chamber with the Law of Time. He went to the secret chamber with the first passageway I entered. However, even there, he was rejected. I'm not sure if the secret chamber with the Law of Time will reject your friends and family, or even you. Chapter 35-29. After entering the secret chamber, Duan Lingtian entered Feng Qingyang's little world and was brought in by Feng Qingyang. However, during this process, Duan Lingtian witnessed the terrifying murderous intent in the passage leading to the secret chamber. Even his master, Feng Qingyang, had to overcome it with great difficulty. If it were me, I would have died if I rashly barged into this passage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Master. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recalled something. After becoming a god, only the main body will have a little world, right? A law clone shouldn't have a little world, right? His master, Feng Qingyang's little world was not as colorful as his little world. This was because his little world had the divine tree of life and the endless heaven and earth spirit energy that was transferred into it from the ruins of a realm of gods. However, his master, Feng Qingyang's little world was much larger than his. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Moreover, when his master, Feng Qingyang, made a move, there would be a resonance in the air above his little world. The terrifying energy was like a dark cloud that covered the sky above his little world. Of course, when his master, Feng Qingyang, stopped making a move, the strange energy would subside and disappear. Of course not. Feng Qingyang replied, only the main body is the real body. As for a law clone, no matter what, it's still an avatar formed by the laws. It's just an existence that relies on divine energy. That is a kind of resonance between divine power and the laws. The avatar created cannot be compared to the original body. In fact, a law clone doesn't have a will of its own. It's the main body that's always controlling it. Take me for example. Although I've always had a Law of Earth clone, it's always my main body that's controlling it. Whether it's traveling, attacking, or comprehending the Law of Earth, it's always my main body that's controlling it. Feng Qingyang's words also gave Duan Lingtian a further understanding of the nomological clones that could be condensed after becoming a god. As long as you became a god and comprehended all the profundities of a certain law, you would be able to use all the profundities of that law to form a law clone without having to fuse the profundities. For example, this time, Feng Qingyang had passed through the passage and entered the secret room behind it. He had successfully comprehended all the profundities of the law of time and condensed a time law avatar. He had not fused any of the profundities of the law of time. Moreover, the law chamber could only help people comprehend the profundities of laws. It did not have the ability to help people fuse the profundities of laws. This was because everyone fused the profundities of laws differently. Everyone had to have their own comprehension. Of course, for many people, the existence of the law secret chamber could still give them some inspiration and allow them to fuse their own nomological profundities. We're here. After a while, the end of the passage appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that after passing through the passage, he had actually stepped onto a transportation formation and was transported to a small world. This is a small independent realm. Feng Qingyang said. The transportation formation to leave is right below our feet. I'll be waiting for you here for a period of time. If you're rejected, contact me immediately. I'll let you hide in my small world for a while. The same goes for your family and friends. If they're rejected, let them return to your small world immediately. Feng Qingyang reminded him again. Yes, master. Duan Lingtian responded. At the same time, under Feng Qingyang's guidance, he walked toward the law secret chamber in front of them. The law secret chamber was a small palace. It looked dazzling from the outside, and there were multicolored energies everywhere. They were the energies of the 5 elements. For example, at the top of the palace, there was a sharp horn. There was a golden energy flowing on it at lightning speed, like little golden snakes slithering about. Also, at one side of the palace, there was a green energy moving slowly. There was also an earthen yellow energy that was constantly sliding on the ground. The green energy contained the law of wind and should have been the fastest. However, when it moved around the palace, it was pathetically slow. It could be said that it was even slower than a snail. If not for looking carefully, Duan Lingtian would have thought that it was not moving at all. It must be the law of time affecting it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian walked into the palace. The interior of the palace was dazzling, and the furnishings inside made Duan Lingtian sluggish. The furnishings in this palace were all kinds of timekeeping tools. There were funnels, clocks, and tools that used water to measure time. Any tool that could be thought of that could be used to record time was present here. There was not a single duplicate. There were also many types of clocks. There were modern clocks from Duan Lingtian's previous life on Earth, classical clocks from the West, and all kinds of watches floating in the air. It made Duan Lingtian feel as if he was in a clock collection museum on Earth. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could find that in this palace, whenever he extended his divine sense, he could come into contact with some wonderful energies. Some of these energies were fast, some were slow, and they all seemed to be fleeing. With a thought, he could capture them with his divine sense and then take them into his body and directly into his soul. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian discovered that he had come into contact with the law of time in the past but was unable to comprehend it. It was as though he had been enlightened. This is the elemental time. With a thought, Duan Lingtian extended his celestial origin energy that merged with the elemental time. It flowed around his body, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Following that, Duan Lingtian continued to extend his divine sense to capture the law of time that filled the palace. The secret chamber is so magical. It can directly capture the law of time and make it a part of my soul so that I can comprehend it. Duan Lingtian was shocked. At this moment, he began to pray in his heart that he would not be expelled like Meng Luo. However, before Duan Lingtian could comprehend the second profundity of the law of time, the elemental time, apart from the fundamental profundity, he felt a powerful repulsive force pushing him out. It's suppressing me. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes abruptly. His expression turned solemn when he recalled his master, Feng Qingyang's, reminder. He quickly displayed the Space Sword Dao and the Space Control Dao that he had just mastered. Master said that he was able to obtain the acknowledgement of this place because he used the Destruction Sword Dao. Perhaps, this place recognizes the Heaven and Earth Dao. With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian cast 2 of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. In the beginning, he was still a little nervous. However, after a while, he discovered the repulsive force that was suppressing him had retreated. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. It's really useful. Even his master, Feng Qingyang, was not certain that this method would work. He had only reminded him to give it a try. However, after giving it a try, it seemed to work. Let father, mother, and little Fei try it as well. After confirming that he would not be repelled, Duan Ling Tian opened his little world and contacted his father, mother, wife, and son. He asked them to come out and try to capture the law of time. However, in the end, apart from his daughter, Duan Ling Tian, the others were repelled. Moreover, the space sword Tao and the space control Tao that Duan Ling Tian had mastered could not help them. In the end, he could only ask them to return to his little world. What a pity! It's such a good place, but we can't cultivate in it. Little Gold, who was in Duan Lingtian's little world, said with a bitter expression on her face. Rather than saying that it's cultivating, it's more like it's giving us the law of time. I didn't expect apart from Brother Ling Tian, Si Ling wouldn't be repelled as well. What's going on? Little White asked in surprise. Could it be because Si Ling has comprehended the law of time? Apart from that, she hasn't come into contact with any other laws? Feng Tianwu speculated. Feng Tianwu's words were the best answer for Duan Ling Tian and the others. Little Tian. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements, asked Duan Ling Tian in shock. How did you find this place? Heavens! This isn't an ordinary secret chamber that contains the law of time. This is a secret chamber left behind by a supreme powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback by the world-cleansing divine water's words. A secret chamber left behind by a supreme powerhouse? Then he told the world-cleansing divine water about how he had entered the secret chamber. That master of yours is truly blessed with good fortune. The world-cleansing divine water sighed emotionally. It's obvious this place is a paradise left behind by a supreme powerhouse. If I'm not mistaken, the true inheritance of the supreme powerhouse lies behind the last passage. As for the first 3 passageways, they are all tests and tempering for the inheritors that the supreme expert has chosen. Your master has obtained the acknowledgement of a supreme expert and has become his successor. Duan Ling Tian believed the world-cleansing divine water's words. His eyes lit up immediately as he sent a message to his master to inform him of this matter. Congratulations, Master. Duan Ling Tian did not forget to congratulate his master, Feng Qingyang. The true inheritance of a supreme powerhouse? Feng Qingyang was shocked when he heard Duan Ling Tian's message. Who told you that? One of the 5 divine elements in my body, the world-cleansing divine water. It used to accompany the divine tree of life in the realms of gods. Duan Ling Tian continued to send a message to Duan Ling Tian. I don't think it's false. Feng Qingyang calmed down when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Initially, he thought it was just a guess made by his disciple, Duan Ling Tian. However, it turned out it was the 5 divine elements that accompanied the divine tree of life. I didn't expect this at all. Although Feng Qingyang was calm, he could not help but shake his head and sigh. Chapter 35-30. Although Feng Qingyang had always felt that the place he was trapped in was not simple, he did not expect it to be left behind by an immortal expert. He originally thought he was bold enough to think that the place was left behind by a divine emperor or even an emperor god. As for the ultimate gods who were above the emperor god, the most powerful existence in this world, he did not dare to think about it. Now, he knew that the place was left behind by an immortal expert who was above the ultimate god level. How big was the gap between an immortal expert and an ultimate god? According to the rumors Feng Qingyang heard, the divine messengers around an immortal expert were all ultimate gods. Moreover, they were not ordinary ultimate gods. That was why he could not calm down for a long time after hearing the news brought by his disciple Duan Ling Tian. There's an inheritance left behind by an immortal expert at the end of the last passage? Even though Feng Qingyang had walked for more than 10,000 years and experienced many hardships to get to where he was today, He could not help but feel excited when he learned that he was recognized by an immortal expert and had the opportunity to obtain the inheritance. It was only after a while that he calmed down. If it were someone else, even a godly king, celestial emperor, or ultimate god would have lost their composure because of Feng Qingyang. What did the inheritance of an immortal expert mean? An immortal expert possessed the most powerful strength in this world and had endless life. Even if he wanted to take in a disciple, it was something that could be done with just a word. There was no need to go through so much trouble. An immortal expert who left behind such an inheritance is usually an immortal expert who was about to die? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he learned this from the world-cleansing divine water. Sister Water, are you sure? Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. An immortal expert was extremely powerful. Even if his opponent was an immortal expert and he could not defeat them, he should be able to escape. Why would such an existence leave behind such a place of inheritance before he died? That must be it. The world-cleansing divine water said matter-of-factly, if a supreme master wants to find an inheritor, all he needs to do is to say a word, and countless people will come to find him. No matter what the request is, as long as someone can fulfill it, that person will be found. You can't imagine how great the influence of an omnipotent is. That is an existence that stands at the highest point in this world. Every word and action of theirs can decide the life and death of millions of people. When a supreme expert leaves behind a land of inheritance, it usually happens when they reach the end of their lifespan. They realize that they have stood at the peak of the world all their lives, but they don't have a successor to inherit their legacy. Because of this, they feel regret. Therefore, before they die, they spend all their strength to leave behind a land of inheritance. The world-cleansing divine water's words enlightened Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this was what they meant when they said that it was lonely at the top. Utmost powerful beings stood at the highest point of this world, overlooking the masses and looking down on the world. Perhaps they had never thought that they would one day reach the end of their lifespan. When they truly reached the end of their lifespan, it was already too late for them to regret not finding a successor in the past. At that time, those who felt that it didn't matter if they inherited their legacy or not would not spend so much effort to leave behind a land of inheritance. However, those who wanted to inherit their legacy would spend a lot of effort to leave behind a land of inheritance. However, when your master obtains the supreme expert's legacy, he'll be tainted by karma as well. If he becomes a supreme expert in the future, even if the supreme expert who left behind the legacy doesn't ask him to avenge him, the person who killed the supreme expert who left behind the legacy won't let your master off so easily, the world-cleansing divine water said. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, in the eyes of that supreme powerhouse, your master is his mortal enemy. He should have killed your master in the past. Now that the successor has appeared, it's equivalent to the rebirth of his mortal enemy. He won't allow such a threat to continue growing. There's a difference in strength between the strongest and the weakest. Furthermore, it's not as if the strongest who has lived longer will be stronger. Some of the strongest who rose up in the younger generation will be able to reach the peak of this world in a short period of time and become one of the strongest existences among the strongest. That ultimate powerhouse will be worried that your master will catch up to him after he becomes an ultimate powerhouse. At that time, if your master wants to kill him to avenge the ultimate powerhouse who left behind his legacy, won't he be in a passive position? Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. It seemed like obtaining the supreme expert's legacy was not a good thing after all. The world-cleansing divine water continued. It's the same for the supreme expert's divinity in your possession. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, the godhead of a supreme powerhouse was left behind after the death of a supreme powerhouse. The person who killed him must have known his methods very well. In the future, if you become a supreme powerhouse by relying on the law of space, it's fine if you don't reveal your strength. However, if you reveal your strength, there will be traces of the supreme powerhouse who left behind the godhead. If the people who killed him back then found you and confirmed that you might be his successor, they would also make a move against you and kill you in the cradle. Duan Lingtian was initially worried about his master, Feng Qingyang. However, when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words, he was dumbfounded. As it turned out, he had already formed the karma of the supreme expert's legacy. However, when Duan Lingtian thought about the supreme expert's divinity in his possession and the help it had given him, his expression turned solemn as his eyes glinted. The supreme expert's divinity has helped me a lot. It's a huge credit to me that I'm who I am today. If I have the chance to become a supreme expert in the future, it'll be fine if the person who killed the owner of the supreme expert's divinity doesn't come looking for me. However, if he does, I'll avenge him and end this karma. Duan Lingtian was not afraid when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Instead, he felt that it was an opportunity for him to avenge the owner of the supreme expert's divinity. He did not want to owe anyone a favor. Although the supreme expert's divinity was given to him by his good friend, Huang Jialong, he had formed the karma between him and the owner of the supreme expert's divinity. It would be fine if he did not have the chance to end this karma. However, if he had the chance, he would definitely end it. This was the principle of how he conducted himself. Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian still transmitted the world-cleansing divine water's words to his master, Feng Qingyang. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Qingyang smiled indifferently. If I become a supreme expert, it's fine if that person doesn't come looking for me. However, if he dares to come looking for me, I'll know who the enemy of the supreme expert who left his legacy behind is. At that time, unless he's able to kill me, I'll definitely send him on his way if I don't die. Feng Qingyang's words were straightforward. There was no hint of fear in his voice. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It seemed like his master had the same thoughts as him. All right, you should focus on absorbing the profundities from the law of time. Once you've comprehended all the profundities from the law of time, you'll be able to come out. Feng Qingyang said with a sigh, "Initially, I thought you'd be expelled. I didn't expect you to be able to master the four Tao of heaven and earth. You've won the approval of the secret room and didn't get expelled. Moreover, I didn't expect your family and friends to be able to absorb the profundities from the law of time. Your daughter's future is limitless." Feng Qingyang was not stingy with his words of praise for his grand disciple. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian was lucky enough not to be expelled from the secret room. Although he had told Duan Lingtian that his family and friends could absorb the profundities from the law of time in the secret room, he did not think Duan Lingtian's family and friends would be able to absorb the profundities from the law of time. He was even more shocked when he learned that Duan Lingtian's daughter, Duan Siling, was not expelled from the secret room. "Master, after leaving the Azura Hell, I'll ask my daughter and my family and friends to come out and meet you. Previously, they were cultivating so I didn't interrupt them. Now that I've interrupted them, it's time for me to greet them," Duan Lingtian said through voice transmission. "All right," Feng Qingyang replied. At the same time, he did not forget to remind Duan Lingtian, focus on absorbing the law of time. For a time, Duan Lingtian did not continue to communicate with Feng Qingyang. He immersed himself in the process of absorbing the law of time with his divine consciousness. He enjoyed the process more and more. The process of forcibly taking the law of time for himself was intoxicating. In the past, he had to comprehend the law of time on his own. Even if he had the supreme powerhouse divinity, he still had to comprehend the law of time on his own. Unlike now, when the law of time permeated the air, he could completely take it for himself, fuse it into his soul, and completely make it his comprehension of the laws. Time continued to pass by quietly. Duan Lingtian did not know how much time had passed, but he had completely mastered all the profundities from the law of time. The law of time also had 9 profundities. Naturally, the 9 profundities included the fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity. There were a total of 8 profundities. Currently, Duan Lingtian had comprehended all 8 profundities to the mastery stage. However, there were no signs of them being fused together. At this time, he also discovered that he could no longer continue to capture nomological laws in this secret room of time law. When Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, he saw his daughter, Duan Xiling, sitting cross-legged in front of him. She stared at him with her big, bright eyes. Father, you've also completely mastered all the profundities from the law of time? What? You've already mastered it? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. His daughter had mastered all the profundities from the law of time earlier than him? Duan Xiling giggled. Father, I've mastered the law of time for quite some time now. I used to comprehend the law of time, so I have a certain foundation. It's only natural that I've mastered it earlier than you. However, I didn't expect there to be such a magical place. In the past, the speed at which I comprehended the law of time was very slow. However, now that I've grasped all the profundities from the law of time, I've mastered all the profundities from the law of time to the mastery stage. Chapter 35-31. Yes. Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at his daughter. Unknowingly, his attention was completely focused on his daughter's face. Some familiar silhouettes also appeared in his mind at the right time. He had been separated from Kerr for 600 years. When he was separated from Kerr, both he and Kerr were not even 100 years old. The time they had been apart was longer than the time they had known each other. Father, do you miss Mother? Although Feng Tianwu had treated Duan Xiling as her own daughter, Duan Xiling could not replace Kerr as her mother in Duan Xiling's heart ever since they left the divine offering land in the realms of gods and traveled in the mundane realms with Feng Tianwu. When Duan Xiling saw the change in her father's eyes, she could vaguely guess what her father was thinking. Yes. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and nodded as a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. I wonder how your mother is now. Father, don't worry. Mother will be fine. Mother will wait for us to reunite as a family. Duan Xiling said solemnly. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not want to reveal too many negative emotions in front of his daughter. At the same time, he could not help but worry. Was Kerr doing well in the world of divine remains? The realm battlefield was formed when the realms of gods collided once every 10,000 years. It would last for 1,000 years. During this period, anyone from the realms of gods could enter the realm battlefield and kill people from other realms of gods to obtain military merits and be rewarded by the supreme powerhouses. The realm battlefield was more like a playground for the supreme powerhouses. However, for those who entered the realm battlefield from the realms of gods, it was a place filled with killing. Those who did not come from the same realms of gods would kill each other as soon as they met. Moreover, if one revealed one's wealth, even those from the same realms of gods would attack one mercilessly. Reality was cruel. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Waves of ice-cold chilliness appeared on an ice field in the dimensional battlefield, accompanied by waves of clear sword whistles. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped a vast area, causing the temperature of the ice field, which was already low, to drop even further. In the void, two beautiful figures stood there. The person standing behind him looked to be in her 20s. She wore a light yellow dress and had a pretty face. However, her eyes seemed to be constantly moving. At that very moment, her gaze fell upon the three figures in the distant sky. They were all frozen into ice sculptures. Their bodies were all riddled with holes, and those holes seemed to contain an extremely frightening ice-cold aura. In front of this woman stood a woman in snow-white robes. In front of this woman, although the woman behind her had a beautiful face, at first glance, she looked like a maid at most. The woman in white had a face that could topple cities. As she stood there, her cold temperament was like a blooming lotus, causing people to be mesmerized. At this moment, she was holding a sparkling and translucent sword in her hand. An extremely cold aura was being emitted from the sword. The ice and fire were being weakened and finally merged into the sword. If there were any knowledgeable people here, they would immediately recognize the ice and fire on the sword as the sword's soul. However, it was obvious that she had suffered heavy injuries. Poof! Without any warning, the white-clad woman's delicate body trembled slightly. At the same time, she spat out a mouthful of blood. It shot out like a blood arrow and froze in the blink of an eye. Sister Kerr, you're injured? The woman behind her cried out in alarm. She walked forward and asked with concern. I'm fine. The white-clothed woman addressed as Big Sister Ku'er replied indifferently, Unfortunately, the sword soul in my divine sword was almost destroyed. If I want to recover it, I'm afraid it'll take at least a few decades. Although she said that she was fine, the more she spoke, the more dispirited her tone became. Sister Kerr, if there's no other way, why don't you leave the realm battlefield and return to the divine offering land? With your strength at such a young age, there must be a powerful force behind you, right? As the woman reached the end of her sentence, she asked in a seemingly unintentional manner, I won't leave the realm battlefield for the time being. The white-clad woman shook her head. If you want to leave, you can leave on your own. With your strength, it's best if you don't stay here and risk your life if it's not necessary. What about you, Sister Kerr? The woman asked. I have my reasons. The white-clad woman's eyes glinted as two figures appeared in her mind. One was a purple-clad young man and the other was a little girl. Brother Tian, Sealing, are both of you doing well? It's better for me to follow you, Sister Kerr. I'll leave after you've recovered. The woman shook her head. All right. The white-clad woman was none other than Kerr, who had entered the realm battlefield many years ago. More accurately, she was the daughter of the Xia clan in the divine offering land, Xianxia. After a few hundred years, she had already regained the cultivation base she had in her past life. However, she still felt that it was not enough. She needed to become stronger. The realm battlefield was the only way for her to become stronger in the shortest time possible. This was something that the clan behind her had spared no effort in nurturing her, but they could not give her. Sister Kerr, what's your surname? The woman in a light yellow dress asked again. Duan. Kerr replied indifferently. She was not familiar with this woman. She had only met her by chance and saved her life. After learning that the woman was also from the divine offering land, she had been following her. With her character, she did not agree to let the woman follow her, but she did not reject her either. However, along the way, Kerr had been very cold to her. The woman did not seem to care about Kerr's coldness at all and insisted on following Kerr. Duan? Kerr Duan? The woman raised her eyebrows. Her eyes flickered again. Sister Kerr, I don't think I've heard of the Duan clan in our divine offering land. Are you from some big clan? I don't belong to any clan or clan. I'm a rogue cultivator, Kerr said. A rogue cultivator? An imperceptible glint flashed across the woman's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. I need to find a place to recover. I won't be going out for the time being. You'd better leave this place and return to the divine offering land, Kerr said to the woman. As she spoke, she flew above the ice field. Finally, she chose a glacier and opened up a cave at the foot of the glacier to cultivate and recover. Sister Kerr, I'll stand guard for you. You can leave after you've recovered. The woman did not leave. I, Tong Xiaoxiao, am a grateful person. You've saved my life before, so I won't abandon you at a time like this. Tong Xiaoxiao followed Kerr into the cave that Kerr had opened up. Since it took a lot of effort to open up the cave, Kerr's aura had become more and more weak. She no longer paid any attention to Tong Xiaoxiao. After entering the cave, she casually set up a formation in the surroundings before she began to meditate and recover. Tong Xiaoxiao watched as Kerr closed her eyes and began to cultivate to recover. After a while, Tong Xiaoxiao called out tentatively, Sister Kerr? However, Ku'er did not respond to her. In the end, a hint of greed flashed across her eyes. She raised her hand, and a vast and unparalleled divine energy swept out. In an instant, the formation that Kerr had set up around her was shattered. An even more violent energy exploded and swept toward Kerr. At the same time, Tong Xiaoxiao's eyes burned with passion. As long as she killed this woman, she would be able to obtain all the treasures on her. Just as Tong Xiaoxiao was about to succeed and Kerr was about to die, Kerr suddenly opened her eyes. An extremely cold aura filled the air and an ice wall appeared in front of her. A basket was in front of her and Tong Xiaoxiao. Bang! There was a loud bang and clear cracks appeared on the ice wall. However, it had completely blocked Tong Xiaoxiao's attack. How can this be? Tong Xiaoxiao's expression changed greatly. She subconsciously cried out in disbelief. How can you still have such great power? Weren't you injured? You tricked me? So what if I tricked you? Kerr stood up. Her snow-white robes fluttered in the wind. Her autumn eyes were calm and cold. You've been unwilling to leave. You've always wanted to take risks with me. I found it strange. Although I've saved your life, I didn't expect you to repay me. However, I didn't expect you to be the one I least expected. Not only do you not know how to repay me, you're even biting the hand that feeds you. Kerr's tone was extremely cold. At the same time, the entire cave dwelling was enveloped by a layer of cold air. Boundless icy energy swept out and instantly formed a prison that sealed Tong Xiaoxiao within. Boom! Rumble! Tong Xiaoxiao was skilled in the law of lightning. Her violent energy wreaked havoc as she tried to break through the law of ice. However, it was futile. Although the difference in strength between her and Kerr's was not large, it was not small either. Big Sister Kerr, I was just joking. Tong Xiaoxiao realized that she could not forcefully break through the prison and squeezed out a bright smile. Big Sister Kerr, I'll leave now. I'll get away from you. I gave you a chance. Kerr ignored Tong Xiaoxiao's words and said indifferently. At the same time, the moment she finished speaking, the law of ice combined with divine power swept out and froze Tong Xiaoxiao into an ice sculpture. Then, with a gentle push of her palm, the ice sculpture turned into powder. I'm Kerr in this life and also Xianxia in my previous life. If it was only the Kerr in this life, she might not be wary of you. However, as the daughter of the Xia family, I've seen a lot of deception and deception. How could I trust you so easily? Kerr looked indifferently at the ice shards that were scattered all over the ground. At the same time, she raised her head and looked outside the cave dwelling. Brother Tian, you have to take good care of yourself. Kerr's love for you has not changed. However, Kerr is no longer the same as before. Kerr will take good care of herself and protect herself. You can rest assured. Chapter 35-32. After comprehending all the profundities from the law of time, Duan Lingtian allowed his daughter, Duan Siling, to return to his little world. Before that, he told Duan Siling not to enter closed-door cultivation for the time being. He wanted to introduce her and his family to his master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Master! Feng Qingyang led Duan Lingtian out of the secret room that contained the law of time. Feng Qingyang said to Duan Lingtian, now, go to the place where I stayed and cultivate. Consume the exploding element celestial fruit and try to become a 10-direction celestial emperor as soon as possible. The environment there is not bad. With the help of the exploding element celestial fruit, you'll be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Feng Qingyang said to Duan Lingtian. This was something he had planned for a long time. If the secret chamber that contained the law of time did not reject his disciple, that place would not reject him as well. Although Meng Luo did not cultivate for long in the secret chamber, he has made great progress. Master, I won't be going there. Duan Lingdun shook his head and said, let's return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven first. After I introduce you to my family and friends, I'll cultivate in seclusion in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Upon seeing the slight frown on his master's face, Duan Lingtian knew his master did not want him to miss out on the opportunity to cultivate in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, the cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was comparable to the cultivation environment in the realms of gods. Master, I have a way to enjoy the cultivation environment in the realms of gods. In the end, Duan Lingtian did not tell his master how he could enjoy the cultivation environment in the realms of gods so that Feng Qingyang would not overthink things. Although it was not that he did not trust his master Feng Qingyang, it was better for fewer people to know about some things. Naturally, if his master, Feng Qingyang, asked him about it, he would still tell him the answer. However, Duan Lingtian knew his master, Feng Qingyang, would not ask about it. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. A surprised expression appeared on Feng Qingyang's face when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, "In that case, I'll bring you back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. As the master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and your master, it's time for me to meet your family and friends," Feng Qingyang said. From the beginning to the end, Feng Qingyang did not ask how Duan Lingtian enjoyed the cultivation environment in the realms of gods. However, even though he did not ask, he did not continue to dwell on this issue. It was obvious that he did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words. This was also his trust in Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian followed Feng Qingyang out of the Azura Hell and entered the transportation formation in the independent realm of the Azura Hell before they were transported to another Devata realm. It was neither the primeval heaven nor the solitary destructive heaven. After arriving in the Devata realm, the duo used the nearest transporting formation to return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Soon after, they returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. In the main hall of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang stood at the head of the table while Duan Lingtian stood below him. At the entrance of the main hall, Elder Hua, who was wearing a fiery red robe, stood there as the gatekeeper. Sush, sush, sush. As soon as Duan Lingtian opened his little world, several figures appeared before him. They were Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Ruffing, mother, Li Ro, and wife, Li Fei. "Master, this is my father, this is my father, this is..." After Duan Ruffing and the others appeared, Duan Lingtian patiently introduced them to Feng Qingyang. A rare smile appeared on Feng Qingyang's face when he saw Feng Qingyang's family and friends. He nodded at Duan Ruffing and the others in a friendly manner. As the saying went, "Love me, love my dog." Father, mother, little Xiling Nianting. "This is my master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven." Duan Lingtian did not forget to introduce Feng Qingyang to his family and friends. Although he had mentioned Feng Qingyang many times, this was the first time his family and friends were looking at Feng Qingyang in the eyes. Since Duan Ruffing and the others had spent some time in the divine offering land, they did not feel awkward when they saw Feng Qingyang. "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor. I'm Duan Ruffing." Duan Ruffing took the initiative to greet Feng Qingyang. Before the others could say anything, Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Ruffing and said, "Brother Duan, your son is my only true disciple. It's only appropriate for us to address each other as brothers." "It's inappropriate for us to address each other as brothers," Feng Qingyang said with a smile. "Yes, big brother Feng." Duan Ruffing was a quick-witted person. Since Feng Qingyang had spoken, he immediately changed the way he addressed Duan Ruffing. At this moment, Li Ro also greeted Feng Qingyang. "Greetings, big brother Feng. I'm Li Ro." "Greetings, master." Li Fei bowed respectfully at Feng Qingyang. She had long heard about the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and knew he was an extraordinary person. He was even more extraordinary than her grandmaster, who was also a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. "Greetings, grandmaster." Duan Xiling and Duan Yentian bowed at Feng Qingyang as well. "Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor." Feng Wudao did not address Duan Ruffing as Duan Ruffing did. Although the matter between his daughter and Duan Lingtian was settled, they were not officially married yet. After thinking about it for a moment, he decided not to address Feng Qingyang as Big Brother Feng like Duan Ruffing. "Ah." Feng Qingyang laughed. Feng Qingyang laughed before he looked at Feng Wudao and said, "Brother Feng, just like Brother Duan, you can address me as Brother Feng. I'm also aware of the matter between your daughter, Tianwu, and my disciple." "Tianwu, is it?" Then, Feng Qingyang looked at Feng Tianwu and said with a smile, "You should address me as master like little Tian. Speaking of which, you're also a member of the Seven Absolutes sect in the mundane realm. We're family." Feng Wudao and Feng Tianwu had already learned about the matter between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian from Hualao. For this reason, he was familiar with Feng Tianwu and Feng Wudao. "What about us? How should we address you?" Little Gold, who was usually carefree, behaved herself in front of Feng Qingyang. You're Little Gold, right? Feng Qingyang looked at Little Gold before he turned to look at Little Black and Little White. The three of you can address me as Junior Uncle. Junior Uncle Feng. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White hurriedly bowed at Feng Qingyang. Soon after, Feng Qingyang's eyes landed on Mu Yi, the successor of the Seven Absolutes sect's prophet progeny. Mu Yi seemed extremely uneasy when she saw Feng Qingyang's gaze on her. You? Duan Lingtian sighed. Master, she's junior sister Mu. Feng Qingyang narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Then his powerful divine consciousness swept out and entered Mu Yi's soul before he quickly withdrew. He shook his head and said, "It's indeed troublesome for her to have an incomplete soul. However, it said that there are treasures in the realms of gods that can repair souls. However, with her condition, even if her soul is repaired, she won't be able to remember much of her past. After all, her incomplete memories have already disappeared along with that portion of her soul." Feng Qingyang said, "There's a treasure that can repair junior sister Mu Yi's soul?" Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. A hint of anticipation could be seen on his face. Even if Mu Yi could not remember her past, it was still a good thing that her soul could be repaired. At the very least, Mu Yi's intelligence would grow. She would no longer be as childlike as she was now. There's such a saying. As for whether it's true or not, we'll have to go to the realms of gods to verify it. Feng Qingyang said, "I'll ask Ling Jueyun about it." Since Mu Yi's soul was about to be restored, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel anxious. After bidding farewell to Feng Qingyang and the others, he made his way to the transportation formation in the Devata realms to return to the primeval heaven. When he arrived in the primeval heaven, he immediately sent a message to Ling Jueyun to ask if he had the treasure. Ling Jueyun quickly replied to Duan Lingtian, "Is that why you came all the way here? Why don't you just ask Sister Huang?" Ling Jueyun was confused when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Huang? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He smiled wryly and said, "I was too anxious. I only thought about you and forgot about her." The Devata realm's battle of the geniuses has ended, right? Duan Lingtian asked. It ended a long time ago. Ling Jueyun said, "It's been a few months since the battle of the geniuses ended. When do you plan to enter the secret chamber in the Tidal Temple's main hall to comprehend the laws?" "Sometime." "What about you?" Duan Lingtian asked. "I should return in a few days." Ling Jueyun replied. Both of them chatted for a while longer before Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and left the primeval heaven through the transportation formation. He returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. It only took 15 minutes for Duan Lingtian to return. When Duan Lingtian returned, he discovered his son, daughter, Li Fei, Feng Tianwu, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold were all holding a brocade box in their hands. "This is..." Duan Lingtian was stunned. "Father, this is a gift from Grandmaster," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he heard this. He looked at Feng Qingyang, but before he could say anything, Feng Qingyang said, "They're just small trinkets. They're not worth mentioning." Small trinkets? Duan Lingtian didn't believe that something that could make his master give him a gift would be some small toy. They were definitely valuable items. "I'll allocate an area for all of you in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. You can cultivate there and take a stroll around the heavenly palace. It's quite tiring to stay in Little Tian's little world, right?" Feng Qingyang said to Duan Ruffing and the others with a smile. Chapter 35-33. Thank you, Brother Feng. Duan Ruffing and Li Ro thanked Duan Ruffing profusely. At the same time, Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "There's another successor of the Seven Absolutes sect in your little world, right?" Duan Lingtian replied, "It's Xuanai. I've mentioned her to you before, Master. However, Xuanai is currently in closed-door cultivation. I couldn't wake her up when we were in the secret chamber using the law of time. I'll bring her to you when she wakes up, Master. Previously, when they were in the Azura Hell, Han Xuanai had entered a profound state of cultivation. Although Duan Lingtian had tried to wake her up, he could not. Even his divine consciousness voice transmission did not work. Although Duan Lingtian could have forced her to wake up, he did not do so. This was because, based on Han Xuanai's state at that time, if he were to forcefully wake her up, it was very likely that she would suffer from qi deviation or even more terrifying effects. Therefore, under such circumstances, even if he had the opportunity to enter the secret room with the law of time, he still did not wake her up. Apart from that, he had another thought in mind. Even if Xuanai did not enter the secret chamber using the law of time this time, he would have another chance. He was too embarrassed to ask his master, Feng Qingyang. However, he did not hesitate to ask Xuanai since she was also a member of the Seven Absolutes sect when she was in the mundane realm. She could be considered as a junior of his master, Feng Qingyang. In terms of seniority, Xuanai would have to address Feng Qingyang as senior uncle at the very least. There's no hurry. We can meet at any time. Feng Qingyang smiled. He was genuinely happy that he was able to meet so many members of the Seven Absolutes sect in the Devata realms. After all, he had lived for more than 10,000 years, and the time he spent in the mundane realms had given him the greatest sense of belonging. The Seven Absolutes sect, the Misty Rain Sword Saint. These were the greatest honors of his life. For this reason, even after he ascended to the Devata realms, he still called himself Recluse Yenyu. Based on this, one could see how deep his feelings for the Seven Absolute sect were. Duan Lingtian was also aware of this, which was why he was so fearless. Where's my other disciple's wife? Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly and said with a smile, not only did I prepare a gift for Xuanai, but I also prepared a gift for my disciple's wife. Duan Lingtian naturally knew that Feng Qingyang was referring to Huan. He smiled awkwardly and said, she's also in seclusion. When she wakes up, I'll bring her over to greet you. Feng Qingyang nodded. He quickly changed the topic and asked, When do you plan to go to the Tidal Temple? Apart from the exploding element celestial fruit, the first place in the Devata realm's genius battle would also be given the opportunity to comprehend the laws in the secret room in the Tidal Temple's main hall. Apart from that, the first place would also be given the longest time in the secret room. The lower the ranking, the shorter the time spent in the law chamber. I'll first break through to the 10 Directions Celestial Emperor realm and spend some time with my family before I think about it. Duan Lingtian expressed his thoughts. Although he was looking forward to exploring the other secret rooms, he knew it was better to be hasty than to be a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. He had to become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor first. Furthermore, he had yet to properly spend time with his family during this reunion. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to properly spend time with his family. In the future, all of them would have to cultivate, and he might not be able to gather all of them. Feng Qingyang nodded. Whenever you want to go, just let me know. At that time, I will go with you. He had no choice but to go with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was certain that the Tidal Temple wanted to imprison his disciple, Duan Lingtian, in the Tidal Temple. However, the benefits of the law chamber were too great. With him around, his disciple would be much safer. At the very least, if anything happened, he would be able to save his disciple immediately. Thank you, Master. Duan Lingtian thanked Duan Lingtian. He knew the Tidal Temple was like a tiger's den to him. If it were not for his master, he did not know what the Tidal Temple would do to him. Even if they could not make a move on him in the Tidal Temple, they could still make a move on him after he left. Many titled God Emperors were godly spirit realm experts. Even if he became a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, he would still be no match for the titled God Emperors, let alone the current Duan Lingtian. He was confident that he was as strong as an 8-star god of war after becoming a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. Feng Qingyang arranged a place for Duan Lingtian's friends and family to stay in a vast mountain range in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The mountain range surrounded the mountain range, and there were small valleys in the middle. After Duan Lingtian's friends and family arrived here, they basically had their own valleys. For example, Duan Lingtian's parents, Duan Rufeng and Li Ro, were the first to choose a small valley as their residence. There was a ready-made courtyard within the small valley, and the interior and exterior had already been cleaned up. It was the same for the small valleys. It was clear Duan Lingtian had put in a lot of effort. It seems like your master has long prepared this place for you. Duan Rufeng sighed. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said, "Since Brother Feng has treated you so well, you mustn't let him down. Otherwise, I won't forgive you easily even if I'm your father." "Don't worry, father. I know what I'm doing," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. "You too. What are you talking about?" Li Ro rebuked Duan Rufeng. "Don't you know what kind of person our son is? For Big Brother Feng to treat him like this, he will definitely repay him with a gushing spring and not let him down. Mother knows me best." Upon hearing Li Ro's words, Duan Lingtian's smile widened. Meanwhile, Duan Rufeng shook his head helplessly as he sighed. "A kind mother makes a bad son. A kind mother makes a bad son. Father, mother, I'll go and see them." After bidding farewell to Duan Rufeng and Li Ro, Duan Lingtian went to another small valley. His wife, Li Fei, daughter, Feng Tianwu, were waiting for him. The valleys that his master, Feng Qingyang, had prepared for him were spacious with many rooms. Therefore, it was not too crowded when Li Fei, Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian moved in. As for Duan Lingtian's son, Duan Lingtian, he planned to stay with Duan Lingtian. "Father, where are you staying?" "I'll stay with you." Duan Lingtian smiled at his son who was looking at him with admiration. "Come with me to look for your grandfather Feng. I'll stay with all of you from now on." The grandfather Feng that Duan Lingtian mentioned was none other than Feng Tianwu's father, Feng Wudao. During this time, Duan Lingtian brought Huan, and Duan Lingtian's parents to stay in a quiet valley. Ever since Lian Qiu and Du Xian returned from the Saint Province realm, they had been staying in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian arranged for them to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. "Where's Huan? However, they missed their daughter more than they did. "Huan is in closed-door cultivation. I'll bring her to see you when she comes out," Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. After settling Du Xian and her husband down, Duan Lingtian began to set up chain formations that shrouded the residences of his friends and family. With his residence as the center, he began to channel the heaven and earth spirit energy to his friends and family. To be more precise, he was channeling the heaven and earth spirit energy from his little world. With this, as long as he stayed in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, his family and friends would be able to enjoy the cleansing of the heaven and earth spirit energy. With this, their cultivation would be much easier. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not remain idle. He consumed the exploding element celestial fruit and began to focus on his cultivation. His cultivation base was rising with every passing moment. He was getting closer and closer to becoming a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. "I'll become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor before I turn 700 years old. Then, I'll try to break through to the godly spirit stage. After I become a god, I'll have to work hard to improve my strength. If I'm just an ordinary god after 300 years, I won't be able to bring Kur away even if I go to the divine offering land." Duan Lingtian knew this very well. In the past, Duan Lingtian did not know much about godly beings. He thought he would be able to rescue Kur after he had ascended to godhood when the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms opened. However, the more he learned about gods, the more he realized how insignificant he was. In the realms of gods, ordinary gods were nothing at all. In the realms of gods, gods and god kings are as common as dogs. Duan Lingtian had heard his master, Feng Qingyang, mention this before. Although there were many celestials in the realms of gods, most of them were natives of the realms of gods. As long as one's innate talent was not too bad, it was only a matter of time before one became a god. Time flew by as one cultivated. When Duan Lingtian successfully broke through the bottleneck of the 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor and became a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, a year had passed. Naturally, a year was nothing to Duan Lingtian. During this time, Duan Lingtian did not spend all his time cultivating. Instead, he would spend time with his parents and his wife, Li Fei. He would also visit Feng Wudao and the three little ones for a chat. Meanwhile, the three little ones were standing in a small valley next to Duan Lingtian's. It's about time. Now that Duan Lingtian had become a 10 Directions celestial emperor, even if he did not attack, the vast celestial origin energy that flowed in his body and the rhythm of the law he had comprehended made her feel as though her strength had improved tremendously. At this moment, Duan Lingtian sent a message to his master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Are you free during this time? I'm planning to go to the titled God Emperor realm to receive my reward from the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. When do you plan to depart? Feng Qingyang's reply was very straightforward. Moreover, he indirectly stated that he was free these days. Chapter 35-34. The Tidal Temple's main hall was not located in any Devata realm. It was located in an independent realm. Naturally, the heaven and earth spirit energy in this realm was only comparable to the most abundant heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms. It was far from comparable to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of gods. Rumor has it that the realm where the Tidal Temple's main hall is located was created by the creator of the Tidal Temple. Some say he's a supreme powerhouse. Others say he's a godly venerable. In order to travel to the Tidal Temple's main hall, one had to go to one of the Tidal Temple's branches in the Devata realms. At this moment, Feng Qingyang, who was traveling with Duan Lingtian to the Tidal Temple's main hall, told Duan Lingtian about the Tidal Temple's main hall. I heard the creator of the Tidal Temple is a supreme powerhouse, Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian said, even the world-cleansing divine water, the most knowledgeable of the 5 divine elements in his little world, had said the same thing. Then he must be a supreme powerhouse. Feng Qingyang nodded. If he's a supreme expert, he shouldn't be able to occupy a spot in a realm of gods and create a new realm of gods. The number of realms of gods in this world had always been fixed. There would never be an increase or decrease in the number of realms of gods. Naturally, this did not mean the realms of gods would remain the same. There would always be new realms of gods that would appear. However, the appearance of a new realm of gods meant that an old realm of gods was about to disappear. For example, the ruins of the realm of gods that Duan Lingtian had visited previously was a realm of gods that had once flourished. However, due to the destruction of the realm of gods had fallen. Every time a realm of gods fell, there would be millions of corpses, including god emperors and godly venerables. Generally, the fall of a realm of gods meant the death of the supreme powerhouse who created the realm of gods. After all, the realm of gods would only fall after the supreme powerhouse died. As long as the supreme powerhouse was alive, the realm of gods would not fall because the realm of gods was closely connected to the supreme powerhouse's little world. This is very obvious. Duan Lingtian agreed with Feng Qingyang's words. If a supreme expert was strong enough to create a divine plane, there was no need for him to create a force like the Tidal Temple. Although the Tidal Temple had a lofty status in the Devata realms, it was nothing in the realms of gods. This was apparent based on the way Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple, treated Ling Jueyun during the Battle of the Geniuses. We're here. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang arrived at the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven. It was similar to the Tidal Temple's branch in another Devata realm that Duan Lingtian had visited before. The two of them hovered in the air outside the Tidal Temple's branch. They did not land outside the Tidal Temple's branch and enter in an orderly manner. Those people were here to obtain their titles. Some of them were here to obtain their titles as titled celestial lords or titled celestial emperors. Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang's arrival attracted some people's attention. After all, they were standing in the air outside the Tidal Temple and looking down at the Tidal Temple. Poor they. Aren't you afraid of angering the Tidal Temple by acting like this in the Tidal Temple? Aren't they too arrogant? At this moment, a burly man with a curly beard flew up to Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang in just a blink of an eye. He said, "Gentlemen, it's best if you come down. Don't stand too high up in the air. If the tidal temple blasphemes you, things won't be as simple as it seems." It's said that the people from the tidal temple are ruthless. The burly man with a curly beard advised. "Thank you for the reminder." Feng Qingyang looked at the burly man with a faint smile on his face. He did not seem arrogant at all as a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian looked at the burly man with a friendly smile on his face. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had sent his voice transmission to the tidal temple to greet the people from the tidal temple. It would not take long before someone from the tidal temple would lead them to the tidal temple's main branch. They would have to pass through the tidal temple's branch to reach the tidal temple's main hall. Otherwise, they would not know how to reach the main hall. "Both of you." The burly man with a curly beard was rendered speechless when he saw Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang were still hovering in the air and looking down at the tidal temple even though they had responded to him. "Didn't I remind these two fellows? Why aren't they coming down? Are they seeking death?" The burly man with a curly beard and the others thought Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang were seeking death. At this moment, a few figures flew out of the tidal temple. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was dressed in a long black robe and had a gloomy expression on his face. He was none other than Yia, the palace master of the tidal temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian had seen Yia during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, so he recognized Yia immediately. As the palace master of a tidal temple, Yia actually came out personally? That's right. I've said that master came with me because he didn't look at me. Since he's the palace master of the tidal temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven, it's only right for him to come out and welcome us. Duan Lingtian felt relieved when he thought about this. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed behind Yia. Two old men and an old woman were standing behind Yia. The two old men and the old woman were dressed in black robes as well. As soon as the four of them appeared, their auras shrouded the hearts of the people outside the tidal temple's branch even though they did not deliberately reveal their auras. The burly man with a curly beard, who had warned Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang, hastily descended from the sky. The burly man with a curly beard sighed inwardly when he saw the four burly men charging toward the two young men. "It's over. It's over. These two young men are doomed." In his opinion, the burly man with a curly beard thought the two young men had extraordinary auras and seemed to be disciples of sects or clans with extraordinary backgrounds. However, in the solitary destructive heaven, apart from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, there was no other force that could go against the tidal temple. They're doomed. The people of the tidal temple will not allow anyone to look down on the tidal temple and blaspheme it. The group of people looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang from afar. All of them felt unlucky. However, in the next moment, the scene before them caused them to be completely dumbfounded. When the four people who flew out of the tidal temple arrived in front of the two unlucky young men, they cupped their fists together and greeted them politely. "Wind Heavenly Emperor, we meet again." Yia, the hall master of the tidal temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven, greeted Feng Qingyang warmly with a smile on his face. "Hall Master Yia." Feng Qingyang nodded in response to Yia. At the same time, Yia looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Feng Qingyang, and said, "Young master, we meet again. Are you planning to go to the tidal temple's main hall to obtain the reward from the battle of the geniuses and enter the secret room?" Yia addressed Duan Lingtian as the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven because he was the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian nodded. "I've been waiting for a long time," Yia said with a smile. At the same time, the two old men and an old woman behind Yia stepped forward and bowed at Feng Qingyang as they greeted him, "Lord Heavenly Emperor." Then, they introduced themselves as the Vice Hall Masters of the Tidal Temple's branch in the solitary destructive heaven. "Wind Heavenly Emperor, young master, please come in." Under Yiya's lead, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang entered the title temple. The two old men and the old woman followed closely behind Yi Ye's group. The people outside the title temple only regained their senses after Yi Ye's group disappeared from their sight. Although they were quite a distance away, they were still able to hear the conversation clearly with their hearing. It was precisely because of this that many people gasped when they came back to their senses. Many of them looked at Yi Ye's group with a fervent expression on their faces. Is that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? No wonder I thought he looked familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. I've seen a portrait of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven before. That person looks exactly like the person in the portrait. However, the real person is much more charming than the portrait. For this reason, I couldn't recognize him at first. I didn't expect to meet the heavenly emperor in my lifetime. Also, did the heavenly emperor address the black-clad middle-aged man as the hall master of the Night Crow Palace? Isn't Yi the hall master of the title temple in the solitary destructive heaven? As expected of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He's the invincible sword celestial. No, I should say the invincible sword god now. Even the hall master of the Night Crow Palace personally came out to welcome him. It said that the hall master of the Night Crow Palace is a 9-star god of war, a quasi-god. The purple-clad young man next to the heavenly emperor is addressed as the young master by the hall master of the Night Crow Palace. He must be the true disciple the heavenly emperor accepted 100 years ago. His name is Duan Lingtian, the pride of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian is the champion of the recent Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. He defeated 2 6-star gods of war in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses had ended a long time ago. News of what happened during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses began to spread. Currently, in the solitary destructive heaven, almost everyone knew that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had an outstanding true disciple named Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Devata realms. Chapter 35:35. The strongest person in the Devata realms. This was undoubtedly a great honor. In the past 1,000 years, there was only one person who had won the first place in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses 2 years ago. It was only natural that Duan Lingtian, who had won first place in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses not long ago, received this honor. Moreover, this honor would accompany him for 1,000 years until the next Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. In fact, if the winner of the next Devata Realm Battle of Geniuses was not as outstanding as Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian would continue to be recognized as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Devata Realm Battle of Geniuses. In the Devata realms, those below the age of 3,000 were considered to be in the younger generation. Many people felt that, in the next 2,000 years, Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, would remain the strongest person in the Devata realms. Because he was too dazzling, too outstanding. He was not even 700 years old, but he was already a 7-star god of war. After consuming the exploding element celestial fruit, he would definitely become a 10 directions celestial emperor in just a few years. It said that if this disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven becomes a 10 directions celestial emperor, he'll possess the strength of an 8-star god of war. This is something that the higher-ups of the title temple personally approved of. After Duan Lingtian and the others disappeared from the entrance of the title temple's branch in solitary destructive heaven, someone said, "A top-notch 8-star war god who was not even 700 years old?" Everyone was petrified. As it turns out, one of them is the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, and the other is the heavenly emperor's disciple. The curly-bearded man, who had previously advised Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang, was also embarrassed and blushing when he came back to his senses. He never thought that the 2 young men he was worried about would have such a great background. At this moment, even he himself felt that his actions just now were laughable and childish. So what if the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven looked down on the tidal temple's branches? Was he not qualified? Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang followed Ye, the hall master of the tidal temple of solitary destructive heaven's sub-hall. Ye welcomed them warmly in the main hall of the sub-hall. He treated them as guests of honor. Feng Tiandi, are you planning to go to the tidal temple's main palace with the young palace master? Ye looked at Feng Qingyang and asked straightforwardly. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. As far as I know, there's no rule in the tidal temple that prohibits seniors from accompanying their disciples to the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, right? That's not true. Night Crow shook his head. I'm just asking. If Heavenly Emperor Feng wants to go with young palace master, the tidal temple will welcome you with open arms. At that time, even Lord Temple Master will welcome you personally. Duan Lingtian Nuya was referring to the hall master of the tidal temple. Before he came here, his master, Feng Qingyang, had told him that the palace master of the main hall of the tidal temple was most likely a god king. His strength was so great that he could easily defeat all the powerhouses in the Devata realms. Feng Tiandi, young palace master, please wait here for a moment. I'll contact the main palace and ask them to open a portal so I can send you over. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, Ye left. After Ye left, he contacted the tidal temple's main palace master, Su Konghai, who had presided over the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses not long ago. Vice Hall Master Su, it's just as you've guessed. Feng Qingyang intends to go to the main palace with Duan Lingtian. There's no need to guess. Su Konghai was not surprised by Yi's words. Duan Lingtian has already displayed his mastery of the four Tao of heaven and earth during the battle of the geniuses. First, it was the space sword Tao, and then, it was the space sword Tao. Based on the tidal temple's thirst for talented individuals who have mastered the four Tao of heaven and earth, it's only natural that they won't allow Duan Lingtian to come to the main palace alone. Su Konghai's tone was calm when he said Duan Lingtian would be like a lamb in a tiger's den if he went to the tidal temple's main palace. If he wants to come with us, let him come with us. This is a good opportunity to test the strength of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Su Konghai said. What should I do now? Yi asked. There's no need for you to do anything. I'll personally bring them to the main palace to show them how much we value the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Su Konghai emphasized the words heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Understood. Yi replied respectfully before he cut off the communication between Yi and Su Konghai. It was a complicated communication formation that could only be used in the tidal temple and the main temple. The communication formation could only be used in the tidal temple's main temple and the main temple's main temple. The communication formation could be used to send messages across realms. Yi was in the solitary destructive heaven, one of the 81 Devata realms, while Su Konghai was in the tidal temple's independent realm. The communication formation could leave a mark on each person. For example, Yi had activated Su Konghai's imprint in the main palace's communication formation through the tidal temple's branch palaces. He had contacted Su Konghai through the communication formation in the tidal temple's main palace. Should I inform Pavilion Master Rulai of the Yellow Origin Heavens sub-palace? After cutting off the communication with Yi, Su Konghai, who was in the tidal temple's main palace, frowned slightly as though he had recalled something. Previously, after the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses had ended, Rulai had come looking for him. If the main palace was not confident they could capture Duan Lingtian, he could come to the main palace and work with them to figure out a way to capture Duan Lingtian. Truth be told, this was not his first time meeting Rulai during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. In the past, when Tathagata was not yet a god, he had seen Tathagata once. At that time, the feeling that Tathagata gave him was completely different from the Tathagata he had seen the last time. Naturally, he thought Rulai's change was due to Rulai's change. Rulai's temperament had changed because he had become a god. After all, it was not strange for some people to change after they became gods. There were many similar records in the Tidal Temple's main palace's history. Forget it. I should inform him. Since Feng Qingyang came with Duan Lingtian, the main palace is not confident they can capture Duan Lingtian. With this thought in mind, Su Konghai contacted Rulai, the palace master of the Tidal Temple in the Yellow Origin Heaven. In other words, Rulai was referring to Yahiko. Naturally, Su Konghai did not know Rulai was actually Yahiko. Rulai was not human. He was from the Dead Spirit clan in the Undead World, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian is heading to the Tidal Temple's main palace now? After receiving Su Konghai's message, the Tathagata, who is also Master Yahiko, suddenly brightened up. When are you coming over? Su Konghai asked without beating around the bush. Vice Palace Master Su, it just so happens that I have some matters to attend to recently. I'll finish them in the shortest time possible and head to the main palace before Duan Lingtian leaves. During this period of time, I'll think of a way so that I'll have a plan before I head to the main palace. Yahiko replied to Su Konghai. Meanwhile, Su Konghai frowned. He thought Rulai was unreliable. Why did he have something to attend to? For a moment, Su Konghai did not have much hope for him. After a faint response, he cut off the communication. After Su Konghai cut off the communication, Yahiko did the same and left the Tidal Temple's branch in the Yellow Origin Heaven. This day has finally come. I'll return to the undead world and ask for Big Brother's help. This time, no matter what, I'll possess Duan Lingtian. I'll take over his body and everything about him. Yahiko's eyes burned with passion as he left the Tidal Temple's branch in the Yellow Origin Heaven. It was as though he could already see himself successfully possessing Duan Lingtian. Yahiko was a member of the Dead Spirit clan. The Dead Spirit clan was a clan rooted in the undead world. Before they became gods, they could not leave the undead world. Yahiko's bloodline was the purest in the Dead Spirit clan. He was considered a direct descendant. The current patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan was his big brother, a god king expert. Like him, his big brother had yearned for the outside world since he was young. However, since he was the successor of the patriarch, he could only dream about it. Later on, when he became the patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan, it became even more impossible for him to leave the undead world. I hope Big Brother is willing to help me. Yahiko prayed in his heart as he made his way back to the undead world. Although he had mentioned his big brother, the patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan, at the primordial precipice in the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven, he knew the chances of his big brother leaving the Dead Spirit clan to avenge him were slim. Also, without anyone informing them, the Dead Spirit race might not have known that he had been killed, given their lack of information. This time, he had personally returned to the undead world and the Dead Spirit clan to seek help from his big brother. However, he was not confident he would be able to avenge Duan Lingtian, so he could only try his best to convince his big brother to help him. With his big brother's strength, if his big brother agreed to help him, he would be able to possess Duan Lingtian's body. The undead world was one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Naturally, the undead world was one of the top 3 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Many powerful titled celestial emperors would enter the undead world in groups to search for treasures in the undead world. In the undead world, it was even more likely that they would be able to hunt for emperor-grade celestial weapons. Chapter 35-36. Of course, although many people dared to enter the undead world, they only dared to wander around the periphery and did not dare to go deep. This was because once they went deep, they would enter the territory of the natives of the undead world. Once they entered the territory of the natives and were discovered, they would most likely die, even if they were immortals. If they accidentally entered the territory of some powerful natives of the undead world, even godly kings and godly emperors would not survive, let alone immortals. In the undead world, there was no lack of godly emperors. As for godly venerables, no one knew if there were any. There might be and there might not be. In fact, the Dead Spirit clan that Master Yahiko belonged to was just an inferior clan in the undead world. The most powerful person in the clan was only a godly king. First, they were limited by their talent. Second, they were limited by their soul. In the history of the Dead Spirit clan, the most powerful person was an upper-level celestial king. There had never been an immortal lord. Of course, to be more precise, the upper limit of a Dead Spirit clan member who did not possess a physical body was an upper-level celestial king. It was impossible for them to break through to the immortal lord level. In the history of the Dead Spirit clan, there were a few Dead Spirit clan members who possessed physical bodies and broke through to the immortal lord level. However, these people were usually not seen as members of the Dead Spirit clan. The Dead Spirit clan had a rule that anyone who possessed a physical body, regardless of whether it was a human body, a demonic beast body, or any other life form, would be expelled from the Dead Spirit clan. This was the highest rule of the Dead Spirit clan, and it had been so for countless years. The reason why there was such a rule was because any Dead Spirit clansman who possessed a corporeal body could use the body as a medium to devour other Dead Spirit clansmen and strengthen themselves. When that day came, it would be a catastrophe for the Dead Spirit clan. In the history of the Dead Spirit clan, there had been such a catastrophe. That catastrophe had almost wiped out the entire Dead Spirit clan. In the end, the Grand Elder of the Dead Spirit clan had sacrificed himself to lure the Dead Spirit clan's treasure to kill the Dead Spirit clan member who possessed a physical body. This allowed the Dead Spirit clan to survive. It was also from that time that the Dead Spirit clan became very sensitive to the Dead Spirit clan members possessing physical bodies. Occasionally, some Dead Spirit clansmen would do that, but once they were discovered, they would be executed. Unless they left the Netherworld. Even if he left the Netherworld, if the Ghost clan found out that someone of the same race had possessed a physical body, he would be hunted down by the Ghost clan. Because of this, after possessing Tathagata's body, Yahiko never returned to the Ghost clan. This was because he knew that once the news of him possessing a human's body spread to the Dead Spirit tribe, they would never let him go. Even this time, he did not return to the Dead Spirit clan to seek help from the Dead Spirit clan. Instead, he went to seek help from his big brother. The current chief of the Dead Spirit race was his big brother. With his relationship with his big brother, he was sure that his big brother wouldn't betray him and wouldn't tell the other Dead Spirit clansmen that he had possessed a human body. Once the news spread, not only would he be hunted down by the entire Dead Spirit race, even his big brother would be affected. Not only would he no longer be the patriarch of the Dead Spirit race, but he would also be implicated by him. In the worst case, he would be killed, and in the worst case, he would be expelled from the Dead Spirit race. In the Dead Spirit race, the person with the most power was the patriarch. However, the true expert and pillar of the Dead Spirit clan was the Supreme Elder, who held the supreme treasure of the Dead Spirit clan. He was also the strongest expert of the Dead Spirit clan, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the upper Divine King level. Big Brother. After returning to the Netherworld, Yahiko familiarly passed through the worts of the Netherworld and arrived near the Dead Spirit race's territory. He immediately sent a message to his big brother, Xianxia. The Dead Spirit race did not need to use soul orbs to communicate with each other. Within a certain distance, they could communicate directly through soul resonance. The principle was similar to the radio stations on Earth where Duan Lingtian lived in his previous life. As long as the channel was correct, they could communicate. Little brother Yen? After receiving Yahiko's message, the Dead Spirit race's patriarch, Xianxia, who was in the Dead Spirit race's territory, suddenly trembled with a wisp of green humanoid energy. This was a sign that the Dead Spirit clansmen were agitated. Where have you been? Why have you been gone for so many years? Why haven't you come to see me? Why are you still outside the Dead Spirit race's territory? Through the message, Xianxia could confirm Yahiko's approximate location. When he asked, his voice was still agitated. After all, he only had one disciple. Although the Dead Spirit race's method of reproduction was different from that of humans, Yahiko had awakened his consciousness at the same time as him. According to the Dead Spirit race, they were blood brothers, just like how humans and Yao beasts had the same father and mother. It was due to this that Xianxia had special feelings for his younger brother. Big brother, please come out for a moment. If I enter the race, the Grand Elder will definitely discover me. Once the Grand Elder discovers my current situation, he will definitely act and kill me immediately. Master Yahiko said with a sigh. Almost as soon as Yahiko finished speaking, the dead spirit race patriarch, Mi Xian's energy body trembled violently again, as if he would be blown away by the wind at any moment. Did you take over another life form's body? When Mi Xian spoke again, his voice was trembling. Taking over another life form's body was a great taboo of the dead spirit race. It was punishable by death. If any other dead spirit race clansman dared to do such a thing, as the patriarch of the dead spirit race, he would definitely follow the rules of the dead spirit race and destroy them. But now, this was his little brother, his blood brother. In the face of Mi Xian's question, Yahiko chose to remain silent. However, Mi Xian's body trembled, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a gust of wind and disappeared from the spot. His speed had reached an astonishing level. A moment later, Mi Xian appeared in front of Yahiko. When he saw Yahiko's current state, he trembled even more. Fool! You fool! Mi Xian's voice trembled, his tone filled with resentment. You left the dead spirit race, left the netherworld, and wanted to see the outside world. I didn't stop you, I didn't care about you. But what have you done now? You've taken over a human's body. You should know, and there's no way you don't. The dead spirit race's greatest taboo, the first commandment, is not to take over another life form's physical body. This is because once you take over a physical body, you can devour your own clansmen to increase your strength and increase your comprehension of the laws. Back then, the dead spirit race was almost wiped out because of this. Why did you come back? Why did you come back? Are you tired of living? Are you tired of living? Mi Xian raged. Big brother. Facing Mi Xian's scolding, Yahiko didn't speak from beginning to end. Finally, he knelt down on the ground and said, I know I was wrong, I know I was wrong. I possessed this person's body for a reason. If I hadn't taken over his body, I would have been killed by him. To protect myself, I had to take over his body. If it were you, big brother, in the same situation on the brink of death, would you ask for death or take over a human's body to survive? Yahiko lowered his head and said hoarsely. Of course, what he said was a lie. When he'd met Tathagata hadn't yet been a god, and he'd already been one. Tathagata hadn't had the power to kill him. From start to finish, he'd made all the decisions himself. Whether it was taking over Tathagata's body or everything else he'd done afterward, it had all been his own decision. No one had influenced or forced him. He'd said this to play the emotional card so that his elder brother wouldn't blame him. He wanted his elder brother to leave the dead spirit race and the netherworld with him to help him take over the human called Duan Lingtian. Since that's the case, you shouldn't have come back. When Mi Xian spoke again, his voice was much gentler and less aggressive than before. You didn't have to come back. You could have sent someone to send me a message. If I wanted to see you, I could have gone out to see you. It's too dangerous for you to appear here. It's too risky. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Mi Xian's figure flickered and he took Yahiko with him. Like a gust of wind, they left the Dead Spirit Clan's encampment and only stopped when they were quite a distance away from the Dead Spirit Clan. Big brother, you've broken through to Intermediate God King? Yahiko looked at Mi Xian in pleasant surprise. His eyes were filled with excitement and excitement. He felt that he'd made the right choice in coming back. Now that his elder brother had become an Intermediate God King, he was more confident in taking over Duan Lingtian's body. Yes, I broke through some time ago. Mi Xian nodded and said in a low voice, if you want to see me in the future, don't come in person. I can go out to see you. If the venerated elder learns that you've taken over a human's body, he'll definitely punish you personally. Do you understand? Mi Xian's tone left no room for doubt. I understand, big brother. Yahiko replied quickly. Tell me, why did you take the risk to come back to see me? After all, Mi Xian was a member of the dead spirit race who had been born together with honored Master Yahiko and had grown up together with him. Mi Xian knew his disciple better than anyone else. For him to take such a risk to come find him, there must be something. It was impossible for him to have nothing to do with Mi Xian. Big brother. Yahiko smiled awkwardly before he explained, I can't completely take over the current body, so I want to take over a new body. The new body I'm interested in is less than 700 years old, but he's already a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. He has mastered the Space Sword Dao and the Destruction Sword Dao of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Moreover, his attainments in the law of space are high. Chapter 35-37. Little brother Yen, since you haven't fully possessed this body, there's still a way out. As long as you give up this body, you'll still be a member of the Dead Spirit clan. Mi Xian's eyes lit up when he heard Lord Yahiko's words. Earlier, Mi Xian had thought that there was no turning back for his brother. Once he fully possessed the body, he would not be able to escape unscathed. Even if he managed to escape, he would have to possess another body. This was a characteristic of the Dead Spirit clan. They would either not possess a physical body, or once they succeeded, they would have to possess another body in the future. Otherwise, it would not take long for them to be reduced to ashes. However, if they failed to possess a physical body, they would be able to escape unscathed. Lord Yahiko's expression froze when he heard this. He finally realized that the emotional card he had played earlier meant that he would be forced to possess his current body. Big brother. At this point, Lord Yahiko no longer tried to hide anything. I'll tell you the truth. There's no turning back for me. I've gotten used to the human body. I like the human body. I don't want to live the life of a dead spirit like before. I want to enjoy everything a human can enjoy. Moreover, if I can successfully possess that new body, given the potential of that new body, my limits in the future will not be limited to the level of high divine king like the members of the ghost race. At that time, I'll be able to break through to the level of a divine emperor or even a god emperor. With the body's talent, it's not impossible for me to become a godly venerable in the future. I might even have a chance to become a paramount expert. A paramount expert is someone who stands at the pinnacle of this world. We, the Spectre clan, are merely an inferior race in the netherworld, let alone in this world, which includes the various planes of gods. Big brother, do you understand me? Lord Yahiko looked at Mi Xian with an impassioned expression. Don't worry. I can guarantee you that even if I possess that person, I won't return to the Dead Spirit clan in the future. Although Lord Yahiko said that, he had other thoughts in his mind. Once he had enough strength, he would definitely return to the Dead Spirit clan and devour the souls to increase his strength. That was because it was a shortcut for him to increase his strength after he possessed the body of a human. Of the Dead Spirit clan, the only one he had feelings for was his big brother before him. In the future, other than his big brother, he would not spare the rest of the Dead Spirit clansmen. Standing at the peak of this world, hearing Master Mi Yan's words, Mi Xian was clearly frightened. He didn't expect his disciple to have such lofty ambitions. At this moment, he didn't even know how to refute his younger brother. Asking him to turn back, wouldn't that be cutting off his future? Are you sure that the body you're about to possess has that kind of potential? Mi Xian asked with a serious expression. You should know that the dead soul race only has one chance to completely possess a life. Once we use this chance, we can only possess the body in the future. We cannot possess anything else in that body. Big brother, I know this. Naturally, I won't use that chance recklessly. Lord Yahiko said confidently. He was very confident in the body of the young man called Duan Lingtian. Once he completely possessed him, with his foundation, his cultivation speed would be faster than the young man's. Big brother, help me just this once. Lord Yahiko continued to persuade him. Just this once. In the future, I won't trouble you anymore. Lord Yahiko continued to persuade him, even bringing up some of the past between him and Mi Xian, including how he had once saved Mi Xian's life. Being brought up again, Mi Xian's emotions became restless again, but he finally agreed. All right, I'll go with you. Wait for me here. After I return to the clan and settle some matters, I'll come find you and leave the netherworld with you. I'll help you obtain the body you want. After bidding farewell to Lord Yahiko, Mi Xian left. After receiving Mi Xian's agreement, Lord Yahiko's eyes lit up like the bright stars in the night sky, dazzling and dazzling. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware of what was happening in the netherworld. Currently, he and his master, Feng Qingyang, were waiting in the Tidal Temple's sub-temple of the solitary destructive heaven when they finally met Su Konghai, the Vice Palace Master of the Tidal Temple. Vice Palace Master Su. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised to see Su Konghai again. However, Feng Qingyang remained calm as though he was not surprised at all. Wind Heavenly Emperor, Duan Lingkun, I'm here to bring you to the Tidal Temple's main temple. Unlike the solemn expression he had during the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, Su Konghai had a polite smile on his face when he spoke to Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang. Thank you for your trouble, Vice Palace Master Su. Feng Qingyang nodded. He was not as casual as he was when he was with Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Feng Qingyang did not do this on purpose. It was just that he was used to being like this. He was different in front of Duan Lingtian because Duan Lingtian was his only true disciple. As for the others, they were nothing in Feng Qingyang's eyes. Even if the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple was here, he would still act the same, let alone the Vice Hall Master of the Tidal Temple. Sush, sush, sush. With Su Konghai leading the way, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang were transported to the main temple of the Tidal Temple through the transporting formation in the solitary destructive heaven's sub-temple's main temple. The heaven and earth spirit energy in this realm was very rich. It was comparable to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Most importantly, the heaven and earth spirit energy was everywhere. At the very least, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang had never been to a place where the heaven and earth spirit energy was thinner when they traveled with Su Konghai. Duan Lingtian, the secret chamber of laws, is an important place in the main temple of the Tidal Temple. Although I'm the Vice Palace Master of the Tidal Temple, I still have to go through some procedures if I want to lead you into the secret chamber of laws. Su Konghai said to Duan Lingtian, who had also come to a halt when they arrived in front of a palace that occupied a vast area. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was not surprised by this. After all, the secret chamber of laws was one of the most important places in the Tidal Temple. It was only natural that there were many rules. Wind Heavenly Emperor, do you want to come with us, or do you want me to arrange a place for you to rest? Su Konghai asked as he looked at Feng Qingyang. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang looked at Su Konghai meaningfully before he said, I'm fine with anything. In that case, I'll lead you to a place for you to rest. Su Konghai smiled faintly as though he did not see Feng Qingyang's meaningful gaze. Then he sent a message to someone. After a dozen breaths, a figure appeared at lightning speed. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a dark green robe. His appearance was ordinary, and his build was average. However, he exuded a terrifying murderous aura. It was clear he was not a simple person. Elder Luo, this is the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Bring him to the courtyards in the Tidal Temple. He can choose any courtyard he wants, Su Konghai said. Yes, Vice Palace Master. Then he looked at Feng Qingyang and said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, Heavenly Emperor Feng, please follow me. Thank you. Feng Qingyang nodded before he left with the middle-aged man. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian followed Su Konghai to the Tidal Temple. Duan Lingtian remained calm as he followed Su Konghai to the Tidal Temple. He did not seem worried at all. Although his master, Feng Qingyang, was not with him, it was a fact that he was in the Tidal Temple. If the Tidal Temple wanted to do anything to him, they would have to consider his master first. After all, even the Tidal Temple would not be willing to bear the wrath of a god. Moreover, his master's clone was only here with the law of earth. Even if his master stayed here, he could still exact revenge on the Tidal Temple. If the Tidal Temple wanted to do anything to him, they would have to consider the consequences. Moreover, the Tidal Temple might not know his master's true strength, but he knew his master could break through to the God King stage at any time and become a God King who was above the gods. For this reason, he was not worried at all. Along the way, Su Konghai did not do anything suspicious. After he led Duan Lingtian through the Tidal Temple, he asked, Duan Lingtian, Do you plan to stay with the Heavenly Emperor for a few days before entering the Tidal Temple, or do you plan to enter the Tidal Temple now? I'll enter now. Duan Lingtian replied without any hesitation. The sooner he finished his business, the sooner he could leave. All right. Su Konghai nodded. As the winner of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, you'll be able to stay in the Tidal Temple for the longest time. Since you're the winner, you can choose 2 Tidal Temples. However, you'll still have to stay in the Tidal Temple for 3 months. Su Konghai paused for a moment before he added, well, the Tidal Temple only has Tidal Temples that contain the laws of the 5 elements. Duan Lingtian had long known about this, so he was not surprised. Which 2 Tidal Temples do you plan to choose? Su Konghai asked again. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate when he heard Su Konghai's question. He said bluntly, I'll choose the Tidal Temple for the Law of Fire and the Tidal Temple for the Law of Earth. Whether it was the Law of Fire or the Law of Earth, Duan Lingtian had studied them for a while, so he had a good understanding of them. Moreover, his master, Feng Qingyang, was also skilled in the Law of Earth. His master could give him a lot of pointers when it came to the Law of Earth. Chapter 35-38. Before coming into contact with the law of space, Duan Lingtian's forte was the law of fire. For this reason, apart from the secret room that contained the law of earth, he would enter the secret room that contained the law of fire as well. Due to the limited time, he was confident he would be able to master the 2 profundities within 3 months. Of course, during these 3 months, while mastering all the profundities of these 2 laws, if he had free time, he would continue to meditate and comprehend the fusion of the profundities of these 2 laws. Once you've made your decision, you can't change it. Are you sure? Are you sure about the secret rooms that contain the law of fire and the law of earth? Su Konghai asked again. I'm sure. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already made up his mind before he came here. There was no need for him to change it. After obtaining Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Su Konghai brought Duan Lingtian to the secret rooms in the Tidal Temple's main hall. The secret rooms in the Tidal Temple's main hall were protected by layers of formations. If one had not been here before, one would not be able to discover anything even if they used their divine consciousness. This was because the secret rooms were too well hidden. There were many concealment formations and other formations set up in the secret rooms. There are only 5 secret rooms in the Tidal Temple, and they correspond to the laws of the 5 elements. Currently, a disciple of the Tidal Temple is meditating in the secret room that contained the law of earth. You can enter the secret room that contained the law of fire first. He'll come out in a month at most. It won't affect you when you enter the secret room that contained the law of earth later. Su Konghai said to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he brought Duan Lingtian to the 5 secret rooms in the Tidal Temple. The 5 secret rooms were located on a high platform in 5 different directions. The high platform looked more like an altar. It was covered with complicated veins and diagrams. If one looked at it, one would feel dazzled. If one used their divine consciousness to look at it, it would cause one to fall into a daze. The secret rooms in the Tidal Temple seemed to be created by the powerhouse who founded the Tidal Temple. Sister Shui said only supreme powerhouses have the ability to create secret rooms. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart skipped a beat. Of the 5 law chambers in front of him, any one of them looked simple and unadorned, unlike the law of time chambers left behind in the land of inheritance that his master had brought him to. They were as resplendent as palaces. You can arrange your time. You can stay in the secret room that contained the law of fire for the next 3 months. However, after 3 months, you won't be able to enter the secret room. Su Konghai said to Dung, yes. Duan Lingtian. You with the law of time, Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian of with the law of time. Duan Yu, Duan Lingtian of fire of Lingtian of time. Duan 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 of Duan 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 Tian of Duan 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 of Dun was of the Duan of the time was of to Duan of the Duan was of the of time of the was of the Duan Duan. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded again. You may enter now. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. I'll come and get you when the 3 months are up, Su Konghai said. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian nodded. Su Konghai turned around and left, leaving the 2 old men standing guard in the middle of the secret rooms. At this time, Duan Lingtian entered the secret room that contained the law of fire as well. Since he had entered the secret room that contained the law of time before, Duan Lingtian was very familiar with the process. It seems like my plan won't work. Duan Lingtian felt as though someone was spying on him even though he was in the secret room. Moreover, it felt as though someone was deliberately trying to make him aware of it. This feeling also made him realize that someone was monitoring this law chamber. Initially, he had planned to summon the Chaos Divine Flame from the 5 divine elements to see if it could help him steal some of the profundities from the law of fire into his little world. After all, the world-cleansing divine water had told him that he could do that. However, now that he discovered someone was spying on him, his plan was doomed to fail. Duan Lingtian had thought about bringing his friends and family to the secret room in the Tidal Temple to obtain the profundities from the law of fire. However, he quickly dismissed the idea since he was certain the Tidal Temple would have a way to prevent him from doing that. Apart from Huan, and Xuanai who had yet to wake up from their cultivation, Duan Lingtian did not bring his friends and family to the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. After all, it was risky for him to leave the heavenly palace of Duan Lingtian. For safety's sake, he would feel more at ease if his friends and family were in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I should focus on obtaining the profundities from the law of fire. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian focused on obtaining the profundities from the law of fire's secret room. Due to his experience in the secret room that contained the law of time, he was able to obtain the profundities from the law of fire's secret room. I have 3 months to obtain all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth as soon as possible. Meanwhile, after leaving the secret room in the Tidal Temple, Su Konghai went to see the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple. The Hall Master of the Tidal Temple was a middle-aged man dressed in a long blue robe. He was tall and burly, and there was a bloody scar between his eyebrows that resembled a bright moon. At this moment, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple sat at the top of the stairs in the great meeting hall of the Tidal Temple. He looked like a king who had descended from the heavens as he looked down at the people below him. Su Konghai, who had just arrived, was among them. Apart from Su Konghai, there were 3 other old men present. One of them was the Vice Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, while the other 2 were Grand Elders of the Tidal Temple. All of them were godly spirit powerhouses in the Tidal Temple. Lord Hall Master, Duan Lingtian has entered the secret room. Su Konghai reported Duan Lingtian's whereabouts as soon as he spoke. As for Feng Qingyang, I've already arranged for him to stay in one of our guest courtyards. Good. The Hall Master of the Tidal Temple nodded before he looked at the 3 old men. Is it worth it to risk offending Feng Qingyang for Duan Lingtian? Feng Qingyang, it should only be his law clone, Feng Qingyang said. It's easy to kill Duan Lingtian, and it's easy to destroy Feng Qingyang's law clone. However, this will definitely anger Feng Qingyang. Currently, we don't even know where Feng Qingyang's true body is. Even if he can't defeat the Tidal Temple, he can still make a move on our branch. The Hall Master of the Tidal Temple pointed out the key points as soon as he spoke. Hall Master. One of the old men stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Duan Lingtian isn't even 700 years old, but he has already mastered the Space Sword Dao and Control Dao of the 4 Dao of Heaven and Earth. Moreover, his attainments in the Law of Space are quite high as well. Currently, he's suspected to be as strong as an 8-star god of war. There's a high chance he has some secret that allows him to master the 4 Dao of Heaven and Earth so easily. If the Tidal Temple is able to obtain this secret, we might be able to create a group of people who are similar to him. Moreover, the Tidal Temple has always been searching for people who have mastered the 4 Dao of Heaven and Earth. Someone like Duan Lingtian is someone the Tidal Temple is willing to pay a huge price to recruit. It's just Feng Qingyang who just recently became a god. Do you think that our Tidal Temple should be afraid of him? If he dares to make a move on our branch, I'll immediately teleport over and kill his true body. The old man was one of the supreme elders of the Tidal Temple. Although his cultivation base was not as high as the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, he was still a greater god. His strength was much stronger than Su Konghai, the Vice Hall Master of the Tidal Temple. For this reason, I suggest we imprison Duan Lingtian. It's fine if Feng Qingyang gives in. However, if he doesn't, do you think the Tidal Temple should be afraid of a brat who has only recently become a god? The old man had lived for more than 60,000 years. In his opinion, Feng Qingyang, who had only lived for slightly more than 10,000 years, was no different from a brat. That makes sense. Another old man, who was also a supreme elder of the Tidal Temple, nodded in agreement. The dignity of the Tidal Temple can't be blasphemed by a mere lesser god. He's just a lesser deity. Even if he's out of his mind to take revenge on our Tidal Temple, as long as we're prepared in advance, we can send out intermediate deities and above to kill him before we suffer heavy losses. If he dares to cause trouble, I'm willing to make a move myself and kill him. The old man's face was filled with ruthlessness as he spoke. What do you think? After hearing what the two supreme elders of the Tidal Temple had to say, the temple master of the Tidal Temple shifted his gaze to Su Konghai and the remaining old man. Both of them were vice temple masters of the Tidal Temple, and they were intermediate gods. Vice Hall Master Su, why don't you speak first? The old man looked at Su Konghai and said, You've interacted with Feng Qingyang more than I have. I haven't seen him before. Su Konghai nodded. Then he looked at the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple and said in a deep voice, Hall Master, I can understand the Supreme Elder's feelings. However, I have a feeling that Feng Qingyang is not as simple as he seems. I'm afraid he's not as simple as a lesser god. Even if it's just his clone made from the law of earth, I have a strong feeling that I might not be able to defeat him. Su Konghai voiced his concerns. Before the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple could say anything, one of the two supreme elders spoke first. Vice Hall Master Su, I'm sure you're wrong. He's just a brat who has only become a god a few hundred years ago. Do you think he'll be able to improve and become an intermediate god or even a greater god in just a few hundred years? What a joke! Chapter 35-39. I think it's time to make a decision. Don't tell me you want what happened to Feng Qingyang to happen again? The Supreme Elder of the Tidal Temple said. What happened to Feng Qingyang? As soon as the Supreme Elder of the Tidal Temple finished speaking, everyone, including Su Konghai, fell silent. Although the Tidal Temple had been around for a long time, it was sad that no one in the current generation, including the Temple Master, had grasped any of the four Tao of heaven and earth. Although this was very common in the history of the Tidal Temple, it still made the current generation of Tidal Temple rulers feel sad and anxious. Although there were comprehensions of the four Taos of heaven and earth in the Tidal Temple, they were all comprehensions left behind by the ancestors of the Tidal Temple in the past. They were all written down and depended on one's comprehension ability. No one in the Tidal Temple was capable of personally teaching the four Tao of heaven and earth. Under such circumstances, the Tidal Temple shifted its focus to the people outside. Anyone who could be confirmed to have mastered one of the four Taos of heaven and earth would be captured so that the Tidal Temple could personally teach them. Back then, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had risen like a shooting star. He had even mastered the destruction sword Tao, one of the four Tao of heaven and earth. In the beginning, the Tidal Temple had only sent someone to test the waters. That person was Tang Sanpeo's master, a high-ranking official of the Tidal Temple who was currently in seclusion. Although he was no longer in the Tidal Temple, he was still working for the Tidal Temple. However, when he challenged Feng Qingyang, he defeated Feng Qingyang. During that battle, the Tidal Temple discovered that Feng Qingyang had grasped the Destruction Sword Tao. Based on Feng Qingyang's attainments in the Destruction Sword Tao, it seemed like Feng Qingyang would continue to improve. For this reason, the Tidal Temple decided to wait for Feng Qingyang to master the Destruction Sword Tao before making a move on Feng Qingyang and bringing him to the Tidal Temple. Mastering the Destruction Sword Tao and mastering the Destruction Sword Tao were two completely different concepts. Since Feng Qingyang was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the Tidal Temple was not in a hurry to capture him. Therefore, the Tidal Temple decided to wait for Feng Qingyang to become a god before capturing Feng Qingyang and forcing him to hand over his comprehension of the destruction sword Dao. Now, Su Konghai and the others who were present were very patient and wanted to wait a little longer. However, before Feng Qingyang was about to become a god, they heard that Feng Qingyang was in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. At that time, they had regretted not making a move earlier. At that time, they thought Feng Qingyang, who was trapped in the Azura Hell, would definitely die. After all, the Azura Heaven and Earth was the God King, the Azura Heaven and Earth, the Azura God Azura. Just like its name, the Azura Heaven and Earth was Hell. However, when Feng Qingyang returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and killed the new heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, hope rose in their hearts again. Then, they sent Tang Sanpeio's master to test Duan Ling Tian again. This time, Tang Sanpeio's master was defeated miserably. Not only has Feng Qingyang mastered the destruction sword Dao, but I can't even see through his destruction sword Dao. Moreover, he's already a god. Moreover, he's only a clone from the law of earth. His true body and his strongest clone from the law of destruction aren't in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When they heard Tang Sanpeio's master's words, they knew it would be difficult for the Tidal Temple to make a move on Feng Qingyang. Even a god, a lesser god, was not someone they could easily control. At the very least, they did not have the perfect method to force a god to do something against his will. If a god wanted to commit suicide, they could stop him. However, they did not have the ability to completely control a god. We should have made a move earlier. At that time, they still regretted not making a move earlier. That's right. At the same time, another supreme elder from the Tidal Temple chimed in, "We can't afford to hesitate any longer. We only have one chance. If we miss this opportunity, it'll be difficult for us to kill Duan Ling Tian in the future. Feng Qingyang should be thankful that we didn't make a move on him. It'll be fine if he knows what's good for him. However, if he doesn't, we'll turn him into a stray dog without waiting for him to make a move." The supreme elder from the Tidal Temple who had spoken earlier said in a deep voice as his eyes glinted coldly, "Temple Master." At this moment, even Su Konghai and the other Vice Temple Master of the Tidal Temple felt their blood boil when they heard the supreme elder's words. They turned to look at the Temple Master of the Tidal Temple in unison, waiting for his opinion. The Temple Master's opinion would be final. "What do the two of you think?" The Temple Master of the Tidal Temple looked at Su Konghai and the other Vice Temple Master as he asked, "Now that the two Supreme Elders have made their stand, what do the two of you think we should do?" "Temple Master, I agree with the two Supreme Elders' words." The other Vice Temple Master was the first to speak up. Su Konghai smiled bitterly. "Even if I told you not to make a move on Duan Ling Tian, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop you, Temple Master, right? If I'm not mistaken, you've already made up your mind, Temple Master." As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the other 3 old men turned to look at the Temple Master of the Tidal Temple in unison. "Let him stay." The Temple Master of the Tidal Temple Master said indifferently, just as the 2 Supreme Elders have said, "Do you think the Tidal Temple is afraid of Feng Qingyang, a mere heavenly emperor who has only become a god a few hundred years ago? After we let Duan Ling Tian stay, it'll be fine if he doesn't act recklessly. However, if he acts recklessly, we'll make him suffer." The Temple Master of the Tidal Temple finally made up his mind. "When do we make our move?" Su Konghai asked. "Let's wait until Duan Ling Tian has spent enough time in the secret room of laws." The Temple Master of the Tidal Temple pondered for a moment before he said, "Who knows, he might be able to comprehend something in the secret room of laws and improve his 4 Tao of heaven and earth. If that's the case, it'll be more beneficial to the Tidal Temple." "You're wise, Temple Master." The other Vice Temple Master's eyes lit up as he flattered the Temple Master of the Tidal Temple. At this moment, both Duan Ling Tian and his master, Feng Qingyang, were unaware that the Tidal Temple had decided to target Duan Ling Tian. It took slightly more than a month for Duan Lingtian to leave the secret room of laws of fire and enter the secret room of laws of earth. Then he stayed in the secret room of laws of earth for 3 months before he came out. Time's up. When the time was up, a voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. At the same time, he felt a huge force pushing him out of the secret room of laws of earth. Duan Lingtian, who was pushed out of the secret room of laws of earth, had a calm expression on his face. However, inwardly he was very satisfied with his gains this time. After all, he had successfully comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth. Moreover, he had comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth to the mastery stage. At this point, he had comprehended all the profundities from the law of earth to the mastery stage. The law of space, the law of time, the law of fire, the law of earth. Both of you, please help me contact Vice Temple Master Su. It's time for me to return with my master. After being pushed out of the secret room of laws, Duan Lingtian stood quietly in the same spot for a while before he looked at the 2 people outside the secret room. These 2 people were the elders of the Tidal Temple who were in charge of guarding the secret room of laws of earth. When they heard Duan Lingtian's words, they nodded. At the same time, one of them sent a message to Su Konghai. I'll send a message to the Vice Temple Master for you. Please wait for a moment. The Tidal Temple elder who sent the message to Su Konghai said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he sent a message to his master. Master, I've come out. I'll wait for Vice Temple Master Su to bring me to you. After that, we can leave. I'll wait for both of you. Feng Qingyang nodded. At the same time, he asked, Did it go smoothly? It went smoothly. Duan Lingtian smiled. I've comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire and the law of earth to the mastery stage. Next, I'll have to fuse their profundities. It'll be similar to the law of time that I comprehended earlier. Naturally, Feng Qingyang praised Duan Lingtian's words. Not bad. I can impart some of my experience with the law of earth to you as well. However, you'll have to rely on your own comprehension of the law of earth, just like my sword Dao. I know that. Duan Lingtian replied again. At the same time, his eyes flashed as he saw a figure flying toward him from afar at lightning speed. Master, let's continue our discussion when we meet later. Vice Palace Master Su is here. Duan Lingtian, do you plan to stay in the Tidal Temple for a while longer to comprehend the law of fire and the law of earth while the iron is hot, or do you plan to return? Su Konghai asked with a smile when he arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. Thank you for your kindness, Vice Temple Master Su, but I plan to return after meeting up with my master. Duan Lingtian replied. All right, I'll bring you to your master. Su Konghai nodded and did not say anything else. Under Su Konghai's lead, Duan Lingtian soon met his master, Feng Qingyang. At this time, his heart that had been hanging in the air was completely put down. In the end, it seemed like the Tidal Temple did not intend to do anything to him, let alone keep him alive. At this moment, before Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang could speak, the sound of wind whistling in the air suddenly rang in the air. It was piercing to the ears. At the same time, Su Konghai, who was originally standing near Duan Lingtian, rose into the air and hovered in the air. At the same time, the other 4 figures also appeared in a timely manner. One of them was a middle-aged man, and the other 3 were old men. Chapter 3540. Duan Lingtian was taken aback by this sudden development. He did not expect this at all. Just a moment ago, Su Konghai, the Vice Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, had brought Duan Lingtian to his master out of goodwill. It was as though he was escorting Duan Lingtian out of the Tidal Temple. However, when Duan Lingtian saw his master, it seemed as though Su Konghai had turned into a completely different person. He stood in the air and surrounded Duan Lingtian with 4 other people. Was the Tidal Temple planning to keep him here after all? Moreover, they did not even bother to hide their intentions in front of his master. Where did the Tidal Temple get their confidence from? Duan Lingtian's expression darkened immediately. His eyes gleamed coldly, and a terrifying aura surged out of his body. It seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped a few degrees. Duan Lingtian's heart sank at this moment. The tidal temple must have thought about the consequences of their actions. However, since this had happened, it meant the tidal temple was prepared to bear the consequences of their actions. It was obvious they were no longer afraid of his master, Feng Qingyang. Or perhaps, they did not think his master was a threat to the tidal temple? Wu Hongqing. Unlike Duan Lingtian, who had a grim expression on his face, Feng Qingyang's expression remained calm. His eyes were trained on the middle-aged man hovering in the air. Wu Hongqing was the current hall master of the tidal temple. As soon as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, the old man who was hovering in the air snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Feng Qingyang, do you think a mere heavenly emperor like you has the right to call our hall master by his name?" Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the figure hovering in the air. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a long blue robe. He was tall and burly, and there was a bloody crescent moon mark between his eyebrows. His brows were as sharp as swords, and he exuded an imposing aura. At this very moment, the other party was looking down at him and his master, Feng Qingyang. Wu Hongqing stood in the air and looked at Feng Qingyang indifferently. He said indifferently, "The tidal temple wants you as a core disciple. You, just pretend that you don't have such a disciple. If you're willing, the tidal temple won't try to deprive you of your position as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. You can continue to be the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven for as long as you want. This is what I, Wu Hongqing, the current hall master of the tidal temple, promise you." As soon as Wu Hongqing opened his mouth, he asked for Duan Lingtian from Feng Qingyang. He even offered a price at the right time. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly to himself. It seemed that he still had some value. At the same time, Duan Lingtian realized that the people in the tidal temple, including the hall master, were unaware of his master's true strength. Otherwise, he would not have made such a promise. With his master's strength, there was no need for the tidal temple to make such a promise. With his own strength, he was more than capable of becoming the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Has the tidal temple made up your mind? Feng Qingyang ignored Wu Hongqing's words. He stared at Wu Hongqing indifferently. His voice was so calm that it was frightening. "Feng Qingyang, stop trying to be mysterious." Another Grand Supreme Elder from the tidal temple chimed in with a mocking smile. "How long has it been since you became a god? I'm afraid you're only an intermediate god at most, right? How dare you threaten the tidal temple? Perhaps you'll say that your true body and your clone from the law of destruction aren't here so you can seek revenge on the tidal temple's branches in the Devata realms. If your true body and your clone from the law of destruction dare to make a move on the tidal temple's branches, I'll personally teleport over to kill you." A hint of killing intent could be seen on the Supreme Elder's face as he spoke. Then, he added, "Moreover, if you dare to act recklessly, even if you've already escaped by the time I arrive, I won't be able to escape from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Unless you're willing to become a sectless cultivator and live a fugitive, however, you'll still be hunted down by the god-level powerhouses of the tidal temple." The tidal temple's Grand Supreme Elder's every word and action was a perfect example of the word threat. Upon hearing the Supreme Elder's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned unsightly. He did not expect the tidal temple would be so ruthless. "You want me to die a graveless death?" Contrary to Duan Lingtian's unsightly expression, a faint smile could be seen on Feng Qingyang's face when he instinctively turned to look at Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, "Watch out!" Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the tidal temple, cried out in alarm as his eyes widened. Swoosh! At the same time, Wu Hongqing vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the Supreme Elder who had threatened Feng Qingyang earlier. However, it was too late. The Supreme Elder from the tidal temple who had threatened Duan Lingtian earlier had a bloody hole in his glabella. Even then, he was still wearing a disdainful expression on his face. It was clear he did not react in time. The Supreme Elder, Su Konghai, and the Vice Hall Master of the Tidal Temple felt as though they had fallen into an ice cellar when they saw this. They felt chills running up their spines from the soles of their feet to their heads. Brother Quan. When the remaining Supreme Elder of the Tidal Temple regained his senses, a look of grief and indignation appeared on his face. Flames of fury burned in his eyes. However, he was unable to vent his anger on Feng Qingyang. This was because when he looked at Feng Qingyang again, there was more fear in his eyes than anger. How's this possible? When the two Vice Hall Masters from the Tidal Temple, including Su Konghai, regained their senses, an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. Their Tidal Temple's Supreme Elder was a higher god, and he was a Grand Elder. However, in just a blink of an eye, he had died right in front of them. Moreover, they did not even see how he had died. All they heard was the sound of a sword humming in the air. Feng Qingyang, did he draw his sword? I'm an intermediate god, but I didn't even see him draw his sword. Moreover, this is only his clone from the Law of Earth. Su Konghai and the Vice Hall Master from the Tidal Temple trembled in fear. It's not just us. Even Elder Su Quan did not react in time to Feng Qingyang's attack. If that's the case, there's only one possibility. At the same time, Wu Hongqing, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, finally spoke. Feng Qingyang, you've actually broken through to the God King stage. You've become a God King. Wu Hongqing's tone was filled with anger, but at the same time, it was also filled with fear. His face was filled with disbelief. How many years had it been since Feng Qingyang became a god? How was he already a God King? How was this possible? God King? Su Konghai and the other two Vice Hall Masters had already realized that Feng Qingyang's strength was definitely at the God King stage. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill the Supreme Elder from the Tidal Temple so easily. Master has broken through? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw Feng Qingyang killing the Supreme Elder from the Tidal Temple. This was something that he had not expected. After all, when he went to the Azura Hell with his master's main body was still quite the distance away from breaking through to the God King stage. He did not expect his master to break through to the God King stage in just slightly more than a year. Now, the Tidal Temple still wants to keep my disciple alive? Feng Qingyang stepped into the air and stood in the center of the four experts from the Tidal Temple with his hands on his back. His expression was calm as he said, "If you still want to, you can try." Feng Qingyang. Wu Hongqing's expression darkened as he stared at Feng Qingyang. Since you're a God King, why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you have to kill the Supreme Elder of the Tidal Temple to prove your strength? You did it on purpose? As soon as Wu Hongqing found out that Feng Qingyang was a God King, he knew that it was impossible for him and the Tidal Temple to keep Duan Lingtian alive. Moreover, Su Quan, the Supreme Elder of the Tidal Temple, had died in vain. Even if Wu Hongqing could control the formation in the Tidal Temple's main hall to deal with Feng Qingyang, it was impossible for him to kill Feng Qingyang. Even the most powerful killing formation in the Tidal Temple's main hall could only kill ordinary gods at most. This was because the formation was powerful, and there were many divine crystals as the driving source of the formation. It should be noted that divine crystals could not be used to set up divine formations unless they were in the realms of gods. This was because the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods could not resonate with divine crystals. Only the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods could resonate with divine crystals and allow divine formations to unleash their full potential. The killing formation in the Tidal Temple's main hall could kill a God King in the realms of gods. However, in the realms of gods, it could only kill ordinary lesser gods at most. Otherwise, it could only injure the lesser gods severely. So what if I did it on purpose? Feng Qingyang retorted indifferently. He looked at Wu Hongqing calmly. On the other hand, Wu Hongqing's eyes were cold, and his body emitted a bone-chilling aura. Little Tian, let's go. Feng Qingyang glanced at Wu Hongqing indifferently before he beckoned to Duan Lingtian to leave with Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the Tidal Temple, looked at Feng Qingyang with hostility in his eyes. It was as though he had no intention of making a move at all. It was as though he wanted to let Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang leave. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave with Feng Qingyang, humph! Another cold snort came from afar. However, a figure appeared in the distant void above. Tathagata? As soon as the figure appeared, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. He recognized the person. It was the temple master of the Tidal Temple's Xian Yuantian branch, who was currently controlled by the dead spirit clansmen. Chapter 3541. Temple Master Rulai? Even Su Konghai, one of the vice-temple masters of the Tidal Temple, was taken aback by Rulai's arrival. He did not expect Rulai would show up at such a time. Moreover, Rulai was swaggering in front of them. Can't you see that even we have to avoid Feng Qingyang's attack? Who would have thought Feng Qingyang was already a god king? If they had known this earlier, they would not have shown up to force Feng Qingyang to kill Duan Lingtian. After all, a god king was more than enough to force the Tidal Temple to compromise. At the very least, they had no choice but to compromise. Although the Tidal Temple could mobilize more powerful forces, those forces were all in the realms of gods. Before the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms was opened, they would not be able to use those forces. Currently, their strongest cultivator was the hall master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, a mere celestial king. Perhaps, the temple master of the Tidal Temple was not afraid of Feng Qingyang. However, what about the others in the Tidal Temple? If Feng Qingyang really wanted to fight to the death, with his strength as a celestial king, he could easily slaughter the entire Tidal Temple until only the hall master of the Tidal Temple remained. For this reason, Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the Tidal Temple, did not attack Feng Qingyang even though he was infuriated. After all, it was meaningless. Moreover, it would only worsen the situation. If Feng Qingyang was only an intermediate god, the Tidal Temple would not have to worry about him. After all, there were more than 20 intermediate gods in the Tidal Temple. There were also more than 5 higher gods in the Tidal Temple. Even if Feng Qingyang's cultivation base was at the higher rank deity stage, they would still be wary of him. At that time, they would consider keeping Duan Lingtian alive no matter what. However, Feng Qingyang had killed one of the Tidal Temple's higher gods and displayed his strength as a celestial king. At this moment, there was no need for them to hesitate. They had no other choice. Hall Master Rulai? Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, glanced at Tathagata indifferently before he said, "Vice Hall Master Su told me that you said you'd come over to help us come up with a solution. However, it's meaningless now. You, go back to your Heaven Xian Tian Branch Palace." Su Konghai had told Wu Hongqing that Tathagata, who was at the pinnacle of Xianyuan Heaven, was coming, so Wu Hongqing knew about it. Now, seeing that Tathagata was late and had even arrived at this time, he could not help but feel a little irritated. In his opinion, even if all the palace masters of the Tidal Temple's branches in the Devata realms were gathered here, it would still be useless, let alone Tathagata. Feng Qingyang was a godly king. Even if he was no match for him, this was only Feng Qingyang's avatar of the laws of earth. Besides that, he still had his main body and his avatar of the laws of destruction. That was what was truly frightening. "Hallmaster, I saw what happened earlier." Upon hearing Wu Hongqing's words, Tathagata said indifferently, "I didn't expect Feng Qingyang to have become a celestial king. Although he's only a primitive celestial king, it's still shocking." Wu Hongqing was taken aback by Tathagata's words. He did not expect Tathagata to have arrived so early and witnessed Feng Qingyang's attack. However, if that was the case, why did Tathagata still dare to show up in such a domineering manner? "Hallmaster, all of you can just watch the show from the sidelines. Once I possess Duan Lingtian, as long as the Tidal Temple is willing to make me the next Hallmaster, I'm willing to share all of his comprehension of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth with the Tidal Temple." Possession. Upon hearing Tathagata's words, the few godly powerhouses in the Tidal Temple, including Wu Hongqing, were stunned. Even if Tathagata wanted to possess Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, right? Wasn't Tathagata simply possessing a body? Should I call you Tathagata or a member of the Dead Spirit clan? Wu Hongqing, Su Konghai, and the others from the Tidal Temple were still stunned by Tathagata's words when Duan Lingtian looked at Tathagata and asked meaningfully, Dead Spirit clan? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the few people from the Tidal Temple looked at Tathagata warily. Their expressions turned solemn. As high-ranking officials of the Tidal Temple who had lived for a long time, it was only natural that they knew what the Dead Spirit clan meant. It seems like you know everything. Tathagata, also known as Yahiko the Venerable, was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but laugh. However, I would prefer if you called me Yahiko the Venerable. As for the Dead Spirit clan, after I possess you, the Dead Spirit clan will no longer accept me, and I'll no longer be a member of the Dead Spirit clan. I will become you. I will take over everything you have, including your memories and everything related to cultivation. Yahiko paused for a moment before he looked at Wu Hongqing. Temple Master, you should have a certain understanding of the Dead Spirit clan. You should know that it's impossible for the Dead Spirit clan to accept another person who has possessed a physical body. You should also know that every member of the Dead Spirit clan has a chance to completely possess another person's body. I plan to use this chance on Duan Lingtian. As for Tathagata, I haven't completely possessed him. I've only suppressed his soul and temporarily gained control of his body. What I said to you earlier was also not false. I need the protection of the Tidal Temple. If the Dead Spirit clan finds out about me and wants to make a move on me, you have to protect me. As for whether I'll become the next Temple Master of the Tidal Temple, that's only secondary. As long as you agree, I'll share all of Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the four Tao of heaven and earth with the Tidal Temple after I successfully possess him. Master Yahiko brought up this matter again. Wu Hongqing was slightly tempted by Yahiko's words. He knew about the Dead Spirit clan. It was a variant clan in the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. There was also information about the Dead Spirit clan in the Tidal Temple, including the fact that every member of the Dead Spirit clan had a chance to completely possess another person's body and that the Dead Spirit clan did not allow members of the Dead Spirit clan to possess another person's body. The Tidal Temple also recorded that the Dead Spirit clan was almost destroyed by a member of the Dead Spirit clan who had possessed another person's body. I agree to your request. Due to his understanding of the Dead Soul clan, Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple, was confident he would be able to protect Mi Yen after he possessed Duan Lingtian. Wu Hongqing sent Yahiko a voice transmission since he was afraid of angering Feng Qingyang. However, with Feng Qingyang here, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to possess Duan Lingtian. I can't help you as well. If I help you, even if you succeed in possessing Duan Lingtian's body, Feng Qingyang won't let you off so easily. Wu Hongqing expressed his concern. Don't worry, Temple Master. There's no need for you to help. Yahiko replied confidently through voice transmission. As for Feng Qingyang, it won't take long for him to disappear from this world. He's just a primitive celestial king. As soon as Yahiko finished speaking, he lowered his head and said softly, Big brother, I'll leave Feng Qingyang to you. After destroying his law avatars, it shouldn't take long for you to find out where his true body and other avatars are. Please help me kill him once and for all. After saying that, Yahiko's eyes flashed with a cold light. Big brother? Although Yahiko spoke softly, everyone present on the scene could hear him clearly. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn at this moment. Duan Lingtian finally remembered. Previously, when his master, Feng Qingyang, was about to kill Yahiko in the primordial precipice in the primordial heaven, Yahiko had said he had an elder brother who was a celestial king. Did Yahiko's elder brother come with him? Moreover, Yahiko's elder brother knew his master was a celestial king, and yet, Yahiko's elder brother was not a primitive celestial king. As soon as Yahiko's words attracted the attention of the people from the Tidal Temple, a soul suddenly emerged from Yahiko's body. His spiritual body was in the form of a human. As it floated in the air, it emitted a terrifying aura that quickly locked onto Feng Qingyang. Brother Yen, this is the last time I'll help you. Take care of yourself in the future. The soul was none other than Mi Xian, the patriarch of the Spectre clan whom Yahiko had invited from the Spectre clan. He was an intermediate celestial king from the Spectre clan. "Brother, I won't have the face to beg you in the future." Yahiko smiled bitterly, but his eyes were filled with excitement. After all, he was going to have a new body soon. Moreover, it would be a perfect body for him. Swoosh. Swoosh. As soon as Yahiko finished speaking, Mi Xian made his move. A terrifying soul energy surged out of his body. Since the Spectre clan was a soul, they were skilled in soul attacks. They could not use material attacks. This is... Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the Tidal Temple, was shocked and delighted when he saw Mi Xian's attack. An intermediate celestial king. Although he had guessed Mi Xian's helper would be strong enough to suppress Feng Qingyang, he was certain the helper was at least an intermediate celestial king. However, when he saw Mi Xian's strength as an intermediate celestial king, he could not help but feel a surge of emotions. The Spectre clan is skilled in locking onto souls and tracking the owner of souls. Even if a god's avatar is targeted by the Spectre clan, they'll be able to track down the owner's true body and other avatars in a short time. Wu Hongqing's eyes shone brightly when he thought of this. This intermediate celestial king from the Spectre clan should be able to deal with Feng Qingyang's true body and all of his avatars. Literature Hall. Chapter 3542. The Dead Spirit clan was an unusual life form. They were spiritual life forms. This life form was born with a powerful soul. After becoming a celestial king, they could easily kill most celestial kings of the same cultivation base with their soul attacks. Moreover, the Dead Spirit clan was adept at locking onto souls and tracking their masters. It was said that they were natural killers in ancient times. They could slay celestials and slaughter gods. Even gods would not be able to escape once their souls were locked onto by the Dead Spirit clan. Even if it was just a law avatar, their main body and other law avatars would not be able to escape once their souls were locked onto. Therefore, Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the Tidal Temple, was overjoyed when he saw Lord Yahiko summoning a middle celestial king from the Dead Spirit clan. This meant that Feng Qingyang was doomed. Feng Qingyang was only a lower celestial king like him. Even he would not be able to escape from a middle celestial king from the Dead Spirit clan if he did not have the soul defense divine weapon from the Tidal Temple. He did not even have a 10% chance of escaping, let alone Feng Qingyang who had become a lower celestial king after him. Unless he has a soul defense divine weapon. However, that's almost impossible. Wu Hongqing thought to himself. Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the middle celestial king from the Dead Spirit clan turned into a ray of blood-red light and entered his master's glabella before he could react. He disappeared into his master's glabella. Then he saw that around his divine master's body, in addition to the divine power that contained the law of earth, streaks of terrifying soul power also spread out in all directions at the right time. It was as if two soul powers were colliding. However, it was obvious that the middle celestial king from the Dead Spirit clan had the upper hand. Oh no! Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Not to mention that his master was only a clone of the laws of earth, the spiritual energy it contained couldn't be compared to his master's main body at all. Even the soul power that the expert from the Dead Spirit clan exuded when he attacked made him realize that his opponent's soul power was so strong that even his master's original body might not be a match for it. Moreover, since Master Yahiko was still so confident even after knowing that his master was a lower divine king, it meant that his elder brother was stronger than a lower divine king, or at least a mid-divine king. Don't mention that you're just a law clone. Even if your true body was here, I would still be able to turn you into ashes. Mi Xian's indifferent voice rang from within Feng Qingyang's body at this moment. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and the others could sense that Mi Xian's soul energy was growing stronger and Feng Qingyang's soul energy was weakening. They were like candles in the wind that could be blown out at any time. If you dare touch my disciple, I, Feng Qingyang, will enter the netherworld in the future and destroy your entire Dead Spirit clan. Feng Qingyang spoke as his soul was gradually being destroyed. His voice was so cold that it felt as though winter had arrived. It was bone-chilling. I believe that you will have the ability to do so in the future. Mi Xian's voice rang out again. In just 10,000 years, you have achieved what you have today. In the future, becoming a divine emperor or even a god emperor will be a cinch. Unfortunately, you are destined to never mature. After destroying your clone, I will track down your true body and the other clones and destroy them one by one to prevent future trouble. Mi Xian's tone turned icy as he spoke. Little Tian, run. Feng Qingyang shouted as his body exploded. A terrifying force that came from his divine energy that was infused with the law of earth swept out in all directions and slammed into everyone present. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud bangs rang out. The remaining supreme elder of the Tidal Temple and the 2 vice temple masters, including Su Konghai, were sent flying by the force. They spat out mouthfuls of blood as they flew backward. At the same time, Wu Hongqing, the Tidal Temple master, made his move as well. He stood in front of Lord Yehiko to protect him. He did not even protect the supreme elder of the Tidal Temple and the 2 vice temple masters. He only protected Lord Yehiko. Thank you, Temple Master. Lord Yehiko transmitted his voice to Wu Hongqing. Before this, Lord Yehiko had thought that Feng Qingyang's clone would unleash his greatest strength before his soul was destroyed to create a way out for Duan Lingtian. Therefore, Lord Yehiko had notified Wu Hongqing in advance so that Wu Hongqing could protect him. As expected, Feng Qingyang had made his move. Although the law of earth that he had comprehended was not as powerful as the law of destruction that Lord Yehiko had comprehended, his strength as a god-king was still enough to crush any deities below the god-king realm. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between a god-king and a deity, the difference in their strength was like heaven and earth. For example, Feng Qingyang had not targeted the supreme elder of the Tidal Temple, a higher deity. However, he had still been sent flying and had sustained serious injuries. As for the 2 vice temple masters of the Tidal Temple, Su Konghai and the other vice temple master, they were severely injured. They were barely able to stand in the void in the distance. Their bodies were swaying as they looked at Feng Qingyang in horror. Feng Qingyang was only a clone, but he was already so powerful? If his original body and his avatar of the laws of destruction were to come, just how powerful would they be? Run! As soon as Feng Qingyang's clone unleashed his strength, Duan Lingtian had already made his escape. He teleported again and again at the right time. When he was about to leave, he turned around and saw that his master's clone had been completely destroyed. Master's Earth Elemental avatar was destroyed just like that, and the wisp of soul in his avatar was also destroyed. With the destruction of the soul fragment, Master's original soul will also suffer a backlash. As for his clone, he'll have to spend a lot of time and effort to form it again. Although Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, would only need a certain amount of time to fully recover and form his clone again, Duan Lingtian's master would not be able to do so. However, Duan Lingtian was still furious at what had happened to his master. That dead spirit clansman deserved to die. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian discovered that his teleportation had failed. At the same time, he sensed a terrifying aura around him. A formation. Duan Lingtian's expression turned unsightly immediately. He knew the Tidal Temple had made a move to save his master. Previously, when his master had displayed his strength as a god-king, the Tidal Temple did not dare to act rashly. Then, Lord Yehiko from the Dead Spirit clan who had half-possessed Gautama Buddha's body had appeared. He had brought his elder brother, a Dead Spirit clansman who was suspected to be at least a mid-level god-king, and had forcefully destroyed his master's clone and forced his master's clone to self-destruct. Apart from that, Lord Yehiko's elder brother had also said that he would hunt down his master. The Dead Spirit clansmen were blessed by the heavens in this aspect. Duan Lingtian had learned about this during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. After all, he was being targeted by a Dead Spirit clansman. If he did not learn more about his opponent, he might not even know how he died. Although his master was Feng Qingyang, it was impossible for him to stay by his side and protect him all the time. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the title temple, didn't make a move earlier. He's only watching because he's afraid of Master's true body and his clone from the law of destruction. Now that a mid-level god king from the Dead Spirit clan has made a move, he's determined to hunt down his master. Wu Hongqing must think Master won't be able to escape from the Dead Spirit clansmen, so he's no longer worried. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. During this process, his hands did not remain idle. He used all his strength to break through the restraints of the space. However, he discovered that even though the formations in the surroundings were on the verge of collapse from his attacks, they were not destroyed by him in the end. They still stood firm. It's useless. Wu Hongqing looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently as he said, the formation in the title temple is capable of sealing anyone below the level of a god. As long as your strength hasn't reached the level of a god, you won't be able to break free from it. After Wu Hongqing appeared, Yahiko arrived as well. He looked at Duan Lingtian intently as though he was admiring a piece of art. Duan Lingtian, in the end, you still fell into my hands, Yahiko said. Sush. After Wu Hongqing appeared, his elder brother, who was in his soul form, appeared next to him. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames as he looked at Duan Lingtian intently. Little brother Yen, is he the one with the perfect body that you've taken a fancy to? That's right. Lord Yahiko nodded excitedly. Big brother, I can't thank you enough for what you've done for me. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay you. Lord Yahiko was so excited that he had lost his composure. There's no need for thanks between us brothers. Mi Xian shook his head. However, little brother Yen, it's best for you to hide for a while after you possess him. I'm worried that Feng Qingyang will go to the Dead Spirit clan before I can find him. After all, we're not the only ones who know about the rule of the Dead Spirit clan. Many outsiders know about it as well. Mi Xian voiced his concern. Don't worry, big brother, Lord Yahiko said nonchalantly. I've already discussed this with Temple Master Wu Hongqing. After I possess Duan Lingtian, I'll share the 4 Tao of heaven and earth with the title temple. In return, the title temple will be responsible for protecting me. As long as I'm in the main hall of the title temple, even the supreme elders won't dare to act recklessly, Duan Lingtian said. It was clear that Lord Yahiko was very confident in his backer. Chapter 35-43. Since you're so considerate, I'm relieved. Mi Xian nodded before he turned to Lord Yahiko and said, it's time for you to possess him. The sooner you do so, the sooner you'll be able to accept everything about him. All right. Lord Yahiko nodded before he looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian also looked at Duan Lingtian. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a dead man. As for Lord Yahiko, his eyes shone with a strange light. I have news about the 5 divine elements. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he glanced at the 3 people before him who were about to possess him. The 5 divine elements. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lord Yahiko stopped moving. Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing stared at him. But soon, Yahiko coldly snorted. Even if what you said is true, so what? As long as I possess you, I'll know if you're telling the truth or not. If you're telling the truth, I'll be able to find the 5 divine elements myself. Lord Yahiko nodded. Both Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing nodded at Master Yahiko's words. That was indeed the case. Temple Master Wu. Duan Lingtian turned to look at Wu Hongqing. Even if I have news about the 5 divine elements, after he possesses me, he can just say that he doesn't have any and won't share it with you. The information I know about the 5 divine elements isn't as simple as it seems. It's possible to obtain all of the 5 divine elements there. If I bring you there, you might be able to obtain your own 5 divine elements. Wu Hongqing frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had not thought about it earlier, but now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he felt it made sense. Stop trying to sow discord, brat. Lord Yahiko's expression turned cold as he sneered. In my opinion, you're trying to use this opportunity to leave the title temple, right? So what? Duan Lingtian glanced at Yahiko, then looked at Wu Hongqing and said in a deep voice, "Temple Master Wu, I know that I can't change my decision today. However, I hope that I can return to my hometown and return to my hometown. This is my greatest wish. If you're willing to do it, I can share the whereabouts of the 5 divine elements with you. I've already mastered one of the 5 divine elements." As Duan Lingtian spoke, he controlled the world-cleansing divine water from the 5 divine elements to cover his body. A gentle, water-like energy spread out and filled the air like ripples. World-cleansing divine water. As soon as the power of the world-cleansing divine water spread out, Wu Hongqing, Mi Xian, and even Lord Yahiko's eyes lit up. Wu Hongqing wasn't interested in taking over Duan Lingtian's body, and neither was Mi Xian. Only Master Yahiko was interested. However, all of them were interested in the 5 divine elements. Even if Mi Xian, a member of the Dead Spirit clan, did not have a physical body, he could still comprehend the 4 Tao of heaven and earth with the help of the 5 divine elements. The 5 divine elements were one of the prerequisites to becoming a supreme expert. With the 5 divine elements, he would be able to comprehend the 4 Tao of heaven and earth with half the effort. Perhaps, he might even be able to break through the shackles of the Dead Spirit clan and become a divine emperor. This is the 7th form of the world-cleansing divine water. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wu Hongqing and Master Yahiko's eyes widened in shock. Even Mi Xian's body trembled slightly. Although they could sense that Duan Lingtian's world-cleansing divine water was not an ordinary world-cleansing divine water, it was a high-level world-cleansing divine water. However, they did not expect it to be the 7th form of the world-cleansing divine water. It was common knowledge that the 5 divine elements only had 9 forms. The 7th form of the world-cleansing divine water was close to the perfect form of the world-cleansing divine water. While the 3 of them were still in shock, Duan Lingtian said, "I know that there are 4 other 5 divine elements in that place. Like the world-cleansing divine water, they're all in the 7th form of the 5 divine elements." At first, the world-cleansing divine water tried to persuade them to follow me, but they refused. They said they wanted to wait for their fated person. Duan Lingtian continued to say, "I only have one request. I only have one request. Even if my soul is to perish, it must perish in my hometown. The other 4 divine elements are also in my hometown." Although Duan Lingtian's words were tempting, Wu Hongqing and Master Yahiko were not stupid. However, Wu Hongqing, Mi Xian, and Mi Yan were not fools. Naturally, they did not believe Duan Lingtian's words even after he revealed the world-cleansing divine water. "Yahiko." Wu Hongqing looked at Yahiko and said indifferently, "You can possess Duan Lingtian here, but I want his world-cleansing divine water. As for the other 4 divine elements, they'll belong to you and Mi Xian." Wu Hongqing seemed very generous at this moment. In fact, this was because he had seen the world-cleansing divine water. As for the other 4 divine elements, he did not know if they really existed. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian had made them up? Under such circumstances, it would be best if Yahiko agreed to give up the world-cleansing divine water. However, Yahiko was unwilling to comply with Wu Hongqing's request. He smiled faintly and said, "Temple Master, there's no need to rush. Since he said that he wants to die in his hometown, and the other 4 divine elements are in his hometown, then let's go with him. If the other 4 divine elements really exist, I'm willing to give 2 of them to the tidal temple. The other 2 divine elements and the world-cleansing divine water will belong to me and my elder brother." Yahiko said. "What if he's lying?" Wu Hongqing frowned. He did not want to miss out on the world-cleansing divine water. "There's nothing I can do if he's lying," Yahiko said with a shrug. Based on his words, it was clear he did not intend to give up the world-cleansing divine water after possessing Duan Lingtian. Immediately, Wu Hongqing's expression changed drastically. In the end, Wu Hongqing decided to bring Duan Lingtian to his hometown. "Duan Lingnan, as far as I know, you have more than one hometown, right? Are you referring to the Holy Region realm or the Yanhuang realm?" Duan Lingtian was surprised by Wu Hongqing's words. He did not expect Wu Hongqing to know so much about him. To be more precise, the title temple knew so much about him. The Yanhuang realm. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, although I've spent more time in the Saint Province realm, and the Saint Province realm accounts for more of my hometown, the 5 divine elements are in the Yanhuang realm, not the Saint Province realm. Naturally, if you obtain the 5 divine elements and are willing to send me back to the Saint Province realm, I'll be even more grateful. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was as though he was certain he would die. You're smart. Wu Hongqing looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully before he said, if you're not lying to us, we can send you back to the Saint Province realm and let Yahiko possess you there. In the end, Wu Hongqing decided to send Yahiko to another place to possess Duan Lingtian. After all, the 5 divine elements were too tempting. In the end, even Mi Xian was not in a hurry to track down Feng Qingyang and his law clones. Instead, he left the title temple with Duan Lingtian, Wu Jingdian, and Yahiko and returned to the solitary destructive heaven in the Devata realm. Then, through the solitary destructive heaven, they traveled to the Yanhuang realm, Duan Lingtian's hometown. Where are the 5 divine elements? Wu Hongqing and Yahiko followed closely behind Duan Lingtian as they stared at him intently. Mi Xian followed closely behind them as well. It's just ahead. We're almost there. Duan Lingtian brought the 3 of them as they traveled through the boundless starry sky of Yanhuang realm. His eyes swept across his surroundings as though he was searching for something. At the same time, he extended his divine consciousness as well. Finally, after 5 days, Duan Lingtian came to a halt. He appeared in the ruins of a barren planet. Sush. Duan Lingtian was the first to appear in the ruins of a barren planet. Wu Hongqing, Yahiko, and Mi Xian followed closely behind. As soon as they landed, their expressions changed drastically. This was especially true for Mi Xian. He was in his soul form, so his body trembled uncontrollably. It's really the other 5 divine elements. I can sense the chaos divine flame's energy. That's the profound divine metal, the clear heavens divine wood, and the chaos divine earth. Wu Hongqing's eyes lit up when he heard the energy coming from the 5 divine elements. 2 of them would belong to him and the title temple. Yahiko, on the other hand, had a regretful expression on his face when he regained his senses. If he had known earlier, he would not have been so generous as to promise Wu Hongqing 2 divine elements. This was because he had thought Duan Lingtian was lying. As for Mi Xian, he became even more agitated. I want the clear heavens divine wood of these 5 divine elements. Compared to the other 5 divine elements, the clear heavens divine wood was more suitable for a soul form like him. Moreover, he could possess the clear heavens divine wood and use its characteristics to transform into various forms. Moreover, the clear heavens divine wood was also very suitable for a soul form to possess. Moreover, cultivating in the clear heavens divine would be twice as effective with half the effort. All right. Wu Hongqing nodded. I want the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame. As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked for the 2 main offensive types of the 5 divine elements. Hall Master Wu. Upon hearing Wu Hongqing's words, Yahiko was slightly reluctant. Fire and water have always been incompatible. I have the world-cleansing divine water and the chaos divine flame, so I can give them to you and the title temple. However, you have to give me the profound divine metal. Based on Yahiko's words, it was clear he wanted the world-cleansing divine water and the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth to Wu Hongqing. Chapter 3544. Chaos Divine Earth? Wu Hongqing frowned. Yahiko, I don't need the Chaos Divine Earth. You can have the profound divine metal if you want, but you have to give me the world-cleansing divine water. I want the world-cleansing divine water and the Chaos Divine Flame. Duan Lingtian, who had his back facing them, sneered when he heard Wu Hongqing and Mi Yen haggling inwardly. 2 idiots. Sush, sush. As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, a gentle aura swept out of his body and entered the ground in just a blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, Yahiko's elder brother, Mi Xian, asked coldly, "What are you doing?" At this moment, Wu Hongqing and Yahiko shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian. A hint of vigilance could be seen on their faces as well. In fact, they did not believe Duan Ling Tian when he said he wanted to die in his hometown. However, the temptation of the 5 divine elements was too great. Moreover, they were confident that Duan Ling Tian would not be able to escape their control even if he went to the mundane realm. Moreover, they did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to find help to deal with them. Now that the 3 of them were together, they were not afraid even if Feng Qingyang's true body or his law clones were to come. Due to their confidence and greed, they had brought Duan Ling Tian to the mundane realm, Yanhuang realm. When they arrived at the barren planet in Yanhuang realm, they could clearly sense the auras of the other 4 divine elements. The auras of these 4 divine element spirits were extremely powerful. Clearly, they were all high-level divine element spirits. Nothing. Duan Ling Tian slowly turned around and looked at Mi Xian. He said indifferently, "The world-cleansing divine water hasn't seen its old friends for a long time, so it went to catch up with them. Furthermore, I am about to die, so there is no need for it to reside in my body." After Duan Ling Tian said this, Mi Xian didn't say anything else. After all, Duan Ling Tian's explanation was methodical and flawless. Divine King Mi Xian. At this time, Wu Hongqing looked at Mi Xian and said solemnly, "Your soul is the strongest here. Please keep an eye on the 5 divine elements and don't let them escape." "There's no need for Hall Master Wu to remind me," Mi Xian said. Earlier, his boundless presence had already enveloped the entire planet and a large portion of the surrounding star field. It was impossible for the 5 divine elements to escape from under his nose. "Sure, you can have the world-cleansing divine water." In the end, because of Wu Hongqing's insistence, Yahiko compromised. Among the 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water and the chaos divine flame would belong to Wu Hongqing and the tidal temple. As for the other 3 divine elements, they would belong to him and his big brother, Mi Xian. A bright smile appeared on Wu Hongqing's face when he saw that Yahiko had compromised. "Yahiko, don't waste any more time. It's time to possess Duan Ling Tian. Now that we've brought him to his hometown, Yanhuang realm, we've fulfilled one of his wishes." When Wu Hongqing looked at Duan Ling Tian again, he smiled faintly, but his eyes were indifferent. "Duan Ling Tian." Yahiko looked at Duan Ling Tian with a bright smile on his face. "Thank you for providing me with information about the 5 divine elements. Thank you for your body. If you have an afterlife, you can choose to be a dog. If you meet me, I'll definitely feed you well and take good care of you." Haha. Yahiko could not help but laugh when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Ling Tian remained calm in the face of Yahiko's laughter. He looked at Yahiko coldly and did not say a word. At the same time, Yahiko's soul finally left Tathagata's body and rushed toward Duan Ling Tian's body. Bang! Tathagata's body fell to the ground. He closed his eyes for a moment before he struggled to open them again. He sat down cross-legged and looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of pity in his eyes. "Amitba, benefactor Duan deserves the credit for me regaining control of my body. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to repay this karma." Tathagata sighed as he muttered to himself. Over the years, although Master Yahiko has taken over the initiative of his body, he is aware of everything that happens outside. Master Yahiko's experience is no different from his own experience. It's just that he can't control his body, that's all. He was more like a spectator who had witnessed everything. Yahiko's soul rushed into Duan Ling Tian's body and rushed toward Duan Ling Tian's soul. "Duan Ling, I won't be sending you off." Yahiko's soul chuckled in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Then a powerful soul, or more accurately, a soul, charged toward Duan Ling Tian's soul. Yahiko did not even bother to use any tricks since he did not think it was necessary. Even if Duan Ling Tian was a 10 Directions celestial emperor, his soul was strong enough to shatter the soul of a mere celestial emperor. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." However, Duan Ling Tian's soul remained calm even when faced with Excellency Mihaya's powerful soul attack. He replied indifferently, "Yes." Stop trying to be mysterious. In the next moment, your soul will be shattered by my soul. Yahiko sneered disdainfully. At this moment, Yahiko's soul was not far away from Duan Lingtian's soul. Is that so? As soon as Duan Lingtian sneered, a five-colored light suddenly shone around Duan Lingtian's soul. There was a golden light, a green light, a blue light, a red light, and a yellow light. It was dazzling and magnificent. Not only was the five-colored light beautiful, but it also seemed to have transformed into a bloody mouth when it appeared around Duan Lingtian's soul. Then, it swallowed Yahiko's soul that was charging toward him. Yahiko's soul let out a mournful shriek almost as soon as the bloody mouth swallowed it. The shriek was so loud that it reverberated at a terrifying frequency. Even Mi Xian and Wu Hongqing, who were outside, heard it loud and clear. Instantly, the two of them turned pale. Tathagata, who was sitting cross-legged, also heard the scream. He looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. Heavens! Is this for real? Master Yahiko let out a shrill cry when he was trying to possess Duan Lingtian's body. Moreover, he did not move after that. Tathagata instinctively extended his divine sense and fell on Duan Lingtian's body. He only felt the power of the five elements fused together, and it was not difficult to identify what kind of power it was. It's the power of the five divine elements fused together. Duan Lingtian destroyed Yahiko's soul with the help of the five divine elements. Tathagata sucked in a breath of cold air. Others might not know how terrifying Yahiko's soul was, but Tathagata knew very well. After all, he had been suppressed by Yahiko for many years. And now, Yahiko was destroyed? Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Tathagata was so frightened that he fell into a daze. Little brother Yen. Yahiko's elder brother, Mi Xian, the patriarch of the dead spirit tribe, could not help but cry out in grief. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his soul grew restless. You destroyed my little brother Yan's soul. I want you dead. I want you dead. In the next moment, Yahiko turned into a blood-red light and shot toward Duan Lingtian. Mi Xian, I'll go to the dead spirit tribe to find you sooner or later. Almost as soon as Yahiko finished his words and moved, Duan Lingtian spoke again. His tone was cold and indifferent. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished his words, 5 colorful beams of light suddenly appeared around his feet. The power of the 5 divine elements swept out and intertwined together to form a colorful cage, trapping Duan Lingtian inside. Before Master Mi Yen could touch Duan Lingtian, the 5-colored cage began to tremble violently. Then, a spatial tear appeared in the air. It seemed to contain a terrifying devouring force as it swallowed the 5-colored cage in one gulp. Although Mi Xian had arrived before the space crack closed, he did not dare to follow in. Behind the space crack was space turbulence. Even if he was a divine king, it would be dangerous for him to enter recklessly. Moreover, even if he took the risk to follow Duan Lingtian, the chances of him catching up to Duan Lingtian was very slim. This was because the spatial turbulence was constantly flowing behind the spatial tear. Anyone or anything that entered the spatial tear would be transported to an unknown place by the spatial tear in just a blink of an eye. Wu Hongqing and Tathagata only regained their senses after Duan Lingtian left and the space crack closed. Naturally, their eyes shone with disbelief. Benefactor Duan. He managed to escape? Tathagata felt as though he was dreaming. When he thought about what had happened, he realized Duan Lingtian must have left the realm where the Tidal Temple's main hall was located to come to Yanhuang realm, which was also Tathagata's hometown, to set up a trap. The 5 divine elements were Duan Lingtian's trump card. Inconceivable! Inconceivable! All 5 of the divine elements are actually coexisting peacefully with one another and serving him? Tathagata could tell. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to escape from Wu Hongqing and Yahiko, the pavilion master of the Tidal Temple and the patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan, was due to the joint attack of the 5 divine elements. That method was more like a kind of spirit formation. It was so interconnected that it was impossible to guard against it. He managed to escape. Wu Hongqing's expression darkened. He did not expect things to turn out this way. If Tathagata could figure it out, how could he not? For this reason he was filled with regret. Why had he been deceived by Duan Lingtian? Why had he brought Duan Lingtian to this mundane realm? If they were in the Tidal Temple's main temple, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to escape even if he could kill Yahiko. Chapter 35-45. Back to the time when Duan Lingtian had tricked Wu Hongqing and the others into coming to the Yanhuang realm. When Feng Qingyang's clone had self-destructed, Duan Lingtian had successfully evaded Wu Hongqing and the others. He wanted to leave the Tidal Temple's main hall, but he was stopped halfway. At that time, he could only take the risk of contacting the 5 divine elements in his little world. Due to this, the world-cleansing divine water had left his little world. Little Tian, this realm is the headquarters of the Tidal Temple. There are countless formations and restrictions here. Even if we join forces, we won't be able to help you escape unless we can leave this realm. At that time, the world-cleansing divine water had told Duan Lingtian, "It's best if you leave this realm and head to the mundane realm. The spatial barrier in the mundane realm is the weakest. If you're in the mundane realm, we'll definitely be able to help you escape. Of course, that's only if you're in the mundane realm." At this moment, Duan Lingtian had come up with a plan to use the 5 divine elements as bait to lure Wu Hongqing and the others to the Yanhuang realm or his second home, the Saint Province realm. When he told the world-cleansing divine water about his plan, the world-cleansing divine water agreed with him. Although it's risky, it's the best plan for now. In truth, this plan was not easy to implement. After all, as long as Lord Yahiko possessed his body, he would be able to take everything from him, including his memories. For this reason, Duan Lingtian thought of Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the Tidal Temple. Even if Lord Yahiko obtained all of his memories, he might not tell Wu Hongqing the truth. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to ask Wu Hongqing and Lord Yahiko to personally send him back to the mundane realm. It just so happened that the world-cleansing divine water had left the little world in his body. Therefore, he used the world-cleansing divine water as bait to lure Wu Hongqing and the others away from the realm where the Tidal Temple's main hall was located. After that, they arrived at the Yanhuang realm. Duan Lingtian had deliberately chosen an uninhabited planet because he was worried that Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian would destroy the planet in a fit of rage. If there was life on that planet, wouldn't it be dragged down by him? I will cooperate with them and set up the 5 elements soul-devouring array next to your soul. As long as Yahiko the Lord dares to forcibly take over your body, he won't be able to return. Killing Yahiko was one of the plans of the world-cleansing divine water. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other 4 divine elements had to lend a hand. As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived at the barren planet, he opened the gate to the small world in his body and released the other 4-5 divine elements. Since it was a matter of life and death for Duan Lingtian, the 5 divine elements did not dare to be careless. Although they can continue to follow Duan Lingtian's body after Master Yahiko took over Duan Lingtian's body, they can still follow Duan Lingtian's body. However, who knew what would happen in the future? Moreover, since they had sentience, it was only natural that they had feelings for Duan Lingtian. They would not allow Duan Lingtian's soul to be destroyed. For this reason, they worked very hard to carry out the plan. Even the chaos divine earth, which had always been frivolous and childish, had become serious at this moment. After we kill Master Yahiko, they will be stunned for a short time. During that time, we will arrange the 5 elements escape divine formation and send you into the turbulent space behind the space barrier. You will drift in there and go to other mundane planes. This was the second plan of the world-cleansing divine water. In the end, both plans worked. Duan Lingtian managed to escape from Wu Hongqing and Mi Xian, the patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan. After the spatial tear closed, the barren planet returned to its peaceful state. Mi Xian roared. Powerful soul energy surged out of his body and gathered the heaven and earth spirit chi around the barren planet. The heaven and earth spirit chi compressed the planet and reduced it to dust in just a blink of an eye. Although the Dead Spirit clansmen could only use soul energy to attack, their powerful soul energy allowed them to communicate with the heaven and earth spirit qi and use material attacks. For this reason, Mi Xian destroyed a planet many times larger than Earth with just a thought. This mundane realm is Duan Lingtian's hometown, right? Mi Xian was still furious. If that's the case, I'll destroy this mundane realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Mi Xian's body trembled. At this moment, Tathagata's expression changed. He hastily stopped Mi Xian. God King Mi Xian, I advise you not to do this. HM? Mi Xian looked at Tathagata with burning eyes. You want to stop me? Do you have the ability to stop me? Although I'm not interested in possessing you, it's easy for me to kill you. A hint of killing intent could be heard in Mi Xian's voice. God King Mi Xian, I don't want to stop you. I just want to advise you. This mundane realm is called Yen Huang Realm. Many of the people who ascended to the Devata realms, including those whom I have to address as seniors, have gone to the realms of gods. Many of them are divine emperors or stronger. They value their hometown very much. If you attack Yen Huang realm, they'll definitely sense it. Even if they can't come to the realms of gods for now, they won't let this matter rest until the passage between the realms of gods and the Devata realms is opened. Tathagata said. Tathagata was one of the people who left Yen Huang realm and made a name for themselves in the Devata realms. Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, Gong Sun Shenyuan, the heaven's equal celestial emperor, Sun Wukong, the three-eyed celestial emperor, Yang Jian, and many others. Duan Lingtian was one of the people who left Yen Huang realm. Apart from that, there were also many people who left Yen Huang realm and went to the realms of gods. Great Emperor Pangu, Great Emperor Nuwa, and the three pure ones were among those who left Yen Huang realm. God King Mi Xian, what Temple Master Tathagata said is true. At the same time, Wu Hongqing, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, finally calmed down a little. We can't touch the Yen Huang realm, Wu Hongqing said. At least half of the experts who left Yen Huang realm and went to the realms of gods are godly emperors, and some of them are even stronger than that. If you make a move on Yen Huang realm, those godly emperors will be enraged. Even if the Dead Spirit clan hides in the netherworld, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape death. Even you, God King Mi Xian, won't be able to escape death. Among the god-level masters who came out of Yen Huang realm, there are no less than two. Both of them are skilled in the art of divination. They can even predict the whereabouts of ordinary gods and god kings very accurately. Naturally, the Tidal Temple had a deep understanding of some special mundane realms. For example, the Yen Huang realm was one of the most unique mundane realms in the records left behind by the Tidal Temple. Many powerhouses were born there, and many of them were famous in the Devata realms and realms of gods. Tathagata, the temple master of the Tidal Temple's Xianyuan Heaven branch, was one of them. Humph! If Tathagata's words were of no use to Mi Xian, then he had no choice but to take Wu Hongqing's words seriously. After all, Wu Hongqing was the temple master of the Tidal Temple, a supreme force with a long history in the Devata realms. I'll track down Feng Qingyang's soul and kill Feng Qingyang to avenge my brother. Mi Xian's figure gradually disappeared. As for Duan Lingtian, one day, I'll turn him into ashes to appease my brother's soul. A hint of greed flashed in Wu Hongqing's eyes as soon as Mi Xian disappeared. He suddenly remembered the 5 divine elements that Duan Lingtian possessed. Temple Master Tathagata. At the same time, Mi Xian looked at Tathagata and said in a deep voice, "Please don't tell anyone that Duan Lingtian possesses 5 divine elements. If I find out that you're lying, you should know what I'm capable of." Don't worry, Temple Master. I know what to do. How could Tathagata not know what Wu Hongqing was thinking? He must have wanted to monopolize the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's possession. In fact, he was also shocked by the fact that Duan Lingtian possessed the 5 divine elements. He did not expect the young fellow who came from the same mundane realm as him would be able to obtain the 5 divine elements in just a short span of 700 years. Furthermore, those 5 divine elements were clearly not ordinary divine elements. Instead, they were all high-level divine elements. Even Tathagata was tempted. Naturally, he knew he was not interested in the 5 divine elements. Based on the current situation, even if he obtained them, it would not be a good thing for him. All right. Wu Hongqing nodded. If I can successfully take all 5 divine elements from him in the future, I'll consider giving you the Chaos Divine Earth. At that time, you can come to the main temple and be a deputy temple master. Thank you, temple master. Tathagata repeatedly thanked Wu Hongqing. However, he knew Wu Hongqing's wish would not come true so easily. He was a Buddhist, and he believed in fate. The fact that Duan Lingtian was able to come this far and escape under such circumstances proved that he was a person with great luck and fortuitous encounters. Even if the tidal temple tried to obstruct him, it would not be able to stop him from rising. In fact, Tathagata was already thinking to himself. Since he had regained control of his body, he would not make an enemy out of Duan Lingtian in the future. Moreover, Duan Lingtian would not blame him for Master Yahiko's actions. Temple Master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Tathagata bid farewell to Wu Hongqing and left. While Tathagata and Wu Hongqing left the Yanhuang realm one after another, Duan Lingtian, with the help of the 5 divine elements, arrived at a completely unfamiliar mundane realm. Chapter 3546. I'm safe now. Duan Lingtian was carried by the 5 divine elements through the turbulent space. He was like a lone boat in a stormy sea. Throughout the entire process, he was filled with trepidation. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he finally tore through space and appeared in a mundane realm. As for the 5 divine elements, they had destroyed his little world when they sent him to the mundane realm. Even though our current form has evolved to an extremely high level, we still expended a lot of energy in this attack. First, we destroyed the soul of an intermediate deity. Then, we helped you enter the space turbulence and even helped you enter another dimension. We need to rest and recuperate for a period of time. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. You should be more careful in the future. Don't put yourself in danger again. We won't be able to do anything even if something similar happens to you while we're asleep. A hint of seriousness could be heard in the world-cleansing divine water's voice as it spoke. I understand. Duan Lingtian replied. At the same time, his expression turned completely solemn. Naturally, he knew it was all thanks to the 5 divine elements that he was able to escape. If it were not for the 5 divine elements, even if he managed to escape from the realm where the tidal temple's main hall was located, he would not have been able to escape death in the mundane realm. Perhaps his body would still be alive, but it would no longer be under his control. It would be under someone else's control. Master's main body should be fine, right? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. The first thing he did was to leave the mundane realm and return to the solitary destructive heaven to see if he could contact his master. His master had told him that his main body would leave the Azura Hell and return to the solitary destructive heaven after he became a celestial king. Now that his master's main body had made a breakthrough, could it be that his master's main body had returned to the solitary destructive heaven? Sush. When Duan Lingtian reappeared in the solitary destructive heaven, he sent a message to his master, Feng Qingyang. However, he did not receive any response. Then he sent a message to Hua Lao. Upon receiving Duan Lingtian's message, Hua Lao's spirits were lifted. Young Mansion Master, I'm glad you're fine. Lord Mansion Master has asked me and Meng Luo to bring your family and friends out of the Heavenly Palace. They're currently north of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he saw his parents, Huan Er's parents, his wife Li Fei, his daughter, Duan Xiling, and his son, Duan Yentian. After escaping, the first thing he did was to return to the solitary destructive heaven. Other than worrying about his master's safety, he was also worried about the safety of his family. Now that he saw that his family was fine, the huge stone hanging in his heart gradually fell down. Where's Master? Why can't I contact him? Duan Lingtian asked. In the heavens in the Heavenly Emperor. The heavens in the heavens? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Was the heavens not one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms where the dead spirit clan was from? His master had gone to the heavens in the heavens? Even if his master was a celestial king, it was unrealistic for him to seek revenge on the dead spirit clan, right? Rumor had it that the dead spirit clan was a powerful clan that had high-grade celestial kings. The heavens in the heavens were one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. This was not Feng Qingyang's first time in the heavens. Previously, he had come to the heavens to explore the heavens and search for treasures. Now, he was only here to deliver information. The dead spirit clan. After a while, Feng Qingyang learned about the whereabouts of the dead spirit clan. However, he did not show himself. Instead, he asked someone else to show himself. At the same time, he asked someone to pass a floating image pearl to the supreme elders of the dead spirit clan. The dead spirit clan had been extremely peaceful. However, with the arrival of the person entrusted by Feng Qingyang and the floating image mirror image recorded in the floating image pearl that Feng Qingyang passed to them, the entire dead spirit clan was shocked. Yahiko has possessed a human body. After seeing the floating image pearl, the grand elders of the dead spirit race immediately gathered all of the dead spirit race clansmen and publicly announced this news. Not only did the current patriarch of the dead spirit race, Mi Xian, know about this, he even helped him possess a human's body. Now, I declare that Mi Xian is no longer the patriarch of the dead spirit race. At the same time, Mi Xian is expelled from the dead spirit race and will never be accepted again. Floating image pearls could be faked. However, the grand elders of the dead soul race were all high god kings. If it was a fake floating image pearl, they would be able to see through it immediately. Because the floating image pearls were real, they were furious. They felt that Mi Xian and Yahiko had crossed the bottom line of the dead spirit race and disregarded the safety of the dead spirit race. At the same time, 2 of us will head to the Devata realms to kill Yahiko. If Mi Xian is dragged down by Yahiko and possesses a human's body, we won't just target Yahiko, we'll target him as well. The grand elders of the dead spirit clan were determined. While the members of the dead spirit race were shocked by the news brought by the grand elders, their will was the same as the grand elders because they had been brainwashed since they were young. Any member of the dead spirit race who possessed a corporeal body should die. Little Tian is still alive. Feng Qingyang was about to leave the undead world when he took out the soul pearl of his only true disciple, Duan Lingtian. He sighed in relief when he saw Duan Lingtian's soul pearl was still intact. Although Duan Lingtian had self-destructed his clone from the law of earth to pave the way for his true disciple, Duan Lingtian, he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to escape. In fact, Duan Lingtian had even thought of avenging his disciple, Duan Lingtian. After leaving the undead world and returning to the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang instinctively sent a message to Duan Lingtian. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would reply. "Master, I'm with Hualao." As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Feng Qingyang learned of Duan Lingtian's current whereabouts. "Master, the god king of the dead spirit clan, Mi Xian, is probably tracking you by now. I think it's safer for you to return to the Azura Hell," Duan Lingtian suggested. Although he was confident in his master, the god king of the dead spirit clan, Mi Xian, was at least a middle god king. Moreover, he was a special life form that specialized in soul attacks. It was only natural that his master would find it difficult to deal with him since he had just broken through to the god king realm. "I can return to the Azura Hell with peace of mind now that I've confirmed that you're fine," Feng Qingyang transmitted. Clearly, Duan Lingtian was the main reason he had not returned to the Azura Hell yet. "Don't worry, master. I'm fine," Duan Lingtian replied. "How did you manage to escape?" Feng Qingyang asked. Since the Tidal Temple's main hall was created by the supreme expert who created the Tidal Temple, it should have been very difficult for you to escape from that realm. Initially, he had chosen to detonate his Earth Elemental clone because he wanted to take a gamble and see if he could carve a way out for his disciple. In truth, he did not hold much hope that it would work. However, under those circumstances, he had no other choice. He was surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to escape from the Azura Hell. Master, it was the 5 divine elements in my body that worked together to help me break through the space of that plane and escape. Duan Lingtian replied. 5 divine elements? Feng Qingyang's eyes narrowed slightly. He asked in concern, you didn't expose your 5 divine elements, right? Duan Lingtian replied without any hesitation. In his opinion, this was a white lie. Although his master's strength was not bad and he had already broken through to the immortal king realm, not only was his divine soul injured, but he also needed some time to recover. Even his Earth Law avatar also needed time to reform. Apart from that, his master was also threatened by Mi Xian, the god king of the Dead Spirit clan. Under such circumstances, he did not want his master to worry about him. For this reason, he did not mention that his 5 divine elements had been exposed. That's good. Feng Qingyang sighed in relief when he heard this. At the same time, he said to Duan Lingtian, I'll head to the Azura Hell now. If you have any problems, you can look for me in the realm where the Azura Hell is. Once you're there, just send me a message and I'll receive it. All right. After Duan Lingtian replied, Feng Qingyang returned to the Azura Hell as soon as possible. Almost as soon as Feng Qingyang disappeared into the Azura Hell, a crimson light flashed outside the Azura Hell, and an illusory human figure appeared. It was the patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan, an intermediate god king, Mi Xian. Damn it. I was just 1 step away. Mi Xian's tone was very low, his voice slightly trembling from extreme anger. It's a pity that I'm only a god king, so I can only track him through the souls I've personally come into contact with. If I become a god emperor, I'll be able to track him through the soul imprints left on the soul orbs of those below the god emperor realm. In truth, the person Mi Xian wanted to kill the most was not Feng Qingyang, but Duan Lingtian, who had single-handedly killed his younger brother, Yehiko. It was not difficult for him to obtain the soul pearl that contained Duan Lingtian's soul imprint. However, the problem was that with his current cultivation base, he did not have the ability to find the other party through the soul imprint left on the soul pearl. It was said that only a handful of celestial lords in the Dead Spirit clan were able to do that. Using the soul imprint on the soul orb, he could track the owner of the soul imprint. Chapter 3547. Most of the members of the Dead Spirit clan had reached the peak of the High God King stage. However, in the long history of the Dead Spirit clan, there were some who had obtained fortuitous encounters that allowed them to break through to the Divine Emperor stage. To be more precise, their souls had entered the Divine Emperor stage. At this time, they discovered that the Dead Spirit clan had a special ability. They could use the soul mark left on the soul pearl by those below the Divine Emperor realm to track them down. For this reason, there were many powerful forces in the realms of gods who were willing to hunt down members of the Spectre clan who were at the God Emperor realm and above. This was because such existences could provide them with accurate tracking services and could be of great use at critical moments. For this reason, once a member of the Dead Spirit clan became a Divine Emperor, they would either hide their cultivation base or leave the Dead Spirit clan. After all, every once in a while, a powerful force in the realms of gods would send experts to the netherworld to see if there were any members of the Dead Spirit clan who had broken through to the Divine Emperor stage. If they found any, they would kidnap them. The Dead Spirit clan was only a small clan in the netherworld. Naturally, they were powerless against the experts from the powerful forces in the realms of gods. Feng Qingyang, I'd like to see how long you can hide in the Azura Hell. In the end, Mi Xian left the Azura Hell and returned to the Devata realm before he returned to the netherworld where the Dead Spirit clan was. Feng Qingyang's cultivation speed is ridiculously fast. I can't let my guard down. If I'm not a high god king by the time he becomes a medium god king, I won't be able to kill him even if I can track him down. Mi Xian's heart sank when he thought about this. Initially, he thought that returning to the clan and feeling the atmosphere of the clan would make him feel better. However, to his surprise, as soon as he returned to the Dead Spirit clan, 2 powerful figures appeared and intercepted him. Mi Xian was stunned. Elder Mi Qin, Elder Mi Yu, what's the meaning of this? Right now, The ones blocking Mi Xian were two of the Death Spirit race's Grand Elders. They were both High God Kings, and any one of them was stronger than Mi Xian. If they wanted to kill Mi Xian, even 100 Mi Xians would not be able to escape death. Mi Xian, you have been expelled from the Dead Spirit race. Mi Chen said indifferently. Expelled from the Dead Spirit clan? Hearing this, Mi Xian was stunned at first, then his expression changed drastically. The first person he thought of was Feng Qingyang. It was most likely that Feng Qingyang knew about the taboo of the Dead Spirit race and had come to inform them about the Grand Elder of the Dead Spirit race, about his younger brother Yahiko possessing a human body, and that he was an accomplice. Elder Mi Chen, why? Mi Xian forced himself to calm down and asked in a low voice, his expression changing drastically. Mi Xuan, don't you know what you and Yahiko have done? Mi Chen's gaze turned cold, and his tone turned gloomy. Hearing Mi Chen's words, Mi Xian knew that his worries had come true. As expected, Feng Qingyang had told the Grand Elders of the Dead Spirit race about what he and Yahiko had done. Under such circumstances, it was not impossible for the Grand Elders to expel him from the Dead Spirit race. Elder Mi Chen, Elder Mi Yu. Mi Xian's body shook violently as waves of restless energy swept out. What happened? Even if you want to expel me from the Dead Spirit race, shouldn't you at least give me an explanation? As soon as Mi Xian finished speaking, Mi Yu, who had been silent all this while, shook his head and said, Mi Xian, it's already come to this. There's no need for you to play the fool. Yahiko's possession of a human's body may have only been a partial possession, but it was a violation of the rules of the Dead Spirit race and should be executed. But you, after learning of this, not only did you not put righteousness before family, you allowed him to possess another human's body and even helped him do so. Mi Yu's voice turned cold. For doing such a thing, not only do you no longer deserve to be the patriarch of the Dead Spirit race, you don't even deserve to stay in the Dead Spirit race. Who is slandering me? Slandering my little brother Yan? Mi Xian asked in a low voice. His emotions were so agitated that those who did not know might think that he had been wrongly accused. Do you have proof? Do you have any proof? Although Mi Xian felt that there was evidence that the Dead Spirit race had removed him from his position as clan leader and expelled him from the Dead Spirit race before he had returned, he still couldn't help but ask. Even if he had to die, he wanted to die with a clear conscience. You want proof? Mi Yu sneered. Then, with a thought, a floating image pearl appeared out of thin air and reflected a series of images. The images were of what had happened in the main hall of the Tidal Temple, when Yahiko had tried to possess Duan Lingtian. Mi Xian had helped Yahiko deal with Feng Qingyang and helped Yahiko in the process. Not only were there images, but there was also sound. You're not going to say that this is a fake floating image pearl, are you? Mi Yu's sneer deepened. If you really want to say that, I advise you to keep your mouth shut. You're just taking us for fools. Was Mi Xian going to say that the floating image pearl in front of him was a fake? Of course not. If this floating image pearl was a fake, not only would he be able to tell, but the Grand Elders of the Dead Spirit race would be able to as well. Elders. Mi Xian's tone softened. Now that my little brother Yan is dead, this matter should come to an end, right? In the Dead Spirit race, there shouldn't be anyone more suitable to be patriarch than me, right? Give me a chance. I will lead the Dead Spirit race to new glory. Not only did Mi Xian not want to leave the Dead Spirit race, but he also wanted to return to the Dead Spirit race and become patriarch. Mi Xian, do you think this is child's play? Mi Yu sneered. You've been expelled from the Dead Spirit race. From now on, the Dead Spirit race no longer welcomes you. If you dare to enter again, we will not hesitate to use force to expel you. Also, if you possess a physical body outside, the Dead Spirit race will still hunt you down according to the rules of the race. You should conduct yourself with dignity. As soon as Mi Yu's voice fell, he stepped aside. Please. When Mi Xian left, he had almost lost his soul. He had never imagined that his departure would be permanent. The Dead Spirit race had abandoned him. /B was he wrong? He admitted that he was wrong. However, was there a need to punish him so severely? He had never thought that possessing a human body was the right thing to do. He had only helped Yahiko to possess a human body because of their brotherhood. Moreover, he had told Yahiko that it was the last time he would help him because of their brotherhood. He had never forgotten that he was a member of the dead spirit race and the patriarch of the dead spirit race. However, what did he get in the end? The dead spirit race had removed him from the position of patriarch and expelled him from the dead spirit race. Good. Since you think I'm wrong, since the dead spirit race thinks I'm wrong, I, Mi Xian, will make the best of it. I, Mi Xian, will possess a human body and return to the dead spirit race. I will devour all of you and break through to the God Emperor realm. At that time, even if Feng Qingyang manages to break out of the Azura hell, he'll still be a piece of cake to me. Not long after leaving the dead spirit race, Mi Xian's aura was no longer as weak as before. He was full of vitality. Now, I need a human body. Although Duan Ling Tian's body isn't bad, it's extremely strange. Brother Yen was actually killed by him during the possession process. Moreover, since he killed Brother Yen, I don't have to consider his body when I want to tear him into pieces. Mi Xian muttered to himself after he left the dead spirit world and returned to the Devata realm. Fortunately, Duan Ling Tian did not hear Mi Xian's muttering. Otherwise, he would have found it funny. Did Mi Xian think he could possess him just because he wanted to? He was delusional. I'll look for Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple. As the palace master of the Tidal Temple with the longest legacy, he must have a good candidate for me to possess. In the end, Mi Xian went to the Tidal Temple's branch in the Devata realm he was in. As soon as Xianxia arrived at the Tidal Temple's sub-hall, the hall masters of the sub-halls did not dare to take him lightly. They immediately contacted the main hall. Soon after, Mi Xian met with Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple. King Mi Xian, is there something you need from me? Wu Hongqing asked without beating around the bush. Mi Xian's eyes flashed with greed as he looked at Wu Hongqing. If he could, he would possess Wu Hongqing. Once he possessed Wu Hongqing, the entire Tidal Temple would become his backyard. However, he knew it was only a dream. If he wanted to possess someone completely, the difference in strength between him and the other party must be too great. For example, his younger brother, Yahiko, as a lesser-ranked deity, had failed to possess Tathagata, who had yet to become a deity. All he could do was take control of the body. If he had been an intermediate-ranked deity at that time, he would have succeeded. Due to the difference in strength between a lesser deity and a 10 Directions celestial emperor, he had failed. However, the difference in strength between him and Wu Hongqing was even greater now. Even if he was a higher god king, he was not confident he could possess Wu Hongqing completely. As for now, not to mention completely possessing Wu Hongqing, even half possessing Wu Hongqing and seizing control of Wu Hongqing's body would be very difficult. For this reason, he could only give up on the idea of possessing Wu Hongqing. I want to possess an outstanding human. The Tidal Temple has a long history in the Devata realms and has an extensive information network. You should be able to provide me with information about this, right? Mi Xian did not beat around the bush and stated his purpose. Wu Hongqing was, naturally, taken aback by Mi Xian's words. King Mi Xian, based on your behavior, it seems like you have no intention of possessing a human's body, right? Why do you seem interested in possessing a human's body now? In Wu Hongqing's opinion, if Mi Xian had intended to possess a human's body, Duan Lingtian's body would have been the best choice. Mi Xian, on the other hand, was not interested in Duan Lingtian at all. It was possible to say that Mi Xian was doing this out of consideration for the brotherhood between him and Yahiko, but he didn't believe it. This was because he felt that in front of absolute benefits, the brotherhood between the dead spirit clansmen was nothing. Chapter 35-48. Temple Master Wu. Mi Xian looked at Wu Hongqing and asked indifferently, as the temple master of the Tidal Temple with the longest legacy in the Devata realms, you must be very knowledgeable. You should know the dead spirit clan's attitude toward clansmen who possess corporeal bodies, right? Wu Hongqing nodded. Apart from that, he also knew the dead spirit clansmen who were at the Divine Emperor stage or above were highly valued by powerful forces in the realms of gods. Moreover, if a dead spirit clansman who was at the Divine Emperor stage or above appeared in an auction in the realms of gods, they would be sold for a sky-high price. Therefore, he knew a lot about the dead spirit clan. I'm the patriarch of the dead spirit clan. Mi Xian continued to say when he saw Wu Hongqing nodding. To be more precise, I was the patriarch of the dead spirit clan before I helped Brother Yen possess the body of a human boy called Duan Lingtian. When Mi Xian said this, Wu Hongqing jumped in fright. This was something he hadn't known about. Previously, when he learned that Tathagata, the Xianyuan heaven branch of the tidal temple, had been possessed by a member of the dead spirit race, he was already very surprised because he knew the taboo of the dead spirit race. Any member of the dead spirit race who dared to possess a physical body would be hunted down by the dead spirit race. When Mi Xian had appeared to help Yahiko, he had assumed they were on the same side. However, after witnessing Mi Xian's strength and seeing how Mi Xian did not seem interested in Duan Lingtian's body and allowed Yahiko to possess it, Wu Hongqing instinctively felt Mi Xian had followed the dead spirit clan's rules to a certain extent. He had only helped Yahiko out of consideration for their brotherhood. However, when Mi Xian said he was the patriarch of the dead spirit clan, he was shocked. Mi Xian is the patriarch of the dead spirit clan? Not only did the patriarch of the dead spirit clan not follow the rules of the dead spirit clan by killing a dead spirit clansman who possessed a corporeal body, but he even helped a dead spirit clansman possess a human body? This was the biggest joke in the world. Divine King Mi Xian. Now, Wu Hongqing finally understood why Mi Xian wasn't interested in Duan Lingtian's body at all. It turned out that Mi Xian was the patriarch of the Spectre race. As the patriarch of the Spectre race, helping someone take over a human's body was already very ridiculous. If he took over a human's body, would he still want to continue being the patriarch of the Spectre race? You mean, you are no longer the patriarch of the dead spirit race? Wu Hongqing asked. If I were still the chief of the dead spirit race, do you think I would come to you and ask you to help me search for human bodies to possess? Mi Xian asked, looking deeply at Wu Hongqing. Because of Yahiko? Wu Hongqing asked. Because of Feng Qingyang. Mi Xian said in a low voice. He entered the netherworld and informed my clan about Yahiko's possession of a human's body. He told my clan members about me and Yahiko's possession of a human's body. I have been removed from my position as the patriarch by several grand elders of my clan and expelled from the dead spirit race. Feng Qingyang? Wu Hongqing was stunned. Even if he knew about the dead spirit race's rules and went to the netherworld to inform the dead spirit race, without evidence, even if your clan members suspected you, they couldn't have removed you from your position and expelled you, right? What if there is evidence? Mi Xian asked. Evidence? What evidence? Although he saw you attack with his own eyes, what he saw was only a law avatar. Moreover, it self-destructed on the spot. He couldn't have taken anything with him. Wu Hongqing asked, puzzled. He has the mother-child floating image pearls personally inscribed by a divine emperor from a realm of gods. Although the child pearl is destroyed, everything recorded in it has been transmitted to the mother pearl. You should know that the mother-child floating image pearls are made of special materials that can transmit information across realms. Mi Xian said in a low voice. What? Wu Hongqing was shocked. Feng Qingyang has the mother-child floating image pearls personally inscribed by a divine emperor or higher. The mother-child floating image pearls were items from the realms of gods. Only a divine emperor or higher could inscribe them. Moreover, the mother-child floating image pearls in the realms of gods were different from the floating image pearls in the Devata realms and the ordinary floating image pearls in the realms of gods. The latter two could only record images and not sound. Even in the realms of gods, not everyone had the mother-child floating image pearls. However, Feng Qingyang, who had not been to the realms of gods, had the mother-child floating image pearls in his possession? He must have obtained them in the Azura Hell. Mi Xian's voice grew darker. I'm afraid even the tidal temple doesn't have many mother-child floating image pearls, right? After all, this thing can only be used once. It can't be used repeatedly. Yes. Wu Hongqing nodded. Although the title temple had many floating image pearls that had been passed down for generations, most of them had already been used. There were only 4 pairs that were still unused. Since Feng Qingyang became a god in the Azura Hell, it means he had a fortuitous encounter there. It's not strange for him to obtain the mother-child floating image pearls. Moreover, I tracked his soul and chased him all the way to the entrance of the Azura Hell. He entered the Azura Hell again. It seems like he's treating the Azura Hell as his backyard. Mi Xian's voice was filled with exasperation when he spoke. He's hiding in the Azura Hell again? Wu Hongqing was speechless. He did not expect Feng Qingyang would enter the Azura Hell again. It's obvious Feng Qingyang must have encountered a fortuitous encounter to become a lesser god king in such a short time. That fortuitous encounter must be in the Azura Hell. With his past progress, if he continues in the future, I'm afraid it won't be long before he surpasses you, Divine King Mi Xian. As Wu Hongqing spoke, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. I know, Mi Xian replied calmly. As long as I have an excellent human body, it'll be difficult for him to catch up to me. God King Mi Xian, you want to? Wu Hongqing's eyes narrowed and his heart trembled. He had already guessed what Mi Xian wanted to do. Temple Master. Just as Wu Hongqing was guessing what Mi Xian wanted to do, a respectful voice came from outside. Tang Sanpao requests an audience. Normally, Mi Xian would have smiled when he heard the voice of his successor, Tang Sanpao. However, he could not smile now. Not only that, he replied calmly, I'm not free at the moment. Come find me tomorrow. Wu Hongqing deliberately suppressed his emotions when he said this, but because things had happened so suddenly, Mi Xian still caught a slight change in his emotions, causing Mi Xian's eyes to brighten. In the next moment, Mi Xian's powerful divine consciousness swept out. Please have mercy, God King Mi Xian. That's my successor. If you want a human body, I can find you another one that's not inferior to his. When Mi Xian's divine consciousness swept out, Wu Hongqing knew that Mi Xian would definitely take a fancy to Tang Sanpao's body. Therefore, he hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. There's no need. I'm very satisfied with this body. Wu Hongqing's expression changed drastically when he heard Mi Xian's reply. Mi Xian, don't go too far. Do you intend to make an enemy of the title temple? Temple Master Wu, you can just find another successor. Why are you so angry? Mi Xian said indifferently. Then, with a flash of his body, he disappeared without a trace. Tang Sanpao, who had been outside, also vanished without a trace. In a remote mountain range in the solitary destructive heaven. After Duan Ling Tian returned to his little world, he sent all of his family and friends back to his little world. He even sent Huan, Er's parents, to his little world. This was also the first time he had allowed his parents, Lian Qiu and Du Xian, into his little world. Naturally, both of them were shocked when they entered. What a unique heaven and earth spiritual energy. Are those the 5 divine elements? Both of them could sense that the heaven and earth spiritual energy in Duan Lingtian's little world was extraordinary. At the same time, they saw the 5-colored light that twined around the divine tree of life. It was none other than the 5 divine elements. The radiance of the 5 divine elements was much dimmer than before. After sending his family and friends into his little world, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. However, his heart was still heavy. Now that Master has been forced into Azura Hell again, my 5 divine elements have been exposed as well. If I'm not mistaken, Wu Hongqing, the Hall Master of the Title Temple, will definitely go crazy and try to steal my 5 divine elements. At this moment, the Space Sword Dao and the Control Dao of the 4 Dao of Heaven and Earth are no longer as important to him and the Title Temple. The most important thing is the 5 divine elements in my little world. After all, those who possess the 5 divine elements will have a much easier time comprehending the 4 Dao of Heaven and Earth once they become gods. Those who possess high-level 5 divine elements will have a 100% chance of successfully comprehending the 4 Dao of Heaven and Earth. Duan Lingtian felt a great sense of danger when he learned that the 5 divine elements had been exposed. Moreover, his master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had suffered injuries to his soul due to the battle with the intermediate god king from the dead spirit clan. He had even lost one of his law clones. It would take a long time for his master to fully recover. In other words, Duan Lingtian would have to rely on himself for a long time. The Tidal Temple's intelligence network is spread all over the Devata realms. In the future, I'm afraid the Tidal Temple won't be able to find me if I stay in one place for too long. If I want to improve my strength, I won't just focus on cultivating. I'll have to go out from time to time. Although I've become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, I'm still a long way from becoming a god. At the very least, I haven't reached the threshold of godhood yet. It seems like I'll have to go to the 9 Serenities battlefield for the time being. Chapter 3549. Whether it was the Purgatory battlefield or the 9 Serenities battlefield, they were independent realms formed by the collision of realms of the gods every 10,000 years. Unlike the realm of gods was a playground for the strongest. The gods of the realms of gods could kill, rob, and plunder for cultivation resources in the realm of gods. Of course, the realm of gods also contained fortuitous encounters left behind by the strongest of the realms of gods. On the other hand, the Purgatory battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield did not have such benefits. Those who entered the Purgatory battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield could only kill and plunder each other's belongings. Basically, there were no fortuitous encounters in the realm battlefield since it was a product of the collision between realms of the gods. Similar to the realm battlefield, the Purgatory battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield were formed by the collision of realms of the gods. Both of them were related to supreme powerhouses. However, to supreme powerhouses, the realm battlefield was like their own child that they would spend a lot of effort to nurture. As for the Purgatory battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield, they were like illegitimate children that they did not acknowledge. However, due to the restrictions on one's cultivation base, the realm battlefield and the 9 Serenities battlefield became places where celestial lords and celestial emperors from the Devata realms could cultivate. For example, Duan Lingtian had visited the Purgatory battlefield in the past. A group of celestial lords, most of whom were powerful titled celestial lords, had gathered in the Purgatory battlefield. Many celestial lords who possessed the 5 divine elements and did not dare to reveal their strength in the Purgatory battlefield. In the past, Duan Lingtian's 5 divine elements had greatly improved in the Purgatory battlefield. The Purgatory battlefield was a stage for celestial lords. The 9 Serenities battlefield was a stage for celestial emperors. Celestial emperors who dared to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield were confident in their strength. Most of them were titled celestial emperors or those who possessed the strength of a titled celestial emperor but did not obtain a title from the Tidal Temple. In the Devata realms, the Tidal Temple had a ranking system for the strength of the war gods. There were 1-star gods of war, 2-star gods of war, and 9-star gods of war. The minimum requirement to become a 1-star god of war was to become a titled celestial emperor. Although 9-star gods of war were titled celestial emperors who had not attained godhood, their strength was close to that of a god. In the Devata realms, the Tidal Temple has no lack of god-level powerhouses. If a god-level powerhouse comes, I won't be able to fight back at all. Although the Tidal Temple can send people to the 9 Nether realm, they can only send 10 Directions Celestial Emperors. Even if they're strong, they'll only be 9-star gods of war or demigods. It was celestial lords of the gods of God of gods gods of the gods of gods heaven god. In the Devata realms, unless I find a secluded place to hide, I'll still be in danger. Rather than hiding in a secluded place in a Devata realm, I might as well find a mundane realm to hide in. Duan Lingtian had a clear idea of his current situation. At the same time, he was also very clear about what he needed the most now. Now, what I need the most, besides a place where I can cultivate in peace, is more of a place where I can train. The 9 Serenities battlefield is the most suitable place for me now. After making up his mind, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Hua Lao and Meng Luo before he left. From the beginning until the end, Hua Lao and Meng Luo watched as Duan Lingtian left. They did not stop him. Even if they did, they would not have been able to stop him. This was because Duan Lingtian's current strength had already surpassed theirs. Hua Lao, I'm sure you didn't expect that young man from the mundane realm would become so strong after so many years, right? Meng Luo asked Hua Lao, who was standing next to him. Hua Lao smiled wryly when he heard Meng Luo Lao's words. That's right. I feel like I've been living like a dog all these years. We have to work hard as well. Otherwise, we'll only grow further and further away from the young palace master and Lord Heavenly Emperor. Meng Luo sighed. The independent realm where the Tidal Temple's main hall was located was also known as the God Realm. This name was given by the founder of the Tidal Temple. Currently, in a vast palace in the Plain of Gods, there are two figures sitting opposite each other in the main hall. There were 2 rows of seats facing each other in the hall. They were on the left and right sides of the door. At this moment, 2 people were sitting in the middle of the 2 rows of seats. The person sitting on the left was none other than Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple. The person sitting on the right was a young man. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would have recognized the young man as Tang Sanpao, who was by his side during the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms. Tang Sanpao had another identity. He was the young master of the Tidal Temple. Logically speaking, Tang Sanpao was Wu Hongqing's successor to the Tidal Temple. If the 2 of them were to sit together, even if Wu Hongqing was sitting, Tang Sanpao would have to stand. But now, Tang Sanpao was sitting in front of Wu Hongqing with a swagger. I want to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. Tang Sanpao crossed his legs as he looked at Wu Hongqing and said disrespectfully, I want to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. Wu Hongqing was not displeased by Tang Sanpao's rudeness. Instead, he frowned slightly and asked, Can you enter the 9 Serenities battlefield? Although your cultivation base is only that of a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor, your soul is at the level of an intermediate Celestial King. The 9 Serenities battlefield doesn't allow anyone above the level of a god to enter. Not only does it restrict one's cultivation base, but it also restricts one's soul. Upon hearing Wu Hongqing's words, it was clear who Tang Sanpao was. Mi Xian. He was the former clan leader of the Dead Spirit clan, an intermediate celestial king. Half a year ago, Tang Sanpao had come to look for Wu Hongqing. Mi Xian happened to be there as well. When he discovered Tang Sanpao's body was in good condition, he ignored Wu Hongqing's objections and forcefully possessed Tang Sanpao, causing Tang Sanpao's soul to dissipate. Mi Xian accepted everything in Tang Sanpao's body. Mi Xian accepted everything, including Tang Sanpao's memories and comprehension of the profundities. Wu Hongqing was naturally unhappy that Mi Xian had taken over Sanpao's body without any regard for his advice. However, there was nothing he could do now. Was he supposed to kill Mi Xian, who had taken over Sanpao's body? Moreover, even if he wanted to kill Mi Xian, there was nothing he could do. At most, he could destroy Tang Sanpao's body. After Mi Xian obtained Tang Sanpao's memories, he realized the Tidal Temple would allow him to cultivate smoothly in the future. Therefore, he came to an agreement with Wu Hongqing. I'll definitely kill Duan Lingtian. If I kill him, I only want the clear heaven divine wood of the 5 divine elements in his body. The other 4 divine elements will belong to the Tidal Temple. I only have one request. The Tidal Temple must help my body ascend to godhood in the shortest time possible. Although Mi Xian had possessed Tang Sanpao's body, since Tang Sanpao was only a 9 palaces celestial emperor, Mi Xian's cultivation base was only at the level of an intermediate celestial king. Although Mi Xian's soul was powerful and his soul attacks were powerful, his body's cultivation base could not keep up with his soul's level. For this reason, the Tidal Temple went to great lengths to obtain an exploding element celestial fruit in just a month. After Mi Xian consumed the exploding element celestial fruit, he successfully became a 10 Directions celestial emperor 6 months later. Of course, I'm aware of the restrictions in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Mi Xian didn't take Wu Hongqing's words seriously. That is why I plan to seal my soul and sneak into the Nine Serenities battlefield. The Dead Spirit clan can easily come up with dozens or even hundreds of secret techniques like this. A hint of arrogance could be heard in Mi Xian's voice when he spoke. However, after a few moments, his eyes flashed as though he had recalled something. The arrogance in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a ruthless expression. That's a good idea. Wu Hongqing nodded. However, once your soul is sealed, you won't be able to remove the seal once you enter the Nine Serenities battlefield. After all, the rules there forbid the souls of gods and above from entering the battlefield. If you forcefully remove the seal, no one knows the consequences. You'll either be sent out of the Nine Serenities battlefield or reduced to ashes. Wu Hongqing's expression turned grave when he finished speaking. Do you think it's necessary for me to remove the seal? Mi Xian asked indifferently. Upon hearing Mi Xian's words, Wu Hongqing's expression froze. He finally remembered the person in front of him was no longer Tang Sanpao. He was Mi Xian, the former patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan and an intermediate god king. Although Tang Sanpao's current cultivation base was only a 10 directions celestial emperor, with the profundities that Mi Xian had comprehended, his strength was comparable to a 9-star god of war. With the strength of a 9-star god of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield, even if his soul no longer had an advantage, why would he be afraid of others? I still don't understand. Why do you suddenly want to enter the Nine Serenities battlefield? It's meaningless to you. Wu Hongqing asked. No, it's meaningful. Mi Xian shook his head. Although I've taken over this body, my soul isn't very compatible with it. I need to enter the Nine Serenities battlefield and fight so my soul can adapt to this body. Only then will I be able to unleash the profundities my soul has comprehended. Right now, although the profundities of laws that my soul has comprehended are powerful, I can't use them perfectly in this body. Wu Hongqing finally understood Mi Xian's intention. In that case, you should make a trip there. When do you plan to leave? I'll send you there. Wu Hongqing asked. Let's do it now. Mi Xian replied. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was in the Nine Serenities battlefield, was unaware that Mi Xian, who had destroyed his master Feng Qingyang's Law of Earth clone, had also come to the Nine Serenities battlefield. Moreover, Mi Xian had entered the Nine Serenities battlefield with a familiar face. Chapter 3550. At this moment, it had been 2 months since Duan Lingtian entered the Nine Serenities battlefield. In the Nine Serenities battlefield. During these 2 months, Duan Lingtian had learned a lot about the Nine Serenities battlefield. Although the Nine Serenities battlefield was similar to the Purgatory battlefield in many ways, there were many differences. In the Nine Serenities battlefield, many titled celestial emperors would join forces and hunt other titled celestial emperors for their wealth. For this reason, unless one was extremely strong, it would be extremely difficult for one to advance in the Nine Serenities battlefield without a strong backer. In fact, one might not even know when one would die. I'll choose the Heaven Dao Alliance then. During these 2 months in the Nine Serenities battlefield, Duan Lingtian had encountered more than one assassination attempt. Although he easily dealt with it and even killed his opponents, it was still very troublesome. There were a few times when he wanted to cultivate, so he purposely found a secluded place to cultivate. Who knew he would be disrupted not long after he started cultivating? After discovering that he was cultivating, they would immediately attack him in an attempt to kill him and rob him of his wealth. However, since he was cultivating in the Nine Serenities battlefield, it was only natural that he could not focus on cultivating. Thus, as expected, those people who had launched a sneak attack on him were all killed by him without exception. However, after so many times, Duan Lingtian realized that it was unrealistic to cultivate in the wilderness of the Nine Serenities battlefield. The best way was to join a force. As long as he had his own cultivation room in the force's base, he would be able to cultivate in peace without being disturbed. Unless that force was attacked. Therefore, in the past half a month, he had specially inquired about a few of the stronger factions in the vicinity. Among them, there was a faction called the Heavenly Dao Alliance that was the strongest. The other factions in the vicinity had to join hands in order to deal with the annexation of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. There are 2 8-star gods of war in the Heaven Dao Alliance. Ordinary people and forces wouldn't dare to offend the Heaven Dao Alliance. After learning about the Heaven Dao Alliance's strength, Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he decided to join the Heaven Dao Alliance. The Heavenly Law Alliance's recruitment is held once a year. The next recruitment will be held in 3 months' time. With a thought, Duan Lingtian did not continue to look for a place to cultivate. Instead, he wandered around the area. As long as he encountered someone who did not have eyes and came forward to provoke him, he would not hold back and kill them. Even if they were to kneel and beg for mercy, it was useless. In a world where the strong were respected, tears were not believed. That was it. Because he would be disturbed even if he cultivated, Duan Lingtian did not continue to look for a place to cultivate. Instead, he wandered around, tempering his combat skills through battle after battle, as well as further comprehending the profundities of the laws and the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Although the improvement was not big, there was still a certain amount of improvement. Moreover, during his slumber, Huang Xiaolong had further comprehended the law of space with the help of the Supreme Master's Godhead. In 3 months, Duan Lingtian had also made a name for himself in the surrounding area. Purple Marquis. Recently, there have been more and more people dressed in purple nearby. I wonder how the people from the other factions are doing. In any case, our Hongtian sect has been avoiding people dressed in purple whenever we see them. We are deeply afraid that it is really Purple Marquis. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, there were some factions that had built cities nearby. In these cities, one could conduct all kinds of transactions and fight. It was no different from the outside of the city. Duan Lingtian had just entered a city called Hongtian City when he heard similar discussions. The person who spoke was the person from the Hongtian sect, the faction behind the city. Is that Purple Marquis really that scary? Someone asked. Of course he is. The person from Hongtian sect continued with a serious expression. That day, I personally witnessed from afar, the left guardian of Dharma of the Hechuan sect, Xianxia, personally made a move. However, he was instantly killed by Purple Marquis. That Xianxia is one of the best among the 5-star gods of war. Oh my god! Instantly killing one of the best among the 5-star gods of war. Even an ordinary 6-star god of war would not be so powerful, right? Isn't that so? Now, we can basically confirm that Purple Marquis is at least one of the best among the 6-star gods of war. He might even be a 7-star god of war. 7-star god of war? Even in your Hongtian sect, only your sect leader is a 7-star god of war, right? It is precisely because of this that our Hongtian sect has issued an order not to rashly attack people dressed in purple in order to avoid offending Purple Marquis. If Purple Marquis only killed those who offended him, it would be fine. However, I am afraid that after killing those who offended him, Purple Marquis would vent his anger on our Hongtian sect. Your sect leader is a 7-star god of war. He shouldn't be afraid of Purple Marquis, right? Even so, our sect leader can't always be by the side of every disciple of the Hongtian sect, right? As long as Purple Marquis is really a disciple of our Hongtian sect, I am afraid it won't be long before our Hongtian sect disband. Even I am looking forward to it now. I really want to see what Purple Marquis looks like. Even though I saw Purple Marquis kill the left guardian of Dharma of Hechuan sect, I was too far away to see his face clearly. However, his back view is similar to this person dressed in purple. The people of Hongtian sect spoke as they looked at Duan Lingtian's back view. Of course, even though they felt that the person in front of them was the famous Purple Marquis, they didn't think that it was a fake. However, even though they felt that the other party was a fake, they didn't dare to act rashly before they confirmed it. What if the other party wasn't a fake? It was said that those who had attacked Purple Marquis had all died in his hands without exception. Purple Marquis? Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly as a faint smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that after wandering around for 3 months, I would actually make such a name for myself. I wonder, if I can join the Heavenly Tao Alliance with this name, will I have the privilege of joining without passing the test? 3 months passed, and the annual recruitment of the Heavenly Tao Alliance was about to begin. 3 days later. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was heading towards the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Even though killing was everywhere in the Nine Serenities battlefield, many people would get along amicably when they met each other. Of course, the precondition for such a situation was that they didn't know each other's strength and weren't confident in themselves. For example, some experts would just attack anyone they saw. It was either you die or I die. In the past half a month, fewer and fewer people have taken the initiative to attack me. It seems like the name Purple Marquis still has a certain degree of deterrence. However, there are many fakes as well. As he walked through Hongtian City, Duan Lingtian noticed that out of the 10 people he saw, at least half of them were wearing purple. It was as though purple had become the fashion and trend in this area. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian was somewhat dumbfounded. Am I considered to be leading the fashion trend in the Nine Serenities battlefield? 2 days later, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at the mountain gate of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's base. At this moment, there were already many people gathered outside the mountain gate of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's base. Furthermore, a portion of them were wearing purple. Each of them had an unfathomable expression, as though they were some otherworldly experts. Around these purple-clothed people, there were many people looking at them. Their eyes were filled with doubt and mockery. Do these people think that by pretending to be Purple Marquis, they will be able to obtain preferential treatment in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test? What a joke! A middle-aged man mocked. This is very obvious. A youth beside him also had a mocking expression. Another one has arrived. Following the arrival of Duan Lingtian, many people's gazes landed on him. When those who were wearing purple looked at him, their eyes were filled with disgust. As for those who weren't wearing purple, their gazes were filled with mockery and disdain, as though they couldn't be bothered to be associated with him. Brat, I advise you to leave. Just as Duan Lingtian arrived at the mountain gate of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's base, a blue-clothed youth slowly walked over from afar. With a mocking smile on his face, he said, I just received news that you people who are pretending to be Purple Marquis aren't even qualified to participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test. The Heavenly Tao Alliance doesn't recruit fake people. Duan Lingtian looked at the blue-clothed youth who was inexplicably approaching him. With a calm expression, he said, What makes you think that I am a fake? If you are not a fake, then why are you participating in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test? The blue-clothed youth's mocking smile became even more pronounced. A month ago, the Heavenly Tao Alliance sent out an invitation to Purple Marquis. They invited Purple Marquis to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance. As long as Purple Marquis is willing to join, he will become one of the 9 protectors of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Hearing the blue-clothed youth's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be startled. The Heavenly Tao Alliance sent out an invitation to him? He really didn't know about this. Otherwise, why would he wait for 3 months? He would have definitely come a month ago. After all, he wanted to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance so that he could have a place to stay and cultivate without any worries. No one would disturb him, and no one would ambush him to interrupt his cultivation. Is this true? Is what he said true? Where did he get this information from? At the same time, the purple-clothed people who heard the blue-clothed youth's words frowned slightly. As they whispered among themselves, they were all wondering if what the blue-clothed youth said was true or false. If it was true, they still had time to change their robes. However, just as they were hesitating, 3 figures flew out from within the Heavenly Tao Alliance's mountain gate. An old man who was escorted by 2 middle-aged men flew out. The old man was dressed in a long silver robe and had an extraordinary temperament. A pair of white sword-like eyebrows stretched across his forehead. It's the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, Meng Shan. The moment the old man appeared, someone recognized him. Chapter 3551. I never expected that the Heavenly Law Alliance's 7th protector, Meng Shan, would personally come out to receive us. After hearing the identity of the person who had come, many people sighed and felt flattered. The Heavenly Law Alliance's 7th protector, Meng Shan. It is said that he is a powerful 7-star god of war. He once killed a person who had just broken through to the 7-star god of war and an outstanding 6-star god of war by himself. At that time, the two of them joined forces to deal with Meng Shan. Someone looked at Meng Shan with a burning gaze as he spoke of Meng Shan's past glorious achievements. It was also that battle that made Meng Shan famous. At the same time, this group of people knew that Meng Shan was a powerful 7-star god of war. Under the numerous burning gazes, Meng Shan indifferently swept his gaze over the crowd. In the end, his gaze heavily swept over the group of people wearing purple clothes, and indifferently said, "Now, as long as you're wearing purple clothes, you can all leave. The Heavenly Law Alliance does not accept people who cheat. Do you really think that you are the Purple Marquis just by wearing purple clothes?" After saying this, Meng Shan sneered. After Meng Shan said this, the expressions of the group of people wearing purple clothes changed. At the same time, they regretted not listening to the blue-robed youth's reminder and changing their purple clothes in time. 7th Protector. At the same time, a youth wearing purple clothes looked at Meng Shan and said with an unwilling expression, "I am wearing purple clothes without any intention of impersonating the Purple Marquis. This is because I normally wear purple clothes. Could it be that you want to deprive me of the right to participate in the Heavenly Law Alliance's recruitment test because of my usual habits?" As the young man finished speaking, his tone gradually became heavier, and he seemed to be slightly overbearing. Following that young man's words, the group of purple-clothed people present immediately followed suit. 7th Protector, I have no intention of impersonating the Purple Marquis. I am normally wearing this purple robe. Please don't misunderstand. 7th Protector, you wearing purple clothes doesn't mean that you are impersonating the Purple Marquis, right? 7th Protector, I normally wear purple clothes. Could it be that you want to deprive me of the right to wear purple clothes? Your Heavenly Law Alliance can't be so unreasonable, right? 7th Protector, I definitely do not have any intention of impersonating the Purple Marquis. This is because I have always worn purple clothes. After the young man spoke, the scene turned into a wet market. All the purple-clothed people were trying their best to defend themselves, hoping that Meng Shan, one of the Heavenly Dao Alliance's 7 protectors, would change his mind and allow them to participate in the Heavenly Dao Alliance's recruitment test. The Heavenly Dao Union's recruitment test was only held once every year. If they were unable to join the Heavenly Dao Union this time, it was uncertain if they would be able to survive in the 9 Serenities battlefield for the next year. Although they could leave the 9 Serenities battlefield at any time, they were still able to do so. However, since they had already entered, they were naturally unwilling to leave so easily. If they kept thinking about leaving to save their lives, what was the point of entering? If they could join the Heavenly Dao Union, they would be able to obtain more opportunities. It would be much better than fighting alone in the 9 Nether battlefield. Now, they were going to be disqualified from participating in the Heavenly Dao Alliance's recruitment test just because they were wearing purple clothes. How could they be willing to accept this? Are my words not clear enough? Meng Shan, who was one of the Heavenly Dao Alliance's 7 protectors, did not change his expression in the face of the group of purple-clothed people. He glanced at them indifferently and said calmly, I will give you 10 breaths of time. After 10 breaths of time, if you are still within my sight, I don't mind personally killing all of you. Now, 1 breath of time has passed. Almost at the same instant Meng Shan finished speaking, the expressions of the group of purple-clothed people, who were originally speaking confidently, changed greatly. Then, one by one, they turned around and fled into the distance, not saying a single word from the beginning to the end. They did not even have the time to speak. They had 9 breaths of time to leave Meng Shan's sight. Time was of the essence, and none of them dared to play around with their lives. You actually did not flee? Did you take the 7 protectors' words for granted? The blue-clothed young man, who was beside Duan Lincoln, said with a mocking smile, "Did you think that the 7 protectors were joking? Lad, let me remind you that the 7 protectors' words are as firm as nails." While the blue-clothed young man was mocking Duan Lingtian, the rest of the people's gazes also fell upon Duan Lingtian. This was because Duan Lingtian was too conspicuous. Now, after the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, Meng Shan, threatened them, the group of nearly 100 people, who were wearing purple-clothed, left in a grandiose manner. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared behind the clouds on the horizon. Under such circumstances, the only purple-clothed person left at the scene was naturally very conspicuous. There are only 4 breaths of time left. Do you all think that he will leave? He will definitely leave. He probably wants to use the time to disappear before Protector Meng Shan's eyes. However, what's the point of doing so? Maybe he wants Protector Meng Shan to see his courage, so that Protector Meng Shan will think highly of him and give him a chance to participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's groom search. The surrounding crowd of people looked at Duan Lingtian and pointed at him as they discussed animatedly in whispers. However, under everyone's gazes, Duan Lingtian still did not move. For breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. Time's up. This person is dead for sure. Is this person not afraid of death? After the 10 breaths of time mentioned by the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, everyone present, including the 2 middle-aged men behind Meng Shan, looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes filled with pity. It was as if they felt that Duan Lingtian was dead for sure. As for Meng Shan, when the time was up, he looked at Duan Lingtian. His originally calm face was instantly covered with a layer of frost, and his whole body emitted a cold aura, giving people a feeling as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. "Good, good, very good." Meng Shan looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Good," a few times. His aura became stronger and stronger. "It has been a long time since someone ignored my words. Since you want to die, I, Meng Shan, will fulfill your wish." Meng Shan's tone became colder and colder. The instant he finished speaking, he raised his hand and launched an attack. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of a sword whistling, a 3-foot-long blade formed from ice broke through the air. It brought with it a long and narrow sword aura as it flew towards Duan Lingtian. A sharp and cold aura spread through the air. The cold wind that blew towards them brought with it a tyrannical attack, causing the surrounding people to involuntarily feel a chill in their hearts. Protector Meng Shan is indeed one of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors. Even a normal 6-star war god would find it hard to dodge or receive this attack. Unless this person has the strength of a 6-star war god or above, he will definitely die. 6-star war god? That shouldn't be possible, right? Why would a 6-star war god need to follow the rules and participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's annual Zhao Xian examination? The Heavenly Tao Alliance has opened the door for 6-star war gods and above. Any 6-star war god or above can directly enter the Heavenly Tao Alliance and display their strength. As long as they pass the inner demon examination, they will be able to enter the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The words that entered his ears caused Duan Lingtian to be startled. It was fine if he didn't know about the Heavenly Tao Alliance's invitation. He actually didn't know that the Heavenly Tao Alliance had opened the door for 6-star war gods and above. Duan Lingtian suddenly felt that his information was outdated and uninformed. Under the gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian stood motionless in the face of Meng Shan's sudden attack. It was as if he had given up on resisting. His strength is so weak, yet he still hasn't reacted? He is definitely going to die. Even if he is one of the best 6-star war gods, at such a close distance, it is impossible for him to block this attack. He is definitely going to die. Now, everyone looked at Duan Lingtian as if they were looking at a dead man. Xiu! In the blink of an eye, the ice-cold sword beam had already reached Duan Lingtian's forehead. It was only a short distance away from his forehead. At this moment, when most people thought that Duan Lingtian was definitely going to die, Duan Lingtian finally moved. Duan Lingtian casually raised his hand and placed a finger horizontally between his brows. A grayish energy coiled around the finger and forcefully blocked Meng Shan's attack. It was even to the extent that waves of peerlessly fierce energy twisted out from the finger and shattered Meng Shan's icy sword light step by step. In the blink of an eye, Meng Shan's attack was neutralized. Just when everyone was still in shock, Duan Ling Tian flicked his finger and a sword ray shot out as well, heading straight for Meng Shan. Oh my god! He counterattacked. To be able to block Protector Meng Shan's attack with a single finger, he is at least a 7-star war god. Now, he is taking the initiative to attack. 7-star war god. Could it be that he is Purple Marquis? Purple Marquis, is it necessary for him to participate in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's recruitment test with us? Isn't this too degrading? Moreover, didn't the Heavenly Tao Alliance invite him? As long as he is willing to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance, he will be one of the 9 protectors of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. You must know that only 7-star war gods and above have the ability to become a protector of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. By sending out such an invitation, it means that the Heavenly Tao Alliance recognizes Purple Marquis as a 7-star war god. Just when everyone was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength and his counterattack towards Meng Shan, the spatial sword beam shot out from Duan Lingtian's finger and arrived in front of Meng Shan in the blink of an eye. You are Purple Marquis? As Meng Shan cried out in surprise, he calmly made his move, intending to block Duan Lingtian's sword beam. Bush, bush, bush. Gusts of cold wind blew past. In the depths of Meng Shan, a wall completely made of ice appeared, blocking in front of Meng Shan. However, as the spatial sword beam flickered, it disappeared into thin air. When it reappeared, it was already behind the ice wall, heading straight for Meng Shan. Profound meaning of teleportation? Meng Shan's expression changed slightly. Immediately, he opened his hands wide and threw out an icicle. The icicle was about 10 meters long. When it pierced through the air, it caused the surrounding air to become cold, as if winter had arrived. Chapter 35-52. Whoosh! Whoosh! The icicles, which were more than 10 meters long, fell down like the tip of a glacier. They emitted a bone-chilling aura that was mighty and intimidating. This was Meng Shan's all-out attack. However, even with this attack, it was instantly shattered by Duan Lingtian's spatial sword ray. This was because within the spatial sword ray, other than the profound of the law of space, it also contained a trace of the weapon Tao of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. It was Duan Lingtian's spatial sword Tao. Bang! Under the gazes of the crowd, a loud explosion sounded out of nowhere. After that, the crowd saw the icicle in Meng Shan's hand shatter into pieces, turning into ice powder that filled the sky. As for the sword beam, it continued forward, sweeping towards Meng Shan. My life is over. Meng Shan's eyes were filled with despair. He no longer had any means to block the spatial sword ray. At the same time, he regretted not taking out his celestial artifact. If he had used his celestial artifact, he would have been able to block the attack. Now, even if he wanted to use his celestial artifact, it was too late. Whoosh! However, just as Meng Shan was in despair, the spatial sword ray flickered and disappeared from between Meng Shan's eyebrows. It was as if it had completely disappeared. Meng Shan, who had survived, was stunned for a moment. Then he bowed and cupped his hands towards Duan Lingtian. I am Meng Shan, one of the 7 protectors of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Thank you, Purple Marquis, for showing mercy. Now, Meng Shan was 100% sure that the person in front of him was Purple Marquis, who had recently become famous in the surrounding area. He had even attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Purple Marquis was a young man who liked to wear purple clothes. He was an expert in the law of space. Everything matched up. The only thing that did not match was Purple Marquis' strength. In the past, the Heavenly Law Alliance had received information that Purple Marquis was only an ordinary 7-star god of war. However, today, when he fought with Purple Marquis, he realized that Purple Marquis was not an ordinary 7-star god of war. Instead, he was one of the best 7-star gods of war. He was a top 7-star god of war. He was far from being a match for him. Purple Marquis. Although the people present had suspected that Duan Ling Tian was the Purple Marquis earlier, when Meng Shan admitted that Duan Ling Tian was the Purple Marquis after he lost the battle with Duan Ling Tian, they could not help but be shocked again. Oh my god! Is he really Purple Marquis? Only Purple Marquis would possess such strength. Even Protector Meng Shan is no match for him. The Heavenly Law Alliances, Purple Marquis. Isn't that then an unnecessary action? Maybe he wants to experience the Heavenly Law Alliance's recruitment test? The world of the strong is not something we can understand. Along with the fact that Duan Ling Tian was the Purple Marquis being confirmed by Meng Shan, the scene became bustling and shocked as expected, and the blue-robed young man that was mocking Duan Ling Tian earlier had an expression that flickered between a livid and ashen expression. Then he looked at Duan Ling Tian with fear. He cupped his hands and bowed. With a trembling voice, he said, "Purple Marquis, I really did not know your identity. Please forgive me for offending you." Before Duan Ling Tian could say anything, Meng Shan's expression changed. He glared at the blue-robed youth and said, "Lad, how dare you be rude to Purple Marquis? Don't you know that as long as Purple Marquis is willing to join our Heavenly Law Alliance, he will be our Heavenly Law Alliance's protector?" Protector Meng Shan, I did not do it on purpose. I did not know Purple Marquis's identity. The blue-robed youth was so frightened that his face turned pale. At the same time, he looked at the middle-aged man on the left behind Meng Shan. At this moment, the middle-aged man stood up and said to Meng Shan with a bitter smile, "Protector Meng Shan, this is my clan brother. He just arrived at the Nine Serenities battlefield not long ago. I hope you can forgive him." Meng Shan snorted coldly and did not say anything to the blue-robed youth. It was obvious that he wanted to give face to the middle-aged man behind him. Of course, the most important thing was that he saw Purple Marquis disregard the blue-robed youth. It was obvious that he did not intend to make a fuss about it. Under such circumstances, he decided to do a favor to the subordinate behind him. If Purple Marquis wanted to make a fuss about it, he could only sacrifice the blue-robed youth. "Purple Marquis, why have you come to our Heavenly Dao Alliance?" The current Meng Shan was very enthusiastic. To join the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Duan Ling Tian went straight to the point. Although Meng Shan had already guessed it, when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he could not help but smile bitterly. "Our Heavenly Dao Alliance has already sent you an invitation to become one of our 9 protectors. You can just report your name and come to our Heavenly Dao Alliance. There is no need for you to participate in our Heavenly Dao Alliance's recruitment test with them. With your strength, Purple Marquis, participating in our Heavenly Dao Alliance's recruitment test is just a small test. There is no need for you to participate." Meng Shan said, "I did not hear that you sent me an invitation." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and asked, "Can I join the Heavenly Dao Alliance now?" "Of course you can." Without any hesitation, Meng Shan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He then made an inviting gesture and said, "Purple Marquis, please follow me to meet the Alliance leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance." The invitation was personally issued by the Alliance leader. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he stepped into the air and flew in the direction that Meng Shan indicated. At the same time, Meng Shan glanced at the 2 middle-aged men behind him and said faintly, "I will leave them to the 2 of you. The 2 of you will be in charge of the recruitment test this time." "Yes, 7 protectors." The 2 of them replied respectfully and sent off the Heavenly Dao Alliance's 7 protectors with their gazes as they personally brought the astonishingly powerful Purple Marquis into the Heavenly Dao Alliance's encampment. I really did not expect that Purple Marquis's strength would be so powerful. Even the 7 protectors are no match for him. One of the middle-aged men looked at the other middle-aged man and said with a voice transmission, "That's right, he is too powerful. With his strength, I'm afraid that he is not inferior to the 2nd protector." The 2nd protector could not help but sigh with a voice transmission. The group of people who came to participate in the Heavenly Dao Alliance's recruitment test, including the blue-robed young man, only regained their senses after Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared from their sight. Even now, they still felt as if they were dreaming. They had actually met the famous Purple Marquis in such a situation. Furthermore, they had also witnessed Purple Marquis's astonishing strength, which was even more powerful than what the rumors said. The Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7 protectors, Meng Shan, was a 7-star god of war whose strength surpassed that of an ordinary 7-star god of war. However, he was actually not a match for Duan Lingtian, which was truly shocking. On the other side, under Meng Shan's lead, Duan Lingtian quickly entered the Heavenly Tao Alliance's encampment. It was a vast valley surrounded by mountains. There were many buildings in the valley, and there were several figures flitting past in the sky. Seventh Elder. Seventh Elder. Many people brushed past Duan Lingtian and Meng Shan. When they saw Meng Shan, they all bowed to him. When they looked at Duan Lingtian, their gazes were filled with surprise. This was because Meng Shan was too polite to Duan Lingtian. Purple Marquis, have you not joined any faction in the 9 Serenities battlefield? Meng Shan curiously asked. In fact, this was also a test. He wanted to see if Purple Marquis was a spy sent by one of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's enemies to infiltrate the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Part of the reason why the Heavenly Tao Alliance invited him was because they wanted to see if there was anything wrong with him. It was hard for anyone not to be suspicious of Purple Marquis's sudden appearance in the region where the Heavenly Tao Alliance ruled. I have only been in the 9 Serenities battlefield for less than half a year. Duan Lingtian spoke. Without waiting for Meng Shan's reply, he added, "This is my first time in the 9 Serenities battlefield. The reason why I want to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance is because I recently realized that if I don't join a faction, I won't be able to cultivate peacefully in the 9 Serenities battlefield." So that's how it is. Although Meng Shan had an enlightened expression, he was actually doubting the authenticity of Duan Lingtian's words. After all, no one knew if these words were true or not. "Purple Marquis, may I know your name?" Meng Shan asked curiously. Currently, most people only knew Purple Marquis was Purple Marquis, but they did not know his name, which Devata realm he was from, which faction he belonged to, and whether he was a sectless cultivator. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not plan to conceal his identity in the 9 Serenities battlefield. For this reason, he did not hesitate to answer Meng Shan's question. "Good name." Meng Shan praised before he asked, "Brother Duan, which Devata realm are you from?" "The solitary destructive heaven." "Are you a sectless cultivator or are you from a faction in the solitary destructive heaven?" "The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." Duan Lingtian answered Meng Shan's question. When Meng Shan heard Duan Lingtian was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he could not help but feel shocked. "I only know that the heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is a powerful 6-star god of war. However, I've never heard of someone like you in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven." Meng Shan was even more skeptical now. Could it be that Purple Marquis was a spy sent by another faction? How could he be so unprofessional when it came to forging an identity? Everyone knew that apart from the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, the strongest person in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. However, Purple Marquis was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Could it be that he was a hidden trump card of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Although it was possible, it was highly unlikely. "We're here." Before they knew it, Meng Shan had brought Duan Lingtian to a spacious mansion in the corner of the valley. He said respectfully, "Leader, Purple Marquis is here to join the Heaven Tao Alliance." The spacious mansion was secluded. The surroundings were filled with the fragrance of flowers and chirping birds. Duan Lingtian felt relaxed as he stood outside the mansion. He thought to himself, "The leader of the Heaven Tao Alliance sure knows how to enjoy life." Naturally, these were Duan Lingtian's thoughts. "Purple Marquis?" At the same time, a slightly surprised voice sounded from within the mansion at the right time. Literature Hall. Chapter 3553. The League Master of the Heavenly Law Union was one of the two 8-star war gods of the Heavenly Law Union. He was also the strongest expert in the Heavenly Law Union. Before coming to the Heavenly Law Union, Duan Lingtian had heard of him more than once. He knew that his strength was considered strong even among the 8-star war gods. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to lead the Heavenly Law Union to occupy this area and attract countless people to join the Heavenly Law Union. The minimum requirement to enter the Heavenly Law Union was to be a 4-star war god. You are the Purple Marquis? You are so young. Although Duan Lingtian had heard of the League Master of the Heavenly Law Union more than once, today was the first time he had seen him. He didn't expect him to be a very young man. He was wearing a yellow robe with golden edges. He had a delicate appearance and was holding a glittering golden fan. The fan only had a frame and no fan face. Before coming to the Heavenly Law Union, Duan Lingtian had heard that the League Master of the Heavenly Law Union was called Shangguan Yunfeng. He was an expert in the 9 regions of the 9 Serenities battlefield. He guarded the Heavenly Law Union and very few people dared to invade it. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, there were many regions in the north, south, east, west, and central. Every region was divided into nearly 100 regions. Among them, the central region had the most experts. Some of the powerful factions there even had 9-star war gods overseeing them and intimidating everyone. However, in the east region, there were very few 9-star war gods. Birds of a feather flocked together. Even the 9-star war gods who didn't join any factions in the 9 Serenities battlefield wouldn't want to stay in the north, south, east, and west regions. The people in those regions were too weak for them. Even if they killed those people, they wouldn't be interested in the things they could obtain. I am the League Master of the Heavenly Law Union, Shangguan Yunfeng. Shangguan Yunfeng smiled and introduced himself. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's first impression of Shangguan Yunfeng was quite good. When he saw the warm smile on Shangguan Yunfeng's face, a smile appeared on his face as well. He nodded at Shangguan Yunfeng. Duan Lingtian? Shangguan Yunfeng was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's name. He studied Duan Lingtian intently before he asked, Duan Ling, may I know which Devata realm you're from? Before Duan Lingtian could reply, one of the Heavenly Law Alliance's 7 guardians, Meng Shan, spoke first. Alliance leader, Purple Marquis said he came from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. As soon as Meng Shan finished speaking, he sent a voice transmission to Shangguan Yunfeng and said, Alliance leader, everyone knows that the strongest person in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven is Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. The last time Meng Luo appeared in the 9 Serenities battlefield, he was only a peak 6-star god of war. In my opinion, this purple-robed marquis might be a spy planted by another faction in our Heavenly Dao Alliance. Even if he temporarily joins our Heavenly Dao Alliance, we still have to be on guard against him. As Meng Shan reached the end of his voice transmission, his tone turned grave. His expression also turned slightly grave. However, when he heard Meng Shan's words, Shangguan Yunfeng was stunned. He did not even hear Meng Shan's voice transmission clearly. Then, under Meng Shan's shocked gaze, Shangguan Yunfeng cupped his hands slightly at Duan Lingtian. His tone was even more respectful at this moment. So it's you, young palace master. Shangguan Yunfeng was rude earlier. Please forgive me, young palace master. Young master? Meng Shan was stunned. He looked at Shangguan Yunfeng and asked, Alliance leader, are you mistaken? Duan Lingtian had heard about the young palace master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven when he left the 9 Serenities battlefield a few decades ago. However, the young palace master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was not even 1,000 years old. However, Purple Marquis was a peak 7-star god of war. A peak 7-star god of war who was not even 1,000 years old? Based on Meng Shan's knowledge, even in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses held by the Title Temple, the most outstanding young genius was only a 6-star god of war. Moreover, A six-star god of war who was not even 1,000 years old was rare even in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. The young master of the solitary destructive heaven is only a few hundred years old. Meng Shan continued to speak. Meng Shan continued, but he was interrupted by Shangguan Yunfeng before he could finish. Meng Shan, you haven't left the 9th Serenity battlefield recently, right? No. Although Meng Shan was puzzled by Meng Shan's question, he still shook his head. It had been a few decades since he left the 9 Serenities battlefield. It was during that time that he learned about the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven who had never accepted a disciple, had a true disciple. It's normal that you don't know about this. Shangguan Yunfeng said, he's the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Not long ago, during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, he displayed his strength as a peak 7-star god of war and defeated 2 6-star gods of war. Since then, his name has spread far and wide in the Devata realms. A hint of admiration could be seen in Shangguan Yunfeng's eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtong. I'm afraid it won't take long for everyone in the 9 Serenities battlefield to learn about the young master's strength during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. A hint of surprise flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He did not expect Shangguan Yunfeng to know so much. I wonder if Shangguan Yunfeng has anything to do with the Tidal Temple? However, I'm sure not everyone in the Tidal Temple knows that I possess the 5 divine elements. It's impossible for Wu Hongqing, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, to spread the news so widely. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. In the future, he would just have to be careful when cultivating in the Heaven Dao Alliance. If he felt that something was amiss, he would immediately leave and change his identity. What? Meng Shan was shocked when he heard Shangguan Yunfeng's words. During the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, he displayed his strength as a peak 7-star god of war and defeated 2 6-star gods of war. Alliance Leader, is it possible that the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses is no longer restricted to those below the age of 1,000? Even those who are more than 1,000 years old can participate? Meng Shan subconsciously thought so, because it was truly inconceivable. If the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was still the same, how could there be 2 6-star gods of war and 1 7-star god of war? In fact, in the past, there was at most 1 6-star god of war in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. The Devata realm's battle of the geniuses is still the same as before. Only those who are under the age of 1,000 are allowed to participate. The reason there are 2 6-star gods of war and 1 7-star god of war in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses is completely unexpected. As for the other 2 6-star gods of war, one of them is the young master of the Tidal Temple, and the other is from the realms of gods. It was obvious Shangguan Yunfeng knew why Meng Shan was shocked. Meng Shan was dumbstruck when he heard Shangguan Yunfeng's words. At the same time, Shangguan Yunfeng looked at Duan Lingtian and asked tentatively, Young master, you've broken through and become a 10-direction celestial emperor, right? Shangguan Yunfeng was aware that Duan Lingtian had obtained the exploding element celestial fruit during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. He was certain Duan Lingtian would have become a 10-direction celestial emperor if he had consumed the exploding element celestial fruit. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although Shangguan Yunfeng had guessed it, he could not help but gasp when he heard Duan Lingtian's confirmation. When he regained his senses, he asked in shock, Does this mean you're as strong as a top 8-star god of war? A top 8-star god of war. When Shangguan Yunfeng opened his mouth, Meng Shan, who had just recovered, was once again startled. Meng Shan felt that the shock that he had received today was greater than all the previous events combined. His heart was about to jump out of his chest. Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly in response to Shangguan Yunfeng's question. Shangguan Yunfeng did not press the matter. However, when he saw the mysterious smile on Duan Lingtian's face, he knew the answer to his question. Young master, do you really plan to join the Heavenly Dao Alliance? Shangguan Yunfeng asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian with sparkling eyes. In his opinion, with Duan Lingtian's potential, it would not take long for him to have the strength of a 9-star god of war. If he was willing to stay in the Heavenly Tao Alliance, he might be able to lead the Heavenly Tao Alliance to occupy a place in the central region of the 9 Serenities battlefield. Even if the current Heavenly Tao Alliance had 2 8-star gods of war, including him, it could only be considered a faction that was not worth mentioning in the central region. Duan Lingtian nodded. I want to find a place to cultivate. If I cultivate outside, there will often be people who don't have eyes coming to disturb me. Although I can kill them in batches, I am tired of killing them. Therefore, I want to find a faction to join and cultivate in. I don't think there will be people who don't have eyes coming to disturb my cultivation. When Shangguan Yunfeng heard this, he could not help but smile. Young master, is this your first time entering the 9 Serenities battlefield? Duan Lingtian nodded. The Heavenly Tao Alliance welcomes young master to join us. Shangguan Yunfeng smiled and said to Duan Lingtian, from today onwards, young master will be the alliance master of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. I, Shangguan Yunfeng, will be the vice alliance master. When Shangguan Yunfeng opened his mouth, he actually wanted to give the position of alliance master to Duan Lingtian. Meng Shan, who was at the side, did not seem to be surprised. He even looked at Duan Lingtian with anticipation. If the alliance master of the Heavenly Tao Alliance was changed to this person in front of him, he would definitely be able to go higher and further in the future. Don't. Duan Lingtian repeatedly refused. I joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance only to find a place to cultivate. Of course, if the Heavenly Tao Alliance needs my help, I will not refuse. However, it cannot cross my moral bottom line. As for the alliance master of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, I am not interested. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he shook his head. Although the alliance master of the Heavenly Tao Alliance sounded nice, the responsibility was also great. He was not interested in it at all. Although Shangguan Yunfeng was not surprised that he was rejected, he could not help but smile bitterly. Since that is the case, from today onwards, young master will be the vice alliance master of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Just like that, Duan Lingtian became the first vice alliance master in the history of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Chapter 35-54. Before Duan Lingtian joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the strongest members were 2 8-star gods of war. One of them was the alliance master of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng. As for the other person, he was the great guardian of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Below them, the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 7-star gods of war were ranked from the 2nd guardian all the way to the 8th guardian. The Heavenly Tao Alliance had a total of 7 7-star gods of war. In the past, the Heavenly Tao Alliance had invited Duan Lingtian, who was known as the Purple Marquis, because they had confirmed that Duan Lingtian had the strength of a 7-star god of war. They wanted to invite him to the Heavenly Tao Alliance to be the 9th guardian. Now, Duan Lingtian's identity had been exposed. Furthermore, Shangguan Yunfeng knew a lot about him. Therefore, he did not allow him to be the 9th guardian. Instead, he gave him the title of Vice Alliance Master. Duan Lingtian did not feel anything about this. However, Meng Shan, who was beside him, knew that this matter was enough to cause a commotion in the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Young Palace Master, my residence is not bad. I will give it to you. When making arrangements for Duan Lingtian, Shangguan Yunfeng planned to give up his residence for Duan Lingtian to cultivate. There is no need. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Just give me a secluded place that is rarely visited. Shangguan Yunfeng originally wanted to curry favor with Duan Lingtian. However, when he saw the determination in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he did not say anything else. He personally brought Duan Lingtian around the Heavenly Tao Alliance's encampment. Young Palace Master, where do you think is suitable? No matter where you like, no matter if there is already someone there, I can arrange it for you. As the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng had the authority and confidence to do so. If anyone was not willing to give it to him, they could scram. That will do. In the end, Duan Ling Tian chose to cultivate in the northern corner of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. It was a desolate valley where not even a blade of grass grew. It was also a place that nobody in the Heavenly Tao Alliance would choose to cultivate. Most of them would choose to cultivate in places that were lush with lush greenery, birdsong, and fragrance of flowers. Young Palace Master. Shengguan Yunfeng smiled bitterly. Although there is no place in the Nine Serenities battlefield where the heaven and earth spirit energy is denser and thinner, that place is too barren. Why don't we go somewhere with a better view? No, that's fine. Duan Lingun shook his head and said, I just want to find a secluded place where no one is around. Alliance leader. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as he looked at Shengguan Yunfeng and said in a deep voice, in the future, when I am cultivating in the Heavenly Law Alliance, unless there is something that requires my help, I do not wish to be disturbed. Rest assured, young Palace Master. Shengguan Yunfeng nodded and vowed, when we go back later, I will list this place as a forbidden area. No one is allowed to come close and disturb your cultivation. Thanks. Duan Lingtian nodded. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Shengguan Yunfeng felt flattered. You're too kind, young Palace Master. It's my honor to serve you, young Palace Master. After exchanging soul pearls with Shengguan Yunfeng, Duan Lingtian and Shengguan Yunfeng entered the barren valley to cultivate. The Nine Serenities battlefield was different from other places. In most places, soul pearls were not allowed, let alone soul pearls, celestial talismans, celestial pills, and celestial weapons. However, in the Nine Serenities battlefield, apart from those who had attained godhood, there were no other restrictions. The Nine Serenities battlefield was like a miniature version of a Devata realm. A Devata realm where there were no gods. Due to the harsh environment, most people who dared to enter the Nine Serenities battlefield were titled Celestial Emperors. Although there were some who were not titled Celestial Emperors, there were not many of them. I didn't expect the young Palace Master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven would come to the Nine Serenities battlefield and join the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Shengguan Yunfeng only regained his senses after Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared from his sight. His eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself, such a person is bound to become a god in the future. There's no harm in befriending him. Moreover, his master is the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven who has attained godhood. No matter what, Shengguan Yunfeng was an 8-star god of war. Although he was a sectless cultivator in the Devata realms, he did not bother to join any forces. He was like a wild crane. He only had a few sectless friends in the Devata realms. He did not have many connections with heaven-grade forces or heavenly palaces in the Devata realms. However, sectless cultivators were still humans, and they had to think about their future. Especially now that he had been stuck at the level of an 8-star war god for tens of thousands of years, if he still didn't break through, he felt that his life was coming to an end. Of course, this was talking about the end of his strength, not the end of his lifespan. He had a lifespan that was as long as heaven and earth. As long as he was not killed, he could live forever. However, there were times when one could not see the light of hope in one's cultivation journey. Moreover, this loneliness would only grow stronger and stronger. Therefore, there were many existences who had not made any progress in their cultivation for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. They would do some risky things in order to find an opportunity to break through. Many of them had died in the process, while some had successfully broken through and reached a higher level. Whether it was the Nine Serenities battlefield or the Purgatory battlefield, it was a way to break through. For this reason, 7-star gods of war, 8-star gods of war, and even 9-star gods of war could be found in the Nine Serenities battlefield. As sectless cultivators in the Devata realms, they did not have to interact with the outside world. However, they also had needs and they also had goals. In order to improve their cultivation and strength, they entered the Nine Serenities battlefield in order to seek an opportunity to break through in an adventurous manner. Shengguan Yunfeng, the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and most of the guardians of the Heavenly Tao Alliance were such people. When the young palace master becomes a god in the future, as long as he's willing to give me some pointers, I might be able to improve. Moreover, the young palace master has mastered 2 of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Shangguan Yunfeng was usually arrogant and aloof. However, he was enthusiastic in front of Duan Lingtian because he felt Duan Lingtian would be able to help him in the future. If Duan Lingtian did not help him, even if a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm appeared in front of him, he would still be indifferent. Moreover, there were many heavenly emperors who were weaker than him. After Shangguan Yunfeng left, he immediately ordered the barren mountain where Duan Lingtian had gone to be turned into a forbidden area in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's estate. For this reason, he even arranged for some elders and disciples of the Heavenly Tao Alliance to patrol the area. If anyone dared to approach the area, they were to be killed without mercy. Forbidden area? Why is that place in the middle of nowhere suddenly turned into a forbidden area? Shangguan Yunfeng's words caused quite a stir in the Heavenly Law Alliance, as expected of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Naturally, many people were curious about the reason. Initially, that place was fine, and no one went there. Why was it suddenly turned into a forbidden area? Could it be that there's a treasure there? Many people speculated inwardly. However, they soon discovered they were wrong. That place was turned into a forbidden area because the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance had given it to someone as a place to cultivate. Purple Marquis? Purple Marquis is cultivating there now. Some of the more well-informed people quickly found out that the person cultivating there was Purple Marquis, who had recently become famous in the surrounding area. However, some of them were puzzled. Even if it was Purple Marquis, he shouldn't have such great influence, right? His place of cultivation had actually been turned into a forbidden area by the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and no one was allowed to disturb him? I just received news that Purple Marquis didn't join the Heavenly Tao Alliance as the 9th Elder. Now, Purple Marquis is the deputy leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Some of the more well-informed people further inquired about some of the inside story. Immediately, the entire Heavenly Tao Alliance was in an uproar. Deputy leader? The Heavenly Tao Alliance had a deputy leader? The position of the deputy leader is obviously above that of the Great Protector. The Great Protector is an 8-star god of war, so why is Purple Marquis the deputy leader? I can't accept this. Purple Marquis is only a 7-star god of war, so how can he become the deputy leader? Is his strength stronger than the Great Protector? Just as many people were doubting this, more and more news began to spread. Purple Marquis has another identity. He's the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. He's also the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. What? He's the Duan Lingtian who won first place in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses? Heavens! He came to the 9 Serenities battlefield and joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance? I heard about him when I went out a month ago. He's the first 7-star god of war in the history of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Most importantly, he's only a 9 Palaces celestial emperor at that time. I heard about him when I went out 4 months ago. He obtained the exploding element celestial fruit from the tidal temple during the Battle of the Geniuses. Many people said that once he consumes the exploding element celestial fruit, he'll become a 10 Directions celestial emperor and be as strong as a top 8-star god of war. A top 8-star god of war? Heavens! If that's true, doesn't that mean he's stronger than the Alliance leader? I heard that the Alliance Master intended to give him the position of Alliance Master and let him become the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance. However, he rejected it. For this reason, the Alliance leader appointed him as the deputy leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Every piece of important news shocked everyone in the Heavenly Tao Union, causing their hearts to tremble. After listening to those who had left the 9 Serenities battlefield, they learned that such a peerless genius had appeared in the Devata realm while they were in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Chapter 35-55. The current vice leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance is the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Not only that, but he's also a 7-star god of war who won first place in the Devata realm's genius battle. It's hard to imagine a young man who's not even 1,000 years old could achieve such a feat. Has there ever been such a monstrous genius in the history of the Devata realms? I'm afraid not. I'm afraid only the younger generation from the powerful forces in the realms of gods would be able to compete with him at the same age. After Duan Lingtian joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance who were in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's estate were in a state of shock for a long time. As for those who had appeared outside the Heavenly Tao Alliance's monastery gate with Duan Lingtian and successfully passed the recruitment test to join the Heavenly Tao Alliance, they were shocked when they heard about Purple Marquis, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Currently, he was fully focused on his cultivation. He hoped he could attain godhood as soon as possible. At the same time, he hoped he could further improve his comprehension of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth and the law of space. In just a blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Duan Lingtian had been cultivating all this time and did not appear in public at all. It was as though he had disappeared without a trace. From the moment Duan Lingtian joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance until now, apart from those who had successfully joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance, only the alliance leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, one of the 7 guardians of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Meng Shan, and 2 of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's elders who had joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance during the recruitment last year had seen him. Apart from them, no one else in the Heavenly Tao Alliance had seen Duan Lingtian. During this half a year, news of Duan Lingtian joining the Heavenly Tao Alliance spread like wildfire. For a moment, the title of Purple Marquis that Duan Lingtian had earned previously paled in comparison to the Duan Lingtian's achievements outside. Of course, the group was still shocked by Duan Lingtian for a long time. Half a year had passed, and basically everyone in the eastern 9 districts of the 9 Serenities battlefield that the Heavenly Tao Alliance was in knew that Duan Lingtian had come to the 9 Serenities battlefield as long as they weren't in closed-door cultivation for more than half a year. As for the Duan Lingtian's reputation outside, it was also widely spread by some insiders. In the past, Duan Lingtian was only slightly famous in the 9 East District because of his title as the Purple Marquis. Now, he had become a celebrity in the 9 East District. He was so famous that he even surpassed the previous strongest expert in the 9 East District, the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng. The reason Duan Lingtian was said to be the strongest expert in the 9 East District was because everyone felt that Duan Lingtian was stronger than Shangguan Yunfeng. After all, Duan Lingtian was the strongest expert in the 9 East District. Let alone the 9 East District, I'm afraid no one in the eastern districts of the 9 Serenities battlefield is a match for the legendary disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. A top 8-star god of war? Even the strongest 8-star god of war in the eastern district doesn't dare to claim that he's a top 8-star god of war, right? Duan Lingtian's reputation was not only spread in the 9 East District. Everyone in the eastern district of the 9 Serenities battlefield knew about his achievements in the outside world and the Heavenly Law Alliance. The Alliance Master of the Yunqiu Alliance, Yunlun, requests to meet the Vice Alliance Master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Duan Lingtian. The Alliance Master of the Shao Alliance, Xiao Luoye, requests to meet the Vice Alliance Master of the Shao Alliance. As news of Duan Lingtian's achievements in the Heavenly Law Alliance spread, many leaders of various forces in the eastern district of the 9 Serenities battlefield came to meet Duan Lingtian. However, no one knew what they would do after meeting Duan Lingtian. However, none of them managed to meet Duan Lingtian. This was because Duan Lingtian had rejected all of them. Even the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, felt pressured when facing the leaders of various forces in the Eastern District. He did not dare to reject all of them since many of them were stronger than him. For this reason, he brought some of them to Duan Lingtian's barren mountain to ask for Duan Lingtian's opinion. However, Duan Lingtian rejected all of them. In the end, The number of people who came to the Heavenly Law Alliance to seek an audience with Duan Lingtian dwindled. Alliance Master, most of them came to the Heavenly Law Alliance to seek an audience with the Vice Alliance Master, right? One of the Heavenly Law Alliance's 7 protectors, Meng Shan, asked as he looked at Shangguan Yunfeng. That's obvious. Shangguan Yunfeng nodded. Of course, even if they don't succeed in seducing the Vice Alliance Master, it will still be beneficial to them if they can get acquainted with the young Imperial Empress. While Meng Shan and Shangguan Yunfeng were chatting, a voice suddenly rang out from the Heavenly Law Alliance's residence. A voice suddenly echoed from outside the Heavenly Law Alliance's encampment. It was as if a clap of thunder had resounded out of nowhere. I'm Wulong, the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor, Ji Fantian. I came to the Heavenly Law Alliance today to meet the Vice Alliance Master, the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Duan Lingtian. Of course, if it's possible, I would like to have a duel with him. I want to see if he's as strong as the rumors say. When the voice rang out, Shangguan Yunfeng and Meng Shan's expressions changed drastically. Isn't the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven in the Central District of the 9 Serenities battlefield? Why is he here in the Eastern District? Based on his aggressive tone, could it be that he is here for the Vice Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance? Alliance Master, what should we do? Meng Shan smiled bitterly as he looked at Shangguan Yunfeng. A few years ago, I heard that the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven had the strength of an 8-star god of war. Based on his tone, it's obvious that he wants to challenge the young Imperial Empress. Duan Lingtian was the Vice Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance. However, regardless of whether it was Shangguan Yunfeng, the leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, or Meng Shan, the 7 guardians of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, they still addressed Duan Lingtian as Young Palace Master. This was because they knew their status as the vice leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance was not good enough for the Young Palace Master. This is no longer something that we can interfere with, Shangguan Yunfeng said with a bitter smile. What I regret the most now is that I didn't seal the news and let everyone know that the young Imperial Empress is in the Heavenly Law Alliance. Let's go. Follow me to meet the second true disciple of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, the second Alliance Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance in the Central District of the 9 Serenities battlefield, Wulong. Shangguan Yunfeng brought Meng Shan along as they headed toward the source of the voice. After a short while, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Law Alliance's base. At the same time, they saw 2 people standing not far away. The person in the lead was a young man dressed in a long green robe. He was tall and muscular. Although he was not considered handsome, he was very handsome and masculine. His eyebrows were sword-like, and there was an air of arrogance between his brows. Behind him was an old man dressed in a gray robe. The old man was skinny, but his eyes were bright and full of vigor. His body was full of vitality, far surpassing most of the young people. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, and the 7 protectors of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Meng Shan, greet Alliance Master Wulong. The moment Shangguan Yunfeng and Meng Shan saw the 2 people, they quickly bowed to the young man in the lead. With just a glance, he could tell that this person was Wulong, who was famous in the 9 Serenities battlefield. He was the second true disciple of the Solitary Destructive Heaven's Heavenly Emperor, Jiyu, who was ranked first on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. He was also the second Alliance Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance in the Central District of the 9 Serenities battlefield. The Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance was one of the strongest forces in the 9 Serenities battlefield. It was established by the first true disciple of the Solitary Destructive Heaven's Heavenly Emperor. It was said that the first true disciple of the Solitary Destructive Heaven's Heavenly Emperor was already a 9-star god of war, a half-step divine spirit. He was also the first Alliance Master of the Solitary Destructive Heaven Alliance. Wulong was his junior brother from the same sect. Ask Duan Lingtian to come out and see me. Wulong hovered in the air as he glanced at Shangguan Yunfeng indifferently. Alliance Master Wulong. Shangguan Yunfeng smiled bitterly. The young Imperial Empress has been in seclusion recently. I'm afraid it's not convenient for her to come out and see you. Why don't I discuss it with her and ask her to visit you in the solitary destructive heaven alliance? When Shangguan Yunfeng reached the end of his sentence, a nervous and cautious expression appeared on his face. He was not a match for Wulong. Even if he was, he would not dare to casually make a move against Wulong. Once he made a move, he would definitely provoke the solitary destructive heaven alliance. After all, the solitary destructive heaven alliance was one of the strongest forces in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Wu Long narrowed his eyes when he heard Shangguan Yunfeng's words. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said, "I'll give you 15 minutes. If I don't see Duan Ling Tian by then, I'll annihilate the Heaven Dao Alliance. As for whether I have the ability to do so, you should be very clear about that." When Wulong said this, not only did Shangguan Yunfeng's expression change, but even Meng Shan's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. "Alliance Master Wulong, please wait for a moment." At this point, Shangguan Yunfeng had no other choice. "I'll go look for the young Imperial Empress now." After saying this, he brought Meng Shan back to the Heavenly Law Alliance's encampment. Along the way, Meng Shan said in a trembling voice, "Alliance Master, isn't this Wulong too overbearing? He wants to eliminate the Heavenly Law Alliance just because of a disagreement." In the eyes of the solitary destructive Heaven Alliance, what is the Heavenly Law Alliance? Shangguan Yunfeng sighed, his tone filled with helplessness. The Heavenly Law Alliance was the strongest force in the 9 eastern regions. However, in the eastern regions, it could only be considered as one of the top forces. Such a force was nothing in the central regions. When compared to the solitary destructive Heaven Alliance, which was one of the strongest forces in the 9 Serenities battlefield, it was not even worth mentioning. If the solitary destructive Heaven Alliance wanted to eliminate the Heavenly Law Alliance, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Young Imperial Empress? When Shangguan Yunfeng brought Meng Shan to Duan Lingtian's place of cultivation, they saw a purple figure standing in the sky above the barren mountain, quietly watching them approach. It was Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3556. Young Palace Master, you know about it? Shangguan Yunfeng asked instinctively when he saw Duan Ling Tian had already revealed himself. "What's the matter with Duan Ling Tian?" His voice was loud, so it's hard for me not to know about it. Duan Ling Tian said calmly. Although he felt more at ease cultivating in the Heaven Dao Alliance compared to cultivating in the outside world, he could not fully immerse himself in it. Therefore, he left a trace of his consciousness to maintain contact with Huang, the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. If Huang discovered something was amiss, she would immediately contact him so he could be on guard. This had always been the case. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian heard someone had announced his identity and his current strength, he knew Duan Lingtian did not come with good intentions. In fact, Duan Lingtian suspected Duan Lingtian had something to do with the Tidal Temple. Since Duan Lingtian was a disciple of Heavenly Emperor Ji Fantian, it was highly likely that the Tidal Temple knew that Duan Lingtian was in the Heavenly Law Alliance, so they had instructed Heavenly Emperor Ji Fantian to send his disciple to test Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had long been prepared for someone to attack him. The reason he did not conceal his identity in the 9 Serenities battlefield was because he wanted the Tidal Temple to know he was here so they could send someone to deal with him. Back then, his master Feng Qingyang's clone had been destroyed in the realm where the Tidal Temple's main palace was located. He had been brooding over this matter ever since. Even though he knew his master's clone would not be harmed, he still could not let it go. Moreover, Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple, Mi Xian, and Yahiko had colluded with each other and forced Duan Lingtian to flee. Duan Lingtian would never forget this. Naturally, with his current strength, he would not be able to deal with the Tidal Temple in the Devata realms. However, he could do so in the 9 Serenities battlefield. the Nine Serenities battlefield was forbidden to gods. Only those who were not gods were allowed to enter. Under such circumstances, the title temple would only send a 9-star god of war or a quasi-god to deal with him. Although the 9-star god of war, who was known as a demigod, was powerful, there was a world of difference between him and a real deity. His master, Feng Qingyang, had told him about this before. In the eyes of a deity, even in the eyes of a lesser deity, if you don't become a god, you're just an ant. Let's go. Before Shangguan Yunfeng and Meng Shan could speak again, Duan Lingtian spoke first. It wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess why the two of them had chosen this time. It was definitely because the Heavenly Law Alliance was afraid of the other party. On the way, Shangguan Yunfeng introduced the newcomer to Duan Lingtian. After the introduction, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but suspect that his previous guess was wrong. Wu Long was the second true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Ji-Fan. He was also the second leader of the Brahma Alliance, one of the strongest forces in the central region of the Nine Serenities battlefield. He had a violent temperament and was fond of fighting. Wherever a peak 8-star god of war appeared, he would go and challenge them. Today, in the Nine Serenities battlefield, Wu Long was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9-star god of war. This was because all of the 8-star gods of war he had challenged were no match for him. Ever since news of you joining the Heavenly Law Alliance spread, many people have been saying that with your strength, you might not necessarily be weaker than Wu Long. Wu Long's master is a deity, and so is your master. Shangguan Yunfeng said to Duan Lingtian, based on Wu Long's personality, if he hears such rumors, he won't let it go so easily. For this reason, I'm not surprised that he's here. Shangguan Yunfeng's words made Duan Lingtian doubt his previous guess. After all, based on Wu Long's voice, he knew Wu Long was the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor Ji-Fan. However, he did not know what kind of person Wu Long was. Therefore, he assumed Wu Long had something to do with a titled Celestial Emperor. However, he was certain Wu Long's appearance might not have anything to do with the title temple. Even if his appearance has nothing to do with the title temple, since he's here, this battle is inevitable. Along the way, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. The strongest person below the 9-star gods of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield? It seems like he's one of the strongest 8-star gods of war. A top 8-star god of war? This is my first time facing such a powerful opponent. Although Duan Lingtian had encountered many powerhouses who were stronger than Wu Long, he had never fought with any of them before. Now, Wu Long was his opponent. Just as well. I'll test my strength. A hint of anticipation could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he thought to himself. Previously, during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, he had displayed the strength of a top 7-star god of war without using a celestial weapon. If he used a celestial weapon, no one below the 8-star god of war would be a match for him. At that time, he was only a 9 palaces celestial emperor. However, he was now a 10 directions celestial emperor. Apart from that, since the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, his comprehension of the law of space and the 4 Tao of heaven and earth had improved significantly. Currently, Duan Lingtian had no idea how strong he was. However, if he used the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, he was confident he could kill an ordinary 9-star god of war. No matter what, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword was still a high-grade divine tool with a soul. It was one of the best divine tools in the world. When he was still weak, the power he could exert was limited. But now, he could exert its power even further. Duan Lingtian did not plan to use the 7 Orifices exquisite sword in his battle with Wu Long. It's a pity I can't use the power of the 5 divine elements for now. Otherwise, I'll be able to kill anyone below the godly stage if I use their power. Unless he has a high-level 5 divine element as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He couldn't help but sigh when he thought about how the 5 divine elements had drained too much of their energy to save him, and how they were now in a deep slumber. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Heavenly Tao Alliance's estate under Shangguan Yunfeng and Meng Shan's guidance. At this very moment, there were already quite a few people standing not too far away from them. They were all members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The Alliance leader and the 7 guardians are here. The purple-clad young man standing in front of the Alliance leader and the 7 guardians must be the Purple Marquis. Why are you still calling him Purple Marquis? You should call him Lord Vice Alliance leader or Young Master. The group of people from the Heavenly Dao Alliance who came to watch looked at Duan Ling Tian in awe and excitement. They had finally met the elusive Vice Alliance leader today. That's Wulong, the 2nd Alliance leader of the Brahma Alliance. He's known as the strongest person below the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Is our Vice Alliance leader a match for him? Don't underestimate Lord Vice Alliance leader. During the Battle of the Geniuses, Lord Vice Alliance leader was only a 9 palaces celestial emperor, but he was already as strong as a 7-star god of war without using any celestial weapons. Now, he must have become a 10 directions celestial emperor with the help of the exploding element celestial fruit. Although Wulong is strong, I don't think Lord Vice Alliance leader will be defeated by him. Wulong must have heard about the young master's achievements and found out he's in the Heavenly Dao Alliance. That's why he came looking for trouble. As expected of the universally acknowledged, crazy challenge demon, in the 9th Serenity battlefield. I've finally witnessed it today. The group of people from the Heavenly Dao Alliance, from the elders to the ordinary disciples, shifted their gazes between Duan Ling Tian and Wulong who was standing nearby. They whispered among themselves endlessly. Duan Ling Tian. Wulong's eyes lit up as soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian. I've seen your performance in the Battle of the Geniuses in the floating image pearl. You're really strong. You must be a 10 directions celestial emperor now, right? So what if I've become a 10 directions celestial emperor? Duan Ling Tian asked calmly as he hovered in the air, facing Wulong. If you haven't become a 10 directions celestial emperor, I'll turn around and leave. After all, even if I defeat you, it won't be an honorable victory. Wulong's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice, if you're a 10 directions celestial emperor, you won't be able to avoid this battle. Naturally, if you want to avoid this battle, all you have to do is admit defeat in front of everyone in the Heavenly Dao Alliance. As he spoke, the corners of Wulong's mouth curled up slightly, and a smile appeared on his face at the right time. Since you came all the way from the Central Region, how can I disappoint you? The group of people from the Heaven Dao Alliance held their breaths as they looked at Duan Ling Tian to see how he would react. In the end, Duan Ling Tian finally spoke. His tone was still calm, and there was not the slightest hint of emotion in his voice. Good. Very good. Wulong grinned. Today I, Wulong, the 2nd true disciple under the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Heaven, will fight with you, the only true disciple under the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. If you can defeat me as an 8-star god of war, you'll be the strongest person under the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. If you lose, I'll solidify my position as the strongest person under the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. No one will dare to question me anymore. As his voice faded, the light in Wulong's eyes grew increasingly resplendent and raging. At the same time, Wulong's figure flashed as he moved forward like a ghost. At the same time, he stepped into the air and said, Duan Lingen, since you're younger than me, you'll make the first move. Today's battle is a battle of honor. I won't show you any mercy just because you're younger. Show me mercy? Duan Ling Tian, who had remained calm since the beginning, could not help but laugh when he heard Wulong's words. If you want to show me mercy, you should at least show me mercy. If you want to fight, let's fight. However, I hope you'll be able to bear the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's divine travel vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already above Wulong. His eyes were still as calm as before as he looked down at Wulong. When Duan Ling Tian heard Shangguan Yunfeng's introduction of Wulong, he did not have a good impression of Wulong. Chapter 3557. Consequences? What consequences can there be? Wu Long chuckled as he raised his head to look at Duan Lingtian, who had teleported into the sky. Thousands of lightning bolts shot out from his body and intertwined with each other to form a mini thunderstorm. A terrifying aura emanated from the thunderstorm. Wu Long stood in the middle of the thunderstorm and was bathed in lightning bolts. He held a lightning bolt in his hand and had a thunderbolt circling his head. He looked majestic and awe-inspiring. It was obvious Wu Long was skilled in the law of thunder. As one of the few laws that were an extension of the 5 elemental laws, the law of thunder surpassed the law of thunder. Currently, Wu Long's body was surrounded by lightning bolts. He had the domineering law of fire, the indestructible law of metal, and the sharp law of wind. Duan Lingtian, today show me your strength. You're widely acknowledged as the #1 genius among the younger generation in the Devata realms. I only hope you live up to your reputation. Wu Long said in a thunderous voice. At the same time, he made his move. In just a blink of an eye, he seemed to have transformed into a gigantic lightning bolt as he charged forward. Boom! Rumble! Thunderous roars echoed out, and in the twinkling of an eye, the Heavenly Law Alliance's members saw a familiar change in color. Thunder and lightning covered the sky and covered the earth, and they were like purple lightning dragons that were rapidly circling the earth. Amidst the thunder and lightning that filled the sky, a gigantic bolt of lightning that resembled a gigantic lightning dragon circled around Duan Lingtian. It was so majestic that it covered the clouds and the sun. It gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. What a terrifying law of thunder! Wu Long lives up to his reputation as the strongest person below the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Many elders of the Heavenly Tao Alliance exclaimed, "Can the Vice Alliance leader be a match for him?" Many people looked at Duan Lingtian skeptically. Although the Vice Alliance leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance had a calm expression on his face and gave off a sense of security, they still did not have high hopes for him. Alliance Master, do you think young Palace Master can win? The Heavenly Law Alliance's Alliance Master, Shengguan Yunfeng, didn't only have the 7 protectors, Meng Shan, by his side. At some point in time, a few more old men had appeared. They were the other protectors of the Heavenly Law Alliance. One of them took the initiative to ask a question, while the others also had looks of anticipation in their eyes. Hard to say. Shengguan Yunfeng shook his head. Wulong's strength is well known in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Everyone knows that. Young Palace Master, on the other hand, has only shown the strength of a 7-star god of war in front of others. Of course, that time, he didn't use any immortal artifact, yet he displayed the strength of a peak 7-star war god. Furthermore, he was only a 9 palaces immortal emperor back then. Currently, he should be a 10 directions celestial emperor. His strength must be even more unfathomable than before. He should be at least a peak 8-star god of war. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm when facing Wulong. Shengguan Yunfeng did not know if Duan Lingtian would win, but he could see Duan Lingtian's confidence. Although Duan Lingtian's words were ambiguous, his heart was filled with hope. He hoped that a miracle would happen and that Duan Lingtian would defeat Wulong. If Duan Lingtian defeated Wulong, he would become famous in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Not only in the 9 Serenities battlefield, but even in the Devata realms, news of Duan Lingtian defeating Wulong would spread like wildfire. At that time, he would be even more famous than his master, Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Make your move. At this moment, a deafening voice rang in the air like thunder. In the next moment, everyone saw that a human figure once again appeared from the giant lightning bolt. However, it was a figure that was obviously dozens of times larger than before. It was an enlarged version of Wu Long. Wu Long stood in the air, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. He was like a thunder god that had descended to earth. In his hand was a gigantic saber that was formed purely from lightning. The power of lightning gathered on the saber gave off a terrifying destructive aura as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. Wulong's body was as huge as a mountain as he stood in the air. His aura was domineering. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian stood in front of Wulong. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian seemed to be extremely tiny before Wulong's figure that was like a mountain, and he was like an insignificant ant. All right. Duan Ling Tian replied calmly when he heard Wulong's challenge. Subsequently, the space around his body fluctuated, and a gigantic ancient tree appeared in a timely manner. At first, it was just an illusory figure before it finally materialized. It was the pine willow divine tree that Duan Ling Tian had not used for a long time. When the pine willow divine tree appeared, it was as huge as a mountain. In terms of height, it was not inferior to Wulong. That's the pine willow divine tree? Vice Leader, are you saying that the pine willow divine tree has transformed into a human? No. The young leader is a human. That's just his pine willow divine tree avatar. The pine willow divine tree was a famous plant in the Devata realms. It was comparable to a top-tier celestial beast. Although the pine willow divine tree avatar was not as big as the pine willow divine tree, it was still very close. If a human could form such a pine willow divine tree avatar, their strength would increase significantly. Duan Ling Tian, who was in the pine willow divine tree's avatar, swung its branches at Wulong with just a thought. Terrifying sonic booms rang in the air as the branches swept toward Wulong. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Wulong's body was completely exposed to the pine willow divine tree's branches. The pine willow divine tree's branches fell like a carpet, enveloping Wulong like a mobile prison, trying to imprison him within. Wulong scoffed when he saw Duan Lingtian's ferocious attack. Then he swung the thunder saber in his hand, and a saber ray that was surrounded by lightning shot out toward the pine willow divine tree's branches. Buzz! The saber ray tore through the air, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Spurt! 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 As for the branches of the pine willow divine tree, they were chopped into pieces by the saber light in the air. Is that all you've got? Wulong said condescendingly with a disdainful expression on his face. However, as soon as Wulong finished speaking, his expression changed again. He saw that the tree branches that had been chopped off by him actually disappeared into thin air after they were chopped off. When they reappeared, they were already in front of him, and like thousands of arrows, they shot towards his body. Oh no! Without any hesitation, Wulong's body was surrounded by lightning as he tried to block Duan Lingtian's attack. However, as he had hastily gathered his strength, he did not have enough strength. In just a blink of an eye, the lightning surrounding his body was destroyed by the branches that shot toward him. The branches continued to land on his body. Wah! Even though the hastily mobilized lightning energy had greatly reduced the force, the remaining force of the branch still injured Wulong when it landed on his body, causing him to involuntarily open his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. He was injured. Vice Alliance leader is so powerful. He actually managed to injure Wulong. It seems like Vice Alliance leader might really be able to defeat Wulong. Many people from the Heavenly Law Alliance's eyes lit up when they saw this. They could not help but look expectant. However, it was obvious that Wulong's injuries were not serious. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, his pale face regained its color. At the same time, he wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. You have some skills. I have to admit that I was careless. Now, since you have already made your move, it's my turn now. After Wulong said this in an indifferent tone, he suddenly stretched out his hands horizontally. Suddenly, the sky changed color. Boom! Rumble! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a large thundercloud had gathered in the sky and covered the sun. It caused the sky outside the Heavenly Law Alliance's base to become extremely boundless. The crowd's eyes darkened as if a storm was about to descend. Boom! 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 Just as many people from the Heavenly Law Alliance were shocked by the scene before them, they saw Wulong move. Thick lightning bolts descended from the thundercloud in the sky and smashed toward Duan Lingtian. This scene was more like the baptism of a heavenly tribulation. Lightning punishment heavenly tribulation. The lightning that blotted out the sky and covered the earth swept through the entire sky as though it was washing the earth, and it enveloped Duan Lingtian within it. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's figure completely disappeared before the crowd's eyes. It was as if he had been completely submerged. This scene caused the people from the Heavenly Law Alliance to hold their breaths. Just a moment ago, they had seen their Heavenly Law Alliance's Deputy Alliance Master, Duan Lingtian, ushering in the dawn of victory. However, in the blink of an eye, Wulong made his move. It was as if the god of thunder controlled the lightning bolts and struck down the heavenly tribulation on Duan Lingtian. The heavenly tribulation was all-pervasive and made people's hearts palpitate. Young Palace Master. At this moment, even the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, had a grave expression on his face. He knew that although he would not die under this wave of heavenly tribulation, he would definitely be seriously injured and would not be able to display his full strength. This move was enough to defeat him. It should be known that Wulong had not used his celestial artifact yet. Is that all you have? Just when everyone was worried about Duan Lingtian, a voice resonated from the heavenly tribulation. Following that, a figure appeared before everyone's eyes in a timely manner. A young man in a purple robe flew up into the sky. The heavenly tribulation continued to fall, but when it came within a few meters of him, it was destroyed and turned into ashes. This was the true annihilation of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Within a few meters of him, the young man in purple robe seemed to be invincible. No matter what kind of power approached him, it would be destroyed without exception. Is this the Tao of Control, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth? The scene in front of him made the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng's eyes burn with passion. He had only heard of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. He had not even touched the threshold of it. In fact, he had never seen anyone use it before. Now, he was witnessing it for the first time. Chapter 3558. Oh my God! What kind of technique is this? Isn't this too terrifying? Currently, Duan Lingtian was bathed in the lightning tribulation, but he was completely unharmed. Even the purple robe on his body did not have any signs of wrinkles. This scene shocked all of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's members present. Even the old man who came with Wulong had a grave expression on his face. Previously, he had a calm expression on his face, but at this moment, he could no longer maintain his composure. You have indeed grasped the Tao of Control, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. At this moment, even Wulong's expression turned grave. However, his gaze towards Duan Lingtian was filled with an awe-inspiring battle intent. His voice was like thunder, resounding in everyone's ears. This is what makes it interesting. Next, I will not hold back. Hold back? Wulong's words shocked the group of people from the Heavenly Law Alliance. This Wulong was still holding back? If you have any techniques, feel free to use them. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he looked at Wulong calmly. From the beginning until the end, there was no change in his expression at all. Duan Lingtian's calmness was a great provocation to Wulong immediately. He coldly snorted as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Then, he suddenly raised both of his arms. The terrifying lightning tribulation began to wreak havoc around his body, and a resplendent purple radiance spread out. At the same time, the lightning tribulation in the sky no longer attacked Duan Lingtian. The lightning tribulation that extended from the lightning tribulation instead fell towards Wulong. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw this. What was Wulong trying to do? Why is Wulong attacking himself? What is he trying to do? Duan Lingtian was not the only one who could not see through Wulong's actions. Even the people from the Heavenly Tao Alliance present on the scene, including the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, could not see through him. However, when the lightning tribulation fell on Wulong's body, they finally understood. It turned out that Wulong was not torturing himself. When the lightning that filled the sky was still some distance away from Wulong, the lightning storm on Wulong's body suddenly twisted and formed an enormous vortex that sucked in all of the lightning that was falling from the sky. It was as if a giant beast had opened its bloody mouth and swallowed all of the lightning that was falling from the sky. Boom! Rumble! Every time Wulong swallowed a wave of lightning punishment, the lightning storm on Wulong's body would increase explosively, as if it had become a part of Wulong's power. It had to be known that the lightning punishment from the thunderclouds wasn't Wulong's own power. It was an attack condensed from the fundamental profundity of the lightning laws. It was an attack formed by Wulong using his own comprehension of the lightning laws. It wasn't Wulong's own power. But now, they had become a part of Wulong's power. Is this the embryonic form of the devouring Tao? When Duan Lingtian saw Wulong's technique, he realized something. He was shocked. He didn't expect the second true disciple of the heavenly emperor, Ji Fantian, would be able to touch the threshold of the devouring Tao. It was just that he had not mastered it yet. Of course, there were many people in this world who had touched the threshold of the four Taos of heaven and earth. Some of them had even touched the threshold of each of the four Taos of heaven and earth. However, none of them had mastered it yet, let alone mastered it completely. How surprising! A rare expression of surprise appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. His eyes that were originally as tranquil as an ancient well finally had some changes in them. Duanling, take this. Under the gazes of the crowd, Wulong, who was like a balloon that was constantly inflating, suddenly stopped inflating. His eyes were as big as gongs as he suddenly let out an explosive roar. At the same time, he stepped into the air like a thunder god that had descended, and his fist could smash through everything. Bang! Wulong's body swayed like a ghost. His fist was like a dragon. When he punched, the raging lightning transformed into a lightning dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged toward Duan Lingtian. Boom! When the lightning dragon came into contact with Duan Lingtian's way of control, it was not destroyed by the space energy that Duan Lingtian controlled. In fact, Duan Lingtian felt a strong pressure that almost suffocated him. Although it's only the embryonic form of the devouring Tao, the strength that he has displayed by gathering the power in his body is extraordinary. I didn't expect him to think of such a way to increase his strength before he has mastered the devouring Tao. He's using his body to resist the lightning. Moreover, it's not completely under his control. If he's not careful, he might be devoured by the lightning and die. However, based on his current strength, it's indeed difficult for anyone below the 9-star god of war to be a match for him. Duan Lingtian could see that Wulong's strength had surpassed that of an ordinary 8-star god of war. Naturally, he was not close to the level of a 9-star god of war. After all, there was a huge gap between a peak 8-star god of war and a 9-star god of war. A peak 8-star god of war was known as a quasi-god of war. Before his celestial origin energy transformed, even a powerful titled celestial emperor could only be considered an 8-star god of war. Once the quasi-gods of war showed their strength, even if their comprehension of the law of profundities was not as good as Duan Lingtian and Wulong's, they would still be able to suppress them. Naturally, this was only possible if the weapons in their hands were of similar grades. If Duan Lingtian used the 7 orifices exquisite sword to wield the prominent devouring Tao weapon, it would not be difficult for Duan Lingtian to defeat or kill Wulong if he was a quasi-god who did not have a devouring Tao weapon and had comprehended a law of profundities weaker than Duan Lingtian. Just in time, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he faced Wulong's ferocious punch. He placed his left hand on his back and extended his right hand. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity surged out of his right hand and transformed into a sword that emitted a mysterious aura. Although it was not as awe-inspiring as Wulong's punch that was as powerful as a lightning dragon, it was still hair-raising. Shengguan Yunfeng's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian forming the sword in his hand. It said that apart from grasping the basics of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, young Master Duan Lingtian has also grasped the sword Tao of the weapon Tao of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Moreover, he has mastered the space sword Tao with unlimited potential. As soon as Shangguan Yunfeng thought of this, Duan Lingtian made his move. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian casually swung his sword horizontally. The entire process seemed as though an ordinary person was casually swinging his sword. There was no technique nor was there any brilliance. It was just a plain and ordinary sword strike that was swung out just like that. Moreover, this sword strike met the thunderous energy of Wulong's punch head-on. The terrifying thunderous energy created a long river in the sky. It was as though a thunderous dragon was flying through the sky. It was also as though a thunderous meteor was streaking across the sky. Its target was Duan Lingtian. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the simple and unadorned sword met Wulong's mighty punch. In the next instant, the crowd saw Duan Lingtian's ordinary sword strike was drowned out by Wulong's mighty punch. It was as though he was a lone boat that was submerged in the ocean. Just as the people from the Heavenly Law Alliance were feeling somewhat disappointed, rip. A crisp tearing sound was clearly transmitted into their ears. In the next instant, they saw the thunderous energy of Wulong's mighty punch suddenly stopped in midair. It could not move forward at all. Moreover, it was obvious the energy was still being depleted. Heavens! What's that? At the same time, many people saw a crack in the sky that had stopped Wulong's punch. It was like the bloody mouth of a gigantic beast that had opened its mouth and devoured the energy of Wulong's punch. It's a spatial tear. Heavens! Lord Vice Alliance leader created a spatial tear with just a sword strike? Isn't it said that only god-level powerhouses can create spatial tears in the Devata realms? Moreover, the space in the Nine Serenities battlefield is even more stable than a Devata realm. Ordinary god-level powerhouses might not be able to create a spatial tear. Don't tell me Lord Vice Alliance leader is already a god-level powerhouse. Are you stupid? If the Vice Alliance leader is a god-level powerhouse, how can he enter the Nine Serenities battlefield? The scene before them frightened many of the Heavenly Law Alliance's members, causing their hearts to tremble. Naturally, some high-ranking officials from the Heavenly Law Alliance also noticed this. The young palace master didn't use brute force to create a spatial tear. Instead, he used his sword Dao that has been fused with the law of space to create a spatial tear. However, even if it's a trick, not many people can do it. Amazing! Truly amazing! I didn't think I'd be able to witness a battle of this level in my lifetime. My life has not been in vain. Under the shocked gazes of the people from the Heavenly Law Alliance, Duan Lingtian's casual swing of his sword had created a spatial tear that devoured Wulong's energy. At this moment, Wulong was also staring at Duan Lingtian with a shocked expression on his face. His eyes gleamed coldly. No one knew what he was thinking. However, after a few moments, the cold light in Wulong's eyes disappeared and was replaced by a calm expression. As expected of the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. As Wulong walked in the air towards Duan Lingtian, he withdrew the energy on his body, causing the violent lightning energy to dissipate completely. What's Wulong doing? Is he admitting defeat? Many people from the Heavenly Law Alliance were puzzled. Although Wulong was at a disadvantage, this was not the end of the battle. After all, both of them did not use their weapons. Moreover, they did not know if Wulong still had any tricks up his sleeve. What's wrong? Are you admitting defeat? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Wulong, who had retracted his energy and approached him. At this moment, Wulong had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. Chapter 35-59. Duan Lingtian, your strength is truly shocking and admirable. Under the gazes of the crowd, Wulong had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sigh, "You are the strongest 8-star war god that I, Wulong, have ever encountered. Even the person of the same generation that I admire the most, my senior brother, wasn't as strong as you when he was at the 8-star war god level." Wulong said, "And then? You admit defeat?" Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently as he looked at Wu Long calmly. Now, other than admitting defeat, do I have any other choice? Wu Long looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. Why don't you show me the right path? As Wu Long spoke, Duan Lingtian's raging power began to retract. It was as if a spatial storm had surrounded him and then returned to his body. You admit defeat? The conversation between Wu Long and Duan Ling Tian entered the ears of the people from the Heavenly Tao Alliance. At this moment, from the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, to the ordinary Heavenly Tao Alliance's disciples, everyone's eyes lit up. Many of them had an excited expression on their faces. Heavens! The Heavenly Tao Alliance's deputy alliance leader had actually defeated Wu Long. Before today, Wu Long was publicly recognized as the strongest person below the 9-star war god level in the 9 Serenities battlefield. However, today, at this very moment, Wu Long was defeated by the Heavenly Tao Alliance's deputy alliance leader. From today onwards, the title of the strongest 9-star war god in the 9 Serenities battlefield would belong to the Heavenly Tao Alliance's deputy alliance leader, Duan Ling Tian. However, just when everyone thought that Wu Long had admitted defeat and Duan Ling Tian had retracted his power, it was also the moment when everyone let down their guard. In the depths of Wu Long's eyes, there was a glimmer of a scheme that had succeeded. At the same time, a dark and gloomy long shuttle wrapped in black lightning suddenly shot out from between Wu Long's eyebrows. It flew straight towards Duan Ling Tian, aiming straight for between Duan Ling Tian's eyebrows. This was Wu Long's soul-attacking divine weapon, the God-annihilating shuttle. Although it was a primitive divine artifact without an artifact soul, it was still a divine artifact. With Wu Long's current strength, it was no weaker than an emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact soul. Furthermore, it was a divine artifact that could attack one's soul, which made it even more difficult to obtain. Wu Long's attack was extremely sudden and ridiculously fast. In fact, no one would have thought that Wu Long would make a move at such a time. Didn't he concede defeat in disguise just now? Did he still have any sense of shame for suddenly killing someone? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he sensed the sudden soul attack from the divine weapon. The scene in front of him was not only unexpected to the others present, but also to him. However, no matter what was said, he had seen a lot along the way, so he still had the most basic sense of vigilance. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he saw Wu Long's soul-attacking divine weapon, the soul-annihilating shuttle. His celestial origin energy and a strange aura surged out and instantly froze the soul-annihilating shuttle in place. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for those with a high cultivation base to see what was going on. At the same time, the same thought appeared in their minds: the law of time. The law of time was the most effective law in dealing with sneak attacks. For other laws, one would need to accumulate energy to unleash a powerful attack. However, the law of time did not need to do so. With just a thought, one could use one's celestial origin energy and the time elemental profundity to affect the flow of time in a certain place. This was one of the reasons the law of time was widely acknowledged as the strongest law among the 4 supreme laws. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had stopped Wu Long's attack with just a thought. The law of time. As for Wu Long, his expression changed drastically at this moment, and his pupils shrank rapidly. He did not expect this outcome. He thought he was close enough to Duan Ling Tian. No matter how strong his opponent was, as long as he was not a 9-star god of war, he was confident he could kill him with a sneak attack. As for the people from the Heavenly Law Alliance who said he had attacked Duan Ling Tian when he admitted defeat, he did not care at all. After all, after killing Duan Ling Tian, he did not plan to spare anyone from the Heavenly Law Alliance. If he and the old man joined forces, they would not be able to escape from the Heavenly Law Alliance. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to have comprehended the law of time. Even if Duan Ling Tian had not fused the law of time with other profundities, as long as he could freeze time, he would be able to seize an opportunity. And this moment of opportunity was enough to disrupt his plans. He had originally planned to kill Duan Ling Tian with a sneak attack, then kill everyone from the Heavenly Law Alliance. This way, even if he lost to Duan Lingtian, no one would know. However, he did not expect this to happen. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Almost at the same time as Wu Long's expression changed, Duan Lingtian's unskilled profundity of the law of time lost its effect and could not continue to block Wu Long's soul attack. The god-annihilating shuttle continued to attack Duan Lingtian's glabella. Huang! Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately communicated with the sword soul of the seven treasures' exquisite sword, Huang. In the next moment, a ray of light shot out from between Duan Lingtian's brows as well. It was a seven-colored ray of light that was dazzling and gorgeous. Just a glance at it was enough to make one lose themselves in it. It was truly mesmerizing. However, as the saying goes, the most beautiful thing could often be the most dangerous thing. This was the case now. Swoosh! As soon as the dazzling seven-colored sword ray appeared, it seemed to make everything around it pale in comparison. Even the heavens and the earth seemed to have lost their color. In the eyes of the crowd, it was as if there was only this seven-colored light left. No, before the crowd could react, Wu Long, who was targeted by Duan Lingtian's seven treasures exquisite sword, had a huge change in his expression. He subconsciously let out an anxious cry. The seven treasures exquisite sword was a high-grade divine artifact. As for high-grade offensive divine artifacts, they had a special characteristic. They could be used as both a material offensive divine artifact and a soul offensive divine artifact. Duan Lingtian's strength was not weaker than Wu Long's. Wu Long was using a low-grade divine artifact that did not even have a sword soul. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was using a high-grade divine artifact that had a sword soul. The result was obvious. Almost at the same time that Wu Long screamed, everyone present, including the old man who came with Wu Long, felt a chill in their hearts. In the next moment they saw. When Wu Long's soul attack divine artifact was hit by the seven-colored sword ray, not only did its energy dissipate, but it had also been severed into two and was sent flying out of control. At the same time, the seven-colored sword ray that had lost a portion of its brilliance shot into Wu Long's glabella. Swoosh! As soon as the seven-colored sword ray entered Wu Long's glabella, a powerful aura suddenly spread out from Wu Long's glabella. Immediately after, along with a wave of vast majestic aura, a phantom also appeared at the right time. The Heavenly Emperor of the Ji-Fan Heaven? With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the figure. It was Ji-Yu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji-Fan Heaven, whom he had met during the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Wu Long was Ji-Yu's second true disciple. Naturally, Ji-Yu had left a soul mark on Wu Long. "Master, save me." Wu Long cried out anxiously as though he was clutching at a life-saving straw. Duan Lingtian? Ji-Yu stared at Duan Lingtian and was obviously slightly surprised. Heavenly Emperor Ji-Yu. Duan Lingtian looked at Ji-Yu's silhouette and nodded as he greeted him. "Today, it's your disciple who tried to kill me first. If you want to plead on his behalf, there's no need for that. I, Duan Lingtian, have never shown mercy to those who try to kill me." Duan Lingtian's tone was firm. He was not afraid of Ji-Yu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji-Fan Heaven, who was ranked first on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. "I'm willing to pay a price." Ji-Yu frowned when he heard the determination in Duan Lingtian's voice. In the end, he did not beat around the bush. It was clear he was willing to pay a price to save his disciple's life. Not interested. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth and Ji-Yu's expression darkened, a seven-colored light rose from Wu Long's body. When it expanded to a certain extent, it exploded. As for the phantom of Ji-Yu's soul imprint, it was also blown away. Spiritual imprints were mostly used to send messages so that the person who left the spiritual imprint would be able to sense that the person they left the spiritual imprint on was in danger and rush over to rescue them. However, Wu Long was currently in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Even if Ji-Yu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji-Fan Heaven, could make it in time, he would not be able to enter the Nine Serenities battlefield. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Wu Long's body was completely annihilated in the void as if he had never existed. Not only was his spatial ring destroyed, but his blood had also evaporated. the second true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Ji-Fan heaven, who was said to be invincible under the 9-star war god in the 9 Serenities battlefield, had died in an inconspicuous corner in the eastern part of the 9 Serenities battlefield. He's dead? That figure was the heavenly emperor of the Ji-Fan heaven, Lord Jiyu? Obviously. It's obvious that the heavenly emperor of the Ji-Fan heaven left a spiritual imprint on his disciple, Wulong. Before Wulong died, the spiritual imprint blocked a blow for him. However, it was obvious that he could not protect Wulong, so he came out to negotiate with the Deputy Alliance leader. The Deputy Alliance leader ignored him and killed Wulong directly. Everyone in the Heavenly Dao Alliance, including the alliance leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, was shocked by the scene earlier. They did not expect the Deputy Alliance leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance to be so domineering. He did not even give face to Ji-Fan, the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji-Fan heaven, who was ranked first on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. Chapter 3560. The people from the Heavenly Dao Alliance did not expect Jiyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji-Fan Tian, to appear. However, they did not expect Jiyu to appear. Even Ji-Fan Tian, Jiyu, the Heavenly Monarch of Ji-Fan Tian, had revealed his God Spirit imprint and intended to save the life of his disciple, Wulong, but he still failed. The Deputy Alliance leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, Purple Marquis, was Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, Ji was not an ordinary Heavenly Emperor. How could someone ranked first on the Heavenly Emperor ranking be an ordinary Heavenly Emperor? Isn't the Deputy Alliance leader afraid that Heavenly Emperor Jiyu will seek revenge on him? Many people from the Heavenly Dao Alliance asked worriedly. Seek revenge? Some people from the Heavenly Dao Alliance were dismissive of Duan Lingtian's words. Don't forget that our Deputy Alliance leader's master is also a god. Moreover, he's the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He's ranked second on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. That's right. We're both gods, but we don't know who's stronger. Although the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is younger, it's said that he's only 10,000 years old. In other words, the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji-Fan Tian was already the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji-Fan Tian when he was born. That's right. It shouldn't be difficult for such a young god to catch up to the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji-Fan. Some people from the Heavenly Dao Alliance were confident in Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. They felt Feng Qingyang's potential was much greater than the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji-Fan Tian, and it would not be difficult for him to catch up to the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji-Fan Tian. Naturally, some people thought Feng Qingyang would not be able to catch up to the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji-Fan Tian in a short time. I don't think so. The Heavenly Emperor of the Ji-Fan Tian has long been a god. It won't be easy for the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to catch up to him. I think so too. Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji-Fan Tian won't wait until the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji-Fan Tian leaves the 9 Nether battlefield. While the people from the Heavenly Law Alliance were whispering to each other, Jiyu, the Heavenly Emperor of Ji-Fan Tian, who was outside the 9 Serenities battlefield and in the Heavenly Emperor Palace of Ji-Fan Tian, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He did not expect Duan Lingtian, the disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, would not give him any face at all. His disciple, Wulong, was killed right in front of him. One had to know that the legacy disciples that Feng Qingyang accepted were not ordinary, and the legacy disciples that he, Jiyu, accepted were similarly not ordinary. The status of these 2 legacy disciples in his eyes was no different from his own sons. Duan Lingtian. Originally, you and I didn't interfere in each other's business, but since you killed Wulong, the enmity between us can be considered to have been formed. You must die, you must die. After you die, I'll gladly accept your high-grade divine artifact with an artifact soul. Jiyu muttered to himself with a gloomy expression and a cold look in his eyes. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled into a greedy arc based on his words. It was clear he recognized the divine artifact that Duan Lingtian had used to kill his true disciple, Wulong. It was a high-grade divine artifact with an artifact soul. I really don't know how Duan Lingtian obtained his high-grade divine artifact. Even if Feng Qingyang was trapped in the Azura hell back then, it's unlikely he would have obtained such a precious treasure. Moreover, even if he obtained it, he wouldn't have given it to Duan Lingtian. In Jiyu's opinion, even if Feng Qingyang obtained such a precious treasure, he would have kept it for his own use. As for the thought of obtaining more than 2 such precious treasures, Jiyu did not dare to entertain such thoughts. After all, it was unrealistic. If that were the case, he would have to carefully consider what kind of heaven-defying fortuitous encounter Feng Qingyang had that caused him to become enemies with Duan Lingtian. Was it worth it to offend Feng Qingyang? Young Master Long. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, the old man who came with Wulong stood in the void outside the Heavenly Dao Alliance's mountain gate. His expression was extremely unsightly as he stared at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice, "Duan Lingtian," the Heavenly Emperor's divine soul imprint appeared and said that he was willing to pay any price to save young Master Long's life. "How dare you kill young Master Long?" The old man was considered one of the most senior people in the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Ji Fantian. Before he became a celestial emperor, he was already chosen by the Heavenly Emperor Jiyu to cultivate him. In the end, he became the strongest person in the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Ji Fantian. Of course, that was before the 2 true disciples of the Heavenly Emperor Jiyu grew up. When Jiyu's 2 true disciples grew up, they surpassed him one after another. Since he had been following Wulong since he was a child, he was used to following and protecting Wulong. Even if Wulong was stronger than him, he was still used to following Wulong around and helping Wulong deal with trivial matters. At the same time, he also gave Wulong advice. Although Wulong was talented, he was the kind of person who flaunted his bravado. He needed the old man's guidance. This time, when Wulong came to look for Duan Lingtian, he had advised Wulong that there was no need for him to do so. At the very least, Duan Lingtian had yet to display his strength. Even if there were outsiders who said that Duan Lingtian was stronger than Wulong, it was only a minority. Compared to the unknown Duan Lingtian, most people in the 9 Serenities battlefield believed that Wulong was the strongest among the 8 star gods of war. However, Wulong was too conceited. He could not tolerate even a grain of sand in his ears. Then he died and his Tao vanished. Do you know? Your actions have completely offended the Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Ji Fantan? The old man's voice turned colder as killing intent rose in his eyes. What? You want to kill me to avenge Wulong? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at the old man. In the beginning, he had a good impression of Wulong. He did not think that Wulong was as bad as the alliance leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance had described him. However, when Wulong suddenly interfered with his plan, it was so sudden that it made his heart tremble. Even if he had gone all out at that time, the most he could do was ensure that he would not die. At that time, it was impossible for him to ensure that he would be unharmed in such a short time. It was even more impossible for him to ensure that he would only be lightly injured. He was certain that he would be severely injured. Fortunately, I comprehended the law of time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt that he was extremely lucky. If he had not comprehended the law of time in the secret chamber in the Azura Hell, he would have died. I was careless. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that he had been careless. He had made a mistake that he should not have made. He should not have let his guard down. With this lesson, coupled with his experience over the past few hundred years, he secretly remembered that he would never be so careless in the future and put himself in danger. At that moment, death had been too dangerous. It was also because of this that he only had one thought about Wulong. There was no room for negotiation. Even if Ji Fantian and Heavenly Emperor Jiyu wanted to negotiate, he would not waver. When the old man heard Duan Lingtian's words, his face immediately darkened. He wanted to avenge Wulong? Was he tired of living? Wulong had long surpassed his strength. If Wulong had been killed by Duan Lingtian, he would not be an exception. Duan Ling, you're on your own. After the old man glanced coldly at Duan Lingtian, he prepared to leave. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely avenge Wulong. Even if he was not a match for Duan Lingtian, who did not have a few relatives and friends. He treated Wulong as his own son. Now that Wulong was dead, he felt that he had lost most of his spiritual sustenance. Next, he would live to avenge Wulong. Since you're here, don't leave. Although the killing intent in the old man's eyes had disappeared and he did not want to be discovered by Duan Lingtian, he did not know that he had been discovered by the observant Duan Lingtian. Therefore, when he saw that the old man was about to leave, Duan Lingtian spoke at the right time. What? You still want me to stay? Duan Lingtian's words caused the old man's expression to change drastically. At the same time, the green light on his body raged as he prepared to leave. He had comprehended the law of wind. In terms of speed, he was faster than Wulong, who was stronger than him. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, who was already prepared, there was no way he could escape. Whoosh! The 7 orifices exquisite sword slashed through the air once again, and a 7-colored sword ray flashed past. After a brief sword whistle, the old man followed in Wulong's footsteps and died. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian looked at all of this indifferently. The current him was no longer the same as when he was in the mundane realm. The current him knew that it was necessary to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Moreover, this old man had previously revealed his killing intent towards him. Although he had intentionally restrained it, sometimes it was too deliberate and had the opposite effect. It was also at that moment that Duan Lingtian wanted to kill him. 2 8-star gods of war died just like that? At this moment, the Heavenly Law Alliance's alliance master, Shengguan Yunfeng, was stunned. Other than Wulong, he also recognized the other person. He was a protector of the Brahma Alliance and was known as the 3rd strongest person in the Brahma Alliance. His strength was second only to the 2 alliance masters of the Brahma Alliance, who were Wulong and his senior brother. The other members of the Heavenly Law Alliance were also looking at Duan Lingtian in shock. Of course, their eyes were burning with passion. There were also a small number of people who were wary of danger even in times of peace. When they thought about the people behind Wulong and Wulong, their hair stood on end. The Heavenly Emperor of the Brahma Heaven could not enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. However, in the 9 Serenities battlefield, Wulong had a senior brother who was the first alliance master of the Brahma Alliance. The Brahma Alliance's current position in the 9 Serenities battlefield could be attributed to Wulong's senior brother. After all, Wulong's senior brother was a 9-star god of war, one of the strongest powerhouses in the 9 Serenities battlefield. The Vice Alliance Master has killed Wulong and Wulong. The Alliance Master of the Brahma Alliance will definitely not let this matter rest. This time, I'm afraid the Vice Alliance Master will not be the only unlucky one. If the Alliance Master of the Brahma Alliance is enraged, the Heavenly Law Alliance will be wiped out as well. Chapter 3561. The group of people from the Heavenly Tao Alliance stared at Duan Lingtian with fear written all over their faces. What Duan Lingtian had done today was not only shocking, but it also made them realize they could no longer stay in the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The leader of the Brahma Alliance was Wulong's senior brother, the first true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of Jifan. He was so strong that he had even reached the level of a 9-star war god. Although the deputy leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance was strong, he was only invincible under the 9-star war god. If he encountered a 9-star war god, it would be difficult for him to escape death. Alliance leader. Duan Lingtian flashed and appeared in front of the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Shengguan Yunfeng. He looked at him calmly and said, "What are you going to do next?" He had seen the fear on the faces of the people of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. He also heard the whispers of some people. Because of this, he also knew that the first true disciple of the heavenly emperor of Jifan was a person who would protect his own. If he knew that Wulong had died here, he would definitely not let it go. He could imagine that he would receive the news very soon. He just needed the heavenly emperor of Jifan to send someone into the Nine Serenities battlefield to send a message to him. Young Palace Master, are you confident that you can defeat the first true disciple of the heavenly emperor of Jifan, the Nine-Star War God? Shangguan Yunfeng's expression was very solemn. Duan Lingtian's answer to this question was very important, as it would determine the future of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. I'm not a match for the Nine-Star War God now. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Before his celestial origin energy developed the characteristics of divine power, even if he had a high-grade divine artifact and mastered the law of space, it would still be very difficult for him to defeat the Nine-Star War God. The gap between divine power and celestial origin energy was too big. Even the first true disciple of the heavenly emperor of Jifan only had a low-grade divine artifact. With his celestial origin energy that contained the characteristics of divine power, the power he could display was stronger than his high-grade divine artifact. If I can turn my celestial origin energy into divine energy, there's no need for me to fear the strongest true disciple of the heavenly emperor Jifan. However, I'll definitely lose if I fight him now. If the 5 divine elements had not fallen into a deep slumber, Duan Lingtian was confident that he could defeat or even kill the Nine-Star God of War with their help, even if the gap between them was not small. But now he couldn't. I understand. Shangguan Yunfeng bitterly smiled. It seems that I can only disband the Heavenly Dao Union. Sorry. Duan Lingtian repeatedly apologized. Young Palace Master, there's no need for that. As Shangguan Yunfeng shook his head, the bitter smile on his face disappeared. Disbanding the Heavenly Law Alliance is nothing to us. It's just a change of residence. In this 9th Serenity battlefield, there are as many great powers as there are clouds. With their strength, it's very easy for them to enter the other powers. Shangguan Yunfeng paused for a moment before he continued to say, Today, it's not just me. If the other members of the Heavenly Law Alliance were to choose between disbanding the Heavenly Law Alliance and witnessing the battle between you and Wulong, they would definitely choose the latter. As soon as Shangguan Yunfeng finished speaking, he turned to the members of the Heavenly Law Alliance and said in a loud voice, Brothers and sisters, due to the threat from the Brahma Alliance, I'm going to disband the Heavenly Law Alliance. Upon hearing Shangguan Yunfeng's words, the members of the Heavenly Law Alliance fell silent. They had already guessed this would happen, so they were not surprised. Now, the young Imperial Empress is apologizing to me. I said there's no need for that. Do you think the young Imperial Empress needs to apologize? Shangguan Yunfeng deliberately raised his voice when he said the last sentence. When the members of the Heavenly Law Alliance regained their senses, they all shook their heads in unison. Of course there's no need for that. To us, being able to witness the battle between the young Imperial Empress and Wulong with our own eyes is already worth living. To us, disbanding the Heavenly Law Alliance is just a change of residence. That's right. Even if we had to choose now, we would still choose to watch the battle between the young Imperial Empress and Wulong. Young Imperial Empress, you don't have to blame yourself. Even if we are no longer members of the Heavenly Law Alliance in the future, we will still remember that we once joined a force called the Heavenly Law Alliance in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Our former deputy leader had once killed the second leader of the alliance, Ji Fantian. He was recognized as the strongest person below the Nine-Star God of War in the Nine Serenities battlefield. His name was Wulong. We were once members of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Because of you, deputy leader, destroying Wulong today is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. Although the members of the Heavenly Law Alliance knew that they were going to part ways, they did not feel sad at all. Instead, they felt that it was worth it to watch the battle between Duan Lingtian and Wulong at the cost of disbanding the Heavenly Law Alliance. Young Imperial Empress, did you see that? No one will blame you for this. Shangguan Yunfeng looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with emotions. Sure enough, those who dared to enter the Nine Serenities battlefield were not simple people. Perhaps these people's strength was not as strong as his, but their temperaments were as firm as a rock. They would not blame the heavens and blame others just because of the waves in front of them. For them, wandering from place to place was a common occurrence. Young Imperial Empress. At the same time, Shangguan Yunfeng transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian. Next, if you still want to cultivate peacefully in the Nine Serenities battlefield, you can choose to conceal your identity and hide your true appearance. That way, you can just find a force to join. If you don't want to conceal your identity, there is another way to go. You can join the other forces that are hostile to the Brahma Alliance and have 9 star gods of war. Among those forces, the alliance leader of the Brahma Alliance won't be able to touch you. Of course, this second option is also risky. After all, no one can be sure that those who are hostile to the Brahma Alliance in the Nine Serenities battlefield will consider the Ji Fantian Heavenly Emperor and hand you over to the alliance leader of the Brahma Alliance. Shangguan Yunfeng transmitted his voice to Duan Lingtian and said a lot of things in one breath. Thank you for the reminder. Duan Lingtian replied to Shangguan Yunfeng through voice transmission. Then he stepped into the air and nodded at the members of the Heavenly Law Alliance. Everyone will meet again if fate wills it. Farewell, Vice Alliance Leader. Farewell, Vice Alliance Leader. Everyone from the Heavenly Tao Alliance bowed and spoke one after another. They looked at Duan Lingtian in awe as he left. They only regained their senses one after another after Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappeared into the horizon. The Vice Alliance Leader is not even 700 years old yet. He's not even 700 years old, but he already has such strength. It's really hard to imagine how far he'll grow if he's given another 1,000 years. As long as he can maintain his strength, even the Ji Fantian Heavenly Emperor won't be able to threaten him in 1,000 years. With such talent, it won't be long before he becomes a 9-star god of war. After Duan Lingtian left, the members of the Heavenly Law Alliance sighed. They felt that as long as their Vice Alliance leader did not die prematurely, his future would be limitless. Not long after Duan Lingtian left the Heavenly Law Alliance, the people sent by the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji Fantian Heavenly Emperor to the Nine Serenities battlefield relayed the news to Ji Ying, the first true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji Fantian Heavenly Emperor. Ji Ying was a slender, ordinary-looking young man dressed in black. He had a pair of vertical eyebrows, and when he glared at others, he was particularly eye-catching. Bang! When Ji Ying received the news, he was cultivating in the Brahma Alliance's cultivation ground. However, due to his emotional state, the celestial origin energy in his body diverted and destroyed his cultivation ground. Ji Ying did not pay attention to the ruined cultivation ground. He hovered in the air and looked to the east with a gloomy expression on his face. Wu Long was his only junior brother. He had always treated Wu Long as his own younger brother. Now Wu Long was dead. He was killed by someone. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. He wanted to destroy the Heavenly Law Alliance and kill Duan Lingtian. Alliance Leader, what happened? Alliance Leader, what happened? The commotion caused by Ji Ying attracted the attention of many high-ranking members of the Brahma Alliance. They looked at Ji Ying with a puzzled expression on their faces. However, all of them behaved respectfully toward Ji Ying. It's nothing. Ji Ying replied indifferently. Then he said bluntly, I'll be going out for a while. You can deal with the matters in the alliance as you see fit. Before anyone could respond, Ji Ying's figure had already disappeared like a ghost. What's going on? What happened? Something's wrong with Lord Alliance Leader. While the upper echelons of Brahma Alliance were still puzzled, one of them suddenly exclaimed in shock, Alliance Chief Wu Long is dead. What? The high-ranking members of the Brahma Alliance were stunned by this person's words. Not only was Alliance Leader Wu Long the second leader of the Brahma Alliance, but he was also the second strongest person in the Brahma Alliance. Apart from that, he was accompanied by the third strongest person in the Brahma Alliance. However, Alliance leader Wulong was widely acknowledged as invincible under the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Which 9-star god of war did it? Someone asked instinctively. It's not a 9-star god of war. The high-ranking member of the Brahma Alliance who had just received the news said in a deep voice, "The one who killed Alliance leader Wulong and Lord Xiao is Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. He's a peak 8-star god of war." Alliance leader Wulong went to the Heavenly Law Alliance in the Eastern 9 regions to challenge Duan Lingtian. In the end, he was killed by Duan Lingtian. As soon as the high-ranking member of the Brahma Alliance finished speaking, everyone fell silent. At this moment, they could vaguely guess why Alliance leader Jing was so unusual. "I'm afraid, Lord Alliance leader has already received news of Alliance leader Wulong's death. It's obvious. Lord Alliance leader must have gone to the Heavenly Law Alliance. The Heavenly Law Alliance must have disbanded by now, right? As for Duan Lingtian, since he's not a 9-star god of war, it's impossible for him to stay there and wait for Lord Alliance leader to kill him. Duan Lingtian doesn't know that Alliance leader Wulong is the second true disciple of Lord Heavenly Emperor, right? Doesn't he know that he has offended the Heavenly Emperor who's ranked first on the Heavenly Emperor ranking?" Chapter 3562. In the entire 9 Serenities battlefield, the Brahma Alliance was the only force that had a first Alliance Master and second Alliance Master. The other forces were at most divided into Alliance Masters and Vice Alliance Masters. The reason the Brahma Alliance was like this was all because of one sentence from Wulong. The Alliance Master of the Brahma Alliance, Jing, doted on Wulong a lot. If Wulong wanted to do this, he naturally agreed. Just like that, the Brahma Alliance had 2 Alliance Masters, the first Alliance Master and the second Alliance Master. The ordinary disciples of the Brahma Alliance might not know about this, but the upper echelons of the Brahma Alliance were very clear about it. No matter if it was the seniors of the Brahma Alliance or the new upper echelons, they were all in the same circle. They would occasionally talk about this when they were chatting. Duan Lingtian didn't know that Alliance Master Wulong was the second true disciple of Lord Heavenly Emperor. Faced with the doubts of an elder of the Brahma Alliance, another elder of the Brahma Alliance shook his head. That's absolutely impossible. If Alliance Master Wulong went to challenge him, he would have reported his name. Even if Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the 9 Serenities battlefield and didn't know Alliance Master Wulong's name, the other members of the Heavenly Law Alliance must have heard of him. No matter what, before Duan Lingtian killed Alliance Master Wulong, Alliance Master Wulong was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. After the elder of the Brahma Alliance spoke, the other upper echelons of the Brahma Alliance, who were still in shock, sucked in a breath of cold air. Moreover, as far as I know, both Alliance Master Wulong and Alliance Master Wulong are the most valued disciples of Lord Heavenly Emperor. They both have Lord Heavenly Emperor's divine soul imprint on them. Based on my guess, Lord Heavenly Emperor's divine soul imprint might have appeared before. The elder of the Brahma Alliance who made the judgment just now continued. It can't be, right? Even Lord Heavenly Emperor's divine soul imprint has appeared. That Duan Lingtian still dares to kill Alliance Master Wulong? Isn't he clearly going against Lord Heavenly Emperor? The elders of the Brahma Alliance sucked in a breath of cold air. We've just received further news. At this time, the well-informed elder who was also in charge of intelligence in the Brahma Alliance spoke again. Before Duan Lingtian killed Alliance Chief Wulong, Lord Heavenly Emperor's soul imprint avatar appeared and was even willing to pay a price to save Alliance Chief Wulong's life. However, Duan Lingtian rejected him with his actions. Duan Lingtian, destroy Lord Heavenly Emperor's divine soul imprint with one strike and kill Alliance leader Wulong. As soon as the elder in charge of intelligence finished speaking, the scene fell into a deathly silence. The higher-ups of the Brahma alliance looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian not only refused the Heavenly Emperor's request for reconciliation, but also destroyed the Heavenly Emperor's Divine Soul imprint clone? Although the destruction of the Divine Soul Mark doppelganger would not affect the main body, such an action was tantamount to provoking the gods. Duan Lingtian is dead meat. How dare he act so recklessly? Even his master, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, won't be able to save him this time. Does he really think that his master is on par with Lord Heavenly Emperor now that he has ascended to godhood? As the strongest person on the Heavenly Emperor ranking, Lord Heavenly Emperor has long since ascended to godhood. Rumor has it that he has even entered the God King realm. The higher-ups of the Brahma alliance discussed among themselves. It was obvious that they had already regarded Duan Lingtian as a dead man. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. He was also unaware that Ji Ying, the leader of the Brahma Alliance, had personally gone to the Heavenly Tao Alliance's base in the east to investigate Wulong's death. However, by the time Ji Ying arrived, the Heavenly Tao Union's encampment was already empty. All of the Heavenly Tao Union's disciples had already left, including the Union Master Shangguan Yunfeng and the Protectors. Even if they joined other forces, they would rarely join them, unless their relationship was really strong. Now that the Heavenly Law Alliance had been disbanded, the original disciples of the Heavenly Law Alliance had either joined various factions or had yet to join a faction. They were all wandering around the Nine Serenities battlefield. Some went to the north, some to the south, and some to the west. Of course, some went to the central region as well. In short, the original Heavenly Tao Alliance had completely disbanded. Even if Ji Ying wanted to vent her anger on the members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, finding a single member of the Heavenly Tao Alliance would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Some people might think, the Heavenly Law Alliance's Alliance Master and the Protectors were all famous figures in the Eastern region. As long as they didn't leave the Eastern region, people would definitely recognize them. However, even if they did not leave the Eastern region, it was almost impossible for anyone to recognize them. This was because the names they used in the Heavenly Law Alliance were not their real names. Even the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, was only one of the many names he used in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Not everyone dared to easily expose their true name and identity while walking in the Ninth Hell battlefield. There were not many people who were as confident as Duan Lingtian, Wulong, and Ji Ying in the entire Nine Serenities battlefield. Moreover, there were a few Nine-Star Gods of War who hid their identities in the Nine Serenities battlefield. They even dared to reveal their 5 divine elements in front of others. They hid their identities and were not worried that someone would find them. I didn't expect the Alliance Master of the Brahma Alliance, Ji Ying, to personally come. The Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, had changed his name and identity. He personally witnessed the Alliance Master of the Brahma Alliance, Ji Ying, coming to a faction in the eastern region that he had just joined to ask about the Heavenly Law Alliance and Duan Lingtian's whereabouts. Although he had guessed that Ji Ying would personally come, he was still shocked when he saw Ji Ying with his own eyes. It seems like the rumors are true. The Alliance Master of the Brahma Alliance, Ji Ying, cares a lot about his junior brother, Wulong. At that time, he would be able to kill to his heart's content. As long as it was not a 9-star God of War, he would not be afraid even if there were more 8-star Gods of War. With his current strength and the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, he could kill as many 8-star Gods of War as there were. An ordinary person with his level of strength might be exhausted. However, he would not. After all, not only did he have 99 heavenly veins, but he also had the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world that was comparable to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods to replenish his celestial origin energy. Therefore, he did not have to worry about his celestial origin energy running out. I'll conceal my identity for now. Ji Ying, the leader of the Brahma Alliance, definitely won't let this matter rest. Ji Ying, the leader of the Brahma Alliance, the first true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji Fantian, the adopted son of the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji Fantian, and a 9-star god of war. If Duan Lingtian encountered such a person, he would have to use the life-saving celestial talisman given to him by the world-cleansing divine water. However, he did not intend to use the celestial talisman on Ji Ying. Chapter 3563. For Duan Lingtian, it was only a matter of time before he died. It was fine if he used the life-saving celestial talisman on the 9-star god of war from the Tidal Temple. After all, the reason he had exposed his identity was to wait for the Tidal Temple to send someone to kill him. He was betting that as long as the Tidal Temple did not send a 9-star god of war but a group of 8-star god of war to kill him, he would go on a killing spree to avenge his master. However, it was not worth it to use it on Ji Ying. Therefore, he chose to hide his identity. At this moment, although Duan Lingtian was still wearing a purple robe, it was shrouded in a loose black robe. A black cloak fluttered behind his back even though there was no wind. He wore a bamboo hat on his head that covered his face. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to see Duan Lingtian's face clearly. There are 3 strongest forces in the 2nd North District. The one closest to me is the Northern Profound Alliance. Duan Lingtian was no longer in the Eastern District of the 9 Serenities battlefield. He had arrived at the 2nd North District in the Northern District of the 9 Serenities battlefield. Since the Northern Profound Alliance was the closest to him among the 3 strongest forces in the 2nd North District, he decided to join the Northern Profound Alliance. The Northern Profound Alliance's encampment was different from the Heavenly Law Alliance that Duan Lingtian had joined in the 9 East District. It was located in a glacier. There was a huge luminous pearl suspended in the air through a formation, illuminating the area in the glacier. Naturally, all of this was what Duan Lingtian had heard about. Currently, he was hovering in the air in front of one of the mountains that the Northern Profound Alliance was targeting. Instead of calling it a mountain gate, it would be more accurate to call it a huge cave on the side of a towering glacier. The cave was more than 100 meters wide and tall. At this moment, there were 11 figures standing at the entrance of the huge cave. They were the guards of the Northern Profound Alliance's mountain gate. Among the 11 people, 10 of them were looking around while the remaining one was sitting cross-legged in the air outside the cave with his eyes closed. It was unknown if he was cultivating or resting. Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared in front of the 10 people who were looking around. "Who are you?" The 10 people came back to their senses, and their gazes fell on Duan Lingtian. One of them frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice. The person before him was dressed in a black robe with a black cloak on his back. He also wore a conical bamboo hat on his head, which completely covered his face. It was difficult to see his true appearance, making him appear mysterious and unfathomable. Furthermore, he gave off a feeling that he had come with ill intentions. "I just entered the Abyss battlefield and wanted to find a place to stay. That's why I chose the North Profound Alliance." Duan Lingtian lowered his head slightly, allowing the bamboo hat to completely cover his face as he spoke in an indifferent tone. "If you want to join our Northern Profound Alliance, you'll have to wait for another half a year." One of the disciples guarding the North Mystery Gate said in a deep voice, "You came early. What if I want to go in now?" Duan Lingtian's tone was still incomparably flat and emotionless. "Our Profound North sect will only open our doors to those who are 7-star war gods and above." Another North Mystery Gate disciple said, "Sir, could it be that you are a 7-star war god?" Duan Lingtian shook his head. "If you're not, then you should wait for another half a year." The North Mystery Gate disciple continued. "Sir, this is an important place of our Profound North sect. If there's nothing else, then please leave." Another North Mystery Gate disciple spoke in an indifferent tone. "I only said that I'm not a 7-star war god. I didn't say that I'm not in existence above a 7-star war god. Duan Lingtian's figure didn't show any signs of moving. His tone was as calm as before, without any fluctuations. When Duan Lingtian spoke, the pupils of the 10 people of the Profound North sect slightly shrank. If he wasn't a 7-star war god and was in existence above a 7-star war god, then he could only be an 8-star war god or a 9-star war god. A 9-star war god was definitely impossible. 8-star war god? In an instant, the 10 people of the Profound North sect looked at Duan Lingtian with vigilance in their eyes. At the same time, their eyes flickered with uncertainty. You're an 8-star war god? At the same time, the person who was sitting cross-legged outside the Profound North sect with his eyes closed was a thin middle-aged man. It was unknown if he was meditating or cultivating. At this moment, he opened his eyes and a sharp light bloomed. Bring me to see your alliance chief, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Hiss. The instant Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the 10 Profound North sect disciples all sucked in a breath of cold air. Since the matter had developed to this point, when they heard the other party's words, they already faintly realized that the other party might really be an 8-star war god. Otherwise, his actions were purely seeking death. Sir, I'm an elder of the Profound North sect, Qijin. Do you really want to see our alliance chief? The thin middle-aged man stood up. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his gaze became somewhat serious. You have to think clearly. If you add our alliance chief and you're not an 8-star war god, then you're deceiving our Profound North alliance. At that time, even if you're a 7-star war god, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape death. After saying this, the elder of the Profound North sect, Qijin's gaze became somewhat sharp. Lead the way, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Sir, please wait here for a moment. I've already sent a message to the vice chief of the Profound North Alliance, Lord Luofeng. When Qijin spoke again, his tone had changed. If the other party was really an 8-star war god, he was nothing in front of him. Once the other party entered the Profound North Alliance, his position would be much higher than his. In the Profound North Alliance, the highest position was the alliance chief. Below him was the vice chief. Under the vice chief was a group of protectors. Under the protectors were the elders. The Profound North Alliance had a total of 2 8-star war gods. They were the alliance chief and the vice chief. As for the protectors, they were all 7-star war gods. The elders were all 6-star war gods. For example, Qijin was a 6-star war god. However, he was one of the top 6-star war gods. Recently, he was in charge of leading people to guard the mountain gate of the Profound North Alliance. Vice Chief. Duan Lingtian frowned. Does the Vice Chief of the Profound North Alliance have the right to ask me to join the Profound North Alliance? Of course. When Duan Lingtian mentioned the Vice Chief of the Profound North Alliance, Qijin's face was filled with respect. Lord Luofeng is the other 8-star war god in the Profound North Alliance other than the Alliance Chief. Just as Qijin finished speaking, a gust of wind blew past the mountain gate of the Profound North Alliance. Then, a tall figure appeared at the right time. It was a young man in a gray robe. The young man was tall and handsome. Although he wasn't exactly handsome, he gave off a resolute aura. As soon as he appeared, Qijin, the elder of the Profound North Alliance, brought along more than 10 disciples of the Profound North Alliance and bowed to him. Lord Luofeng. Luofeng nodded slightly. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was wearing a black robe, a black cloak, and a bamboo hat. Sir, I heard from Elder Qijin that you want to join the Profound North Alliance and that you are an 8-star war god? Make your move. In response to Luofeng's question, Duan Lingtian only gave him one reply. Qijin and the other disciples of the Profound North Alliance narrowed their eyes at the same time. Why was this black-robed man so direct? Their vice chief, Lord Luofeng, had just arrived and he wanted Lord Luofeng to make his move? Sir, just as Luofeng was about to say something, Duan Lingtian had already made his move. At the same time, Luofeng's eyes narrowed and he stopped himself. His face turned serious. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and didn't move much, but his body trembled slightly. In the next moment, the black cloak on his back seemed to have a life of its own. It left his back and unwrapped itself from his body. Then, it flew out with a whoosh. Its speed became faster and faster as it flew toward Luo Feng. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, the black cloak seemed to have turned into a bolt of black lightning or a black blade radiance. It let out a cry like the cry of a phoenix as it flew toward Luo Feng. Wherever it passed, the space shook violently and twisted violently. The aura of the law of space was released, causing Qi Jin and the other disciples of the Profound North Alliance to turn pale. Back off! As Qi Jin retreated, the other 10 disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance also retreated. However, it was still a little too late. The black cloak broke through the air, bringing with it a wave of air. With a bang, it hit a few disciples of the Profound North Alliance who were slower to react and sent them flying, leaving a trail of blood in the air. A few of them were injured by the impact. Boom! Boom! At the same time, Luo Feng, the vice leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, finally made his move when Duan Ling Tian made his move. The khaki-colored energy swept out and transformed into gigantic khaki-colored pillars in front of him. Then, a wall of yellow energy appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. A series of incomparably complex talisman shadows also began to ripple around the walls, wrapping around them, giving off a feeling of invincibility. If one looked closely at Luo Feng's robe, one would find that it was slightly tilted down by an invisible force. Obviously, Luo Feng was an expert in the law of earth. Lord Luo Feng is defending himself. He's an expert in the law of earth. Even the leader won't be able to break through his defense in a short time. Qi Jin and the other disciples of the Profound North Alliance stared at the scene in front of them, as if they were afraid to miss a single detail. Buzz! And at this moment, the black cloak flew closer and landed on the defensive wall created by Luo Feng with an incomparably sharp aura. The numerous talisman phantoms around the wall shook and swayed in unison. Chapter 3564. Sush. Under the horrified gazes of the elders and the 10 disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance, the spinning black cloak transformed into a huge blade of light that instantly annihilated all of the talisman phantoms around the defensive wall that the deputy leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Feng, had created. It should be noted that the defense profundity had been combined with other profundities from the law of earth. The defense profundity was destroyed just like that. On the other hand, the energy from the black cloak was barely depleted. Buzz. After destroying the talisman puppets formed by the defense profundity, the black cloak continued to move forward. In just a blink of an eye, the defensive barrier shattered with a loud explosion. Luo Feng's defensive barrier was destroyed once again. Boom! Rumble! Another series of explosions rang in the air. The khaki pillars behind Luo Feng's defensive barrier shattered as well. With this, Luo Feng's defensive barrier was completely destroyed. That's a divine artifact? At this moment, Luo Feng finally regained his senses. He knew the black cloak that was shrouded in spatial energy was a divine artifact. Otherwise, it would not have been able to destroy his defensive barrier so easily. Bell come. Luo Feng's heart sank. With just a thought, an exquisite bell appeared in his hand before he tossed it into the air. As the black cloak followed him like a shadow, the small bell instantly transformed into a huge bell, enveloping Luo Feng within. Outside the huge bell, an illusion of a stone golem appeared, blocking the black cloak. Lord Luo Feng is using his Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Although this was not Qi Jin's first time seeing Luo Feng using his Emperor-grade celestial weapon, let alone the disciples from the Northern Profound Alliance, it was his first time seeing Luo Feng using his Emperor-grade celestial weapon. I've long heard that Lord Luo Feng's Emperor-grade celestial weapon has an artifact spirit. It's almost as powerful as a divine artifact. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it really lives up to its name. Qi Jin thought to himself. Qi Jin's eyes lit up as he watched the scene unfold before him. However, isn't the black-robed man a little too strong? Based on his current strength, he's definitely stronger than an 8-star god of war. However, he used his immortal artifact right from the start. Now that Lord Luo Feng has also taken out his immortal artifact, he should not be a match for him. Almost as soon as Qi Jin had this thought, the spinning black cloak had already destroyed the stone man illusion on the giant bell. Then, it hit the giant bell and made an ear-piercing sound. Then, under the watchful eyes of Qi Jin and the others, the black cloak disappeared into thin air. The next moment, Luo Feng's voice rang in their ears. "Thank you for your mercy." At this moment, under their astonished gazes, the giant bell disappeared. Luo Feng took it back and put it away. Looking at Luo Feng's current outfit, Qi Feng and the rest were slightly shocked. Not only was Luo Feng's robes not as neat as before, but there were also holes all over his robes. They were holes that looked like they had been cut by 1,000 knives. Luo Feng's skin was completely revealed, and it was as good as new, without the slightest injury. The person who made this move clearly had great control over his strength. This. Without exception, Qi Jin and the others inhaled sharply when they regained their senses. When they looked at the black-robed man again, an expression of fear and dread appeared on their faces. The black-robed man had easily defeated Luo Feng even after Luo Feng had taken out his emperor-grade celestial weapon. Did this mean the black-robed man was stronger than the alliance leader of the Northern Profound Alliance? Can I join the Northern Profound Alliance now? Duan Lingtian stood on the spot and said impatiently. Although Luo Feng was strong, he was skilled in the law of earth, and his defense was so strong that not many people below the level of a 9-star god of war could break through his defense. However, Duan Lingtian was different. Not only had he comprehended the law of space, but he could also ignore the defense of the law of earth. Moreover, he had a divine artifact. Naturally, the divine artifact was not limited to the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Although Duan Lingtian had returned to his back, the black cloak he was wearing was still a divine artifact. Previously, Duan Lingtian had obtained many divine artifacts in the ruins of the realms of gods, including the black cloak on his back. It was a mediocre divine artifact without an artifact soul. However, even without an artifact soul, its might was still not something that an immortal artifact could compare to in his hands. Of course. Luo Feng hurriedly replied. Although he felt it was strange for such a powerhouse to join the Northern Profound Alliance, since the black-robed man had proven his strength, the Northern Profound Alliance could not possibly reject him. To put it bluntly, although the Northern Profound Alliance was strong in the 2nd North District, it was nothing compared to a true powerhouse. Let alone a 9-star god of war, even a peak 8-star god of war was strong enough to defeat the Northern Profound Alliance. If something like that were to happen, the only ones who would survive would be him and the alliance leader. Under the respectful gaze of Qi Jin and the 10 disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance, Duan Lingtian entered the mountain gate of the Northern Profound Alliance under Luo Feng's guidance. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared before Qi Jin and the others' eyes. I didn't expect him to be so strong. One of the disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance said with lingering fear, "When he first arrived, I even had the thought of attacking him. Now that I think about it, it's fortunate that I didn't attack him. Otherwise, I would have died in vain. He defeated Lord Luo Feng so easily. I'm afraid he's no weaker than our alliance leader. If such a person really joins our Northern Dark Alliance, our strength will rise to a whole new level. Perhaps, we'll be able to defeat the other 2 superpowers in the 2nd North District." The Northern Profound Alliance was one of the 3 most powerful superpowers in the 2nd North District. In the past, the 3 superpowers were on par with each other in terms of strength. That was why they formed a tripartite situation in the 2nd North District. But now, with such a powerful person joining the Northern Profound Alliance, the other 2 superpowers would have a hard time against them unless they joined forces. Once the other two superpowers joined forces, the Northern Profound Alliance would become the most powerful superpower in the Second North District even if they couldn't devour them. Maybe, the arrival of that powerful person can really help the Northern Profound Alliance reach the top of the Second North District. While the disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance were looking forward to the bright future of the Northern Profound Alliance, Duan Lingtian was led by Luo Feng into the base of the Northern Profound Alliance. The base within the glacier was completely empty. There wasn't even a single pillar in sight. The reason why the glacier didn't collapse was because there was an array within the base that held the glacier in place. The array was so miraculous that it could make islands float in the air, not to mention a glacier. "How should I address you?" Luo Feng couldn't help but ask after bringing Duan Lingtian into the base. "Li Feng." Duan Lingtian replied. Li was the surname of his mother, Li Ro. As for Feng, it was the name of his father, Duan Ruffeng. Li Feng. Duan Lingtian had used this name before when he was in the mundane plane. "So it's Mr. Li Feng." Luo Feng smiled. "I wonder where Mr. Li Feng is from? In the past, I've never heard of Mr. Li Feng in the Western region." In Luo Feng's opinion, with the strength of the person in front of him, if he was from the Western region, he would have been famous long ago. Only those who were active in the central region of the Jiuyo battlefield, such as the 8-star god of war, wouldn't be known. "I just entered the Jiuyo battlefield not long ago, and this is my first time here." Duan Lingtian said calmly, "It's normal that you don't know me." "Just entered the Jiuyo battlefield not long ago? Your first time in the Jiuyo battlefield?" Luo Feng's eyes lit up. "Mr. Li Feng, you don't want to join the Northern Dark Alliance just to find a place to stay and cultivate, right? Do you think I would want to join the Northern Dark Alliance if it wasn't for this reason?" Duan Lingtian asked. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Luo Feng heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. It seemed that the Northern Dark Alliance had found a treasure this time. Without any hesitation, he sent a message to the leader of the Northern Dark Alliance, informing him of the news about Duan Lingtian and Li Feng. The leader of the Northern Dark Alliance was a middle-aged man in a white robe with golden edges. He had a dignified face, but when he came out to greet Duan Lingtian, he was all smiles. "Mr. Li Feng, I'm the leader of the Northern Dark Alliance, Luo Yiming. On behalf of the Northern Dark Alliance, I welcome you to join us." Luo Feng was Luo Yiming's cousin. Luo Yiming naturally wouldn't doubt his cousin's words. Because of this, after learning about Duan Lingtian's strength and background, he was not only relieved, but also felt that the Northern Dark Alliance had found a treasure. As the saying goes, one just sits at home and luck comes from the sky. Perhaps, with Mr. Li Feng's addition, the Northern Dark Alliance could completely break the balance of power in the Second North District and suppress the other two factions. "Mr. Li Feng, the leader is my cousin." Luo Feng saw Duan Lingtian's figure pause when Luo Yiming introduced himself. Luo Feng seemed to have seen through Duan Lingtian's thoughts and explained with a smile, "Of course, not many people in the Northern Dark Alliance know about this. Mr. Li Feng, those people you saw in front of the mountain gate didn't know that the leader and I are cousins." As soon as Luo Feng finished speaking, Duan Lingtian nodded. "Two 8-star gods of war. Impressive. No matter how impressive he is, he's not as good as you, Mr. Li Feng." Luo Feng said with a bitter smile. He still trembled with fear when he thought about the strength of the person in front of him. Especially the last move just now. If the opponent wanted to kill him, he would have died without a doubt. Chapter 3565. There were many people with the same surname. However, in the Nine Serenities battlefield, if the two people with the highest status in the same force had the same surname, the probability of coincidence was not high. In fact, it could even be said to be very small. Because of this, when Duan Lingtian heard the leader of the Northern Dark Alliance introduce himself as Luo Yiming, he thought of Luo Feng, the deputy leader of the Northern Dark Alliance, who had brought him here. He couldn't help but be stunned. After Luo Yiming, the leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, learned about Duan Ling Tian's strength from Luo Feng, he did not dare to underestimate Duan Ling Tian. He even personally led the way and arranged a place for Duan Ling Tian to cultivate. Mr. Li Feng, from today onward, you'll be the supreme guardian of the Northern Dark Alliance. After arranging a place for Duan Ling Tian to cultivate, Luo Yiming looked at Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression and said, "Before today, the Northern Dark Alliance didn't have a supreme guardian." Duan Ling Tian nodded. He didn't care about these empty titles. Previously, when he was in the Eastern Nine regions, he had rejected Shangguan Yunfeng, the leader of the Heavenly Law Alliance, when he wanted to pass the position of leader to him. "Leader Luo, I'm cultivating in the Northern Dark Alliance, and you've helped me a lot. In the future, if the Northern Dark Alliance needs my help, you can let me know at any time. As long as it's within my power and doesn't cross my bottom line, I won't reject you." Before Luo Yiming left, Duan Ling Tian gave Luo Yiming a promise. At the same time, he gave Luo Yiming his soul pearl so that he could contact him at any time. When Luo Yiming heard Duan Ling Tian's promise, he took Duan Ling Tian's soul pearl and handed over his own soul pearl. His eyes couldn't help but light up when he heard that. Previously, when his cousin Luo Feng mentioned Duan Ling Tian's power, he knew that Duan Ling Tian's power was even greater than his. At the beginning, he only wanted to worship this person. Even if he didn't order him to do anything, if someone came looking for trouble in the future, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't just stand by and watch. He didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to give him such a promise. This also meant that the Northern Dark Alliance could ask him to help them. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for him. Unless it's something that requires you to do personally, the Northern Profound Alliance won't trouble you. Grand Guardian, from now on, you can cultivate in the Northern Profound Alliance with peace of mind. Although the person in front of him had made a promise, Luo Yiming did not dare to let the other party make a move easily. Therefore, by saying such comforting words, he not only expressed his unwillingness to take advantage of the situation, but also gave the other party a sense of confidence. "All right," Duan Ling Tian replied and flew back to the residence that Luo Yiming, the alliance leader of the Northern Dark Alliance, had arranged for him. It was a spacious mansion located at a corner of the Northern Dark Alliance's territory. It was very secluded and very few people came near it. This was a good place for Duan Ling Tian to cultivate. After watching Duan Ling Tian leave, Luo Yiming finally left. Before he left, he sent a message to his cousin, Luo Feng. "From today onwards, Mr. Li Feng will be the supreme guardian of the Northern Dark Alliance. Also, tell those who witnessed the battle between you and Duan Ling Tian to keep quiet about the news that Duan Ling Tian has a divine weapon. Don't spread the news." After Luo Feng received the message, he started to get busy. Not long after, the entire Northern Dark Alliance was shocked. There was a supreme guardian in the Northern Dark Alliance all of a sudden? One had to know that even though the Northern Profound Alliance had quite a few protectors, their positions were all beneath the Alliance head and Vice Alliance head. Yet, with the addition of a Supreme Protector, the Northern Profound Alliance had decided to treat the Supreme Protector with the utmost respect. Didn't this mean that there would be 2 Alliance leaders in the Northern Dark Alliance? Who is this person? How can he be the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Dark Alliance? His position is higher than the Vice Leader. The Vice Leader is an 8-star war god. Is he qualified? He wants to be on the same level as our Alliance Leader? Is he worthy of such treatment? After the news spread throughout the Northern Dark Alliance, the members of the Northern Dark Alliance began to question whether the first Supreme Guardian in the history of the Northern Dark Alliance had the ability to accept his current position in the Northern Dark Alliance. However, as the members of the Northern Dark Alliance who witnessed the battle between Duan Ling Tian and Luo Feng spoke, more people in the Northern Dark Alliance were shocked by what they said. He broke Vice Leader Luo Feng's defense with 1 strike? He defeated Luo Feng within a few breaths. Even the Alliance leader might not be as powerful as him. Who is this person wearing a bamboo hat, a black robe, and a black cloak? After learning about Duan Ling Tian's power, the members of the Northern Dark Alliance no longer dared to doubt the power of their new Supreme Guardian. However, they were more shocked than anything else. They had never thought that this person would be so powerful. They had never expected such a person to appear in the Northern Dark Alliance. To be able to defeat Lord Luo Feng in such a short period of time, I'm afraid he's stronger than our alliance leader. Many people thought so too. For a long time to come, the hottest topic in the Northern Profound Alliance revolved around the first Supreme Enforcer in the history of the Northern Profound Alliance. They never seemed to get tired of talking about him. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't know about any of this. Now, he was fully focused on his cultivation. He wanted to reach the threshold of becoming a god as soon as possible. By then, he would be able to go anywhere in the 9 Remoteness battlefield. Duan Lingtian, the vice leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance in the Eastern 9 regions? Mi Xian, the former patriarch of the Dead Soul clan, possessed the body of Tang Sanpao, the young master of the Tidal Temple. He had entered the 9 Remoteness battlefield before Duan Lingtian joined the Heavenly Dao Alliance. However, the first thing he did after entering the 9 Remoteness battlefield was to find a force to join. Compared to Duan Lingtian, who was clueless when he first entered the 9 Serenities battlefield, Mi Xian had already learned a thing or two about the 9 Serenities battlefield. Therefore, as soon as he entered the 9 Serenities battlefield, he immediately went to the forces he belonged to. Shirtian Alliance in the Western 5 regions. Currently, Mi Xian had sealed his soul to maintain it at the level of a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. However, since his soul had yet to fully integrate with his body, he could not fully utilize the profundities he had comprehended through his soul. Today was the first time Mi Xian came out of seclusion after joining Shirtian Alliance. As soon as he came out, he heard about what had happened in the Eastern 9 regions of the 9 Remoteness battlefield. Duan Lingtian is also in the 9 Remoteness battlefield? Tang Sanpao, or to be more precise, Mi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. His younger brother, Yahiko, was killed by Duan Lingtian. That Wu Hongqing should have sent me a message. Mi Xian took a deep breath and thought about Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple. With Wu Hongqing's intelligence network, Wu Hongqing must have learned about Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian made a name for himself in the 9 Remoteness battlefield. Moreover, Mi Xian was in the 9 Remoteness battlefield, so Wu Hongqing must have taken pity on him. However, since I'm in seclusion, I've blocked all messages. I'll leave the 9 Remoteness battlefield and see if he has any plans to deal with Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian committed suicide and killed Wu Long, the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of Jifan, the strongest person below the 9-star god of war in the 9 Remoteness battlefield, he must have gone into hiding. Since Duan Lingtian has gone into hiding, it won't be easy for Wu Hongqing to find him. With this thought in mind, Mi Xian left Shirtian Alliance and the 9 Remoteness battlefield and returned to the independent realm where the main hall of the Tidal Temple was located. Why did you only come out now? Wu Hongqing frowned slightly when he saw Mi Xian. After all, he had already sent a message to Mi Xian. Before entering the 9 Serenities battlefield, Mi Xian had left a soul orb with Qin Lai. Qin Lai purposely had someone bring the soul orb into the 9 Serenities battlefield to contact Mi Xian. However, because the connection was one way, he did not know if Mi Xian had received the message. However, as the days passed and Mi Xian still did not come out, he knew Mi Xian had not received the message. Now that Mi Xian had shown up, it was not difficult for him to guess Mi Xian must have heard about Duan Lingtian being in the 9 Remoteness battlefield. That was why Mi Xian had come out to look for him. I've been cultivating in seclusion. Apart from being vigilant for sneak attacks, I've also blocked out all communications that might affect my cultivation, Mi Xian said indifferently. Mi Xian said indifferently, you must have sent someone to contact me because of Duan Lingtian, right? Wu Hongqing nodded. The Heavenly Emperor of Jifan's true disciple was killed by Duan Lingtian. I'm sure he won't let the matter rest, right? Mi Xian looked at Wu Hongqing meaningfully before he said, I'm sure you don't want Duan Lingtian to die in the hands of the Heavenly Emperor of Jifan. Are you saying you're willing? Wu Hongqing smiled disdainfully. I'm not the only one who wants the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's body. You want them as well. Enough. Mi Xian waved his hand and said, let's get down to business. What do you plan to do about this? It's obvious Duan Lingtian has gone into hiding. He might even have left the 9 remoteness battlefield. I don't think he has left the 9 remoteness battlefield. Wu Hongqing's eyes flashed as he said, Duan Lingtian isn't someone who's content with the status quo. He's able to achieve what he has in just a few hundred years. His appearance in the 9 remoteness battlefield means he doesn't want to hide in a mundane realm. He wants to cultivate and gain experience in the 9th serenity battlefield. He wants to improve his strength and even become a god in the shortest amount of time possible. In a mundane realm, the process will take a long time. Therefore, I'm certain he's still in the 9 remoteness battlefield. I'm not the only one. Even the Heavenly Emperor of Jifan, Jiyu, feels the same way. Mi Xian raised an eyebrow when he heard Wu Hongqing's words. Have you contacted the Heavenly Emperor of Jifan? Chapter 3566. When Mi Xian was still the patriarch of the Dead Spirit clan, he spent most of his time in the Netherworld and rarely came to the Devata realms. Even so, he still knew about the people who were ranked at the top of the Heavenly Emperor ranking in the Devata realms. The Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Heaven was ranked first on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. He knew about the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Heaven. That being said, even if he didn't know about the Jifantian Heavenly Emperor, he could still learn about the Jifantian Heavenly Emperor and his ranking on the Heavenly Monarch ranking from the Tidal Temple's young master, Tang Sanpao. Yes. Wu Hongqing nodded in response to Mi Xian's question. I took the initiative to look for him. You took the initiative to look for him? Mi Xian frowned. You didn't say anything about Duan Lingtian possessing the 5 divine elements, right? No. Wu Hongqing shook his head. I only looked for him to tell him that the Tidal Temple is willing to work with him to deal with Duan Lingtian. However, I want him alive. At the very least, Duan Lingtian has to stay in the Tidal Temple's main hall for a period of time so we can get him to hand over his comprehension of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Jiyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jifan Heaven, has long heard about the Tidal Temple's desire for the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. For this reason, I promised to share with him the comprehension of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth that we obtained from Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he also made a request. He wants the divine weapon in Duan Lingtian's possession. Wu Hongqing mentioned Duan Lingtian's divine weapon. He had heard that Duan Lingtian had used a divine weapon to defeat Wu Long, who had also used a divine weapon. He wants Duan Lingtian's divine weapon. It seems like the divine weapon in Duan Lingtian's possession is extraordinary. Mi Xian looked at Wu Hongqing meaningfully and asked, what do you think? Definitely not ordinary. Wu Hongqing nodded in agreement. That Jiyu is a person who wouldn't do anything without benefits. Since he is interested in the divine weapon in Duan Lingtian's hands, it means that the divine weapon is definitely not ordinary. But, so what if it's not an ordinary divine weapon? Could it be that its value was comparable to the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's body? That's the 5 divine elements in their higher forms. Even if we can only obtain one of them, even if we have no hope of becoming an absolute expert in the future, we still have hope of becoming an emperor god or even an ultimate god. It was obvious that Wu Hongqing was willing to give up Duan Lingtian's extraordinary divine weapon in order to obtain the 5 divine elements. That's true. Mi Xian agreed with Wu Hongqing's decision. How is your strength now? Wu Hongqing asked as he looked at Mi Xian with anticipation in his eyes. When Mi Xian heard Wu Hongqing's question, he said indifferently, although I haven't fully merged with the 5 divine elements, I have the foundation of a god king. The celestial origin energy in my body now has the characteristics of divine power. Even if I can't fully utilize the profundities of the laws I've comprehended, it shouldn't be a problem for me to kill an ordinary 9-star god of war. Wu Hongqing's eyes lit up when he heard Mi Xian's words. He was more concerned about the fact that Mi Xian had the strength of a 9-star god of war. Mi Xian, the title temple will fully cooperate with you to capture Duan Lingtian alive. Wu Hongqing's eyes shone brightly when he learned that Mi Xian had the strength of a 9-star god of war. Of course, if you can't capture him alive, you can kill him and take the 5 divine elements in his body. If Jiyu's people don't know about your actions, you can also take the divine weapon in Duan Lingtian's possession. If you're interested, you can keep it for yourself. The title temple will first send a group of 8-star gods of war to cooperate with you. As for 9-star gods of war, we've already gathered them in the various sub-halls. After some time, a sub-hall master with the strength of a 9-star god of war will join you. Wu Hongqing had already made preparations before Mi Xian had come out. Next, I'll be heading to the Brahma Alliance established by the disciples of Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the Ji Fantian? Mi Xian asked. That's right. Wu Hongqing nodded. I've already reached an agreement with the heavenly emperor of the Ji Fantian. I'll send at least one 9-star god of war to cooperate with his disciple, Jing, to find Duan Lingtian and capture him. Initially, I thought if you can't unleash the strength of a 9-star god of war, you'll have to send a sub-hall master with the strength of a 9-star god of war. Since you've already entered the title temple, I'll let you go. Similar to how some heavenly emperors in the Devata realms possessed the strength of a 9-star god of war, there were a few sub-hall masters in the title temple who possessed the strength of a 9-star god of war as well. Naturally, there were not many sub-hall masters. Moreover, most of them had their own matters to attend to and might not be free. Under such circumstances, even if the main hall of the title temple wanted them to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield, they might not be free. Previously, Duan Lingtian had taken the risk of waiting for the title temple to send a large number of 8-star gods of war to kill him. It was difficult for the main hall of the title temple to summon 9-star gods of war, but it was easy for the main hall to summon 8-star gods of war. Just the title temple sub-palaces alone had many 8-star gods of war. There were many 8-star gods of war in the main hall of the title temple as well. You'll work with Jiyu's disciple, Jing. The main hall of the title temple will send another 9-star god of war to assist you. Based on Jiyu's words, it seems like he'll try to recruit another 9-star god of war. With 4 9-star gods of war working together, they're almost invincible in the 9 Serenities battlefield. It shouldn't be difficult for them to find Duan Lingtian. Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the title temple, had a glint in his eyes. Flames of greed could be seen burning in his eyes, and he could no longer control his greed. Duan Lingtian was unaware that Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the title temple, was in cahoots with Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the Ji Fantian. The two of them planned to send 4 9-star gods of war to search for him in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Currently, he was using the alias of Li Feng and had entered the Northern Profound Alliance in the 2nd North District to cultivate. The Northern Profound Alliance was only one of the 3 strongest forces in the 2nd North District. However, the members of the Northern Profound Alliance were clear about this. With the addition of the elusive Grand Guardian, the Northern Profound Alliance's strength had surpassed the other 2 forces in one fell swoop. If the Northern Profound Alliance wants to, we can easily destroy the other 2 forces. That's for sure. After all, the Northern Profound Alliance has 3 8-star gods of war. Moreover, the 3rd 8-star god of war is stronger than the Vice Alliance leader. I wonder when the Alliance leader and the Grand Guardian will make their move to destroy the other 2 forces. In the Jiu battlefield, the formation of a force was not only to provide shelter, but also to provide a platform for cooperation. In the Jiu battlefield, the unaffiliated people relied on their own strength to survive. On the other hand, those who had the backing of a force would move in groups. The various spoils of war that they plundered would also be divided equally. For example, in the Northern Profound Alliance, a group of ordinary 6-star gods of war working together could kill a top 6-star god of war. It was the same for 5-star gods of war and 4-star gods of war. The stronger a force was, the more people would join it. As a result, it would become stronger. In the Second North District, not only the Northern Profound Alliance, but the other two forces also wanted to be the strongest force. They realized that they had reached a bottleneck today. If they wanted to go further, they only had one choice: destroy the other two forces. Because of this, when Duan Lingtian, using the alias of Li Feng, joined the Northern Profound Alliance and became the Grand Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance, everyone in the Northern Profound Alliance hoped that the Northern Profound Alliance would make a move to destroy the other two forces one by one and become the strongest force in the Second North District. Once the Northern Profound Alliance became the strongest force in the Second North District, the Northern Profound Alliance would have the final say in the area. Under such circumstances, the Northern Profound Alliance would naturally gain more benefits. However, they realized that the mysterious Supreme Guardian seemed to have disappeared without a trace after joining the Northern Profound Alliance. During this period of time, many Grand Guardians of the Northern Profound Alliance came to the Deputy Alliance leader, Luo Feng, to ask about this matter. Lord Luo Feng, now that the Northern Profound Alliance has the Grand Guardian, are we not going to attack the other two forces? And Luo Feng only had one answer to these questions. Everything will be decided by the Alliance leader and the Grand Guardian. His answer was equivalent to not answering. Under such circumstances, everyone in the Northern Profound Alliance could only wait. No one dared to ask the Alliance leader this question rashly. As for the Supreme Protector, he was elusive. Not to mention asking questions, even if they wanted to see him, it would be difficult. Brother. Luo Feng found Luo Yiming. Shouldn't you say something? Everyone in the Northern Profound Alliance is waiting for an answer from you. Now that the Grand Guardian has joined the Northern Profound Alliance, are we going to attack the other two forces? Luo Yiming shook his head. If I wanted to say something, I would have said it long ago. It's just that it's not convenient for me to say it. Although the Grand Guardian has joined the Northern Profound Alliance, how long has it been since he joined? What if he has a bad impression of the Northern Profound Alliance and leaves because of this? What should we do? For this kind of thing, we should at least wait until the Grand Guardian has a certain level of affection for the Northern Profound Alliance before we ask for his help. You and I both know that we can't dictate what the Supreme Protector wants to do. Luo Feng nodded to show that he understood Luo Yiming's words. However, there is another possibility. The other two forces must have known that the Grand Guardian is an 8-star god of war by now. Will they choose to strike first and attack the Northern Profound Alliance together? As he finished speaking, a hint of worry could be seen between Luo Feng's brows. Strike first? Luo Yiming smiled. That's exactly what I want. Huh? Luo Feng was stunned. But isn't this a disaster for the Northern Profound Alliance? Chapter 3567. Disaster? Hearing Luo Feng's words, Luo Yiming smiled faintly. That might not be the case. Luo Yiming's words made Luo Feng even more confused. Brother, can you be clearer? Don't keep me in suspense. Luo Feng's tone became a little impatient as he spoke. Ha! Luo Yiming laughed. Brother Feng, if the two superpowers really join forces and attack us, you will naturally understand what I mean. Luo Yiming's tone was extremely calm. It was as if the two superpowers joining forces was nothing in his eyes. His confidence wasn't without reason. A few days ago, the new Supreme Guardian of the Northern Xian Alliance had something to ask him, and he had suggested a spar. When the two of them fought, he realized that there was not much difference between him and his cousin, Luo Feng, in front of the Supreme Guardian. Even he couldn't hold on for long before he was defeated. The Supreme Guardian's strength also confirmed his suspicions. He was definitely a top 8-star god of war. Moreover, he was one of the top 8-star gods of war. Whether it was him or his cousin, they were the only two 8-star gods of war in the Northern Xian Alliance, but they were not top 8-star gods of war. The other two superpowers did not have any top 8-star gods of war either. The strongest 8-star gods of war in the two superpowers were on par with him, and the other was slightly stronger than him. However, the difference was not huge. In the two northern regions, there were 3 superpowers. They were Northern Xian Alliance, Qiu Yun Alliance, and Hashan Alliance. A supreme guardian suddenly appeared in the Northern Xian Alliance, and he was stronger than the deputy leader, Luo Feng, and not weaker than the leader, Luo Yiming. The Qiu Yun Alliance and Hashan Alliance naturally received this news after some time. After receiving the news, although they appeared calm on the surface, there was an undercurrent surging behind their backs. After a few probing, the people of the Qiu Yun Alliance and Hashan Alliance, or more accurately, the 8-star gods of Qiu Yun Alliance and Hashan Alliance, finally gathered together. In the spacious main hall of the Hashan Alliance's base, there was no one sitting on the main seat. However, there were 2 people sitting on each side of the main seat, facing each other. Alliance Master Yuan. The one who spoke now was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man with a curly beard. He wore a loose gray robe and had fierce eyebrows. His pair of copper gongs seemed to be constantly glaring, giving off an invisible sense of oppression. I think it's time for you to let go of the grudges between our 2 alliances and temporarily put aside your prejudices against me and the Qiu Yun Alliance to work with us. Don't tell me you want to wait until the Northern Profound Alliance makes a move on both our alliances one by one and then regret it after they defeat us one by one? The middle-aged man with a curly beard who spoke was the vice leader of the Qiu Yun Alliance, Tai Ming. Tai Ming was also an 8-star war god. His strength was on par with Luo Feng, the deputy chief of the Northern Profound Alliance. The 2 of them had fought several years ago and were evenly matched. Now, Tai Ming was talking to an old man. This old man was wearing a dark green robe. He had a head full of white hair and straight white eyebrows. He looked dignified without being angry. His face was like that of a man who had just entered middle age. He had white hair and a youthful face. He was the alliance master of the Hashan Alliance, Yuan Fu. This time, the alliance master of the Qiu Yun Alliance was one of the 2 people who came to the Hashan Alliance. Therefore, although Yuan Fu was the alliance master of the Hashan Alliance, he did not arrogantly sit at the head of the table. Instead, he sat beside the alliance master of the Qiu Yun Alliance. Vice Alliance Master Tai, are you sure that the Northern Profound Alliance will make a move on us? Beside Yuan Fu sat a young man. He had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the type that would be hard to find in a crowd. At this moment, he looked at the Vice Alliance Master of the Qiu Yun Alliance and shook his head as he spoke. He was the Vice Alliance Master of the Hashan Alliance, Qi Kuan. Vice Alliance Master Qi. Tai Ming looked at Qi Kuan and his eyes flashed. Are you and the Hashan Alliance really going to gamble? If so, our Alliance Master and I can leave the Hashan Alliance now. This time, we came to the Hashan Alliance to seek cooperation. I don't believe that you didn't think of this. We took the initiative to come to the Hashan Alliance to give you a way out. If you don't want to, we won't force you. At most, we'll go our separate ways. As soon as he finished speaking, Tai Ming raised his hand and slammed the table beside him. He stood up and looked like he was about to leave. Vice Alliance Master Tai, don't be rash. Qi Kuan also stood up. Just as Tai Ming said, the Hashan Alliance actually wanted to cooperate with the Qiu Yun Alliance. However, they couldn't bring themselves to do so. After all, they were enemies in the past and there was a lot of resentment between them. Today, if the Hashan Alliance really left, the Qiu Yun Alliance would still have to go. The reason why they didn't agree to it was because they wanted to put on airs. Now that Tai Ming was using force, they naturally didn't dare to go against him. Alliance Master Yuan, give us an answer. Sitting beside Tai Ming, the middle-aged man who had been silently resting with his eyes closed finally opened his eyes at this moment. His emotionless gaze landed on the leader of the Hashan Alliance, Yuan Fu. The middle-aged man was dressed like a scholar and looked harmless. He was the alliance master of the Qiu Yun Alliance, Xianxia. It's already so late. Isn't this pointless? Xianxia asked indifferently. Alliance Master Shiman, you jest. Yuan Fu, the expressionless alliance master of the He-Shan Alliance, squeezed out a smile and said, "We are willing to cooperate with the Qiu-Yin Alliance on this matter." Tai Ming only sat down after Yuan Fu spoke. "You should have done this long ago." Yuan Fu continued to look at Shiman Jiangchen and said, "Alliance Master Shiman, since you're here to seek cooperation, you must have your own plans. What do you plan to do next?" Shiman Jiangchen's eyes flashed coldly in response to Yuan Fu's question. "Our two alliances will come out in full force and point our swords at the North Profound Alliance. The sooner, the better." At the center of the Nine Serenities battlefield, Brahma Alliance's base. "I'm looking for Jiying." The young man who led the dozen or so people who came from afar stood outside the Brahma Alliance's base and looked indifferently at the patrolling members of the Brahma Alliance. "Jiying?" The members of the Brahma Alliance didn't react at first. It took a while for one of them to react. "I think that's the Alliance Master's name." "Sir, you are?" Knowing that the young man was looking for their Alliance Master and that he wasn't an ordinary person, the members of the Brahma Alliance didn't dare to be negligent and asked carefully. "Mi Xian." The young man who led the group spoke again. His tone was as calm as before. He was none other than Mi Xian, who had entered the Nine Serenities battlefield not long ago. To be more precise, he was Mi Xian, who had possessed Tang Sanpeo's body and taken over Tang Sanpeo's body. "So you're Lord Mi Xian?" The eyes of the members of the Brahma Alliance lit up when they heard Mi Xian's self-introduction. Then they respectfully welcomed Mi Xian inside. "The Alliance Master has ordered us to bring you to him directly when Lord Mi Xian arrives." Before Mi Xian entered the Nine Serenities battlefield, Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple, had contacted the Brahma Alliance's Heavenly Emperor, Jiyu, and asked him to inform his disciple, Jiying, that the Tidal Temple would send people to the Nine Serenities battlefield to settle down in the Nine Serenities battlefield and search for Duan Lingtian with the Brahma Alliance. Jiyu had immediately sent people to the Nine Serenities battlefield to inform Jiying of this matter. After Jiying learned of this matter, she immediately gave the order. Therefore, the patrolling members of the Brahma Alliance knew that an important person named Mi Xian would be coming to the Nine Serenities battlefield in the near future. This was because their Alliance Master had invited this person as his guest. One had to know that not everyone could receive such treatment. When Mi Xian entered the Nine Serenities battlefield with the leader of the Brahma Alliance, there were 12 people following closely behind him. Half of the 12 people were 8 star gods of war nurtured by the Tidal Temple's main hall, and the other half were 8 star gods of war from the Tidal Temple's branch halls. They had followed Mi Xian into the Nine Serenities battlefield. They only had one mission. They had to listen to Mi Xian's orders and assist the Brahma Alliance in searching for Duan Lingtian. They had to capture Duan Lingtian alive. "You're Mi Xian from the Tidal Temple? I've been waiting for a long time." The Brahma Alliance's leader, Jiying, received Mi Xian in a vast valley. The surroundings were empty, and the 12 people behind Mi Xian were blocked outside. "Our Alliance Master has something to say to Lord Mi Xian in private. It's not convenient for you to enter." Jiying stood in the sky above the vast valley. His body was as straight as a javelin. Although there were no energy fluctuations around him, he gave off an extremely sharp aura. As for Mi Xian, he had also arrived in front of Jiying and stood facing her. "Mi Xian?" Jiying asked. Mi Xian was indifferent to Jiying. Although Jiying was a 9-star god of war, Jing was nothing in his eyes. If his soul was not sealed, he would still be a god king. In the eyes of a god king, ordinary gods were nothing, let alone a titled celestial emperor who had yet to become a god. "I heard from my master that you're a 9-star god of war?" Jiying asked bluntly. "Sort of." Mi Xian frowned. "Sort of?" Jiying frowned slightly. "This isn't just, sort of. If you're not a 9-star god of war, you're not qualified to work with me. Since when did the Tidal Temple start spouting nonsense?" Jiying's expression darkened slightly when he heard Mi Xian's words. "I'm not qualified to work with you?" Mi Xian sneered. "Brat, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." Do you think I won't teach you a lesson on behalf of your master, the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven? Mi Xian was usually on equal footing with Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the tidal temple. Even if Ji Yu, the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven, was here, Mi Xian would still treat Wu Hongqing with the same respect. However, Mi Xian was merely Ji Yu's disciple. How could Mi Xian say he was not qualified to work with Ji Yu? You'll have to have the ability to teach you a lesson first. Ji Ying was taken aback when he heard Mi Xian's words. Then, a sneer appeared on his face. As Ji Ying's voice fell, the atmosphere at the scene became completely solemn. The intense smell of gunpowder instantly spread out. Chapter 3568. Impudent. Mi Xian narrowed his eyes and shouted in response to Ji Ying's provocation. In the next moment, a gray energy spread out from his body. Since you're looking for a beating, I, Mi Xian, will fulfill your wish. We don't know who's looking for a beating. As the first true disciple of Ji Yu, Ji Fantian's heavenly emperor, Jing was extremely confident in his own strength. Even if the person in front of him was really a 9-star god of war, he was not afraid. Moreover, the person in front of him had only said that he was a 9-star god of war. The word considered had many meanings. It could be that he had barely reached the level, or he could be bragging, or he could be stronger than a 9-star god of war. However, the 9 Serenities battlefield could only accommodate 9-star gods of war at most. Those stronger than 9-star gods of war were gods. Gods of war were unable to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield or even stay there. Mi Xian's eyes flashed coldly in the face of the confident Ji Ying. Then, a figure shot out from his body. It was another Mi Xian, but this Mi Xian's eyes were blood-red. Clearly, this was Mi Xian's clone. To be precise, it was a death clone. Death clone was one of the many profundities of the law of death. Facing Mi Xian's sudden attack, Ji Ying, who had been waiting for a long time, also made his move. Ji Ying's figure flickered, and a green light wreaked havoc around him. Then, he seemed to have turned into a gust of wind and swiftly drifted past, dodging Mi Xian's death clone. The entire process was extremely easy. Buzz, 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 buzz. When Ji Ying dodged Mi Xian's preemptive attack, he also made his move. Wind blades condensed in the air as though they had appeared out of thin air. Then, a tornado suddenly appeared and enveloped Mi Xian. In an instant, Mi Xian's figure was swallowed by the tornado. Everyone, our alliance master is only sparring with Lord Mi Xian. He won't harm Lord Mi Xian's life. At the same time, the Brahma Alliance's upper echelon who had stopped the 12 8-star gods of war who had come with Mi Xian from the tidal temple looked at Ji Ying and Mi Xian, who had suddenly exchanged blows, and spoke to the 12 8-star gods of war from the tidal temple. However, his words were obviously in vain. This was because the 12 8-star war gods from the tidal temple didn't do anything from the beginning to the end until Mi Xian's figure was annihilated by the tornado of wind blades that filled the sky. They simply watched indifferently from afar. Mi Xian? In fact, they were not familiar with this person. However, the main hall master had ordered them to obey Mi Xian's orders, so they had no choice but to obey. However, at their level, how could they easily submit to a person? Now that they finally had the chance to witness Mi Xian's strength and see if he had the ability to lead them, they were more than happy to see him succeed. How could they possibly stop this from happening? The leader of the Brahma Alliance, Ji Ying, is the #1 true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Ji Fantian. I've long heard that he has become a 9-star war god. To be able to see him in action today makes this trip worth it. An 8-star god of war from the tidal temple side. Indeed. The other person nodded in agreement. Soon after, the 12 8-star gods of war from the tidal temple began to whisper among themselves. They were not worried about Mi Xian at all, unlike the high-ranking officials from the Brahma Alliance who were standing nearby. Fortunately, these 12 people did not attend the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. Otherwise, they would have recognized Mi Xian as the young master of the tidal temple, Tang Sanpao. Although these 12 people were from the Title Temple, they were not palace masters and did not attend the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms. At this moment, the high-ranking officials from the Brahma Alliance were rendered speechless by the reaction of the people from the Title Temple. The person who is fighting with our alliance master is your leader. Can't you show even the slightest bit of concern for him? At the same time, Mi Xian, who had been swept into the tornado by the wind blades, quickly appeared before Ji Ying and the onlookers. At the same time, the raging tornado was forcibly shattered and annihilated. Is that all you've got? Mi Xian appeared, his body untainted by a speck of dust. His eyes were incomparably indifferent. If this is all you've got, then I'm a little disappointed. Ji Ying's expression changed slightly. Although he had not used his full strength earlier, he had still used some of his strength. However, he did not expect he would not be able to hurt Mi Xian at all. At this moment, he was certain Mi Xian was not weak at all. He was certain Mi Xian was a 9-star god of war. At this moment, Ji Ying cursed Mi Xian for saying he was a 9-star god of war. His expression was solemn as he made his move. He did not intend to hold back anymore. Even if he could not defeat Mi Xian, he could at least tie with Mi Xian. Otherwise, he would be thoroughly humiliated today. After all, he was the one who had provoked Mi Xian first. He was the one who had provoked Mi Xian first, and Mi Xian had defeated him. I'll defeat you with one move. Just as Ji Ying was about to unleash her full power, Mi Xian's words rang in her ears. Ji Ying was stunned for a moment, and the onlookers, whether they were from the Brahma Alliance or the Title Temple, felt their scalps go numb. Their first thought was that Mi Xian was too arrogant. They could not deny that Mi Xian's performance had stunned them. They were certain that Mi Xian was a 9-star god of war. However, as a 5-star god of war, it was impossible for him to defeat Ji Ying with one move. Arrogant! Ji Ying shouted coldly. Then, a blue wind wreaked havoc around him, making him look like a wind god who could control all the wind energy in the world. He could destroy the sky with a raise of his hand and destroy the earth with a stomp. Before Ji Ying moved, Mi Xian narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "You will know in a breath's time whether I'm arrogant or not." As soon as Mi Xian finished speaking, a ray of light shot out from his eyes. The ray of light shot through the sky like a shooting star and arrived in front of Ji Ying in the blink of an eye. Even Ji Ying's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the wind elemental profundity could not stop Mi Xian. That's a soul attack? The crowd's eyes widened in shock when they saw this. Soul attacks were rare even for people at their level. This was because celestial origin energy was more compatible with the profundities of laws than the soul. Therefore, unless one specialized in cultivating the soul, most people would not study soul attacks. For this reason, they were shocked when they saw Mi Xian using a soul attack. It won't be easy to defeat a 9-star god of war with a soul attack, right? They could not help but think to themselves. Although a soul attack could catch one's opponent off guard, it was impossible to defeat a person of similar strength unless it was cast through a soul attack divine weapon. Soul attack. Ji Ying smiled disdainfully when he saw Mi Xian's soul attack. Mi Xian was not the only one who knew how to use soul attacks. In fact, one of the divine weapons he possessed was a soul attack divine weapon. Swoosh, swoosh. Almost as soon as Ji Ying's eyes focused, 2 torch-like beams of light howled out from the depths of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, they converged into one and met Mi Xian's fierce soul attack head-on. Although Ji Ying was proficient in soul attacks, to him, it was just a sneak attack that caught him off guard. Normally, he would rather use his celestial origin energy. However, the smile on Ji Ying's face froze. Before Mi Xian's soul attack could make contact with Ji Ying's soul attack, it dissipated as though an explosion had occurred. Then, strands of soul attack enveloped Ji Ying. Ji Ying's soul attack had only destroyed a portion of Mi Xian's soul attack. In the next moment, Mi Xian's soul attack entered Ji Ying's body. Just as Ji Ying was about to activate his soul energy to defend himself, he discovered that the strands of Mi Xian's soul attack that had entered his body had begun to move rhythmically. These fluctuations did not have the power to harm his soul, but they still caused his soul to tremble. He felt his head grow heavy, and he could not help but be distracted. At this moment, bang! A loud explosion rang in the air. Under the shocked gazes of the high-ranking officials of the Brahma Alliance and the people of the Tidal Temple, Mi Xian's undead clone attacked again. With a single punch, he sent Jiying flying. Ji Ying's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the wind elemental profundity dissipated as well. Barf! Ji Ying spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. At the same time, he bit the tip of his tongue to regain his senses. He barely managed to stop himself from flying. When he looked at Mi Xian again, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Who are you? Ji Ying found it hard to believe that someone could use soul attacks to this extent. It was simply impossible to guard against. Even if he were to attack again, he would still be hit. Unless he had a divine artifact to protect his soul. However, what he did not know was that although his opponent's soul was sealed, it did not change the fact that it was the soul of a god king. Moreover, this soul belonged to the dead spirit clan from the netherworld. It was a living being in the form of a soul. At this moment, everyone's eyes were trained on Mi Xian. The shock in their eyes did not diminish even after a long time. This was an outcome that no one had expected. This was especially true for the 12 eight-star gods of war from the Tidal Temple. They were relieved that they did not provoke Mi Xian even though they had doubts about his strength. Otherwise, they would have suffered a terrible fate. What a joke! Even Ji Ying, the #1 true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven, who had the strength of a 9-star god of war, had been defeated by him. If not for him holding back, just that punch just now was likely enough to kill Ji Ying. Chapter 3569. Now Jing was standing in the void, looking a little wretched. He was looking at Mi Xian with a grave expression. Who are you? Jing did not expect the 9-star god of war from the Tidal Temple to be so terrifying. His soul attack was so powerful that no one below the god realm would be able to match it. Even a 9-star god of war would not be able to withstand Ji Ying's soul attack if he did not have a soul defensive divine weapon. It would be easy for someone like Ji Ying to kill him. Ji Ying's heart was filled with complicated emotions. It was a good thing that the Tidal Temple had sent such a person to the 9 Serenities battlefield to assist him in searching for Duan Ling Tian. However, he felt extremely uncomfortable when he saw how domineering the Tidal Temple was. He felt as though he was being overshadowed by the Tidal Temple. Ji Ying seemed to have forgotten all about this. He was the one who wanted to test the person in front of him, not the other way around. Someone you can't afford to offend. In response to Ji Ying's question, Mi Xian only gave her this one response. Although this response made Ji Ying furious, he didn't dare to act out. He was deeply afraid that the other party would really kill him in a fit of anger. Others might be wary of him because he was the first true disciple and adopted son of the heavenly emperor, but the person in front of him was from the Tidal Temple's main hall. His background was even stronger than Ji Ying's. As for the people in the surroundings, they were silent. When the upper echelons of Brahma Alliance looked at Mi Xian, their eyes were filled with shock and wariness. They couldn't be any more wary. As for the people from the Tidal Temple, they still had lingering fears. At the same time, they were no longer dissatisfied or doubtful that the main hall master had ordered them to listen to the person in front of them. This was a world where the strong were respected. They were completely convinced by Mi Xian's strength, and they were willing to follow him wherever he went. Do you have any leads on Duan Ling Tian? Mi Xian asked as he glanced at Ji Ying. Ji Ying was startled at first, but then he recovered and shook his head. Ever since that Duan Ling Tian killed my junior brother, the Heavenly Tao Union he was in disbanded, and he has completely disappeared. Recently, our Brahma Alliance has captured a few people who were previously in the Heavenly Tao Alliance, but even after torturing them to death, they still couldn't reveal the whereabouts of Duan Ling Tian. It's obvious that they really don't know where Duan Ling Tian is. So far, nothing. At the mention of the death of her junior brother whom she regarded as her own brother, Jiying's hands involuntarily clenched into fists as her body began to tremble slightly. Are any of the Heavenly Dao Union's upper echelons among them? Mi Xian asked again. Jiying shook her head. The reason we were able to capture those people was because they boasted to the outside world that they were from the Heavenly Dao Union and had personally witnessed the battle between Duan Lingtian and my junior brother Wulong. They're just ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Dao Union. After the Heavenly Dao Union disbanded, the members of the Heavenly Dao Union, including the Union Master, had all gone their separate ways in fear of an ordinary disciple. Those with some brains naturally wouldn't easily reveal that they were from the Heavenly Dao Union. However, there were also those who liked to boast. If they felt that they could guarantee their own safety, they would still boast to an appropriate extent. As such, there were naturally people who were unlucky. Continue investigating, Jing said in a deep voice. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit that Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension are truly exceptional. He's not even 700 years old, yet he already has such accomplishments. If he becomes a 9-star war god, even you won't be his match unless I personally act. If he has just become a 9-star war god, he won't be my match. When Jiying said this, she was clearly a little angry. She felt that Jiying was looking down on her. Facing Jiying's anger, Mi Xian only glanced at her indifferently and didn't respond to the topic. Next, arrange a secluded residence for me in your Brahma alliance. Currently, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the god king of the dead spirit race, Mi Xian, had sealed his soul and entered the 9 Serenities battlefield. He was also unaware that Mi Xian had possessed the body of his old acquaintance, Tang Sanpao. He was currently cultivating in the Northern Profound Alliance's 2nd North District. He was also comprehending the law of space, the space sword Dao, and the Dao of control. The heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world that originated from the ruins of a realm of gods provided him with the best cultivation environment. Moreover, there was no one to disturb him in the Northern Profound Alliance. Therefore, Duan Lingtian's strength had improved rapidly. Everything was calm and peaceful. Even the members of the Northern Profound Alliance who had hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to destroy the other 2 major forces in the 2nd North District after joining the Northern Profound Alliance had gradually given up on the idea as time passed. The new Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance was clearly a Buddha-like person. However, they no longer had any hopes for him. On this day, the Northern Profound Alliance that was as peaceful as ever was shocked when a shrill cry rang from outside the Northern Profound Alliance's base. At the same time, figures rushed in from outside in a panic. As they ran in, they shouted in panic, "The people from the Heishan Alliance are here. The people from the Autumn Clouds Alliance are here as well. The vice leader of the Heishan Alliance, Qi Kuan, is here personally. He even brought many guardians with him." When the people from outside the Northern Profound Alliance's base rushed in, the members of the Northern Profound Alliance were instantly alarmed. Many people had an ominous feeling in their hearts. Very soon, their ominous premonition came true. The alliance leader of the Autumn Clouds Alliance, Shimen Jiangchen, is outside the Eastern Mountain Gate with a group of people. The alliance leader of the Heishan Alliance, Yuan Fu, is outside the Southern Mountain Gate. The leader outside the Northern Mountain Gate is Tai Ming, the alliance leader of the Autumn Clouds Alliance. The Northern Profound Alliance's base that was originally peaceful was suddenly besieged on all sides in just a dozen breaths. What should we do? What should we do? The Heishan Alliance and the Autumn Clouds Alliance are planning to strike first and destroy the Northern Profound Alliance. Why didn't the Grand Guardian join forces with the 2 alliance leaders earlier to destroy the Heishan Alliance and the Autumn Clouds Alliance? I hate it. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come back so early. I went out for a few months and only came back yesterday. I'm so unlucky. I just came back and I'm already in such a mess. I hope that the Heishan Alliance and the Autumn Clouds Alliance will give us a chance to join them. Do you think they would dare to use someone who can join them in a crisis? But the situation is different in the abysmal battlefield. Who doesn't want to find a big tree to rely on? While many members of the Northern Profound Alliance were panicking, the two alliance leaders and vice leaders of the Xian Alliance and the Autumn Clouds Alliance led their men into the Northern Profound Alliance's base. Everyone from the Northern Profound Alliance was killed. Even if they begged for mercy, they couldn't escape death. Xianxia, Yuan Fu, what are you doing? Finally, the leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Yiming, arrived. Luo Yiming's expression was extremely ugly. His eyes were so angry that they seemed like they could spit fire. Luo Feng, the vice leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, followed behind Luo Yiming. His face was as dark as it could get. Alliance leader. Vice leader. Seeing Luo Yiming and Luo Feng appear, the members of the Northern Profound Alliance who were still fearful of danger gathered around them. It was as if they were only safe by Luo Yiming and Luo Feng's side. Pooh, 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 pooh. At the same time Luo Yiming and Luo Feng appeared, a group of figures appeared. They were the protectors of the Northern Profound Alliance. Each of them was a 7-star war god. There were a total of 11 of them. Alliance leader, Lord Luo Feng. After a while, the guardians of the Northern Profound Alliance stood behind Luo Yiming and Luo Feng. They glared at the members of the Xian Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance. Of course, although they looked strong on the surface, if one looked closely, they could see a hint of fear in the depths of their eyes. Some of them were even trembling slightly. The Xian League and the Qiu Yun League had joined forces to attack the North Profound League. The thing that they didn't want to see the most had happened. In fact, when the Supreme Enforcer of the Northern Profound Alliance arrived, everyone in the Northern Profound Alliance hoped that the Northern Profound Alliance would be able to take down the Xian Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance one by one. When the Supreme Enforcer of the Northern Profound Alliance had not made a move for a long time, they felt a sense of crisis. Although the Xian Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance were old rivals, would they put aside their old grudges and join forces to deal with the Northern Profound Alliance? At that time, they weren't sure what the answer was. But now, the answer was obvious. Luo Yiming, do you still need to ask? The end of the Northern Profound Alliance has arrived. The Xian Alliance's leader, Yuan Fu, stared at Luo Yiming and said with a fake smile. Xianxia, is that what you think as well? Luo Yiming asked in a low voice as he looked at the Alliance's leader, Xianxia. Xianxia didn't say anything, but the cold gaze he gave Luo Yiming was enough to say it all. Good, very good. Luo Yiming was so angry that he laughed. The Northern Profound Alliance hasn't even come to ask for help, and you've already come knocking on our door. It seems like all of you want to destroy the Northern Profound Alliance. Yuan Fu said calmly, Luo Yiming, if you want to blame someone, blame the Northern Profound Alliance for having another 8-star god of war. You should know that the balance between the three alliances can't be broken. Although the members of the Northern Profound Alliance had already guessed this, their expressions still turned ugly when they heard Yuan Fu say it himself. It's because of the Supreme Guardian. The Supreme Guardian joined the Northern Profound Alliance, but he didn't do anything. Now, he's dragging the Northern Profound Alliance down. This Supreme Protector is too incompetent. We shouldn't have let him join the Northern Profound Alliance. The members of the Northern Profound Alliance were whispering to each other. Even the Supreme Guardians of the Northern Profound Alliance had similar thoughts, but they couldn't say it out loud because of their different identities. Chapter 3570. Shut up! Luo Yiming shouted with an ugly expression. The group of people from the Northern Xian Alliance immediately shut their mouths and kept quiet out of fear. Luo Yiming's cold gaze swept across the people who were whispering. When he spoke again, his tone was incomparably cold. Whether or not the Supreme Protector is competent and whether or not the Northern Xian Alliance should let the Supreme Protector join is not something you can talk about. If you are unhappy, You can leave the Northern Xian Alliance anytime. The Northern Xian Alliance doesn't need people like you." When Luo Yiming said that, the group of people who were whispering immediately lowered their heads. If it was any other time, they might have considered leaving the Northern Profound Alliance after hearing Luo Yiming's words. However, the He-Shan Alliance and the Qiu-Yun Alliance were clearly planning to kill everyone in the Northern Profound Alliance, regardless of whether they wanted to leave or not. Just a moment ago, many people were shouting that as long as they didn't kill him, they could leave the Northern Xian Alliance and even join the He-Shan Alliance and Qiu-Yun Alliance. However, those people were all killed without exception. At this point in time, they knew that their survival depended on their alliance leader. If their alliance leader abandoned them, they would be killed by the He-Shan Alliance and Qiu-Yun Alliance before they could even leave the North Profound Alliance's encampment. How domineering! The alliance leader of the He-Shan Alliance, Yuan Fu, laughed and looked at Luo Yiming mockingly. "Luo Yiming, actually they are right. The calamity that befell the Northern Profound Alliance today is all because of that supreme protector of your Northern Profound Alliance. Are you still going to protect that supreme protector of your Northern Profound Alliance?" Yuan Fu's face was filled with mockery. "Oh right, where is your supreme protector? Is he so scared that he peed his pants under his bed?" Yuan Fu's mocking smile became even more radiant. However, the group of people from the He-Shan Alliance and the Qiu-Yun Alliance couldn't help but laugh when they heard Yuan Fu's words. What the alliance leader said might be possible. I wonder what an 8-star war god looks like when he pees his pants. He must be as pitiful as an ordinary person. Haha, maybe even more pitiful. At this moment, no matter if it was the He-Shan Alliance or the Qiu-Yun Alliance, they were all very pleased. "Yuan Fu, do you really want to meet the supreme protector of our Northern Profound Alliance?" Luo Yiming looked at Yuan Fu, his eyes narrowed into slits, a cold light flashing through them. "I do want to see it." Yuan Fu nodded. Your North Profound Alliance, He-Shan Alliance, and Alliance Chief Shimon's Autumn Clouds Alliance have been at odds with each other for many years. Now that your North Profound Alliance has fallen, I have to meet the culprit. Alliance Master Shimon, what do you think? Yuan Fu looked at Shimon Jiangchen and asked with a smile. "I want to meet him." Shimon Jiangchen's lips curled into a cold arc as killing intent flashed in his eyes. It was the supreme protector of the North Xian Alliance that made him feel threatened. In the end, he had no choice but to put down his pride and seek cooperation with the He-Shan Alliance. It was the first time in his life that he had been in such a predicament. This embarrassment was also brewing in the depths of his heart, and it turned into a deep-seated hatred for the supreme guardian of the North Profound Alliance. "Alliance Master Shimon, according to our agreement, I will let you kill him," Yuan Fu said with a bright smile. "Thank you." Shimon Jiangchen repeatedly expressed his thanks. "Brother." At this moment, Luo Feng, who was standing behind Luo Yiming, was a little anxious. He transmitted his voice. "Are you still going to keep us in suspense? What method do you have to deal with the current situation?" Only Luo Feng himself knew how anxious he was right now. Before the He-Shan Alliance and the Qiu-Yun Alliance came here, he had mentioned this to his cousin. However, his cousin said that he couldn't wait for the He-Shan Alliance and the Qiu-Yun Alliance to come here and kill them. Why did his cousin say that? Why did his cousin keep him in suspense? Originally, as time passed, he was no longer curious about this matter. However, when faced with such a situation, he couldn't help but recall his cousin Luo Yiming's confidence. "Who wants to kill me?" Before Luo Yiming could respond to Luo Feng, a voice suddenly rang out in front of Luo Yiming. At the same time, under everyone's gaze, a figure appeared out of thin air in front of Luo Yiming. This person was wearing a loose black robe, a black cloak, and a conical bamboo hat. His head was slightly lowered. His entire body was shrouded in a disguise. His face and figure couldn't be seen clearly, making him seem mysterious. He's the Supreme Protector. Because some of the members of the Northern Profound Alliance had seen this person before and had even described him, many of them guessed that he was the mysterious Grand Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance. Supreme Protector. While the crowd was guessing the identity of the person in front of them, Luo Yiming bowed to Duan Lingtian. I had no choice but to disturb Supreme Protector today. I hope Supreme Protector can forgive me. Luo Yiming's attitude was very humble. It could even be said that he was extremely humble. The people from the North Xian Alliance were shocked by the news. Even the deputy leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Feng, was stunned. At this moment, a crazy thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that his cousin's confidence came from the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance? However, although this Supreme Protector's strength was strong, perhaps even stronger than his cousin, it was still unrealistic for him to join forces with him and his cousin to deal with the 4 8-star war gods from the Hishan Alliance and the Qiuyun Alliance. Even if the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance was a peak 8-star god of war and his cousin was close to a peak 8-star god of war, their opponents had 2 peak 8-star gods of war and 2 peak 8-star gods of war who were on par with the Supreme Protector. 3 against 4, there was no way they could win. Perhaps, my cousin's confidence comes from the divine artifact in the Supreme Protector's possession. However, the divine artifact isn't much stronger than an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact soul. Luo Feng's heart was filled with doubt. The alliance leader is so respectful to the Supreme Protector. The people of the Northern Profound Alliance were dumbfounded by the scene before them. The leader of the Hashan Alliance, Yuan Fu, couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Luo Yiming, do you think that by acting like this, we will feel that his strength is far greater than yours and will feel fear? Unless he's a 9-star god of war or a peak 8-star god of war like the former second leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wu Long, or the former vice leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, Duan Lingtian, the former vice leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, or the former vice leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Upon hearing Yuan Fu's words, the people from the Hishan Alliance and Qiuyun Alliance who were looking at the cloaked man calmed down. He's dreaming if he thinks he can scare us. The alliance leader of the Hishan Alliance can see through the alliance leader of the Northern Profound Alliance. However, since the alliance leader of the Northern Profound Alliance is using such a move, it seems like they're really afraid. The bewilderment in the eyes of the Hishan Alliance and Qiuyun Alliance disappeared. Instead, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was as if they couldn't wait to kill everyone in the North Profound Alliance and turn their base into a bloodbath. You want to kill me? The voice that came out of nowhere sounded again. This time, everyone heard it clearly. It was the voice of the cloaked man. And now, his blurry face was facing the direction of the Qiuyun Alliance's alliance leader, Shimin Jiangshan. So what if I am? Shimin Jiangshan's face was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Today, a person like you who hides his head and tail will definitely die. Is that so? Duan Lingtian, who was wearing a black robe, a black cloak, and a conical bamboo hat, spoke indifferently. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from where he stood with a whoosh. Careful, Yuan Fu warned in alarm. As for Shimin Jiangshan, when he saw Duan Lingtian disappear, a mocking smile appeared on his face. When you appeared just now, I knew you were proficient in the law of space. I've already prepared for teleportation. Practically at the same time that Duan Lingtian appeared before Shimin Jiangshan, the energy that had long since been accumulating and waiting to be unleashed gushed out from Shimin Jiangshan's body. It was like a torrent bursting out of a dam, and its momentum was vast as if it could crush everything. If it was any other 8-star war god, even a peak 8-star war god, hastily teleporting in front of Shimin Jiangshan, facing Shimin Jiangshan's attack at the same time, not to mention taking the initiative to gain the upper hand, they would definitely be battered and exhausted. However, Duan Lingtian wasn't any other 8-star war god. His strength might not have reached the level of a 9-star war god, but it was infinitely close. Most importantly, he had grasped the Tao of control of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, as well as the Tao of sword of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. It wasn't as simple as comprehending the laws to a certain degree. The Tao of control. Almost at the same time that Shimin Jiangshan's power erupted, the space before Duan Lingtian fell under his control, causing Xianxia's power to be completely suppressed and annihilated. At the same time, the black cloak on Duan Lingtian's back whistled out. It was almost straightened, and it carried a hint of sword intent. It was like a broadsword that tore through the sky, and it brought along a dazzling and gorgeous red color. If one looked closely, they would see that it was blood. Lord Alliance Master. The Autumn Clouds Alliance's Vice Alliance Master Tai Ming immediately let out a terrified cry. Under the shocked and incredulous gazes of the crowd, the Autumn Clouds Alliance's Alliance Master Xianxia, one of the 3 giants of the northern second region of the 9 Serenities battlefield, had his head flying into the sky. Then, his body was crushed into a bloody mist by the devastating spatial energy. Xianxia, who had been alive a moment ago and had declared that he would kill the Northern Profound Alliance's Supreme Protector, had died just like that. The entire place was deathly silent. Chapter 3571. Whoosh! Waves of coldness hit the faces of the people from the Heishan Alliance and the Qiuyan Alliance. It was the blood mist that fell from the sky. It was cold to the touch, but the hearts of the people from the Heishan Alliance and the Qiuyan Alliance were even colder. The leader of the Qiuyan Alliance, Xianxia, an existence close to the peak of the 8-star war god realm, died just like that. Just now, they didn't even have time to react. It could be said that Xianxia was instantly killed by the enemy. As for the people from the Northern Profound Alliance, except for the Alliance leader Luo Yiming, who was smiling as if he wasn't surprised by this, the others, including the Vice Alliance leader Luo Feng, were dumbfounded. Their supreme protector of the Northern Profound Alliance was actually this powerful? Some of the people from the Northern Profound Alliance thought of their doubts and complaints about the Supreme Protector and felt their faces burning, as if they had just been slapped in the face. Now, the people from the Heishan Alliance and the Qiuyan Alliance looked at each other and saw despair in each other's eyes. Heavens! This Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance was able to instantly kill the Alliance leader of the Qiuyan Alliance, Xianxia. How could the other 3 8-star war gods of their alliance be his match? At this moment, they were all in despair. In fact, they weren't the only ones in despair. Even the alliance leader Yuan Fu, the vice alliance leader Qi Kuan, and the vice alliance leader Tai Ming of the Qiuyan Alliance were in despair. As the saying goes, the layman enjoys the show, while the expert appreciates the skill. Just now, when the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance made his move, they couldn't clearly see what happened in front of them because of the black cloak. However, the attack that the black cloak displayed before instantly killing Xianxia had already frightened them. They felt that even if they were in his place, they would have died without a doubt. Alliance leader, what should we do now? Qi Kuan asked Yuan Fu through voice transmission. Right now, he regretted following the Northern Profound Alliance. He seemed to have completely forgotten. This time, killing the Northern Profound Alliance was something he had been insisting on recently. Lord Li Feng. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yuan Fu, the leader of the Heishan Alliance, cupped his hands toward Duan Lingtian and said respectfully, "We are only targeting the Northern Profound Alliance this time, not you. If Master Li Feng is willing to stay out of today's matter, then when the Northern Profound Alliance is wiped out by the Mountain Alliance and the Qiuyan Alliance, the wealth of the Northern Profound Alliance will belong to Master Li Feng. Consider it our gift to Master Li Feng." Not only was Yuan Fu humble, but he was also tempting Duan Lingtian with the wealth of the entire Northern Profound Alliance. Right now, Yuan Fu, the leader of the Heishan Alliance, was filled with regret. If God gave him a second chance, even if the Qiuyan Alliance held a knife to his neck, he would never join forces with them to attack the Northern Profound Alliance. What a joke! Just the person in front of him was enough to wipe out the Mountain Alliance and the Qiuyan Alliance. He didn't even need the 2 8-star war gods of the Northern Profound Alliance to do it. Upon hearing Yuan Fu's words, most of the people from the Northern Profound Alliance turned pale immediately. They looked at Duan Lingtian's silhouette anxiously, afraid that their supreme guardian would be tempted by the offer. Only Luo Yiming and Luo Feng knew that Duan Lingtian wasn't that kind of person because they had spent a lot of time with Duan Lingtian. Furthermore, someone of Duan Lingtian's level wouldn't be interested in their wealth. However, Luo Yiming decided to step forward and promise their Grand Guardian that after destroying the Mountain Alliance and the Qiu Yun Alliance, they would give him all the wealth of the two alliances. Grand. Luo Yiming had just opened his mouth and spat out a syllable when he shut his mouth tightly again. This was because the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Xian Alliance made a move the moment Yuan Fu finished speaking. Buzz. It was still the same black cloak. It swept out like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Yuan Fu didn't expect Duan Lingtian to make a move and his head was chopped off. Then, a mist of blood fell from the sky. Yuan Fu, the alliance leader of the Mountain Alliance, followed in the footsteps of the alliance leader of the Qiu Yun Alliance, Shimin Jiangchen. Lord Alliance Leader. Qi Kuan's expression changed and he looked miserable. If it was before, he would be happy that the alliance leader of the Mountain Alliance died because it meant that he would be the new alliance leader of the Mountain Alliance. But now, he couldn't feel happy at all. This was because the death of this alliance leader was a death knell for him. Qi Kuan and the vice alliance leader of the Qiu Yun Alliance looked at each other and both of them sent a message to each other at the same time. After sending the message, they ran in two different directions. Vice alliance leader? As for the other members of the He-Shan Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance, they had never thought that their vice alliance masters would abandon them. Their expressions immediately changed, and at the same time, they released their energy, wanting to escape as well. However, accompanied by two soft but ear-piercing sounds, they saw that their two vice alliance leaders were also cut into pieces like watermelons by the black cloak that was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. They followed in the footsteps of their two alliance leaders. In the blink of an eye, the 4 8-star gods of war from the Mountain Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance were all dead. All of this happened in the span of 10 breaths. Within 10 breaths, 4 8-star gods of war were killed. Now, the members of the Northern Profound Alliance looked at the black figure floating in the air with reverence. Even the alliance leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Yiming, was no exception. You should be able to deal with the rest, right? Duan Lingtian put on the black cloak behind him again and it fluttered even though there was no wind. He turned around and asked the alliance leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Yiming. Grand Guardian, leave the rest to me. Luo Yiming quickly nodded and replied, this time, we'll have to trouble you to help the Northern Profound Alliance. Duan Lingtian nodded and then teleported, disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. Coming and going without a trace was nothing more than this. As for the members of the He-Shan Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance, they didn't dare to run away after the death of their alliance leader and vice alliance leader. Now that they saw the Supreme Guardian of the North Profound Alliance leaving, they started to flee. However, without an 8-star god of war to lead them, they were no different from a mob to the Northern Profound Alliance who had 2 8-star gods of war. In addition, the members of the Northern Profound Alliance were already full of anger. Now that their Grand Guardian had boosted their morale, they were all full of vigor. In the end, none of the members of the Mountain Alliance and Qiu Yun Alliance were able to escape. I plan to give all the spoils of war today to the Grand Guardian. Does anyone have any objections? After resolving this crisis, the alliance leader of the Northern Profound Alliance stood in the air and looked around as he asked in a serious tone. He felt that the Grand Guardian didn't care about these spoils of war. However, some things couldn't be avoided just because the Grand Guardian didn't care about them. It was one thing to give them to the Grand Guardian and be rejected. It was another thing to not give them to the Grand Guardian. They couldn't be compared. No. Luo Feng was the first to shake his head. Alliance leader, if it wasn't for the Grand Guardian, we would have ended up like them. All the spoils of war should be given to the Grand Guardian. No one in the Northern Profound Alliance had any objections to Luo Yiming's words. They all felt that it was only right. The members of the Northern Profound Alliance were in high spirits. The members of the Mountain Alliance and Qiuyan Alliance were the backbone of the Mountain Alliance and Qiuyan Alliance. As for the remaining members of the Mountain Alliance and Qiuyan Alliance, even if they didn't make a move, they would have scattered the moment they heard the news. From today onwards, the Northern Profound Alliance would dominate the 2nd North District. I didn't expect the Grand Guardian to appear in the Northern Profound Alliance. Based on the Grand Guardian's strength, he is definitely a top 8-star god of war. A member of the Northern Profound Alliance exclaimed. A top 8-star god of war? Even an ordinary top 8-star god of war wouldn't be able to turn the situation around today. After all, the alliance leader of the Mountain Alliance, Yuan Fu, and the alliance leader of the Qiuyan Alliance, Shimen Jiangchen, are both close to the top 8-star god of war. The Grand Guardian is definitely one of the top 8-star gods of war. He might even be on par with the former 2nd Alliance leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wu Long, and the short-lived Vice Alliance leader of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Duan Lingtian. I think so too. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know about the Northern Profound Alliance's change in attitude towards him. Today, he was awakened in the middle of cultivation. The alliance leader of the Northern Profound Alliance, Luo Yiming, had sent him a message that forced him to come out of his seclusion. After all, if he didn't make a move today, the entire Northern Profound Alliance would be annihilated. At that time, he would be the only one left. He would have to find another faction to stay in. This was something he couldn't allow. Even if he didn't consider this, he could not just stand by and do nothing because of the promise he made to Luo Yiming, the leader of the Northern Profound Alliance. For this reason, he made a move. After making a move, he returned to his cultivation. After all, his celestial origin energy was on the verge of transforming into divine energy. He had a feeling it wouldn't take long for his celestial origin energy to develop the divine energy's characteristics. At that time, he would become a 9-star god of war. At that time, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the 9 Serenities battlefield. As long as he was in the 9 Serenities battlefield, he would not be afraid of Ji Ying, the leader of the Brahma Alliance, or the people from the Tidal Temple. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods is supposed to be absorbed by the gods to cultivate. I don't feel anything special after absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in my little world, but my celestial origin energy is already showing signs of transforming. This is amazing. Duan Lingtian, naturally, decided to strike while the iron was hot. He wanted to temper his celestial origin energy to the point where it would develop the divine energy's characteristics. This was the most crucial step before one could become a god. Only after this step could one be considered a demigod. Chapter 3572. The 2nd North District didn't have a strong presence among the many districts in the north. After all, it was only one of the many districts in the north. However, recently, the 2nd North District had become famous because of something that happened in the 2nd North District. One of the 3 superpowers, the Northern Shen Alliance, had destroyed the other 2 superpowers, the He-Shan Alliance and the Qiuyan Alliance. Since then, the Northern Shen Alliance had become the most powerful force in the 2nd North District. Although there were many superpowers in the North District that were the most powerful in their respective districts. However, most of the superpowers in their respective districts were either stronger from the start or they had defeated their opponents. It was rare to see a superpower like the Northern Shen Alliance that had defeated 2 superpowers who were on par with them. Didn't the Northern Shen Alliance only have 2 8-star gods of war? I know that the He-Shan Alliance and the Qiuyan Alliance each have 2 8-star gods of war. How could they not destroy the Northern Shen Alliance when they worked together? Moreover, they were destroyed by the Northern Shen Alliance? When the news of the 2nd North District spread to the other districts in the north, many people felt that it was unbelievable. However, as time passed, more and more accurate news spread from the 2nd North District. Only then did they realize that this seemingly impossible matter was indeed true. The Northern Xian Alliance destroyed the Heishan Alliance and the Qiuyun Alliance not long ago. The Northern Xian Alliance's Grand Guardian killed the alliance leader of the Qiuyun Alliance and the alliance leader of the Heishan Alliance. Even the two vice-alliance leaders of the Heishan Alliance and the Qiuyun Alliance were killed by him while they were running away. When the news spread, the entire North District was shocked. The alliance leaders of the Heishan Alliance and the Qiuyun Alliance were famous in the North District. They were very close to becoming 8-star gods of war. Even such people were killed in seconds? Even a top 8-star god of war wouldn't be able to do this. Could the Northern Xian Alliance's Grand Guardian be a 9-star god of war? If he's a 9-star god of war, then everything can be explained. I heard that the Northern Xian Alliance's Grand Guardian isn't a 9-star god of war. Moreover, why would a 9-star god of war stay in the North District? Even in the Central Region, a 9-star god of war is a top figure. When they found out that the Grand Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance was only an 8-star war god, many people were shocked. So far, among the 8-star gods of war that have appeared in the Nine Serenities battlefield, other than the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance, I'm afraid that only the former number 1 9-star god of war and the current number 1 9-star god of war have this kind of ability. That's right. This Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance is comparable to the former second leader of the Brahma Alliance, Wu Long, and the short-lived vice leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, Duan Lingtian. Do you know the name of the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance? I heard that his name is Li Feng. Just like this, the name Li Feng rose to fame in the northern part of the Ninth Serenity battlefield like a comet. Practically all the people in the northern part of the Ninth Serenity battlefield knew this name as long as they weren't in closed-door cultivation all the time. In fact, after the name Li Feng was promoted in the north, it was no surprise that the people in the other parts of the Nine Serenities battlefield had more or less heard about the existence of such a person in the north. This included the Brahma Alliance as well. Naturally, by the time the news reached the Brahma Alliance, more than half a year had passed since Li Feng, the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance, killed the 4 8-star war gods in one strike. During this time, the atmosphere in the Brahma Alliance was tense. This was because everyone in the Brahma Alliance had been busy searching for the whereabouts of the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian. Anyone who could find any useful clues would be rewarded generously by the Heavenly Emperor of the Brahma Heaven. More than half a year ago, the Tidal Temple had sent a Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance. Then, the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance was sent by the Tidal Temple. The Supreme Guardian of the Tidal Temple was the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. He was of the same generation as Wu Hongqing, the Hall Master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple. Moreover, he was Wu Hongqing's junior brother. The two of them had known each other since they were young and had grown up together in the Tidal Temple. However, Wu Hongqing's talent had become even more outstanding, and he was now a god king. On the other hand, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven was stuck at the demigod realm. He was unable to take the final step to become a god. The Hall Master of the Tidal Temple's branch in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven was called Yu Chaochuan. He was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary face. He looked harmless, but he was a powerful 9-star war god. Wu Hongqing, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, had asked Yu Chaochuan to help Mi Xian because of their close relationship and Mi Xian's special identity. After all, Mi Xian looked exactly like the former young Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, Tang Sanpao. Lord Mi Xian. Although Yu Chaochuan and Mi Xian lived very close to each other in Brahma Alliance, this was the second time Yu Chaochuan had come to find Mi Xian. The first time he had come to find Mi Xian was when he had just arrived. Before he came in, he had learned from his good friend Wu Hongqing that Mi Xian was a god king. Although the person in front of him still looked like the former young Hall Master of the Tidal Temple, Tang Sanpao, he was no longer Tang Sanpao. He was Mi Xian, the former patriarch of the dead spirit race. Most importantly, he was a god king. This was a god king expert. Although Yu Chaochuan was a 9-star war god, he was nothing in front of a god king. That was why he had maintained a humble attitude when he saw Mi Xian in the 9 Serenities battlefield. It might not be easy for Mi Xian to kill him in the 9 Serenities battlefield, but what about outside? He couldn't stay in the 9 Serenities battlefield forever. Outside the 9 Serenities battlefield, an expert like Mi Xian could turn him to dust with a snap of his fingers. Is there something you need? Mi Xian glanced at Yu Chaochuan indifferently. He put on a very haughty attitude. A mere 9-star war god was like an ant in his eyes. There was no need for him to be polite. Lord Mi Xian, a grand enforcer named Li Feng, has appeared in the Northern Profound Alliance of the 2nd Northern District. Although he's only an 8-star war god, he has the strength to instantly kill someone close to a peak 8-star war god. Yu Chaochuan said bluntly. So what? Mi Xian asked again. His tone was slightly impatient. Even a 9-star war god was nothing in his eyes, let alone an 8-star war god who was weaker than a 9-star war god. He's Mi Xian's man. Yu Chaochuan wasn't annoyed by Mi Xian's impatience. He continued patiently. Li Feng wears a black robe, a black cloak, and a bamboo hat. Ordinary people can't see his true appearance. It seems like he's intentionally hiding his appearance and identity. In addition, he's skilled in the laws of space. When Yu Chaochuan said those words, Mi Xian hadn't reacted yet. When he heard Yu Chaochuan's last sentence, his originally unconcerned expression instantly tensed up and his pupils contracted. You mean, this Li Feng might be Duan Lingtian? Mi Xian wasn't stupid. On the contrary, as the former patriarch of the dead spirit race, he was smarter than most people. Precisely. Yu Chaochuan nodded. Does that Jing know about this? Mi Xian asked. He does. Yu Chaochuan nodded again. Alliance Lord Jing was the one who told me about this and told me to tell Lord Mi Xian. Ever since Jing had been defeated by Mi Xian, he hadn't sought him out. Even now, half a year later, he hadn't personally come to find Mi Xian, even though he'd learned of some suspicious clues. It was clear that he wasn't very willing to see Mi Xian. He sure is arrogant. I can't believe he didn't come to tell me about this himself. Mi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. He snorted and left with a whoosh, vanishing from Yu Chaochuan's sight in the blink of an eye. However, the direction Mi Xian was heading in surprised Yu Chaochuan. That doesn't seem to be the direction of the north? The Brahma Alliance was located in the center of the 9 Serenities battlefield, so the north was naturally to the north of the Brahma Alliance. However, Mi Xian was heading in the southeast direction. Yu Chaochuan was momentarily stunned. Only then did Yu Chaochuan remember that he'd come from that direction as well. That was where the Alliance Lord of the Brahma Alliance, Jing, cultivated. This Lord Mi Xian isn't going to cause trouble for Jing, is he? Yu Chaochuan's heart shook. He didn't dare hesitate and immediately followed Mi Xian. When he arrived, he saw Mi Xian's figure drifting away again, heading north in the direction of the northern region. On the other side, the Alliance Lord of the Brahma Alliance, Jing, was standing where he was. He had one hand on his shoulder that was completely sunken in. Traces of blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. Alliance Lord Jing? Yu Chaochuan was slightly taken aback. Was this Lord Mi Xian's doing? Was it because Jing hadn't personally told him that the Northern Profound Alliance's Supreme Guardian, Li Feng, might be the Duan Lingtian in the 2nd North District? Jing snorted coldly as he glanced at Yu Chaochuan coldly. The people from the Tidal Temple are really short-tempered. Last time, Mi Xian injured me. I was the one who provoked him, so I'll admit it. This time, he came to my door and injured me for no reason. I won't let this matter rest. I'll tell my master about this and have him demand an explanation from the Tidal Temple. Ji Ying's expression turned even paler as he spoke. Ji Ying originally thought that Yu Chaochuan would apologize to him on Mi Xian's behalf and beg him not to make a big deal out of this. However, he didn't expect Yu Chaochuan to nod. Alliance leader Ji Ying, I support you on this matter. You're on the side of reason and not family. Look for the heavenly emperor of the Brahma heaven? Would that work? Yu Chaochuan sneered inwardly. Chapter 3573. Whenever Yu Chaochuan thought about what Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the Tidal Temple, had told him before he came to the Nine Serenities battlefield, he couldn't help but think that he had to be extremely careful when facing Lord Mi Xian. What a joke! Lord Mi Xian was a bona fide mid-level god king. Even if he temporarily occupied Tang Sanpeo's body, his celestial core power only had the basic characteristics of divine power and had not completely transformed into divine power. He only had the physical attack of a 9-star god of war. However, once he left the Nine Serenities battlefield, his soul attack would be at the level of a divine king. Moreover, it was the kind of soul attack that a middle divine king who specialized in soul attacks used. Even an ordinary lower divine king would find it hard to block it. Although the heavenly emperor of the Jifan celestial sect had ascended to godhood, he might not even be a god king. Would he dare to provoke Mi Xian? What a joke! For this reason, Yu Chaochuan only took Ji Ying's threat as a joke. Right now, Jing only thought that Yu Chaochuan was deliberately being sarcastic. She was so angry that her expression changed slightly. I will immediately send someone out of the Nine Serenities battlefield to report this matter to my master. Do as you wish. Yu Chaochuan shrugged and turned to leave. He couldn't help but roll his eyes as he turned around. Did this Ji Ying really think that she and her master were important? In front of Lord Mi Xian, even his master would have to bow. I hope Lord Mi Xian will be able to gain something from his trip to the Northern Profound Alliance in the 2nd Northern District. If the Supreme Guardian of the Northern Profound Alliance is really Duan Ling Tian, I'll be able to leave the Nine Serenities battlefield and report back to my sect. The 9th Serenity battlefield was considered a decent training ground for 9-star gods of war. Many 9-star gods of war had also reached the threshold of becoming gods in this place. However, this was only true for ordinary 9-star gods of war. Yu Chaochuan was no ordinary 9-star god of war. He didn't even remember how long he had stayed in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Because he had stayed here for so long, he couldn't help but want to leave as soon as possible. Now, to Yu Chaochuan, the Nine Serenities battlefield was not a path to godhood, but an obstacle to godhood. If it was not for his old friend Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the Tidal Temple, looking for him, he would not have entered the Nine Serenities battlefield. After Yu Chaochuan left, Ji Ying's expression naturally became even uglier. Leave the Nine Serenities battlefield and inform my master about this. Tell him to seek an explanation from the Tidal Temple's hall master. Actually, in the beginning, Jing indeed wanted to scare Yu Chaochuan, but Yu Chaochuan's attitude made him even angrier, to the extent that he really sent a message to leave the Nine Serenities battlefield and inform Ji Fantian and Heavenly Emperor Jiyu of this matter. Although Ji Ying and his master were separated by the Nine Serenities battlefield and the Devata realm, they still had a special connection. It was also because of this that he found out about Wulong's death not long after. Although he had Wulong's soul orb in his storage ring, it would still take some time to discover it. Mi Xian? It did not take long for Jiyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji Fantian, to receive news from the Nine Serenities battlefield. Initially, he thought his first true disciple, who was also his adopted son, had brought him good news about the Duan Ling Tian. Jiyu knew very well what kind of person his disciple was. He was capable of handling most matters on his own. Since Jiyu had informed him of this matter, it was clear Jiyu was very important to him. Is on the verge of becoming a god. If I don't let this matter rest, his path to becoming a god will be obstructed. Jiyu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Ji Fantian, left the Ji Fantian's heaven and earth mansion. He went to the Tidal Temple's branch in the Ji Fantian and was teleported to the Tidal Temple's main hall. With Jiyu's status, he could go to the independent realm where the main hall of the Tidal Temple was located to meet Wu Hongqing, the palace master of the Tidal Temple. Hall Master Wu, you must give me an explanation for this matter. Jiyu suppressed his anger and told Wu Hongqing everything that had happened. That Mi Xian from the Tidal Temple is too presumptuous. He hit my disciple just because he wanted to. Is he not putting me, Jiyu, in his eyes? Jiyu suppressed his anger in front of Wu Hongqing because although he had become a god a long time ago, he was only a higher god and had yet to break through to the god-king stage. Wu Hongqing, on the other hand, was already a lesser god-king. If they fought, Jiyu would not be a match for Wu Hongqing. Naturally, Wu Hongqing did not dare to kill Jiyu since Jiyu had connections in the realms of gods. Even as the hall master of the Tidal Temple, he had to be wary of Jiyu. Jiyu, we're old friends. Wu Hongqing smiled faintly in the face of Jiyu's accusation. Since we're old friends, I'll send Mi Xian to the heavenly palace of the Ji Fantian heaven after he comes out. The Tidal Temple won't interfere no matter what you do to him. What do you think? Jiyu had thought about many things on his way here. He was certain a 9-star god of war like Mi Xian had a high status in the eyes of Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the Tidal Temple. Even if he came here to seek justice, he would most likely return empty-handed. The only reason he came here was to seek justice for his disciple, Ji Ying. However, he did not expect Wu Hongqing, the hall master of the Tidal Temple, would not only not protect Mi Xian, but he would even send Mi Xian to the heavenly palace of the Ji Fantian heaven. Hall Master Wu, what do you mean by that? Jiyu frowned. He had lived for many years. Naturally, he could tell something was amiss. However, he could not figure out why Wu Hongqing would do this. Nothing. Wu Hongqing shook his head. Jiyu, aren't you looking for trouble with Mi Xian? After he comes out of the 9 Serenities battlefield, I'll send him to the heavenly palace of the Ji Fantian heaven for you to deal with. What? Do I have to teach you how to deal with him? As Wu Hongqing spoke, he, who had stopped shaking his head, continued shaking his head. Jiyu snorted coldly. Hall Master Wu, although I don't know what you're trying to do, if you're trying to scare me by retreating in order to advance, I'm afraid your efforts are destined to be in vain. Since the Tidal Temple dares to send Mi Xian to the heavenly palace of the Ji Fantian heaven, I'll teach him a lesson on your behalf. I only hope the Tidal Temple won't go back on its word. Otherwise, I'll personally take him away. As soon as Jiyu finished speaking, he turned around and left before Wu Hongqing could say anything. Wu Hongqing was left behind with a stunned expression on his face. I'm trying to advance by retreating? Wu Hongqing felt as though he had been wronged. However, when he thought of what Jiyu said before he left, Wu Hongqing's eyes subconsciously narrowed, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. Jiyu, this time you're too smart for your own good. Even I don't dare to provoke Mi Xian. You're a greater deity. Your courage is commendable. After Jiyu returned to the heavenly palace of the Ji Fantian heaven, he sent a message to his true disciple and adopted son Ji Ying. I've helped you with the matter you asked me to do. I've made a trip to the Tidal Temple, and the hall master of the Tidal Temple has personally agreed to let Mi Xian come to our Ji Fantian and beg for forgiveness after he leaves the 9 Serenities battlefield. He's also at my mercy. At that time, you can leave the 9 Serenities battlefield and join in the fun. Let's see how the arrogant Mi Xian cowers in front of your master. These were Jiyu's exact words. Ji Ying's eyes lit up when he heard Jiyu's words. At the same time, he felt relieved. Mi Xian, when you come to the heavenly palace of the Ji Fantian heaven to beg for forgiveness, I'll leave the 9 Serenities battlefield for you and return to the heavenly palace of the Ji Fantian heaven to see how embarrassed you are. I hope you'll still be as arrogant as you were when you attacked me. As she muttered to herself, a cold glint flashed across Ji Ying's eyes. It was as if she was about to devour someone. Naturally, Mi Xian was unaware that Ji Ying had sent someone to inform Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the Ji Fantian heaven of the Ji Fantian heaven. Even if he knew, he would not have cared. The heavenly emperor of the Ji Fantian heaven? What was that? Mi Xian was currently making his way to the north from the central region. Soon he arrived at the 2nd North District. Do you know where the Northern Profound Alliance is? If you don't, you can die now. When Mi Xian saw a figure, he stepped forward and grabbed him, his face expressionless. As for the person who was grabbed by him, he felt the terrifying power coming from his hand and thought of the threatening words he said. Immediately, his expression changed greatly, and he didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. "Milord, I know, I can lead the way for Milord." The Northern Profound Alliance was currently a powerful force in the 2nd North District. It was second to none in the 2nd North District. For such a force, anyone who had stayed in the 2nd North District for a period of time would know where it was based. Even if they had not been there, they would have heard of it. "Let's go." Mi Xian loosened his grip on the man, who quickly led the way to the Northern Dark Alliance's base. "Milord, the Northern Dark Alliance's base is within this glacier. It's said that it's completely hollowed out. May I go now?" As he spoke, he looked at Mi Xian apprehensively. "Scram." Mi Xian waved his hand impatiently. With a flash, he appeared in front of the Northern Profound Alliance's mountain gate. As for the person leading the way, he heaved a sigh of relief and left as if he was fleeing. Mi Xian was stopped at the entrance of the Northern Dark Alliance's encampment. "Who are you? What business do you have with the Northern Profound Alliance?" A Northern Profound Alliance disciple guarding the entrance asked in a low voice as he watched Mi Xian approach. Chapter 3574. Sush, sush. Mi Xian's eyes flashed with a sharp light as soon as the Northern Profound Alliance's disciple finished speaking. Then, a short-lived beam of light shot out from his eyes and entered the disciple's glabella in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, the disciple of the North Xian Alliance, who was brimming with energy a moment ago, fell to the ground with a heavy thud, sending ice shards flying everywhere. The remaining disciples of the North Xian Alliance were shocked by what they saw. Even the North Profound Alliance's elder, who had been sitting idly by the side and hadn't looked at Mi Xian, couldn't help but look at him in shock. Such a swift and fierce soul attack was truly shocking. Even the elder of the North Xian Alliance was unable to react in time to save the disciple of the North Xian Alliance. "Who are you? Why have you come to the Northern Profound Alliance and killed our disciples?" The elder of the North Xian Alliance stepped forward and sent a message to his superior, one of the guardians of the North Xian Alliance, to inform him of what had happened. "I'll be right there." The person who received the message was Xianxia, the 6th guardian of the North Xian Alliance. He was a handsome young man in a green robe and was playing chess with a middle-aged man. Xianxia's expression changed and the middle-aged man who was sitting opposite him was shocked. "6th guardian, what's wrong with you?" "4th guardian, someone killed our disciples at the southern gate of the North Xian Alliance." As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia left like a gust of wind. "What?" The middle-aged man stood up immediately and his expression changed. "Who is it? How dare he kill our disciples at the southern gate of the North Xian Alliance?" In the next moment, the middle-aged man's face was filled with anger. He soared into the air and followed closely behind Xianxia. After a while, the two of them appeared at the southern gate of the North Xian Alliance. 4th guardian, 6th guardian. The elder of the North Xian Alliance and the disciples of the North Xian Alliance bowed respectfully when they saw the two of them. At the same time, their eyes were filled with excitement. The guardians of the Northern Profound Alliance were all 7-star gods of war. 4th protector, 6th protector. He's the one who killed the disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance. The elder of the North Profound Alliance said with a mournful expression. At this moment, Xianxia and the other two who had just rushed out saw the Northern Profound Alliance's disciple lying on the ground. He didn't have any injuries on his body, but his eyes were not only dull, but there was also a hint of black light in them. This was usually the sign of a person who had been killed by a soul attack. This person specializes in soul attacks? In the next moment, Xianxia and Zhang Xian turned their gazes to the young man standing not too far away. "Very good, 2 more people have come." Seeing 2 more people appear, Mi Xian grinned and said, "You guys, Do any of you know where that Grand Enforcer of the Northern Profound Alliance is? Or you? Why did you kill the disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance? Qi Zhangyu looked at Mi Xian with a gloomy face and asked coldly, ignoring Mi Xian's question. How dare you kill a disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance? Don't even think about leaving today. The middle-aged man who came out with Qi Zhangyu, the fourth protector of the Northern Profound Alliance, Qiu Fu, stared at Mi Xian with a murderous look. Mi Xian responded with a cold snort and a slap. Bang! Mi Xian's slap caused a violent energy to explode in the air. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Qiu Fu and landed on his body before he could react. In the next moment, Qiu Fu's entire body turned into a bloody mist. The bloody mist swept across the sky and slapped Qi Zhangyu's face, the elder of the Northern Profound Alliance, and the other disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance. They felt cold and stiff, and a chill rose from the soles of their feet to their heads. At this moment, they felt as though they had lost control of their bodies. All they could hear was the sound of their hearts beating faster and faster. Heavens! The fourth protector of the Northern Profound Alliance, a top 7-star god of war, was killed by this person with a slap? In the entire Northern Profound Alliance, only the Alliance leader, the Vice Alliance leader, and the mysterious Supreme Guardian had the ability to do so. Does anyone know where the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance is? Mi Xian asked again. His originally calm gaze turned sharp, as though he was about to devour someone. I know. Under Mi Xian's sharp gaze, one of the disciples of the Northern Profound Alliance felt as though he was about to suffocate. Under the immense pressure on his mind and body, he couldn't hold it in any longer and hurriedly spoke. The moment he spoke, the expressions of the 6 protectors and the elders of the Northern Profound Alliance changed. This guy is going to betray the Supreme Protector? Is he courting death? Very well. Mi Xian nodded in satisfaction as soon as the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance finished speaking. Then he raised his hand and his palm shook a few times in the air. In the next moment, bang, 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 bang. Along with the deafening sound, blood splattered everywhere. Other than the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance who said that he knew where the Supreme Protector was, the rest, including the 6th Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance, were all dead. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance who was lucky enough to survive was completely dumbfounded. When he regained his senses, his legs gave way and he collapsed on the ground, leaving behind a pool of blood. Lead the way. Mi Xian frowned slightly as he looked at the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance in disdain. Yes, my lord. The disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance was still trembling in fear when he heard Mi Xian's order. He stood up like a frightened bird, afraid that he would follow in the footsteps of the 4th Protector and the 6th Protector if he didn't listen to Mi Xian's order. This person is here to cause trouble for the Supreme Protector. He knows how powerful the Supreme Protector is, but he still came to find the Supreme Protector. Is he a 9-star god of war? The disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance who was leading the way was shocked when he thought of this. He believed that at this moment, not just the 2nd North District, but the entire northern part of the 9th Serenity Battlefield, or even more than half of the 9th Serenity Battlefield, knew how powerful the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance was. Under such circumstances, the person who dared to find trouble with the Supreme Protector was either a brainless fool or a fearless person. This person didn't seem to be the former, but the latter. The disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance led Mi Xian all the way into the Northern Profound Alliance's base. Along the way, there were people who wanted to stop them. However, when they heard the voice transmission from the Northern Profound Alliance's disciple, they stopped in their tracks and watched them leave. Some of them even went to inform the Alliance leader and Vice Alliance leader of the Northern Profound Alliance. The disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance who was leading the way told everyone the same thing. The person behind me just killed the 4th Protector and the 6th Protector. He's here to cause trouble for the Supreme Protector. He's suspected to be a 9-star god of war. After hearing this short sentence, no one dared to step forward. You're kind. You even know how to warn them. Mi Xian sneered as he followed behind the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance. Although the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance had been transmitting his voice, Mi Xian was not blind. Naturally, he could see that many people wanted to step forward. However, after a while, they looked at him suspiciously and didn't dare to step forward. No one would believe that the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance who was leading the way didn't send a warning to those people. My lord. The disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance smiled bitterly. There's no need to involve small fries like us in a fight between big shots like you. It's not easy for us to reach our current cultivation base. Don't worry. As long as they don't provoke me, I won't touch them. Mi Xian said calmly, as long as the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance isn't the person I'm looking for. I won't make things difficult for him. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. The disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance thanked Mi Xian profusely. Although Duan Lingtian was the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance, not many people dared to approach the place where he cultivated. However, there were still many people who knew where he cultivated. In the Northern Profound Alliance, as long as they weren't particularly uninformed, almost everyone knew where Duan Lingtian cultivated. Of course, they didn't know that the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance was Duan Lingtian. They only thought that the Supreme Protector of the Northern Profound Alliance was Li Feng, one of the strongest 8-star gods of war. My lord, it's right in front. The disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance led Mi Xian to the place where Duan Lingtian cultivated and pointed at the building in front of them. Mi Xian glanced at the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciple of the Northern Profound Alliance hurriedly fled. Mi Xian's consciousness swept out in an instant, enveloping the surrounding area. In order to prevent his target from escaping, he didn't even spare the underground. Since Mi Xian had only caused a commotion outside the mountain gate and not within the Northern Profound Alliance's base, Duan Lingtian didn't notice Mi Xian's arrival even though he wasn't concentrating on his cultivation. He only reacted when Mi Xian's divine sense enveloped the area. Who's there? The sudden surge of divine sense gave Duan Lingtian a sense of déjà vu, but he couldn't recall where he had sensed this divine sense before. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. This was because the other party's divine sense had also enveloped him. It was as though he had nowhere to hide. At the same time, an indifferent voice came from outside. Should I call you Li Feng or Duan Lingtian? When Duan Lingtian heard the voice, he felt that it was even more familiar. After thinking for a while, he recalled someone. Tang Sanpao? When Duan Lingtian walked out of his cultivation place and stepped into the air, he was greeted by a familiar voice. It's him! With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the person hovering in the air. It was none other than Tang Sanpao, the young master of the Tidal Temple, whom he had met during the Battle of Geniuses in the Devata realms. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.